Chapter 594. Mordred was right below them, walking out into the great hall of the somber cathedral at a relaxed pace. Above his shoulders, a dozen blinding orbs of light hovered in the air, throwing white reflections of the dark stones. Sunny silently stepped back, pulling Cassie with him. Pressed against the back wall of the gallery and safely hidden in the deep shadows, they slowly moved away. Below, the spheres of light suddenly shot in different directions, illuminating a large portion of the dark nave. Luckily, their radiance did not reach the hidden gallery, be it just barely. What it did reach, though, were the hundreds of mirror shards scattered around the vast expanse of the inverse hall. Each of them shone, reflecting the white light. It was as though countless stars suddenly ignited in the darkness. Sunny silently cursed, knowing that those shards served Mordred as eyes. Who knew how many more were hidden throughout the cathedral? Without slowing down, he dismissed the memories he had left behind, and continued moving toward the distant end of the vast circular chamber. The Prince of Nothing, meanwhile, tilted his head a little. Where are they hiding? I wonder. Suddenly he was surrounded by a whirlwind of white sparks. Sunny did not linger to see what memories Mordred was summoning, and instead concentrated on reaching another door. Before the sparks of light coalesced into tangible shapes, Cassie and he had already left the gallery, finding themselves in another corridor. They had successfully left the sanctum behind and were now in the main structure of the citadel. It was a large and convoluted space, so finding them here was not going to be easy. From where they stood now, just outside the nave, they could go anywhere in the temple proper, exit into the outward ring, or descend into any of the 6 belfries. They could even circle back and try to hide in the 7th, the main bell tower, hoping that the mirror fiend would not expect them to return. However, somehow, Sunny doubted that escaping Mordred would be that easy. The morbid remains of his butchered victims were all around them after all. None of these people had escaped. He hesitated for a moment, then pulled Cassie in the direction of the outward ring. That was the part of the citadel they both knew the best, which was an important advantage. Of course, the banished prince understood that too, which meant that he would most likely be moving there too. This was a risk Sunny had to take. At the end of the day, their goal was to escape, and they could only do that by reaching the sealed gates of the Night Temple. A few hours passed, suffused with fear and tension. Sunny and Cassie had moved through the main structure of the cathedral, getting closer and closer to the outward ring. On the way, they took a short break, partially to eat and replenish their strength, but mostly because he simply couldn't walk anymore. The exhaustion and pain were taking their toll on Sunny. Finding a safe spot, he fell to the floor and remained motionless for a while, breathing hoarsely. Then, he dismissed the breastplate of the undying chain, pulled the shirt hiding beneath up, and tentatively explored the dire wound dealt to him by Mordred. The result was not too good. Sunny wasn't going to die anytime soon, but neither was he going to heal quickly. For the time being, he was as good as crippled. Curses. At least he had not bled to death. That was something, at least. He summoned the breastplate back, then opened the covetous coffer and took out a couple of tubes of synth paste. The two of them hurriedly consumed the nutritious sludge, and then it was time to get back up again. Before that, however, Cassie handed him something. Here, you hold on to this. Sunny took the item and raised his eyebrows, recognizing the shape. It was a small piece of cold steel, shaped into a semblance of an anvil. His fingers, though, could feel that the thing was not at all simple. In fact, it seemed like one of the most potent artifacts he had ever held. Wealth's amulet? When did you grab it? The blind girl sighed. After you opened your eyes. I should have tried to reach his body in time instead. If only I had more essence, I could have seen. Could have done something differently. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then threw the amulet into the maw of the covetous coffer. Why are you so down? Yeah, we might have failed to get rid of that bastard. But then again, We've done better than 100 lost and 2 Knights of Valor did. That's not too bad of an achievement, isn't it? Plus, Mordred's plans are also ruined. He might seem in control, but trust me, that guy is in as much trouble as we are. Things didn't exactly go his way either. The blind girl remained silent for a few moments, then nodded and helped him stand up. Somewhat rested, but not at all free of exhaustion, they continued moving forward, soon crossing into the outward ring. When they did, however, Cassie suddenly froze, then trembled. Sunny tensed. What? Then he heard it too, the insidious sound of approaching footsteps, and a second later, Wealthy's familiar voice. There you are. Gritting his teeth, Sunny grabbed Cassie's hand and ran in the opposite direction. Damn it, damn it, damn it! His chest was burning, pulsating with excruciating pain. They moved with all the speed they could muster, but what was the point? A master was so much faster than an awakened. Even though Mordred didn't seem to be in a hurry, the sound of his footsteps was growing closer and closer. Before he could reach them, however, the whole Night Temple suddenly shook, throwing Sunny to the floor. An explosion of pain radiated through his body, and a moment later, his shadow sense was not constrained by the outer walls of the citadel anymore. It pierced the black stone and easily reached into the vast emptiness beyond. Sunny clenched his fists. The seal. It's lifted. The saint had arrived. At that point, Sunny and Cassie weren't too far away from the gate chamber, where they had made a morbid discovery soon after escaping from the cage. Back then, the heavy gates had been closed and sealed. Now, however, it seemed that they were finally opened. St. Cormac had returned from his expedition to the Hollow Mountains a few days sooner than expected. For a moment, Sunny was overcome by fierce joy. Then, however, the cold and rational part of his mind took over. Yes, the arrival of the saint created a path of escape and was bound to solve their Mordred problem. Most likely. But who was to say that the transcendent warrior would not turn out to be an even deadlier threat? The first thing St. Cormac was going to see after entering the citadel was a pile of mutilated corpses. After that, he would most likely kill anyone who appears in his way. After all, any survivor would either be a potential vessel of the banished prince or a witness. Sunny gritted his teeth, then rose to his feet and pulled Cassie into a side corridor. There, they hid in the shadows, wrapped her cloak around themselves, and waited. He didn't dare to extend his shadow sense toward the gates or send his shadows forward to scout, fearful to draw the saint's attention, so neither of them knew what was going on. A few seconds passed in terrifying silence, and then Sunny heard something rustle through the corridor they had just left. A gust of wind blew past them, as if left behind by something moving at incredible speed. A moment later, they heard a distant impact, and the Night Temple trembled once again. It seemed that St. Cormac had already found Mordred. Sunny pushed Cassie to her feet and hissed, "Hurry, to the gate!" They ran toward the exit. Soon the familiar chamber came into view, fresh air mixing with the terrible smell of the rotting corpses. The gates of the Night Temple stood wide open, the impenetrable darkness of the sky below stretching into eternity beyond them. The tall doorway seemed like a portal into the endless night. Now slowing down even for a moment, Sunny and Cassie dashed toward freedom, passed through the gates, and finally escaped the cursed cathedral. After a month of suffering, bloodshed, and harrowing dread they had experienced in this ghastly stone trap, the air of the lightless abyss seemed sweet like nectar. Just as they left, the Night Temple shuddered once again, dust falling from its ancient walls. Far below, the bells rang somberly, their usually melodious song sounding strangely staggered and frantic. The saint was battling the Prince of Nothing, the whole citadel suffering the burden of their furious clash. "Hurry! It's not over yet!" The two of them dashed across the rickety bridge that swayed above the chasm of the sky below on rusty chains, and soon reached the treacherous stairs that skirted the slope of the northern island. Running up the narrow steps, both of them knew that one wrong step can potentially cost them their lives. But Sunny was unwilling to slow down. They had to reach the surface, cross the island, traverse the heavenly chain. All before St. Cormac was done dealing with the escaped prisoner. Too long. This is taking too long. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then summoned the heavenly burden. Climb onto my back. Cassie lingered, then did as she was told. He drove the black needle between the plates of the undying chain, cursed, and then threw his hand forward, the triangular blade of the prowling thorn shooting into the overhanging stone slope. With the blind girl's weight added to his own, the speed of their ascent wasn't too fast. However, with the help of the kunai and its invisible string, Sunny was able to increase it somewhat. It was an arduous and nerve-wracking journey. The two of them were like a spider scaling a mountain with the help of a single thread of silk. The difference was that the mountain was steeper than vertical, and there were furious winds threatening to either crush them against the stones or throw them away into the darkness of the sky below. However, after a dozen torturous minutes, or maybe an eternity, they still managed to reach the surface of the island. Alive. Sunny dismissed the needle and fell onto the soft ground, gripping his chest. There were disturbing, wheezing sounds coming out of his lungs with each breath. He lay motionless for a few moments, then allowed Cassie to pull him to his feet. I know, we need to move. It's not time to rest, yet. They ran across the field of flowers, the hollow mountains towering behind them. White mist was flowing down their slopes, and there was something white dancing in the air in front of them, too. Sunny felt a pleasant cold spreading across his burning face. His heart contracted painfully. Snow. It's snowing. Was it December already? Or did the first snowfall arrive ahead of time as well? There was no escaping fate. The northern island trembled beneath them, and just a few moments later, a dark figure appeared in their way. Sunny had never met St. Cormac, but he recognized him almost instantly. Only a transcended could have such a deep, unfathomable shadow, and a presence that seemed to affect the very world around him. The saint looked to be in his 30s, with a cold face and dark, ruthless eyes. His black armor was battered and worn, barely holding together after a month of exploring the death zone. Surprisingly, it wasn't too impressive as far as armor-type memories went. Neither was he wielding a terrifying weapon. His fingers, however, were covered with fresh blood, crimson drops falling down and painting the delicate violet flowers red. It seemed that Mordred had failed to gain freedom in the end. His last vessel was destroyed. St. Cormac frowned, looking at the two of them, then took a step forward. The snow swirled, surrounding him like a cold mantle. Sunny was suddenly overwhelmed by a feeling of suffocating, killing intent. He shifted slightly, pushing Cassie behind him. His eyes darted around, hoping to find something, anything that would save their lives. Then, suddenly, the world darkened, as though a transient shadow covered the sun. A second later, the shadow was gone in a rustle of wings, and a tall, slender woman was standing between them and the approaching saint, her posture straight like an arrow. Skytide shielded Sunny and Cassie with her body and glanced at the other transcended warrior, her beautiful face as cold and stark as always, her vertical pupils full of calm, grim resolve. That is enough, Cormac. Turn back. Sunny staggered back, stunned by the sudden appearance of St. Tyrus. A tense, dangerous silence settled over the island after she spoke, with only the wailing of the wind breaking it. Snow danced in the air, slowly settling onto the cold ground. His heart was beating like a caged animal. Where did she come from? What is going on, damn it? Cormac scowled and looked at the slender woman with a dark expression on his stern, weathered face. The saint did not seem amused by the sudden appearance of the leader of the White Feather clan. Skytide, stay out of this. St. Tyrus didn't move, still shielding Sunny and Cassie with her slender body. The wind picked up, and the clouds seemed to become heavier, as if expressing her suppressed emotions. Only as Sunny realized, They weren't suppressed at all. Skytide just didn't show them on her face. Instead, the world itself did it for her. I think not. Cormac winced, resentful sparks appearing in his eyes. You don't know what you are interfering with, Tyrus. Get out of my way. This is not your business. She shifted slightly, the howling of wind growing louder. The violet flowers bent, pressed down to the ground. This is my land. These awakened are of my citadel. Anything that happens here, and to them, is my business. The other saint sighed, then took a step forward. The entire garrison of the Night Temple was wiped out. These two are the only witnesses. Are sure that you want to make their fate your burden? Skytide frowned, then spoke, her voice even. If that is true, we can question them together, back in the sanctuary. Cormac smiled darkly, then shook his head. I'm afraid that won't be convenient. You might not know my task here, Tyrus, but you know who gave it to me. Obstructing me in this matter is the same as obstructing the will of valor. You wouldn't want to do that, would you? A corner of Skytide's mouth suddenly twisted upward. She stared at the fearsome saint and said, a hint of mocking in her voice. What is he going to do? How is he going to punish me? Exile my clan to a remote frontier region, maybe? Oh, wait. She took a step forward as well, her tone changing, becoming darker and heavier. The clouds swallowed the sun, submerging the world into shadows. You have forgotten, Cormac. I am Skytide of the White Feather clan, not Valor. I am a vassal of the king, not his servant. 6 years ago, I looked the other way and allowed your odious scheme to happen. I have regretted it ever since. This is my land, my isles. You are only a guest here. I warn you. Do not test the limits of my hospitality. As he spoke the last words, a deafening thunderclap resounded, rolling across the chained aisles like a herald of heavenly wrath. Cormac stared at her, unimpressed. An expression of contempt appeared in the depths of his cold, dangerous eyes. The saint moved his shoulders, as if stretching his muscles, and then said darkly, Your arrogance is so tiresome, Tyrus. Warn me? What gives you the courage to warn me? You say that I have forgotten, but it is you who doesn't seem to remember. Who I am, and what I am capable of. He stepped forward, his killing intent growing thicker and more suffocating, almost palpable. What gave you the idea that this is a negotiation? You will stand down, or I will put you down. Either way, the result will be the same. St. Tyrus lingered for a moment, then looked over her shoulder at Sunny and Cassie. Her gaze was calm and somber. It's time for the two of you to go. Sunny took a step back, his mouth suddenly dry. He opened it, trying to force out a question. But what about? Skytide was already looking at Cormac, who was approaching with steady steps. Her hair danced in the wind like a stream of pale gold. Run! You won't survive the fury of this battle. Sunny hesitated for a split second, then grabbed Cassie and ran. They dashed away from the two saints, heading for the distant edge of the island. He didn't know what a fight between transcendents would look like, but had no doubt that mere mortals like the two of them had no place in the middle of it. Crazy. The world has gone completely crazy. A moment later, something collided with a thunderous roar behind them, and Sunny was thrown into the air. A violent shockwave passed through his body, causing a short scream to escape from his mouth. He hit the ground and felt it shifting, as if a powerful earthquake was happening mere meters away. Sunny struggled to rise back to his feet, then helped Cassie do the same and continued to run. Shards of stone flew past them like bullets, and the snowfall was already turning into a furious blizzard. Behind them, two vast shadows rose into the sky. One was a giant bird of prey, her feathers white, her sharp beak and devastating talons forged out of lustrous, polished steel. Her enormous wings were wreathed in thunderclouds, and bolts of lightning danced around her body like a radiant mantle. The other was a ferocious wyvern, his black scales as dark as the abyss, with mighty muscles rolling under them like iron chains. The head of the creature was crowned with twisting horns, and in his maw, countless sharp fangs glowed darkly, illuminated by immolating red flame burning in the depths of the beast's adamantine body. Tyrus and Cormac flew into the skies, soon disappearing in the veil of storm clouds. A terrifying roar rolled across the island, and then another shockwave hit, tearing a hole in the blizzard. Boiling blood suddenly streamed from above, falling on the snow like vermilion rain. Gods! Oh, gods! Sonny and Cassie could only run. From time to time, a violent tremor threw them to the ground. The hurricane wind threw snow and sharp bits of ice into their faces, and their ears were ringing from the thunderous cacophony of the titanic battle happening somewhere above them. They were almost to the edge of the island, ready to jump onto the chain, when there was a sudden lull in the terrifying havoc. And then, two shadows fell down from the skies, so fast that Sonny couldn't even tell who was who. The Saints collided against the center of the island with such force that its surface swayed like water. The shockwave of the impact was so fierce that it instantly obliterated the field of flowers, blew away the top layers of the soil, and made the stronghold on the northern edge crumble into dust. The ground itself split open, a wide crack spreading to both ends of the isle, cutting it in two. The northern island shuddered, and then crumbled, large pieces of stone breaking off and flying into the darkness as more and more cracks appeared, and the tension of the heavenly chains tore the island apart. Sonny, of course, could not appreciate the full scope of the disaster. All he could sense was that they were sent rolling down once again, this time even more violently than before. Only this time, instead of soil or stone, what they found beneath them was nothing. The ground disappeared, and Sonny found himself falling down, 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 down into the endless darkness of the sky below. All he could do was grab Cassie and hold her close, making sure that they weren't separated. Bloodied, mangled, and weak, they plummeted into the abyss as all around them devastation reigned. The night temple cracked, then disintegrated into a rain of black stones. The 7 bells rang mournfully as they disappeared into the void. The colossal chain that served as one of the anchors of the chained isles shot toward the hollow mountains, colliding with their slopes with enough force to make the ancient slope shatter and create a momentary hole in the veil of flowing mist. Luckily for Sonny, his eyes were still closed, so he didn't see what hid beneath. And somewhere in all this chaos, the two Saints continued their harrowing battle. Sonny held Cassie tightly and fell, happy to be getting further and further away from that clash with each second. After a while, the sounds of the fighting disappeared far above. The signs of destruction disappeared too, as well as the last remnants of the light. Now, they were falling through absolute darkness in complete silence and solitude, with nothing threatening their lives. It was sort of peaceful. Sonny sighed, finally allowed himself to open his eyes, then glanced at Cassie and forced out a weak smile. "See? We're not dead. Your vision was a bust again." She trembled. How? How are you so calm? We are falling into the sky below." "Not dead yet." He tried to laugh, then winced and decided against it. "This place is actually not so bad. Just wait for a little. We'll fall for a bit more, and then I'll summon memories to either guide us back up or push us toward the rift. We have food and water at least. You won't believe what I had to eat the last time." Remembering the dead mimic, Sonny shivered. "Yeah, this is definitely not bad. Believe me, it could have been so much worse." However, as soon as Sonny said that, something changed in the lightless void. A swift shadow shot toward them, surrounded by a circle of furious light. "What?" Before Sonny could even react, 2 hands extended toward them, one grabbing him, the other closing around the nape Cassie's cloak. With nothing to stand on, they were as defenseless as Pierce had been moments before Sonny killed him. "Damna. Oh, thank gods. I found you." He blinked. That voice, why did it sound familiar? Sonny stared into the light, his eyes slowly adjusting to it. Soon he was able to see the shape of a paper lantern that floated in the air, just above the shoulder of a tall, infuriatingly handsome young man in a needlessly fashionable armor. Sonny opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. "Kai? What the hell are you doing here?" The charming archer smiled, an expression of joy and profound relief appearing on his face. "What else? Rescuing you, of course. Hold on for a bit more." The archer strained a little, bearing their weight as he darted through the abyss, his flight swift and effortless. Illuminated by the paper lantern, the three of them traveled through the darkness like a small comet, moving faster and faster. The wind whistled in Sonny's ears. He remained silent for a bit, dumbfounded, then asked, "Wait, was it you who brought St. Tyrus here?" Kai smiled, looking somewhere far away. "Of course. When you and Cassie didn't return to the real world, we knew that the negotiation with the representatives of Clan Valor must have failed. But when you didn't arrive at Shipwreck Island by November, as the plan had been, it was clear that something went wrong. So Effie and I waited for a bit, then went to the White Feather Clan for help." He paused for a moment and then added, "Eventually we decided to come to the Night Temple ourselves. That was a week ago. We have just arrived yesterday." "But the Citadel was sealed." Sonny frowned, suddenly catching an inconsistency in Kai's words. "Wait, a week ago? How did you cross the chained aisles so fast?" The archer smiled brightly. "Look ahead." "What does he—" Sonny glanced forward and froze. They were swiftly approaching another source of light, this one much, much larger. Or rather, it was moving in their direction, even faster than Kai was flying. A few moments later, a graceful shape of a resplendent wooden ship became visible, flowing through the darkness of the sky below as though on water. Its sails were pristine white, and around the mainmast, a young tree was growing, its branches brimming with vibrant green leaves. The firekeepers had succeeded in repairing the ancient vessel after all, it seemed. It looked elegant and swift, its hull devoid of the cracks and breaches that had marred its surface before. A patchwork of replacement boards still stood out on the polished wood, and here and there, the structure of the ship seemed rickety and slapdash, especially near the bow, which had been previously almost destroyed. However, overall, the vessel was a magnificent sight to behold. There was a battery of light memories illuminating the ship, an especially bright one burning at the tip of a long and sharp bowsprit. Human figures could be seen on the deck, moving around in a hurry. Sonny stared at the swiftly approaching ship, stunned by the sight of it. It was hard to believe that this had been the same abomination-invested wreck he knew. Now that the ancient vessel was repaired, it looked almost the same as on the golden coins he had sacrificed to the altar of Noctis. Kai accelerated even more, then slowed down, and landed on the wooden deck smoothly. Feeling a solid surface under his feet, Sonny swayed a little and looked at the firekeepers that surrounded them. Then he sighed and fell down, instantly losing consciousness. After the terrible day, no, a terrible month he had, some rest was long overdue. A couple of hours later, Sonny came back to his senses. He was laying near the main mast of the ship, under the branches of the young tree, a soft pillow under his head and a warm blanket covering his body. He still felt terrible, but mostly due to the soul damage Mordred had dealt him. The physical wounds were not bothering him too much anymore. It seemed that while Sonny was out of it, the healer of the firekeepers, Shim, had treated him. "I am actually alive. What a miracle." He grimaced and sat up, then stared into the darkness for a bit. The ancient vessel was swiftly flying through the abyss, descending into its depths. Due to that, his body felt nice and weightless. Sonny dismissed the outer layer of the undying chain and studied his chest, where the terrible wound had already closed, be it just barely. Now that he was conscious, he would be able to stitch it up, or at least cover the gash with a bandage, as well as properly take care of the countless smaller injuries on his body. Satisfied with his state, Sunny looked around, noticing Cassie sleeping nearby. Her face was calm and peaceful. He remained still for a few moments, coming to terms with the fact that their harrowing adventure seemed to be over. Of course, in the future, he was going to have to deal with its consequences. And even before that, the second nightmare awaited, perhaps much more terrifying. But at least they were free of the damned night temple. What a fiasco! He didn't get to dwell on his frustration for long, however, because a delicious smell suddenly reached his nostrils, and a few moments later, Effie appeared nearby, carrying 2 plates of somewhat that seemed like real, freshly cooked food. Sunny's eyes glistened, and his mouth instantly watered. The huntress grinned and handed him a plate. "Here you go, doofus. Welcome aboard." He flashed her a smile, and then attacked the food like a ravenous beast. Effie sat down on the deck and placed the second plate near Cassie, who stirred awake soon after. A few minutes were spent in silence, disturbed only by the sound of energetic chewing. At some point, Kai landed nearby and joined them, an easygoing smile on his face. Finally, Sunny was done with his meal and pushed the plate away. "Hey, Effie, about that marriage proposal of yours. I might have changed my mind." She scoffed.
"Pfft, you wish." He chuckled, then glanced into the darkness that surrounded them from all sides. "From the fact that we're descending, I get it that we are going toward the Ebony Tower?" Kai nodded. "Yes, we are moving down and toward the tear as fast as we can. You will have to guide us to the rift in the flames once we reach them. Whatever had happened in the Night Temple, we thought that ascending should take priority. Not to mention that facing the fallout as masters might change everything." Sunny remained silent for a bit, then smiled crookedly.
"Good thinking." As soon as he said it, though, his face darkened. Sunny suddenly looked up, and then paled a little. "Get ready. Something is approaching." They hurriedly stood up and summoned their weapons. The firekeepers did the same, staring into the darkness with tense faces. A few moments later, something landed on the deck with a wet thud. Sharp fangs glistened, reflecting the light of the lanterns. It was the head of a giant black wyvern, torn viciously at the neck. Its eyes were glassy and empty, and its tongue hung lifelessly out of the terrifying maw, the red flames that had once burned within it gone. Saint Cormac was dead. The realization sent a shiver through Sunny's body, and a split second later, Skytide was suddenly standing above the head of the slain transcendent, her face cold and expressionless. Tyrus looked battered, her graceful armor torn and bloodied. Her golden hair was disheveled, some strands of it painted red. Her presence, however, was unchanged. It was calm and steady. She looked at the 4 of them and frowned. Then her gaze slid lower and focused on the empty plates. "Do you have more food? Bring it. I am famished." As the saint ate, not at all perturbed by the head of the terrifying wyvern staring at her with dead eyes, the rest of them stood awkwardly and waited for her to satiate her hunger. Sunny observed Skytide with a somber expression, then glanced at what remained of the fearsome transcendent Cormac. His heart was heavy. Damnation. Being the cause of 100 lost and 2 masters dying, one of them by his own hand no less, was already bad enough. Not to mention that the whereabouts of the sole prisoner of the Night Temple, Prince Mordred, were currently unknown. Also as the direct result of Sunny's actions. But causing the demise of a saint was nothing short of an utter disaster. Saints were irreplaceable. In all of humanity, there were just a few dozen. Cormac's death was not going to go unnoticed, or unpunished. Would I even be able to return to the real world? Skytide finally finished her meal, then drank some water and glanced at Cassie and him. What exactly happened in the Night Temple? The 2 of them looked at each other. After a few moments, Sunny spoke, his voice somber. "Everything went wrong from the very start. As soon as we arrived, one of the masters discovered a piece of mirror in my belongings. That shard, I picked it up on Reckoning Island. There was apparently a person imprisoned in the citadel, and he escaped his bindings with the help of the mirror I delivered. Somehow. He paused and studied the saint's face, trying to ascertain if she had known what would happen. Tyrus certainly knew of the mirror beast. However, she could not have known that Sunny used to carry the mirror shard the creature had left behind. His attempt to read anything on her face failed, so he was left without an answer. With a sigh, Sunny continued. The masters destroyed the gateway and sealed the temple. After that, the escaped prisoner slaughtered the lost and took possession of a master's body. He even stole the knife from the shattered altar. In the end, it was just the three of us left alive, and he would have probably killed us too. But Saint Cormac arrived just in time. You know the rest. Saint Tyrus stared at him for a few moments, then shook her head. So the prince still lives. How could this be? She frowned and looked straight at him. Where is he now? Sunny shrugged. That we don't know. Saint Cormac must have destroyed his body. But as to where his soul went, your guess is as good as mine. He is probably hiding in one of the mirror shards, falling into the sky below with the rest of the Night Temple as we speak. Skytide remained silent for a while, then sighed. I see. You did well to survive. Don't worry about the rest. There are no witnesses left, and even the citadel itself is gone. I will deal with the fallout as well as I can. However, it will be good for the two of you to disappear for a while. Proceed to the Seed of Nightmare as you have planned, and challenge it. By the time you return, if you do, the worst part will be over. The situation will be different too. She rose and glanced into the darkness of the sky below, a somber expression on her face. Now that the Hollow Mountain's anchor is no more, the chained isles will shift and change position. That will cause a mass migration of the nightmare creatures, both those from the surface and those from the dark side. Even some of the corrupted abominations might move to new hunting grounds. I will have my hands full for the foreseeable future, so we won't see each other again for a long time. Good luck to you. Sunny stared at the beautiful saint, then at the head of the wyvern. He cleared his throat. I am sorry, Lady Skytide, but won't you be in trouble? Killing a saint is not something that can be simply forgiven, no matter your status, right? Tyrus lingered, then shook her head. I will be punished, sure, but not too severely. Do you understand why? Sunny glanced at his friends, who had the same confused expressions. Not really, she sighed. We're 12 saints who swore loyalty to the great clan Valor, one less than those who are sworn to the great clan Song. Now there are 11, while Song still has 13. With Song Seishan back from the Forgotten Shore, that number will soon increase even further, while Lady Morgan is still too young and lacks the experience to challenge the third nightmare. The balance of power will be broken. Sunny listened to her words attentively. So the great clans are at odds with each other. Two strongest are, at least. Makes sense. Skytide frowned, remained silent for a few moments, and then said, With the gap widening so drastically, Valor can't allow to lose me, or any more of their saints. So, I will be fine, more or less. That is also the reason why you will be too. He raised an eyebrow. Us? What do we have to do with any of this? Tyrus smiled slightly, looking at him, Cassie, Effie, and Kai. Right now, the four of you are just people who have raw potential. You are valuable, but not irreplaceable. However, should you survive the second nightmare and ascend, you will prove that you have the courage, skill, and determination to realize that potential. You will prove that you can be saints, and thus become precious. When you return, the great clans will not only be unwilling to eliminate you, they'll be fighting for the right to have you. Sunny scowled, connecting that statement with what Master Jet had told him before. His eyes grew bleak. What if we don't want to be had? Skytide looked at him for a while, then turned away. Her voice sounded even. "Then you are out of luck." With that, she jumped up. A gust of cold wind suddenly enveloped the deck of the flying ship, and a moment later, a massive shadow separated from it and shot upward, soon disappearing into the distance. Sunny, Cassie, Effie, Kai, and the firekeepers we left standing in the darkness alone. After some time, the huntress shifted and sighed heavily. She ate all my food. What a disaster. What a tragedy. The flying ship soared through the darkness, descending deeper and deeper into the empty void. After St. Tyrus had left, nothing much happened for a long time. They were surrounded by nothing, and nothing bothered them. This was the oppressive nothingness that Sunny was familiar with all too well. However, now, things were different. The first time he had fallen into the sky below, he was alone and desperate, without any way to escape and no certainty of what awaited him below. This time he was surrounded by people, knew where he was going, and that they would be able to turn back at any point if need be. Not to mention that Sunny had a whole ship to explore, as opposed to plummeting down atop the corpse of a dead devil. The ancient vessel was not giant, but large enough to make their journey rather comfortable. There was an upper deck, the main cargo hold, the lower deck stretching from the bow to the middle point of the ship, the auxiliary cargo holds beneath it, and various compartments near the stern, including living quarters for the crew. 2 separate mess decks, a spacious captain's cabin, several smaller cabins that seemed as though they were meant for either guests or officers, a large war room, and a few service compartments. Currently, there were less than 30 people on board, so there was more than enough space for everyone. In fact, the vessel seemed rather empty and rough around the edges. The members of Cassie's cohort and other firekeepers that joined them to assist in the repairs had done a splendid job of restoring the flying ship's overall integrity, but had had no time to work on its interior. A few essential facilities had been haphazardly outfitted with everything necessary to barely function, but most of the compartments still required a lot of work. There was no furniture of any kind except for some crude tables, chairs, and flimsy hammocks, and most of the vessel looked empty and bare bones. It was a far cry from how luxurious it must have been furnished, outfitted, and decorated once in the ancient past. However, after the hellish month Sunny had spent in the Night Temple, this environment seemed almost like paradise. He had a whole cabin to himself, and the cargo hold was stocked with enough food and water to last them for a few months. The galley was also fully operational, so at least their meals were taken care of. More than that, the flying ship did not wobble constantly up and down like a seafaring one would, and instead swayed gently from time to time, which was sort of calming and even a bit cozy. It was a strange vessel that moved partially due to sorcery, the sapling of a sacred tree growing around its mast serving as the source of it, and partially due to the wind. The firekeepers seemed more or less capable of operating the sails, be it somewhat tentatively, and used either their aspects or memories akin to Cassie's wooden staff to produce gales that pushed the ship in the right direction. As the result, their descent into the abyss was swift, smooth, and almost relaxing. Sunny spent around a week slowly recuperating from his wounds, restoring his strength, and resting. He slept a lot and ate as much as he could, knowing that the second nightmare was going to test the limits of his endurance. He had to enter it in as good of a shape as he could. He also used that time to think about what had transpired in the Night Temple, analyze everything he had learned about Mordred, and go over each of his thoughts and decisions, trying to learn from his mistakes. The memory of being fooled and manipulated by the Prince of Nothing still haunted him. There was also a lot of new information Sunny had received in that month. Information about the Awakened of higher ranks, Anvil of Valor, the great clans, the tension between them, and even about his own aspect. The silent shadows that dwelled in his soul sea were not there just for decoration after all. He had always suspected that there was a purpose to them, but never had any proof. Well, now, There was proof. Sunny just had no idea what it all meant and what he was supposed to do with them. No matter what he tried after the battle with Mordred, the shadows refused to react. They just stood in their usual spots, silent and lifeless just like before, as if pretending that nothing had happened. It was almost like he had imagined the whole thing. In the end, Sunny had to accept the fact that the mystery of the shadows was going to remain unsolved, for now. He had learned that his soul had a fearsome defense system against those who would try to possess it. That was something, at least. After the first week, when his injuries healed enough, Sunny started training, slowly conditioning his body for the deadly trial ahead. This was somewhat of a useless process, really, since he would be inhabiting a different vessel entirely inside the nightmare. But training the body helped him put his mind in order as well. For that reason, Sunny practiced with the same ferocious determination as back in the Dark City. Kai, Effie, and Cassie joined him too, working on improving their own condition, as well as learning how to work together as a single unit again. It had been a long time since the four of them fought side by side. All of them had grown since then, both in terms of power and experience. They were awakened now, possessed new abilities, and had improved in their understanding of combat, technique, and skill. They needed to find new and better ways of enhancing each other's strengths and shielding each other's weaknesses, as well as cooperating seamlessly to achieve a common goal. Without the guiding hand of Changing Star, it was much harder than they had remembered. None of them was really a natural leader, let alone one as talented and gifted in the art of battle as Nephis had been, back on the Forgotten Shore. Only now, faced with her absence, did Sunny understand how hard it actually was to build a powerful, cohesive, and effective cohort. Still, they did their best. A few days before they reached the rift in the divine flames, with the air outside of the flying ship already growing sizzling hot, Sunny woke up and stared into the darkness for a bit, then sighed and went to the galley to find something to eat. The food was tasty but not very luxurious, and once again, he failed to meet this day by drinking a cup of coffee with a lot of sugar, and maybe even real milk. As he had wished to do once, a long time ago, in the cafeteria of the Awakened Academy before venturing into the dream realm for the first time. Today was the day of the winter solstice. Sunny had turned 19. Last time he celebrated his birthday in a blood-soaked castle standing in the middle of a cursed city. This time he was going to celebrate it aboard an ancient ship that flew through a lightless abyss, descending toward an ocean of flames. It is somewhat of an improvement, I guess. Sunny was not going to do anything special on that day, more so because the whole crew was in a bit of a melancholic mood. This was all of theirs. First winter solstice after escaping the Forgotten Shore, so the firekeepers huddled together, remembering their fallen friends and wishing the young sleepers who were going to enter the dream realm come night well. However, Effie and Kai had other plans. It seemed that Cassie had told him that this was his birthday, so the huntress cooked up something special, and the four of them had a comparatively lavish dinner on the smaller mess deck, sharing the tales of what had happened to them in the past year and laughing about this and that. Laughter was much better than sorrow, especially considering that none of them knew when they would have an opportunity to laugh again. On the next day, the dark void around them was already hot enough to make moving on the upper deck hard. All of them dismissed most of their armor and worked the sails, their bodies glistening with sweat. Everyone worked together to keep the ship afloat and moving in the right direction, divided into two shifts. One would control the vessel, while the other retreated inside to cool off and drink water. Luckily, with the hot air blowing from below, they didn't need all of the sails to achieve their goal, which made things easier. It had taken Sunny almost a month to reach the divine flames before, but the flying ship made the journey faster. Using several aspect abilities and ingenious tools, they were also able to navigate the abyss with a sufficient level of precision, quickly reaching the tear and continuing to descend in a wide spiral. The memory of the golden string of fate was still burned into his mind, so, by knowing where the twisted rock had been located in relation to their position, Sunny was able to guide the ship toward the rift in the ocean of divine flames. By the evening it was already visible, looking like a tiny black hole in the incinerating tapestry of furious light. However, the rift wasn't really that small. It just appeared so because of the distance. Sunny had almost missed it the first time, flying through the very edge of the rift and being burned by the divine flames. This time around, they were going to keep to the very middle of it, separated from the immolating orbs of white fire by many kilometers of empty space. Hopefully that would be enough to keep them from dying of heat. The sails were hoisted, and the ship continued to plummet toward the flames, supported only by the sorcerous power of the sacred tree and the ancient enchantments permeating the hull. Sunny was left alone at the helm, the rest of the crew seeking shelter in the main cargo hold, where the air was coolest. He had summoned the undying chain and the memory of fire, augmenting the protective charm with all three of his shadows. As the flying vessel came closer and closer to the rift, the leaves of the young tree rustles above him, and ghostly runes suddenly appeared on the surface of the ancient ship. Slowly, the heat retreated a little. Standing on the upper deck was still hard and uncomfortable, but at least tolerable, especially with the help of his charm. Sunny carefully guided the vessel into the rift, keeping to the very center of it, as far away from the walls of divine fire as he could. It was as though he was guiding the ship through a vertical tunnel that twisted slowly, moving left and right, forward and back. Luckily, descending didn't require a lot of skill from the helmsman. Sunny was barely acquainted with how to steer a boat, let alone a flying one the size of a frigate, so he wouldn't have been able to do much if things went wrong. But they did not. Sometime later, the ancient vessel left the rift and submerged into the darkness once again, the skies above burning like a sea of flame. He sent the ship flying toward the island that loomed in the void, not too far away, and let out a relieved sigh. They had made it. They moored the ship to one of the horizontal stone masts protruding from the island and disembarked. Walking across the obsidian pillar, everyone reached the solid ground and stopped, staring at the somber landscape in front of them in stunned silence. The ebony island was just as the last time Sunny had visited it. It was cut out of dark stone and floated in the endless emptiness, surrounded by drifting slabs of shattered obsidian. A tall and magnificent pagoda stood in its center, built of a flawlessly black, lusterless material that seemed to devour any light that touched it. Here and there on the desolate surface of the island, remains of mysterious structures stood, long turned to ruins. Several obsidian pillars protruded horizontally from its edges, stretching into the empty void like strange wharves. The flying ship floated near one of them, fastened to it by strong chains. Effie stared at the ebony tower, then turned to Sunny, her face uncharacteristically pale. "I can't believe you made it all the way here alone. How did you even survive?" Sunny hesitated, then shrugged. "Barely, and with a bit of luck." With that, he sighed and headed toward the dark tower. Near its doors, it was time for the four of them to say goodbye to the firekeepers. Cassie's cohort and the rest were not going to follow them into the nightmare. Some would maybe challenge their own in the future, when they felt ready. But 1 year was really not enough to prepare most of Awakened for this harrowing trial. Instead, the firekeepers were going to remain on the Obsidian Island. Some were going to establish a temporary base there, while others would guide the flying ship back to the sanctuary of Noctis, and then return with more supplies and enough materials to continue working on the vessel itself. In that manner, they would travel between the sky below and the chained isles, awaiting the return of the challengers for as long as needed. The farewell was a bit emotional, at least on the part of the members of Cassie's cohort. She entrusted the command of it to Shim, the healer, and turned away, the silver half-mask obscuring her expression. No one knew if they were going to see each other again. For the survivors of the Forgotten Shore, parting with those who they cared about was nothing new. However, it never became easy. Sunny opened the gates of the Ebony Tower and guided the others into its dark halls, ascending one level after another. Effie and Kai were looking around, curiosity mixing with fear on their faces. Cassie paled terribly on the second level, where the harrowing rot had once grown from the severed arm of a deity, but did not say anything. The Hall of Runes affected her even worse. Kai and Effie were guided through it by Sunny, their eyes tightly shut, but the blind girl could not do the same. Her keen intuition and enhanced senses sometimes were akin to a curse. However, for that very same reason, her mental resilience was also unmatched. She gritted her teeth and persevered. Finally, they reached the last level and drowned the stone arch of the portal with divine flame, taking turns feeding their soul essence to the cruel sight. With their combined efforts, activating it did not take as long as when Sunny had tried to do it alone. Soon, they were standing inside a graceful white gazebo, the portal disappearing behind them. In front of them, though, was the tranquil haven of the Ivory Island. Slates of shattered marble floated around it. There was a beautiful meadow near the gazebo, and a peaceful grove of trees, their branches rustling under the gentle wind. Some distance away, connected to the gazebo by a stone path, stood the magnificent pagoda, built out of pristine white material that was neither stone nor wood. It was beautiful, graceful, and slightly surreal, as if too sublime to exist in the mortal realm. And around it, the bones of a dead dragon lay, reflecting the radiant light of the sun. They walked past the clear lake and through the jaws of the great beast, finally entering the solemn darkness of the ancient Hall of Chains, where hope had once been bound. Once inside, the four of them froze, suddenly overwhelmed by fatigue. 7 chains lay on the pristine white floor in front of them, each ending in a broken shackle. The shackles were marred and torn, their mangled surface inscribed with a myriad of runes. A strange shimmering rose from their surface in ethereal wisps, coalescing into a chaotic, ever-changing mass of pure darkness that pulsated in the very center of the great hall. But it wasn't darkness. Not really. Instead, it was a rift in the fabric of reality, one that could devour even light itself. Hypnotized by the visage of the seed, Sunny felt it, deep in his soul, the magnetic, insidious call of the nightmare. This time, finally, he was going to answer it. Sunny sighed, and then looked at his companions. They had already said everything that needed to be said, discussed everything that could be discussed. There was no reason to linger. "Are you ready?" Effie, Kai, and Cassie remained silent for a while, staring at the pulsating darkness. Their faces were pale and vulnerable, devoid of the usual masks of confidence. Finally, the blind girl whispered, "What are we waiting for? It is just the second nightmare." Sunny smiled, then suddenly laughed. "Indeed." With that, he gripped her shoulder for a moment, and then stepped forward, heading toward the pulsating rift in reality. With each step, the world seemed to dim a little, turning darker and darker. Effie, Kai, and Cassie followed. A few moments later, they were gone. The Hall of Chains was gone too. Sunny found himself standing alone in complete darkness, surrounded by utter nothingness. In this nothingness, he heard the voice of the spell. "Awakened, prepare for your second trial." He smiled darkly. "Just like the first one. Well, let's see where I land this time. I doubt that it can be any worse than before." The voice of the spell thundered again, making him shiver. "5 brave ones. Welcome to the nightmare." The darkness moved, turning into something else, something different. Sunny, however, was not paying attention. "Wait, 5? Did it say 5? Who's the 5th one? What?" He didn't get to finish that thought, though. His vision cleared, revealing. End of Volume 3, Chained Isles. Sunny dreamt of boundless blue skies. Beneath them, a patchwork of islands floated in the air, laid on the backdrop of velvety darkness like a beautiful mosaic. Some islands were verdant and green, some were desolate and empty, and some were covered by ancient ruse, the weathered stones overgrown by moss. All of them were bound by colossal iron chains that rattled loudly as the islands rose and fell, hovering above the abyss, a scattering of pale stars shining somewhere far, far below them. In the center of the mosaic, an ugly wound gaped, a vast tear in space where nothing but emptiness remained. A lone island soared above that tear, 7 torn chains hanging from its slopes, a beautiful white pagoda standing on its surface in a mantle of clouds. Suddenly the sun rolled backward, soon disappearing behind the eastern horizon. The skies darkened, and then were illuminated again as a radiant moon streaked across them, swift enough to turn into a blurry trail of light. A moment later, it was day again, and then it was night once more. The skies grew torn between light and darkness, time flowing in reverse with terrible speed. Sunny watched as the islands beneath him slowly changed their shapes, as ruins rose from the ground and assembled into unwavering structures, as the stars burning in the abyss grew brighter and brighter. New ones igniting each moment, until the whole void was suffused with a furious white light. One after another, fallen islands rose from that annihilating light, the chains that had tethered them to the rest of the mosaic repairing themselves. Soon, the tear in its center was no more, and instead, a vast ashen wasteland of scorched isles appeared in its place. The ivory tower descended from high above, taking its place at the very heart of the wasteland. An instant later, the ashes were no more, revealing a breathtaking aerial city that sprawled across dozens of islands, all of them connected to each other by arching bridges and overflowing aqueducts built out of pristine white stone, with vibrant flags fluttering in the wind and sparkling waterfalls flowing into the abyss below. Slowly, Sunny's gaze was pulled west, toward the very edge of the chained isles. There, one of the great chains anchored them to the lands beyond, and a mighty fortress stood at the precipice, similar to the other border strongholds he had seen before. The island next to it resembled a vast stone bowl, with rows of seats cut into its weathered white slopes, and a circular arena laying at its bottom, painted dull red. And even further than that was an island with a strange river that flowed endlessly through it, forming a circle around an ancient statue of a beautiful woman wielding a spear in one hand and gripping a beating human heart in the other, her nakedness covered only by a beast hide tied around her thighs, her face lost in the shadows. That was the island where Sunny found himself. And of course, he was thrown straight into the damn river. God damn it! Why does this keep happening to me? Sunny was so angry that he didn't even feel any panic, unlike the previous 2 times the spell had decided to give him a cold and wet welcome. First on the forgotten shore, then at the sanctuary of Noctis. This time, at least, he had an idea of where he was, and in which direction to swim if he wanted to reach the surface. Sunny strained his muscles to struggle against the strong current, and finally realized that something was terribly, terribly wrong. His body refused to listen. Or rather, it did, but in a way that made no sense at all. His limbs didn't move as he willed them to, and instead of swimming, he simply thrashed around, submerging deeper and deeper into the cold, dark water. His senses were all messed up too, so he couldn't even understand what had gone wrong.
Whoa! What the hell?
Now, Sunny finally was starting to panic a little. This went way beyond what he had experienced in the first nightmare. Back then, the body given to him by the spell had felt almost the same as his own. This time, however, it was way too unfamiliar. Was this what Master Jet had warned him about? Sunny tried to keep calm and swim ashore, but moving through water, especially with such a strong current, was not an easy task. It required a lot of coordination and a fair bit of balance, which he simply lacked right now. No matter what he tried to do, his efforts only made things worse. He fell deeper and deeper into the river, drowning slowly. His lungs were already starting to burn from the lack of oxygen. They also felt as weird as the rest of him. His vision was already darkening. Sunny gritted his teeth, which suddenly sent a wave of pain through his mouth and jaw, and then stopped struggling, letting the current pull him down. Then he concentrated on his shadow sense, and as soon as his body struck the rocky bottom of the river, stepped through the shadows to appear near the stone statue, Sunny fell into the grass. Coughing violently, he tried to suck in a breath of fresh air, only to find out that even that was a struggle. His lungs were refusing to work as they were supposed to, and even though he managed to inhale, it was still not enough to chase the sensation of suffocating away. "What is going on? Damn it!" Sunny sprawled on the ground and closed his eyes, cutting off all of his senses to concentrate on trying to take control of the mess of his new body. Don't think. Thinking will only make things worse. This thing has to have instincts. You now have them too. He cleared his mind of any thoughts about breathing and oxygen, and soon his instincts did indeed take over. It was like the story of a centipede that was asked how it walked and fell down, unable to move. As soon as Sunny stopped thinking about inhaling, his body did so on its own. Suddenly his lungs were full of sweet air, and he was strong and vigorous once more. Oh, thank gods! Sunny did not move for a few moments, breathing deeply, and then tried to understand what type of a vessel exactly had the spell chosen for him. Before he could, however, a beautiful voice suddenly sounded above him, full of curiosity and amusement. "What a strange thing you are." Sunny opened his eyes and struggled to rise to his feet, turning his head swiftly in the direction of the speaker. When he did, he froze. In front of him, kneeling near the statue, was perhaps the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. She had soft skin and a delicate, exquisite face, her chestnut hair streaming down her shoulders like lustrous silk. Her eyes were suffused with light and shone gently, like two silver stars. Sunny had seen a lot of stunning beauties in his lifetime, but no one could even remotely compare to the quiet, breathtaking grace of this stranger. Just one look at her made his heart race and his face flush. She was more like a fairy than a mere mortal, and maybe she was. The beautiful woman was wearing a simple red tunic that left her shoulders bare and wielded no weapons. Despite that, her presence was vast and permeated the whole island. It was as though the blades of grass bent slightly to be closer to her. The rays of sunshine changed their path to caress her skin. As if she didn't exist in the world, but instead, the world existed around her. And something about her felt strangely familiar. Sunny opened his mouth, stunned, and said, "Greetings?" Or at least he tried to. However, what came out of his mouth instead was a hoarse, bestial growl. "What the?" He tried to speak again, and once more his mouth produced a low, threatening gnarl. The woman frowned. "One of Shadow God's creatures. How curious. I didn't know that there were any of you left here, in the Kingdom of Hope." Sunny stared at her, dumbfounded. Then, he lowered his eyes and finally looked at himself. Oh, crap. Well, at least one of his desires had come true. Sunny wasn't short anymore. In fact, he was at least 2 meters tall. The problem, however, was that he wasn't a human. His skin was light gray, the color of stone. His legs were long and digitigrade, bending backward and ending with powerful, sharp claws. He had 4 arms, each longer and stronger than that of a human, and a long, twisting tail. His face was like that of a demon, with sharp features and a mouth full of terrifying fangs. 2 curved horns were growing from his forehead, and his hair was long, black, and coarse. His eyes were fully black, with no irises and 2 vertical, furious pupils. What's worse, Sunny didn't seem to possess the vocal cords of a human. He couldn't speak. Oh, crap. The beautiful woman looked at him and smiled. Her smile was dazzling and breathtaking, but made Sunny feel cold and scared for some reason. "You shouldn't have invaded my lands, little creature. But don't worry. I will gift you a death most glorious. This I promise before the gods." She rose, standing tall in front of the ancient statue. "After all, I, Solvain, am nothing if not merciful." "Slow down there, lady." Sunny tried to take a step back but ended it staggering and almost falling down. Somehow he managed to keep his balance, crouching as his talons dug into the ground. His forearms rose, sharp claws aimed at Solvain. All that talk of glory and death made him very, very tense. "Solvain, wait. Solvain?" A low growl escaped from Sunny's mouth as he realized who was standing in front of him. So this beautiful, graceful woman. She was the ghastly living corpse he had destroyed in the cargo hold of the crashed ship. Or rather, would be. He had traveled into the past of the Chained Isles, after all, or at least an illusory reenactment of it. It made sense that Solvain had not succumbed to her harrowing fate. Yet, Sunny shivered, remembering the silent pleading and boundless torment in the empty eyes of the Wormvine's host. How could those terrible eyes be the same as the radiant ones looking at him right now? Suddenly he was overwhelmed by pity, compassion, and sorrow. And fear. Because if he was right and this was really the same Solvain, then this dazzling stranger who had just promised to gift him a glorious death was a saint. And a saint promising to kill him was not something Sunny had ever wanted to hear. He peered beneath the surface of Solvain's lovely figure and saw a single sphere of light burning brightly in her chest, so radiant as to appear almost blinding. Her soul core. The soul core of a transcendent. His vertical pupils narrowed, a single thought ringing in his mind. Run! Sunny felt that his body was much more powerful than his own, inhumanly so, but without knowing how to properly control it. Outrunning a saint was out of the question, if it had ever been. So, his only hope was shadow step. He already started to fall into the shadows when a beautiful silhouette suddenly appeared near. A graceful hand falling from above to grasp one of his arms into an iron grip. If not for boneweave, his wrist would have shattered like glass. The hold of a saint was as inevitable and inescapable as death. Sunny couldn't escape into the shadows anymore, and summoning any memory would have taken too long to be of any use. All except for one. A ghostly stiletto suddenly appeared in his trapped hand and awkwardly shot upward, leaving a thin scratch on Solvain's perfectly smooth, silky skin. She glanced at the scratch, which was slowly welling with blood, a single crimson drop falling on the verdant grass. Her luminous eyes glistened. Is this fate, then? A sacrifice of blood was made on the altar of war. Little shadow spawn, how special you are. Ah, so be it. With that, she smiled radiantly. In the next moment, her other hand moved forward, and before Sunny could even feel fear, the world exploded with pain, and then turned utterly dark. Shadows. Shadows. Sunny was surrounded by shadows. Some were close to him, and some were far. Some were small, and some were large. Some moved, and some were still. He was one of the shadows, too. No, not one. A swarm of them. A legion of shadows, all hidden in one vast and lightless soul. Silent and tranquil, free of all burdens. Free of all desires, free of reason and will. For now. Ugh, my head hurts. Slowly, Sunny regained his senses. The first thing he felt was pain, and then the steady beating of his hearts. Hearts. Yes, apparently he had two now, as well as 4 lungs. His body was heavy and unfamiliar, too large, too cumbersome, and too strange. Something hard and cold was pressed against it, making him feel a dull pain in his limbs. His head ached, too, as if he had been struck on it hard enough to shatter a weaker skull. Well, he had been. Had he not? The breathtaking beauty, Solvain, hit him. She killed him. Damnation. Why am I still in pain if I am dead? What nonsense is this? Full of outrage, Sonny tried to chase the pain away, but it remained. Why wouldn't it disappear? It wasn't supposed to torment him still. Unless he wasn't dead. And the saint had not in fact killed him with one strike. Sonny hissed and opened his eyes. What he saw made him stare for a few moments, and then laugh. Or rather, he wanted to laugh. But what came out of his mouth instead was a chilling, deeply disturbing, uneven wail. Oh gods, this is just too on the nose, really. Come on. Sonny was so amused because the hard and cold things pressed painfully against his body were the sturdy bars of an iron cage. He was in a cage again, and there was a steel collar wrapped around his neck. Sonny was, once again, turned into a slave. Hey, Spell, is this funny to you? Are you happy with yourself, you wretch? His new cage was way smaller than his previous one in the Night Temple. In fact, it was barely large enough to fit his lanky body with all its limbs, claws, and horns. The cage was hung from the ceiling by a rusty chain, and his every move caused it to sway lightly, the bars digging painfully into his flesh. Sonny growled angrily and looked around, trying to make sense of his previous sensations. What were all the other shadows he had felt close by? Crap. All around him were rows of hanging cages of different sizes, and each of them imprisoned a creature of some sort. There were monstrous wolves, stone gargoyles, giant slithering worms, bulging mounds of flesh with gaping circular maws, and all kinds of abominations, some of which he had seen and fought before, and some that he had never even heard of. There were closed metal boxes that produced the sound of hundreds of small feet rustling against their surface, and cages large enough to fit a chain worm. In fact, there was a chain worm trapped in one not too far away from Sonny. There were even cages that contained humans. Sonny stared at this dungeon of horrors for a bit and shivered. What the hell is this place? Sonny stared at the menagerie of monsters for a bit, getting used to the fact that his eyesight was different now, too. His eyes seemed to be much keener and were naturally able to see in utter darkness, as opposed to being gifted this trait by his aspect, but had trouble differentiating colors. The world was basically black and white, or rather consisted of various shades of gray, similar to how he used to see the world through shadows. His sense of smell was also enhanced, overloading his mind with an avalanche of new information. It was hard to concentrate on any one thing, let alone make sense of all this mess. Who cares? Let's just get out of here. Just like in the Night Temple, the cage limited his shadow sense. However, this one did not sap him of shadow essence, which was a pleasant surprise. Sonny's joy was short-lived, however. As soon as he tried to shadow step away, he realized that he couldn't teleport through the iron bars. What's more, even his shadows couldn't slide through them, as though there was an invisible barrier blocking their way. Sonny gritted his teeth and felt a sharp pain as his fangs sunk into the soft flesh inside his mouth. He tried to curse and produced a furious growl instead. After that, he simply remained motionless for a bit, staring at the other prisoners of the dungeon with gloomy resentment. Curse it all. Finally, he shook his head and awkwardly knelt at the bottom of the cage, grasping the iron bars with all four of his hands. Moving twice the amount he had possessed previously was a bit of a challenge, but he did manage after a couple of attempts. Fine. There are other methods. I'll melt this whole damned cage, if necessary. He stretched one hand through the bars and summoned the cruel sight. And then, nothing happened. The only thing that changed was that his steel collar turned a little colder for a moment. Sonny frowned, his black eyes growing even darker, then tried again. The somber weapon did not appear. There was no tenebrous mist shrouding his hand, and no feeling of a small portion of his shadow essence disappearing to grant the memory a physical shape. Feeling unease, Sonny lingered for a second, and then tried to summon the midnight shard. Once more his collar grew colder for a moment, and nothing happened. What is going on? One after another, Sonny tried to manifest all of his memories to the same result. His memories refused to appear, and not even a single spark of ethereal light ignited in the darkness of the dungeon. It was almost as if they were all gone, stolen, even Weaver's mask. Panicking, he hurriedly summoned the runes, hoping to see that he was wrong, that the list of his memories did not turn empty. No, 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 no. But the familiar shimmering runes did not appear. There was nothing in the air in front of him, just cold and dark emptiness. Wait, what? Sonny called the runes forth again and again, but they were inexplicably gone. His collar was now as cold as ice. Can't be. It was almost as if he was completely cut off from the spell. When the realization hit him, Sonny leaned heavily on the bars of the cage and remained motionless for a while, utterly stunned. What kind of a nightmare was that? How was it even possible to lose connection to the spell? Spell! It was the spell, damn it! The terrifying, almighty spell. Who could snatch an awakened away from it? He wasn't even able to enter his soul sea. The scale and scope of this tectonic change simply failed to fit into his mind. Sonny had spent so long living with the spell that he almost didn't remember what existing without it felt like. It was as though an integral part of his being was suddenly taken away, leaving him hollow and incomplete. I don't understand. He was still trying to cope with this new reality when heavy footsteps suddenly resounded in the ghastly dungeon. Raising his head, Sonny saw a giant of a man walking between the hanging cages, his powerful figure radiating a sense of vast, solemn strength. The man was wearing a worn leather armor and a tattered red robe, its edges frayed and torn. On his back, a barbarous curved blade hung wide and heavy enough to split any abomination in half, and on his belt, heavy chains rattled with each step. The giant's face was hidden beneath a hood, but Sonny didn't need to see it to know that he was looking at an Ascended, and that Ascended was walking straight to his cage. Now is my chance. But, to do what exactly? Sonny was not accustomed to his new monstrous body, and was devoid of the ability to summon memories. He was unarmed and defenseless. He didn't even know if his aspect still worked. What was he supposed to do? Try to fight a master with his bare fists, claws, or whatever? Or wait and see what happens? In the end, the cautious part of his mind won. Sonny silently stared as the man in the red robe approached the cage, glanced at him, and then somehow made the iron bars disappear without a trace. One moment they were there, and the next they were gone, throwing Sonny to the ground. The giant cruelly slammed his massive fist into Sonny's head, and before he had a chance to shrug off the disorientation, a thick chain was already fastened to his collar. Then, Sonny was dragged somewhere, sliding across the dirty floor as the collar dug painfully into his neck. Not too long after that, bright sunlight suddenly blinded him. A sharp pain pierced his black eyes, and a moment later, Sonny was thrown ruthlessly to the ground, landing on it in a graceless heap. Still unable to see, he felt the chain being removed from his collar. Slowly, his eyes adjusted to the light, and even though his vision was not as good as it had been in the darkness, Sonny was able to see that he was sprawled on the stone floor of a circular arena. All around him, rows of seats rose, cut from pristine white stone to form a vast amphitheater. The theater was not crowded, and yet there were a lot of humans seated in it, looking down at him with joy and excitement. They were dressed in simple tunics and other kinds of archaic garments, most of them of some shade of red. The arena itself was not white like the rest of the amphitheater. Instead, it was dull red too. Or rather, it might have been pristine once, but now its stone surface had absorbed too much blood and changed color. Sonny looked up and saw another monster being led off its chain some distance away. A cold shiver ran down his spine. Yes, he was a slave again. But it seemed that, this time, fate had made him a very different kind of slave. Wait, don't tell me. As the crowd of spectators cheered, the other monster roared, spun around, and fixed its bloodthirsty eyes on Sunny. "It's a damned coliseum." There were wooden fences built throughout the arena, partitioning it into many small enclosures, each connected to a next one by a rusty iron gate. Currently, Sunny was at the very edge of the Colosseum, with one of its stone walls behind him. 3 sturdy fences formed the rest of the killing box, sharp spikes mounted on them to prevent the combatants from trying to escape, and that was unmistakably where he found himself. A Colosseum. A theater of death where slaves fought each other for the entertainment of the crowd, unless they wanted to be slaughtered by the other gladiators or their own masters. Granted, this one was rather strange. For one thing, the slaves were predominantly wild beasts and monsters of all kinds, as opposed to captured humans. The crowd was behaving weirdly, too. After his experience in the dreamscape, Sunny expected to see the spectators overwhelmed by bloodthirst and dark, cruel fascination. Instead, these people seemed to be joyful and proud, almost solemn. It was as though they were genuinely happy for the gladiators, even a little bit jealous. The crowd was undulating and shifting, singing one word over and over again. "Glory, glory, glory." Their voices merged into an echoing, thunderous roar. What the hell is wrong with these bastards? Sadly, Sunny didn't have a lot of time to think about the weirdness of the audience. He had bigger problems on his plate. Right in front of him, another creature was let go of the chain, its powerful body covered in dirty brown fur. 4 mighty paws, a long muzzle with terrifying fangs, and 6 eyes burning with madness. It was very similar to the dreadwolves he had thought at the island covered by strange, twisted trees, and it wasn't alone. 2 more beasts appeared from behind the first one, falling low to the ground as guttural growls escaped from their maws. "Damnation!" Sunny shifted his gaze, trying to discern the rank and class of the murderous beasts. They seemed a lot smaller than the fallen monster he had killed before, at least. Simply the size of a bull instead of a full cargo vehicle. His newfound ability to peer into the souls of living things and see their soul cores was going to come in handy. However, what he saw beneath their tough hides left him confused. Instead of spheres of radiant light, the creatures had hideous masses of swirling darkness at the center of their beings, veins of it spreading throughout their souls like cancerous growths. In the depths of that darkness, something unclear seemed to be moving, as if trying to break free. The sight of it was both frightening and repulsive. It reminded him somewhat of the harrowing rot he had witnessed in the ebony Tau, growing from the severed arm of Weaver. So this is what soul cores of the nightmare creatures look like. Sunny had no idea how to judge the rank of such cores, since he only knew to measure the usual ones by their size and luminosity. The growths of darkness in the dread wolves seemed to have 2 swirling nods each, which at least told him that they were mere monsters. Not that it helped him very much. How was he supposed to fight against 3 monsters while barely being able to stand upright in this new, unfamiliar body? Curse it! He was also not at all happy with the fact that this gaunt and powerful body was standing more than 2 meters tall, devoid of any fat, and stark naked, with all his stuff hanging loose for everyone to see. Or bite off. Plus, there were a lot of women in the crowd. Hiding his discomfort, Sunny stared at the wolves, his black eyes full of menacing resentment. His lips parted, revealing sharp fangs that were in no way inferior to that of the monstrous beasts. A low growl escaped from his mouth. "Come on, look how big and scary I am. You wouldn't want to fight a scary demon like me, would you? One would have to be insane to attack such a monstrosity." Sadly, this was exactly what nightmare creatures were. Insane. The wolves lunged forward, madness burning in their bloodshot eyes. Their maws opened, foam glistening on jagged fangs. The crowd roared. "Damn it all!" Sunny commanded the shadows to wrap themselves around his body, which suddenly turned black and lusterless, as though cut from obsidian. Thankfully, at least that part of his aspect still worked. Almost instantly, his might quadrupled, and so did his speed. He dashed through the darkness and appeared from the shadow of one of the wolves, his four hands shooting forward to grab the beast, sharp claws sinking into the soft flesh. Sunny was still struggling to control his body, and for that reason, his movements were much slower and messier than they could have been. But, embraced by the three shadows, he simply used brute power to overcome that disadvantage. Raising the massive monster above his head, he hissed and pulled with all his might. Lean muscles moved like steel cables under his onyx skin, and in the next moment, a river of blood flowed onto his horned head from above as the body of the wolf was mercilessly torn apart. The crowd went wild, their voices growing loud and triumphant, at least of those spectators who were close to his enclosed box. What are you screaming for, idiots?" Sunny was more than a little startled by the violent strength of his new body. It was much more powerful than his human one. However, it was also much taller, and his center of gravity was much further from the ground. For that reason, Sunny miscalculated his posture completely, lost his balance, and toppled over as soon as the dread wolf's body lost its integrity. He crashed onto the bloodied stones, instinctively raising two of his four hands to cover his throat. Almost instantly, one of the remaining two monsters was upon him, its maw opening wide before closing around his neck like a crushing bear trap. Luckily, Sunny's arms were already in the way, so, instead of tearing his throat open, the wolf only managed to bite into them, sharp fangs burrowing through tough skin, piercing flesh and scraping against bone. Overwhelmed by the explosion of terrible pain and the sudden fall, Sunny momentarily forgot how to control his limbs and operate the shadow demon's body. The second wolf jumped on him, tearing his abdomen with long claws. Ugh! Not good. This was not good. He was pinned to the ground, defenseless, seconds away from being disemboweled and having his head torn off, and he couldn't even remember how many hands he had, and what to do with them. Sunny shuddered, then opened his mouth and roared. His bestial scream washed over the wolves, momentarily stunning them. Then, he moved his two upper hands, grasping the first wolf by the jaws, and simultaneously threw his lower arms around the second one. Twisting his body, Sunny threw the monster, digging into his abdomen off and pinned it to the stones, at the same time pushing the maw away from his neck. Growling menacingly, he pulled the jaws of one of the monsters apart, while crushing the other in a devastating embrace. The three of them struggled furiously for a few moments, more and more gashes and lacerations accumulating on Sunny's body. The pain flooded his mind, clearing it of all unnecessary thoughts. All that remained was a cold and murderous will to kill. He strained the muscles of his demonic body to the limit, and finally felt the spine of one of the wolves snap in his embrace, and at the same time, the lower jaw of the other one separate from its skull. A pitiful wail assaulted his ears, and he threw the paralyzed monster away, ripping the other's jaw off entirely. Both wolves fell to the ground while Sunny was finally able to rise. His fists came down like sledgehammers, crushing the skulls of the abominations into paste. The massive bodies of the nightmare creatures shuddered, and then grew still. Sunny was left kneeling, his chest rising and falling heavily. His naked body was covered in deep lacerations and blood, most of it not his own. His eyes were as black as the bottomless abyss of the sky below, and his four hands hung low, claws marred with strands of brown fur, bone dust, and disgusting grayish-red sludge. The crowd cheered loudly, more spectators starting to pay attention to his box with disturbingly joyful and sincerely pleased expressions on their faces. Sunny sucked in the air into his four lungs, his two hearts beating wildly, and slowly rose to his feet. He scowled, painfully aware of the absence of the familiar voice announcing his kills. The spell was silent. Now what? As though to answer his question, a rattling of chains resounded from somewhere up ahead. And then, the rusty iron gate in the front fence of the box rose, opening a path to a new one, this one closer to the center of the arena and permeated with the smell of death even more. Sonny stared at the newly opened path with a bleak expression, then let out a low growl and walked toward it, now acquainted with his towering body a little bit better. Damned Solvane. That witch. I'm going to kill her. Kill her again, I mean. Anyway, she's going to answer for everything before the nightmare is over. This, I promise, before the gods. Radiating a menacing aura of anger and resentment, Sonny passed beneath the rusted gates and entered the second box. As Sonny was walking toward the next enclosure, he had a few seconds to think. The first thing he realized was that, despite the fact that the spell remained silent, he had in fact received the shadow fragments from the 3 dread wolves. The feeling of his cores, and thus body, growing a tiny bit stronger was there, even though it was hard to sense the minuscule change in all the chaos. Strange. This is all so strange. His connection to the spell seemed to be gone, cut by the steel collar on his neck, and yet not all of his powers disappeared. Sonny couldn't access his soul sea and summon memories or runes, but he still possessed the ability to absorb fragments. He was also able to command his shadows to augment his body, as well as use Shadow Step, even though its range seemed to be limited by the walls of the arena. What did it all mean? Well, from the look of it, while the spell was gone, his aspect remained. There was a lot of meaning hidden in this simple fact, but Sonny had no time to unpack it. What else was his aspect capable of? Walking under the rusty gate, Sonny hesitated for a split second, and then summoned the Soul Serpent. A moment later, almost unnoticeable on his obsidian skin, an intricate tattoo of a coiling serpent appeared, wrapped around his arms and torso. When Sonny sent shadow essence coursing through it, the coils shone with dark radiance, revealing themselves for everyone to see. His lips moved, revealing powerful fangs in a frightening grin. So you are here as well, buddy. What did it mean? It meant that Sonny didn't have to fight unarmed anymore. It also meant that Saint was with him as well. He might not have been the most deadly of creatures at the moment, still unaccustomed to this new lumbering body. But the two of them. Together, Sonny and Saint were a duo most fearsome. Full of new confidence, he entered the second killing box, sending his shadow sense forward to encompass it. What he saw there made him squint a little. There was already a battle going on in the enclosure, a pair of humans desperately trying to fight off a swarm of small, swift, lizard-like creatures. Both of them wore white tunics, the younger one unarmed, while the older one had a simple sword in his hands and a leather cuirass protecting his torso. There were several human corpses laying on the ground, terribly disfigured by the sharp claws and triangular fangs of the abominations, with their once white clothes soaked in blood. Sonny shifted his gaze and saw the vile darkness spreading through the souls of the lizard-like gremlins. From the look of it, they were all awakened. The same as the wolves he had fought. Sonny measured the strength of the monsters during the battle and judged their rank to be the same as his. The younger man was unawakened as well, with a single radiant soul core, while the older one had none at all. He was a mundane human. As Sonny watched, the older warrior was finally overwhelmed and fell to the ground, the gremlins easily tearing through his cuirass and sinking their claws and teeth into the soft flesh beneath. The young man screamed and dashed to help him, but it was already too late. Even though the awakened youth managed to kill several beasts with his fists and push the others away, his partner was already mortally wounded. He shuddered, a river of blood flowing from a ghastly gash in his neck, and weakly pushed the hilt of the sword into the younger man's hands. The crowd went wild, happily chanting the same damned word. Glory, glory, glory. The last surviving human raised his head, pain and sorrow mixing with hatred in his light blue eyes. He didn't get to dwell on his loss for long, though, because the remaining gremlins were already rushing to tear him apart. Some, however, found a new target. Sonny grunted and tried to control his body as precisely as possible. He didn't command the Soul Serpent to assume the form of a weapon or summon Saint yet, preferring to keep his cards hidden for now. The lizard-like abominations did not seem too dangerous anyway, at least not with their remaining numbers and their attention split between two targets. Curses! The four-armed demon's gaunt body was too tall, heavy, and unwieldy. Every motion required more effort and was slower than he was used to, even though there was inhuman strength in the shadow creature's steel muscles, which was supposed to translate into explosive speed. Dragging so much mass around was still different from operating a small and slim human body he had possessed before. Who would have thought that I would miss being short one day? 4 gremlins jumped at Sunny at the same time, more of them lagging a second behind. Their narrow eyes shone with rabid bloodlust, and their jagged claws were aimed at his flesh, lusting to rip it apart. Wrapped in shadows, with the coils of the soul serpent shining darkly on his skin, Sunny took a step forward and caught all 4 creatures from the air, then slammed their skulls against each other, crushing them. Even though he was having trouble controlling his new body, how could these beasts ever hope to survive a battle against a demon? And a very special one at that. Sunny bared his teeth and lunged forward, a low growl escaping from his mouth. His forearms moved, crushing flesh and bone. Several beasts managed to slip past his assault and sink their claws into his thighs, one even trying to bite off a big chunk of flesh. Sunny hissed from pain and crouched, using his claws to rip 4 more gremlins apart. There was no free hand to finish off the last one, so he simply bit off its arm with his sharp fangs, feeling the bone crunch and the disgusting taste of corrupted blood on his tongue. I'm going to vomit. Sunny spit a mouthful of fetid, dark blood and silenced the shrieking creature with a bone-shattering backhand slap. Suddenly the box became deathly silent. He groaned, overwhelmed by pain for a moment. The damned abominations had died rather easily, but not before doing a lot of damage. He might have overestimated his newfound prowess, or underestimated the gremlins due to their small stature and frail frames. The irony. Sunny gritted his teeth, this time careful not to pierce his own lips by doing so, then wiped his face and straightened. Finally, he glanced in the direction of the remaining group of abominations. To his surprise, they were already dead. The young awakened had slaughtered them with the sword somehow, and was now standing there motionlessly, frozen stiff by fear. The youth was staring at him with a pale face, eyes wide with terror. Then, he took an unsteady step back and whispered, "Oh gods, Lord, protect me against the hideous demons of the night." Sunny looked down at him from his immense height, his cobalt-black body covered in terrible wounds and blood, more streaming from between his sharp fangs. He suppressed the desire to roll his eyes. Hideous? Rude. Sunny glanced down at the young man, then slowly moved toward him. The awakened shuddered and took another involuntary step back, then gritted his teeth and lowered his stance, raising the sword into a proper defense position. Lord, shine thine light upon me. Let my soul burn unextinguished, as the sun can never be extinguished. I've seen suns fade away and disappear before. Never say never, fool. Sunny listened to the strange prayer and allowed one of his shadows to slide off his menacing body, flowing to the ground like a dark veil. After that, he hissed from pain and stopped near a mangled human corpse. He stared at the trembling youth for a few moments, and then bent down, stretching his hands toward the body. The young man flinched and fell silent, then shouted, "Get your vile hands away from him, demon!" Sunny ignored the awakened and used his claws to rip the white tunic off the corpse. Then he straightened and glanced at it with displeasure, his black eyes narrowing. This one was not too dirtied by blood, but, sadly, its previous owner was of a normal size for a human. As such, the tunic was way too small for Sunny's new towering body. He snarled, and then tried to tie the tunic around his waist like a makeshift loincloth. There was a big problem, though. His tail. Sunny froze, somewhat confused about what to do. Then he awkwardly tore a hole in the tunic and made another attempt, this one, thankfully, successful. With his nakedness finally covered, he instantly felt better and turned his attention back to the trembling youth. The young man was staring at him with wide eyes, periodically glancing at the unceremoniously disrobed corpse at his feet. Finally, he opened his mouth. You barbarous beast! Have you no shame?" Sonny grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs and 4 long, terrifying canines. In the next moment, though, his smile dimmed, because there was suddenly a familiar pressure rising in his mind. So his flaw remained as well. Damn it. He hesitated, then slowly shook his head. Instantly, the pressure disappeared. Figures. I can't escape the damned curse even if when I'm mute. How is this even fair? The awakened blinked. No, of course not. Why would a demon know shame? Wait. You can understand me. With the spell gone, its magical ability to translate any language in the nightmare was gone too. However, Sonny found himself able to discern what the young man was saying, as well as the only word the spectators seemed to know, even if it demanded some effort. The language they spoke was not exactly the same as the ones he had learned before, first in the academy and later during his travels in the dream realm, but similar enough to make out some of the words. He was able to deduce the rest. Sonny stared at the youth from above, then nodded darkly. The young man blinked. Wait, you are not one of the corrupted then? What kind of a creature are you? Sonny scowled. The word meant something that was tainted, infected, changed, and perverted, a being cursed with some form of corruption. But what exactly was the awakened asking? Was he referring to the nightmare creatures, perhaps? He hesitated, then shook his head again, and pointed to the coils of the soul serpent glistening on his skin. The youth frowned, confused. A snake? A serpent? Can that demon be Shadow's kin? No wonder the warriors hunted him down then. Their god and Shadow are old enemies. Is he talking to me? Or to himself? Sonny lingered for a moment, then took a step forward. The awakened flinched, torn away from his pondering, and raised his sword higher. Stay away, demon, or I will. He felt silent when the gaunt, towering monstrosity walked past him with absolute indifference. Sonny wasn't going to fight the youth, unless the fool chose to attack first, of course. Made into a gladiator or not, he was not going to play the part of an obedient slave. He had no qualms with killing humans, but not to satisfy anyone's thirst for entertainment, especially not of anyone wishing to be his owner. They would have to come down in person if they wanted to force him. He studied the dead humans. Men, women, young and old. The only thing in common they had was the color of their white garments. Some had been unarmed, and some had wielded weapons. The weapons were what he was really interested in. There was a couple laying on the red stones, none of them bearing any enchantments. He picked up a battle axe, glanced at it, and then threw it back to the ground. What was the point of having a mundane weapon? His claws were sharper and far more devastating. Luckily, the young man seemed to have decided against using the sword against him, too. He just stood there, staring at the corpses, a dark and inconsolable expression on his face. The steward of the arena, whoever that was, did not seem to want them to kill each other, as well. With a sound of scraping metal, another rusty gate rose, opening the path to the third box, this one even closer to the center of the Colosseum. Sonny and the young awakened glanced at each other warily, and then walked toward the gate together. Sonny's next cage was larger and more comfortable. Well, he at least could stand up straight in it. Not that he was in any mood to do so. In the end, he had been forced to fight his way through 7 killing boxes, the last circular one at the very heart of the Colosseum. In each box, a new nightmare creature, or a group of them, awaited. Those abominations who had prevailed in their own battles at the outer circles of the arena. In this way, only the strongest and the most ferocious of the enslaved creatures had a chance to reach the center. The further they went, the louder the cheers of the spectators became, and on the final stage, their salvation awaited. Kill the final enemy and get the chance to live another day, only to be forced to go through this meat grinder again. Undoubtedly, collecting more wounds, more kills, more glory. Sonny had received a lot of injuries. As for the glory, he wasn't so sure. Currently, he was sprawled on the bottom of a hanging cage, his body a map of gashes, lacerations, and bruises. Everything hurt, but at least he wasn't bleeding. That was the benefit of losing his chance to receive Shadow God's lineage. He was slowly healing. In the cage next to him, the awakened with light blue eyes sat, an empty and hollow expression on his smooth, youthful face. The young man had somehow managed to survive as well, but grew quiet and despondent after they were brought back to the dungeon. Sonny didn't blame him. He was a bit desperate, too. Yes, they had survived today, but just barely. And who knew how many such days there were going to be in the future? Somehow, he had a disturbing feeling that once someone had entered the arena, they never left it alive. Sonny closed his eyes, exhausted. So what if his fate was to die as a slave in this cursed Colosseum? Fate was not something immutable. It was just very, very hard to change. Was he or was he not the heir to the demon of fate? If anyone could do it, it was him. Chapter 607. Caged in the darkness, Sonny had a lot of time to think. All around him, a horde of nightmare creatures waited for their turn to be slaughtered in the blood-soaked arena, a few unfortunate human slaves among them. Here in the nightmarish dungeon, both abominations and people were the same, equal in the face of inevitable death. His thoughts returned to the very start of the trial, to the announcement the spell made. 5 brave ones. Someone else had entered the nightmare with them, and Sonny had a good idea who. Mordred, the Prince of Nothing, still lived against all odds, and had found a way to reach his goal. Perhaps his reflection had hidden in the eyes of St. Cormac, and then slid unnoticed into either Effie's or Kai's. Was one of his friends dead? No, that didn't make sense. If Mordred had devoured one of the souls aboard the ancient flying ship, then someone would have noticed. The firekeepers were a close group, and knew each other too well to miss a sudden change in the demeanor of one of them. As for Effie and Kai, if they had fallen victim to Mordred's terrifying ability, then there would have been only 4 souls entering the nightmare. But who was to say that the Prince of Nothing had to invade a soul once his reflection jumped into the person's eyes? Maybe he could just hide in the reflections, biding his time and waiting for an opportunity to find a better vessel. And speaking of vessels, Sonny studied his monstrous body, his black eyes full of a somber apprehension. Why had he been sent into a body of a demon? The spell was supposed to find suitable vessels for the challengers. Had he been made into a hideous abomination because of his 3 shadow cores? After all, it was hard to find a human with a soul worthy of a divine aspect. If so, was Mordred in the body of a terror right now? Hidden in the darkness, Sonny shivered. Yes, this was most likely the case. This fact had the potential to either reveal itself to be a blessing or a curse. In theory, all 5 of them had the same goal: to resolve the conflict of the nightmare and ascend. So, having a terror fight on their side would be a boon, no matter how much resentment Sonny had for the bastard. He also suspected that Mordred wielded the ivory knife, increasing their chances of success even further. But Sonny also remembered what Master Jet had told them. Not all of the awakened trying to conquer the trial of the spell had to pursue the same goal. Sometimes their solutions and ideals clashed, making them enemies. The idea of having Mordred as an enemy in this already insurmountable hell scared him. The Prince of Nothing was maybe the most dangerous opponent he had ever faced. Would Mordred turn on the other 4 humans that had entered the seed? It was impossible to tell. He was not cruel for the sake of cruelty, and was not nearly as insane as everyone seemed to think. His hatred was directed toward Valor, and not them. But at the same time, Sunny could not say that the banished prince was completely of sound mind. Something about him. When Sunny looked Mordred in the eyes, it felt as though something was missing in them. It was a very small difference, but one that made facing the Prince of Nothing strangely unsettling. Mordred was a wild card, one whose actions Sunny simply could not predict. No point in dwelling on it right now. Unless I find a way to escape this morbid place alive, all that awaits me is death anyway. He shifted and hissed slightly as pain radiated through his body, originating from countless wounds. Sunny thought back to his battle in the arena. Strange. It was all so strange. Some of his powers were gone, but others remained. His aspect seemed to be unaffected, by his connection to the spell was gone. Then, did this mean that an aspect was not a part of the spell, but instead existed outside of it, trapped in an unbreakable enchanted cage? Sunny scowled. A long, long time ago. Back when he had passed the first nightmare and received his aspect, it had felt as though the power was coming from somewhere deep within him, as opposed to from an external source. Was the spell only awakening inherent powers that were locked inside human souls and not creating them? Wait a minute. Come to think of it, Auro of the Nine had claimed to be an awakened, and while the youth sitting silently in the nearby cage had not said it, he was an awakened too. But in this ancient past the gods were still alive, and so were the demons. Their terrible war had not started yet, and Weaver had not disappeared to create something that would spell doom for both the 6 gods and the 6 demons, to create the nightmare spell. If Sunny's suspicions were correct, of course. Then meant the nightmare spell had not even existed yet in this era. But awakened did, as well as nightmare creatures, or the corrupted, as the youth had called them. Sunny's vertical pupils narrowed. Were the nightmare creatures not created by the nightmare spell as well? What the hell? The very idea seemed strange and ridiculous. The spell had appeared in the waking world, causing the first nightmare creatures to be made from the bodies of those infected by it, and for the first generation of the awakened to be born. It summoned those awakened into the dream realm, which was populated by the abominations, and pushed them toward seeking out and challenging the seeds of nightmares. Unless a seed was conquered, it eventually opened a path for more monsters to enter reality. The very idea of nightmare creatures, aspects, and awakened was inseparable from the spell. And yet, somehow, it was. What does it all mean? Sunny ground his fangs, overwhelmed by a myriad of thoughts and a lot of confusion. It seemed as though the very foundation of his worldview had suddenly turned out to be built on shifting sand. He closed his eyes and scowled, feeling a dull headache approaching, then raised 2 hands and rubbed his face, careful not to slice it open with the claws. Suddenly, the cage next to his swayed. The young awakened stood up and grabbed the bars, staring into the darkness. A few moments later, he said hoarsely, "Demon, hey, demon, wake up. They're coming." "Glory, glory, glory," Sunny growled, falling to the ground, the heavy body of a stone gargoyle pressing him down, its claws buried in his chest. A dark radiance rose from his skin, the scales of a coiling serpent becoming more visible, and then one of the forearms of the abomination shattered, pulled apart by his hands. The creature roared, its tail shooting forward like a spear. He had no time to dodge or deflect the blow, so instead, Sunny simply endured the blinding pain of the stone spike piercing his shoulder and pushed with his feet, straining to jump up. As the result, his horn struck the gargoyle in the chin, impaling it through the skull. Something cold streamed down his face, and momentarily blinded, Sonny struck the abomination in the chest with all his might, sending the stone Goliath flying back. The gargoyle exploded into a rain of stone shards when its body struck the floor of the arena. Sonny breathed heavily, his torso a mess of torn flesh, and then tiredly searched for the remaining enemy, which was supposed to be fighting the awakened youth, if he was still alive. His second day in the Colosseum had been both easier and more harrowing than the first. It was easier because Sonny was slowly growing accustomed to his new inhuman body. For someone else, this process might have taken longer, but he had always put adaptability and control of his physicality first. Both the flowing battle style Nephis had taught him and shadow dance were meant to make the practitioner as flexible and versatile as possible, the latter especially being the pinnacle of malleability. So he had plenty of practice to prepare himself for waking up in the body of an actual demon, ironically. Who would have thought? But this day's battles were also much more lethal. At first, Sonny had thought that his luck was just this bad. But after he and the young awakened had barely survived the first 2 boxes, the youth shared a bit of knowledge that put everything into perspective. Apparently, by surviving the previous day's slaughter and making their way to the center of the arena, the 2 of them earned the privilege of being added to the main herd of gladiators. In other words, everyone and everything they faced today had won 7 consecutive fights in the past as well. This was the cream of the crop of the enslaved combatants, more or less, and the final stage was also going to be different. Damnation! He sensed 2 swift shadows some distance away, then finally saw them. His eyesight wasn't the best in daylight, so Sonny relied on shadow sense more and more. The kid was still alive, wielding a simple sword and a rusty shield that he had picked up in their second fight. He was dancing around the gargoyle, showing a good grasp of combat technique, and more than a little bit of talent. The young man was inexperienced, but incredibly talented. His battle prowess was perhaps on par with what Sonny himself had shown on the Forgotten Shore, or even greater. Not that it was going to help the youth. What was the point of knowing how to wield a sword, when that sword had no chance of piercing the enemy's stone skin? Demon! I can't hold it off much longer. Sonny sighed, then stepped through the shadows, appearing behind the gargoyle in a whirlwind of claws. With a loud roar, he crashed into the towering creature and caught it in a deadly embrace. The steel cables of his muscles moved under the obsidian skin, and with a low growl, Sonny lifted the heavy abomination into the air. Gods, is this how much Saint weighs? Even for his demonic body, the burden of a monster of similar proportions, made entirely out of stone, was almost too much. Almost. Without stopping his lunge, Sonny carried the gargoyle forward like a speeding train and smashed the creature against the spikes mounted on the wall, impaling it on them. The crowd roared, expressing their joy and admiration of his brutality. Sonny watched as mad light was extinguished in the eyes of the abomination, then took a step back and fell heavily to one knee. Can you shut up for a moment, you bastards? Today, he hated the spectators even more than he had yesterday. The awakened youth was already beside him, staring at the dead gargoyle with a dark expression. Then, he glanced at his sword, and finally at the 4-armed monstrosity near him. Demon, you don't look too well. Sonny looks at him with his black eyes, no recognizable human expression on his strange, bestial face. No way. You noticed? Damn, what a fool. Sonny, indeed, did not look too well. In fact, he looked terrible, with his obsidian skin torn in many places and sliced muscle tissue visible beneath. The most disturbing thing about it was the fact that his mangled flesh was awash with crimson blood, but none of it flowed out of the wounds, as if possessing a will of its own. He had not fared as well as he had thought he would in the battle against the gargoyles, in large part because the monsters had turned out to be much more powerful and swift than the similar creatures he had fought before, in the future. Although Sunny was reluctant to do so, he suspected that he would have to reveal at least one of his 2 hidden cards, the Soul Serpent or Saint, before too long. The youth hesitated for a few moments, then suddenly stepped forward and put his hand on Sunny's torn chest. Sunny hissed, shocked by the unexpected gesture. "Don't move, demon. I'm trying to help you." "What the hell?" Suddenly, the young man's light blue eyes shone with cerulean light, and his curly blonde hair moved, as if brushed by an otherworldly wind. A warm sensation spread from his palm into Sunny's aching body. Slowly, the pain receded, and at the same time, the torn fibers of his flesh started to repair themselves, growing back together. In a dozen seconds or so, miraculously, the terrible wounds on his body had almost closed. The young man, however, paled considerably and stepped back, his breathing fast and rugged. It seemed as though his soul essence was largely drained. Well, I'll be damned. The fool was a healer. Sunny couldn't know whether to laugh or cry. On one hand, awakened healers were incredibly rare, and having one as his only ally was of tremendous benefit. On the other hand, his only ally in the battle arena also turned out to possess an aspect that was absolutely useless in a fight. So there was that as well. The iron gates rattled, opening the path to the next killing box. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, and then rose to his feet. "No, this is good. I can kill anything the slavers throw at us. He just has to keep me alive." He glanced at the pale youth, then nodded curtly and headed toward the gates. Before walking through them, however, he stopped and tore off the long tip of the dead gargoyle's tail, then handed it to the young man. The stone spike of an awakened nightmare creature was bound to perform better than a mundane weapon at least. The awakened stared at him for a bit, then sighed and dropped the sword onto the ground. They walked through the gate and Sunny's face instantly darkened. "I know that smell." The chainworm he had seen before in the dungeon was already crawling through the other gate, its terrifying maw dripping with black blood. The crowd began its chant again, ecstatic to see the fallen demon advance to the next box. "Glory, glory," he sighed, full of dread and hatred. All right, bastards. I'll show you glory." Sunny tore the chainworm apart, pieces of flesh and puddles of blood covering the red stones of the arena like a ghastly carpet. Then, shrouded in impenetrable shadows, he thrust his hands into the mangled carcass of the slain abomination and ripped 3 bloody soul shards out. Ironically, killing the fallen demon had not been too hard for him. A long time ago, Master Rowan had described these vile creatures as incredibly formidable and deadly opponents, someone that even he would not have wanted to face alone. But that was because Master Rowan was a human. Chainworms fed on metal, and as such, steel weapons and armor were useless against them. Sunny would have been in trouble if he was still in his human body, and most of his arsenal of memories suddenly became ineffective. However, he was a demon now, one of the shadow spawn, or shadow's kin, or whatever it was he had been turned into. His claws, his fangs, and his shadows were the perfect weapon to destroy such abominations. Of course, fighting against a creature 1 rank higher than him was not easy, but, augmented by 3 shadows, he had managed to dismantle the massive abomination without too much trouble. In fact, killing the chain worm had been much easier than killing Master Pierce. He wasn't even wounded, at least not seriously. The crowd grew silent, shocked by his display of ruthless brutality, and then exploded with cheers. Glory, glory. It seemed that they enjoyed seeing someone triumph against a stronger opponent much more than anything else. Crazy bastards. Sunny glanced at the spectators with resentment, then walked over to the young awakened and pushed the soul shards into his hands. The youth looked at them with a frown. Are these soul shards? Gods, how can he be an awakened and not know what a shard looks like? Sunny stared at the young man darkly, then nodded and raised one hand to his chest, making a fist. The awakened hesitated, Don't you want to consume them yourself? Sunny snarled, then shook his head. Finally convinced, the youth crushed the shards in his fists and froze, a funny expression appearing on his face. What a strange feeling. Whatever. Sunny wasn't giving the shards away out of altruism. For better or worse, the young man was now his partner. The stronger he became, the better he would be able to aid Sunny, both in battle and while using his healing aspect. And Sunny was going to need a lot of healing. That he was sure of. After that was done, they proceeded to the 5th cage, and then to the 6th, and finally, to the last. By that point, Sunny was nearing his limit. Both battles after the chain worm had tested him in ways he had not expected, draining him of essence, damaging his body, and putting a heavy strain on his endurance. He was exhausted and overwhelmed by pain, the merciless sun shining blindingly in the blue skies and making his black eyes ache. At least the crushing seemed to ignore the island where the Colosseum was located. In fact, Sunny had not felt the island move either up or down even once. Perhaps it had a permanent altitude, like the sanctuary of Noctis. The 7th battle, the last one they had to survive today, was indeed different. The central stage of the arena was circular in shape, with 6 gates in its walls. 4 were already opened, and 2 still stood closed. Corpses of several terrifying creatures were laying on the red stones, steam rising from the pools of blood surrounding them. And in the middle of the killing stage, 2 humans stood, their faces hidden behind the helmet visors. Both were tall, strong, and clad in archaic armor. Their garments were painted bright red, and so were the plumes of their helmets. One was armed with a spear and a shield, while the other wielded an axe and a sword. These were worshippers of War God, just like the spectators singing from the stone seats of the great amphitheater. The young man shivered. Warmongers, these mad dogs. Sunny tilted his head, paying no attention to the raging crowd as he studied the 2 humans. Both were awakened, and from the look of it, of sufficient power and skill. They were calm and solemn, their eyes empty of even a hint of fear, and instead full of confidence and savage joy. Glory. That was what all of them were here for, willingly or not. The masters of the arena wanted their slaves to fight for it, but they also wanted to achieve it themselves. After the initial culling had taken place, the final obstacle the gladiators had to overcome each day was to kill some of their slavers, and the slavers had to survive the onslaught of the slaves if they wished to live. In fact, all of the battles in the arena served a singular purpose: to deliver the best and the most formidable opponents for the worshippers of war to temper themselves against, or die trying. Mad dogs indeed. All these people were insane. Sunny was now more sure of it than ever. It didn't change anything, though. He still had to kill the 2 awakened warriors, if he wanted to survive. Or rather, if he wanted to earn the chance to be killed in the arena some other day. With a low growl, Sunny sent one of the shadows to the ground. In this fight, being aware of his surroundings was going to be more important than raw strength. No awakened human could challenge him in terms of raw might, after all, unless their aspect was solely focused on it. But such an aspect was the least dangerous an enemy of his could possess. It was easy to understand and predictable, at least. It was the versatility and unpredictable nature of aspects that made Awakened so dangerous. Without much fanfare, the 4 of them lunged at each other, an almost palpable killing intent permeating the arena. The 2 warriors fought with tremendous skill and combat prowess. The 2 warriors fought bravely and furiously, moving like 2 parts of a single organism. The 2 warriors fought with incredible edit and cunning, both wielding clarity like a deadly weapon. Truly, they were worthy of being the followers of war. But in the end, both of them died. How could they resist a creature that could turn their skill against them, who had faced terrors so vast that most humans would have been driven mad by a mere glimpse of them, and who lived his life wearing countless lies like a mantle? Sonny watched as the corpse of the second human fell to the ground, awash in blood, light dimming in his unbelieving eyes, and sighed. "Here's your glory, poor fools. How does it taste? Is it sweet? Is it bitter? Or does it taste like nothing at all, like the empty lie that it is?" Turning away from the dead men, he glanced at the crowd, expecting to finally see sorrow and displeasure on the faces of the spectators. He had just killed 2 of their own, after all, but his hopes were instantly crushed. The people gathered in the amphitheater were not at all perturbed by the death of their brethren. Instead, they were even more excited, pride and joy gleaming on their faces. Laughing and smiling, they pointed at him and yelled one word, "Other and other." Only this time, it was a new one. All of them were shouting, "Shadow! Shadow! Shadow! Shadow!" Sonny swayed, looking at the broken sword in his hand. When did it break? He didn't quite remember. This was one of the first weapons he had picked up in the arena, right after killing. Wait, who had he killed for that sword? Dead faces spun in his mind, staring at him with empty eyes. There were so many that he couldn't even tell whether all of them had once belonged to real enemies or were simply created by his imagination. No, that one was real. The first human he had killed in the Colosseum. That had been the battle where he took the sword. These days he was having trouble remembering things. Sonny threw the broken sword away and looked at the crowd that was chanting his name. Shadow. Right. That was him. "What is wrong with you, fool? Since when was that your name?" he growled, wishing that he had thrown the broken weapon at one of the humans. Not that it would have done any good. There were powerful enchantments permeating the ancient stones of the Colosseum. Some of them were meant to prevent the fighters from escaping. Others protected the audience from their ire. Some he had no idea about. All his attempts to break free of this cursed place had failed. For now. "Demon, are you all right?" Sonny lingered for a few moments, then glanced at Elias, slowly returning from the bizarre state of mind the battle had sent him into. The young man was looking at him with a strange expression on his face, a bit of apprehension hiding deep in his light blue eyes. The youth had grown considerably stronger in the weeks they had spent fighting all kinds of monsters, both of the nightmare and human kind, in the arena. All those soul shards had not been wasted on him. His healing ability was now much more potent, and his skill as a warrior blossomed. His face also changed, becoming gaunt and angular. Almost mature. One had no choice but to grow up quickly in hell. The pain of the flaw washed over Sonny, finally shattering his strange trance. He gritted his teeth and nodded. "Well, good. You are being weird recently, you know. I have some essence left, so let me heal you before they take us back to the cages." Sonny allowed the youth to approach and activate his aspect ability, staring at the warmonger they had just killed. This one was a bit of a challenge. The bastard had almost taken one of his arms off. The slavers they fought were growing stronger lately. Something is wrong. Sonny was not thinking about the warmongers. He was thinking about his own state. At the start of all this, he had been in very bad shape. Day after day, he had fought in the arena, receiving terrible wounds and being beaten down, time after time, just to claw his way to survival, somehow, and be thrown back into the cage. At first, he had kept his spirits high despite all the horror of his situation. He kept thinking and studying his surrounding, searching for a way to escape. He still had hope. But after a while, when nothing had worked, the weight of pain, torment, and hopelessness had grown heavier and heavier, and then heavier still. A seed of despair had taken root in his soul. And once there, it grew uncontrollably, threatening to break him into pieces. Sonny had not broken, but he had to search for a way to survive in the arena without losing pieces of his flesh each time, to bide his time until an opportunity to escape presented itself. He had found that way in Shadow Dance. The idea had been kept in the depths of his mind for a long time, but only now, Faced with this soul-crushing despair, had Sunny summoned it into the light. He had decided to try and expand the purview of his battle style to include not only shadowing humans, but also nightmare creatures. The result was a resounding success. Armed with a demon's body, Sunny had found it surprisingly easy to peer into the very essence of how the mad abominations carried themselves in battle, how they used their monstrous bodies and vile abilities to tear, ravage, and obliterate everything in their path. And then, he had stolen it. He had claws, too. He had fangs and horns, too. He had plenty of hatred and cruelty burning in his heart, too. Not that having a demon's body mattered in the end. It was the willingness to shift the way he thought that was needed. Why couldn't he learn how to ravage, rip apart, and obliterate from these creatures? He had done exactly that, and slowly, his performance in the arena started to improve. Being able to shadow the nightmare creatures not only enhanced his battle style, but also made them more predictable, and thus less dangerous. Of course, the task had not been easy. In fact, understanding how the corrupted fought and what impulses guided them was, in a sense, much harder than deciphering even the most sophisticated battle style. Their minds were perverted, bizarre, and alien to everything he had ever known. And yet, he had nothing else to do but practice, as if his life depended on it. Because it quite literally did, and eventually, his efforts bore fruit. Sunny couldn't quite remember when he had made a breakthrough, but at some point he found himself being able to understand the nightmare creatures much better. From that point onward, his mastery of shadow dance, which had been stagnating since the Dreamscape tournament, finally started advancing once again, and with frightening speed. Now, Sunny was able to use shadow dance to assume the shape and form of all his enemies, at least in his mind, and thus know how they were going to try and destroy him. By knowing that, he had been able to anticipate and kill them first. Instead, one after another, day after day, week after week. And here he was, barely remembering who he was. As Elias healed his wounds, Sunny stared at the dead warmonger, his scowl growing deeper and deeper. Am I becoming a nightmare creature? The thought sent a cold shiver running down his spine. How did one become corrupted anyway? Some time later, back in the cage, Sunny stared into the darkness, scared. This was not a danger he had anticipated. Thrust into the terrible meat grinder of the arena, he had been so focused on surviving the terrifying battles that the possibility of having his very self annihilated, piece by little piece, had never occurred to him. What exactly was happening to him? Sunny stared at the unbreakable bars of his cage and shuddered. Damn, I really need to get out of here. But how? He had been trying to escape all this time, with not even a hint of a chance. The damned collar around his neck made sure that he would never be able to leave the Colosseum. His black eyes narrowed. No, I have to hold on. Just a little longer. This madness is not going to last forever. It simply couldn't. Half of the cages in the dungeon were already empty, their inhabitants slaughtered on the red stones of the arena. The warmongers were slowly running out of slaves to kill, and when their number decreased too much, with only the most ferocious and deadly monsters left, something was bound to happen. Wasn't it? A cold feeling of despair drowned his mind. But what if it doesn't? After a while, shrouded in darkness, Elias suddenly spoke, addressing Sunny in his usual one-sided manner. In the past weeks, the young awakened had developed a habit of sometimes speaking to his demonic partner, even though the frightening creature could not respond with anything more than an occasional nod, a shake of the head, or an indifferent shrug. Talking to Shadow was not much of a conversation, but perhaps this was one of the few things that were keeping him sane. Sunny could understand why the youth had to do that, since his own inability to talk was one of the things that were driving him mad, that was robbing him of even more of his humanity. Hey, demon, do you Do you think it's true? About the wooden sword. Sonny stared at the young man, then shrugged. He had no opinion on that topic, since he didn't know what the wooden sword was. Elias sighed. Before the warmongers captured us, I had heard of their cruel trials. Everyone back home has, really. The horrors of the Red Colosseum is something every parent tells their children, to make them behave. He grew silent, and then continued after some time, his voice even. But they also say that there is a way to escape this terrible place. If one is brave enough, if they are righteous enough, then they would eventually be given a wooden sword and earn the right to fight for their freedom. Sonny shifted slightly, tilting his head. What a nice fairy tale. The poor kid was deceiving himself if he thought that the worshippers of war were going to just let them go. Bravery, righteousness, these concepts were alien to the insane zealots. Or rather, they understood it all differently. Sonny had spent enough time observing the warriors, or warmongers as Elias called them, to understand that they were not evil people, or at least did not consider themselves as such. Their worldview was twisted and ruthlessly cruel, but more or less simple. They believed in struggle and glory. One had to struggle to achieve glory, and the struggle itself was the most glorious thing. That was why they were happy and joyful when watching their new favorite shadow slaughter his way through the arena. No matter who or what he was killing, nightmare creatures or their own friends and family, because dying while struggling against an overwhelming foe was the highest form of glory. Dying by his hand was a privilege and an expression of virtue. The only thing more righteous than being killed by a stronger enemy was to kill that enemy instead. In their mind, the warriors saw what they were doing to the slaves not as a cruel injustice, but as a benevolent gift. The slaves were not forced to slaughter each other for the entertainment of the crowd. Instead, they were generously given a chance to walk the path of righteousness and strive toward glory. That was why Sonny didn't think that any of the slaves would ever be allowed to walk free of the Colosseum. Doing so would be the greatest sin, a shameful offense that the warmongers, in their perverse benevolence, would never visit upon their prisoners. To them, that would have been the vilest form of cruelty. Damned lunatics. Sonny was not sure that all followers of War God were this bizarre. In fact, he was pretty certain that this murderous sect had been born here, in the Kingdom of Hope. The slavers he had met in the first nightmare worshipped the same God, but were nothing like these battles-worn zealots. The Kingdom of Hope was a very strange place throughout, from what little he had gathered from Elias's words. Sonny now knew that he had been sent into a time period around 1,000 years after the destruction of the real kingdom by Sun God. Now, only the name remained. People inhabiting these lands did not even know who the demon of desire was. Really, only that she had been punished by the gods and imprisoned in the ivory tower, and that their duty was to guard her prison. In this duty, the people of the kingdom were led by 7 lords. Or rather, 5, since 2 had already perished. The ivory tower itself had not been separated from the rest of the isles yet, and remained at the center of the region, surrounded by a large city, the beautiful city of aerial bridges and white aqueducts that he had seen rebuild itself from ashes at the start for the nightmare. Elias's home. The ivory city was populated by the followers of Sun God and protected by 2 of the remaining 5 lords. The west of the region belonged to the second most populous faction of the Kingdom of Hope, the followers of War, and this was where Sonny had the misfortune to find himself. He had seen the statues of War God here and there in the arena, even though they did not resemble the one he had witnessed on the strange island that a circular river flowed through. These statues of the god of war, as well as of life, progress, technology, craft, intellect, and humanity, all depicted him as a mighty warrior in heavy armor, wielding a bloodied spear and a cracked shield. The warriors were also led by one of the lords, a beautiful priestess of war whose name was Solvain. The dazzling beauty was one of the rulers of the Kingdom of Hope. The followers of War God and Sun God seemed to be in conflict with each other, and so were the lords leading them. That was how Elias and his family had ended up captured and brought into the arena to serve as slaves fighting in the trials. The remaining two lords were neutral and of no consequence, since their factions were much smaller and wielded no real power. One resided far to the north, and the other somewhere in the east. Elias did not know much about them, and so Sunny didn't either. He just knew that the five lords were, without a doubt, the eternal shackles mentioned in the description of the undying chain. Immortal jailers created by Sun God to keep Hope imprisoned in her tower. Chained. Forever. What had once been a suspicion of his now turned into a certainty. There were just too many clues, some of which he had collected before venturing into the seed, and some that he had picked up from the young man's words. And maybe, just maybe, that knowledge could help him gain freedom. Wooden sword. Fight for their freedom. Sunny shifted slightly, causing his cage to sway, and glanced at Elias. The youth was not in a talking mood anymore and just sat quietly, staring into the darkness. There was something, a hint of a meaning in what he had said. Sunny tried desperately to catch that meaning, but for some reason his thoughts kept returning to the statues of War God. He had seen two depictions of the fearsome deity in the Kingdom of Hope. One was a warrior in heavy armor, wielding a bloodied spear and a cracked shield, both presumably representing warfare and battle, and the other was a woman wearing nothing but a beast hide around her waist, holding a spear in one hand and a beating human heart in another. The spear representing her dominion over war, technology, and craft, perhaps, the heart representing her connection to life and humanity. Why were these statues so different? Sunny was still exhausted after the furious battles of the past day, his thoughts slow and feverish, as they often were these days. Frustrated, he rubbed his face, then scratched at it with sharp claws, slicing the skin apart. The pain washed the fog shrouding his mind away, allowing him to think clearly for a few minutes. The altar of war. That was what Solvane had called the island where the primeval statue of the goddess of life stood, and that was the right word. This depiction of the deity seemed much more primal, bestial, ancient. The statue itself seemed incredibly ancient, too. Much older than the statues of the mighty warrior were. In fact, it seemed as ancient as the Red Colosseum itself, or perhaps even older. Old enough to have been created before the Kingdom of Hope was shattered and turned into the chain of floating islands by Sun God. As it was today, and would be thousands of years into the future. Why would Hope have a monument to one of the gods in her domain? Well, the idea itself was not that strange. Gods and demons had not been always at war after all. In fact, the prince of the underworld had a shrine to the goddess of the black skies, Storm God, in his very tower, despite the fact that later she would become his mortal enemy. So that question was not important. The important thing was that Sunny couldn't stop thinking about the statue for some reason. As ancient as the Red Colosseum itself. Suddenly, Sunny tilted his head. Huh? The white amphitheater and the arena it surrounded were the derelict of the true Kingdom of Hope as well. He had realized that fact a while back, partially from how they looked, and partially from how deep and ancient some of the shadows hiding in the corners of the dungeon felt. In fact, Sunny suspected that the theater had not always been a battle arena. It reminded him of the giant quarry at the roots of the Hollow Mountains, where the 7 heroes of the Forgotten Shore had excavated stone to build the mighty walls of their city and the Crimson Spire itself. Ivory City had to have been built out of something, too. So this place must have been a similar quarry once, and had served as the source of the white stones used to construct those aerial bridges and aqueducts. Later it had been turned into a theater, and later still the warmongers usurped that theater and made it into an arena, soaking the ancient stones with so much blood that they turned red. His black eyes narrowed. This is it. This must be it. All this time, Sunny had been tormented by one paradoxical question, a question that was of utmost importance for his attempts to gain freedom. If this was an era where the nightmare spell did not exist yet, then how could Solvane put him on a leash capable of severing his connection to the spell? The collar was a simple piece of enchanted metal, with no lock or any other way of opening it. It was almost impossible to damage or destroy, but the enchantment itself was not very complicated. Sunny could feel that it wasn't. What it did, however, was tie him to the vast and incredibly powerful enchantments of the arena itself. Those enchantments were harnessed by the warmongers to maintain the cages, prevent the slaves from escaping by any means, mundane or magical, and ensure that they behaved while being transported to and very rarely back from the arena. His inability to connect to the spell almost seemed like a side effect of these measures. But what could even interfere with the spell, let alone accidentally? And now, he felt as if he had found the answer. If the Red Colosseum was indeed not built by the warriors but only usurped by them, then it was indeed very clear. Sorcery of another demon could. If the demon of desire was the original creator of the theater, then the enchantments left behind by her would probably do the job of messing with the spell weaved from the strings of fate by her older sibling. Sunny shifted, grasping the bars of the cage. Suddenly, a powerful emotion burst in his chest, filling his muscles with renewed strength and his mind with desperate resolve. Hope. It was hope. He didn't think of it as poison anymore. No. It was the opposite. A most powerful antidote. If the spell had been created by weather, and the enchantments interfering with it created by hope, if all of this was the result of a clash between two types of demonic sorcery, then why couldn't he, as an inheritor of a demonic legacy, do something to resolve that clash? Sure, Sunny knew nothing about weaving magic, but he had also not known anything about combat once, or how to live and fight in a body of an actual demon. If there was one thing he was good at, it was learning new things. Well, that, and lying, and staying alive. Staring at the ghastly dungeon surrounding him with new eyes, Sunny studied its ancient stone walls, and frowned. So, how was one supposed to start learning sorcery? There were hours left until they were going to be taken to the arena again. Sunny stared at the walls of the dungeon intently, as though hoping to glean some secrets from the ancient stones. But what could he see? They were just old stones. There was nothing interesting on their surface, and neither was there anything interesting beneath it. After a while, Sunny took a deep breath and sat down again, trying to make himself as comfortable as possible in the narrow cage. Then he shut down his senses, pushing away the presence of countless abominations surrounding him, the stench of the prison, the pain in his exhausted body. Everything that distracted him from thinking. What do I know about sorcery? That was a daunting question. Even the word itself was deceptive. Humans of his world used it to describe any aspect capable of dealing direct damage to the opponents, as opposed to augmenting the awakened's combat ability, especially those that could do so from range. But that wasn't what Sunny was after. No, what he was interested in was not the type of abilities that existed within the familiar framework of supernatural powers, but the very means used to create that framework, or at least those that existed outside the realm of aspects. That, to him, was true sorcery. But there are different kinds of such sorcery as well. What are the ones that I've witnessed? 3 came to mind. The first one he was familiar with the best, the spell weave, which he believed to be Weaver's own sorcery. The spell itself was created from it, as well as all the magical items that the spell gifted to the awakened, memories and echoes. This was the magic that all humans knew, and most believed to be the only kind there is. Sunny, however, had already learned that sorcery was not synonymous with the spell, and that there were ways of creating magic different from spellweave. The first of them he had witnessed inside the Echo of Saint, which had remnants of a much more primitive weave hiding beneath the usual pattern of ethereal strings, before he turned her into a shadow. Later, he encountered the same type of alien weave within the walls of the Ebony Tower. This type of sorcery belonged to the Prince of the Underworld, Weaver's younger sibling. The similarity between them was hard not to notice, but Sunny didn't know which of the demons had copied which, whether Weaver perfected the sorcery created by their brother, or whether the youngest child of the unknown had based the method of his craft on the eldest's invention. Judging by these two types of sorcery, it was easy to imagine that all of them involved some kind of a weave. However, that conclusion would have been wrong. Sunny knew this because of the third type of magic he had encountered, the miraculous creation of Sun God, the obsidian knife he had taken from the white altar of the sanctuary of Noctis before leaving for the Night Temple, and was now resting, inaccessible, on the bottom of the covetous coffer. The black knife had no weave hiding beneath its surface. Instead, it was full of blinding radiance, as if encompassing a boundless ocean of soul essence, with a single string of fate placed into the pristine light as it folded on itself endlessly and formed a never-ending circle. That was the sorcery of Sun God, if a deific miracle could even be called sorcery. In any case, the obsidian knife, and later the wooden one he had used to kill Sylvain, proved that one didn't have to base their magic on a weave of some sort. This was just the unique way Weaver cast his, and their brother followed. So, Hope's sorcery might have been completely unique too. Trapped in the iron cage, Sunny frowned. How was he supposed to search for something that could have looked like anything? Come to think of it, there was another type of sorcery that he had encountered. Or rather, several different ones, all united by the same method of creation: runic magic. The first time he had seen it was underneath the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, in a small cell where a corpse wearing Weaver's mask had been chained within a broken circle. That circle was carved into the stone floor, surrounded by countless symbols that Sunny had not recognized. The gateway within the Crimson Spire was surrounded by a circle of runes, too, as well as the stone arch on the last level of the Ebony Tower, and the one connected to it, situated in the beautiful white gazebo on the Ivory Island. Another place where he had encountered sorcerous runes was the Night Temple. There, they had been either inscribed by someone from Clan Valor, or at least found and repurposed by them. So basically, he was familiar with three general types of creating sorcery. One was the spellweave, as well as a version of it used by the Prince of the Underworld. The other was the divine miracles of Sun God, which he couldn't even begin to understand. And the last one was based on the inscription of runes, and seemed to have been mostly used by humans, here in the Kingdom of Hope and on the neighboring Forgotten Shore. There was a small discrepancy, however. Why was the portal in the Ebony Tower created with runic magic instead of the primitive spellweave, like everything else in there? Was it, perhaps, because the connecting portal on the Ivory Island had been? The Prince of the Underworld had built the tower in the sky below long after Hope had built hers, after all. In fact, he had done so after his sister was already imprisoned, to harvest the divine flames that had destroyed her domain. It would have made sense for him to use runic magic to invade an already existing system of portals that had been based on it. So, was Hope perhaps the source of runic magic, or at least a user of it? Sunny sighed, feeling spent and tired, then closed his eyes. He had to sleep at least a little to allow his body and mind some rest before tomorrow's battles, especially now that he had not only to survive them, but also do so while searching for any sign of hidden runes throughout the arena. A new day brought with it a new portion of pain, hardship, and despair. Sunny and Elias were dragged into the arena, the same ascended warmonger guiding them by the chains attached to the collars. Sunny stumbled forward, his gaze locked on the man's broad back. The jailer was incredibly tall for a human, his height more than even that of the shadow demon Sunny was currently inhabiting. His figure was solemn and powerful, a sense of terrifying strength radiating from it in almost physical waves. The Apostle of War wore the same ragged leather armor and a tattered red robe, his features hidden behind a deep hood. In all these weeks, Sunny had never seen his face or heard him speak. The great blade on the ascended warrior's back looked special too. It was definitely enchanted with very powerful magic. Now that Sunny turned his thoughts to the nature of sorcery, he was silently studying the line of runes inscribed along the edge of the heavy weapon. Runic magic again. That made sense. How else were these ancient people supposed to enchant their weapons? It was not like they could rely on memories and spellweave. That said, magical weapons seemed to be much rarer in the Kingdom of Hope than in the waking world. Most of the awakened Sunny had fought in the arena, wielded either mundane ones or those possessing weak, primitive enchantments. It was the far cry from the powerful memories he was used to, although Sunny did not know if that was the nature of this era, or just another sign of the ubiquitous regression that seemed to reign in what remained of the Kingdom of Hope. Everything here seemed devolved, worn out, and on the verge of falling apart. The whole region was obviously in decline, and had been for some time now. While studying the runes on the great blade, he also noticed that it had a few new nicks. The leather armor of the silent giant had more scratches than before, as well. It seemed that the Ascended was participating in the battles in the arena himself. I guess I'll have to fight that monster too, eventually. Finally, a rusty iron gate appeared in front of them, blinding sunlight streaming through its bars. The rumbling voices of the crowd echoed from the stone walls, washing over him like a cursed tide. The gate swung open, and the chains came off of their collars. Sunny and Elias entered the first killing box and watched as their opponents crawled out of a similar tunnel. The young awakened brandished his weapon, a short spear fashioned out of a long twisting horn, and forced out a weak smile. Luck. Luck is on our side today, demon. These creatures are called burrowers. On solid stone their main advantage is gone. Just don't let them swallow you. Sunny snarled, then dashed forward with a roar. Hard. Today was going to be hard. He was forced to use Shadow Dance to peer into the souls of the nightmare creatures, despite suspecting that doing so too much threatened to destroy his already unsteady mind. He also had to both concentrate on the fight and thoroughly study the ancient theater, in hopes of discovering signs of Hope's sorcery. It was almost like his first training sessions with Saint, when he had to resist the taciturn monster while simultaneously keeping an eye on his shadow to decipher the secret of its dance. The problem was that, back then, he had ended up beaten black and blue by Saint most of the time. Now, he couldn't allow himself to lose. Sunny descended upon the repulsive burrowers, which looked like sacks of bulbous flesh with giant circular maws gaping in them, and tried to slaughter the abominations without being eaten alive. The first fight came and went, and then it was time for the second one, and then the third one, and then the fourth. Sunny had slain the vicious burrowers, and then a creature that resembled a giant walking skeleton, its bones green and as tough as granite, and then a swarm of monstrous ants that covered the floor of the arena like a carpet, and then a being that was like an oozing mountain of mire sludge that had long, razor-sharp steel sickles protruding from it. His body was torn and sliced and crushed and gnawed on. Elias had healed the most terrible wounds, but the rest remained, not worthy of having precious soul essence wasted on them, yet Sunny was once again overwhelmed by pain, rage, and the desperate need to fight for his survival. Everything else disappeared. The only thing that remained was battle, blood, and murder, and fear. However, today, that wasn't enough. He fought through the battle fog that encompassed his mind and kept searching, studying every corner of the Red Colosseum, the floor of the arena, the walls surrounding it, the rows of seats rising above, in search of intricately engraved runes. But all he saw were the statues of War God, the jubilant faces of the spectators, and the weathered surface of ancient stones. There was no hint of any engravings anywhere. "Where are you? Where?" The fifth battle almost cost him his life. While fighting against a familiar foe, a giant worm-like creature that possessed a seemingly endless reserve of vitality. Soon he had tripped on the uneven surface of the floor of the arena, lost his balance, and tumbled down. If not for Elias, who fearlessly jumped forward and pulled the attention of the terrible abomination to himself, he would have been viciously mauled, or even lost his life. Back when Sunny had fought a worm like that the first time, the creature eventually succumbed to the soul damage continuously dealt to it by the cruel sight. Today, however, he had no deadly memory to help him, only his claws, his fangs, and his horns. In the end, Sunny had to literally rip the giant abomination to shreds. Only when its body was torn apart completely did the worm stop regenerating new flesh and recovering from all the wounds. And finally, died. Exhausted, Sunny fell to his knees and breathed hoarsely, then threw a hateful glance at the crowd chanting his name. Finally, he lowered his head and glared at the wide groove in the red stone of the arena that had almost cost him his life. There were several grooves like that in some of the killing boxes, cutting through the floor of the Colosseum like broad channels meant for the rivers of blood to flow through them. Usually, he took note of their placement in advance to avoid losing his footing at a dire moment. But today, with his attention split between the battles and the need to study the arena, Sunny had failed in that regard. Damn thing! Why couldn't they just make the arena flat? Well, the answer was obvious. All that blood had to go somewhere, and if not for these grooves, the whole Colosseum would have slowly turned into one giant crimson pool. He frowned. Wait, that doesn't make sense, though. Sunny lingered, noticing that the gate to the sixth box was already opening. The grooves were as ancient as the Red Colosseum itself, which meant that they had been here long before the warmongers started holding their demented trials here, long before the name Red Colosseum was even given to it, which meant that these grooves had been cut through the stone back when it had still been pristine white and had no blood spilled on it. So, serving as channels that took away blood could not have been their purpose. Sunny's lightless eyes narrowed. Suddenly, he realized his mistake. All this time, he had been looking for the sorceress runes while expecting them to look like they had the previous times he encountered them, intricate, small, and numerous, arranged into shapes and patterns. And yet, he had found nothing. But in fact, the runes were right in front of him the whole time, or rather, beneath his feet. He was just too small and insignificant to notice them, like an ant crawling across a vast painting and failing to see the whole image for what it was. There were no circles of intricate runes carved anywhere in the Colosseum. Instead, the whole vastness of the ancient arena was a runic circle, a canvas Hope had used to create her sorcery. He was standing on it. Chapter 6. 115 Ancient Runes, Shadow Slave. The runes Hope had used were not small, intricate, and elaborate. Instead, they were giant, spanning the whole width of the blood-soaked arena, and guided torrential floods of soul energy instead of thin streams of it to create the unimaginably powerful enchantments. Once Sunny knew where to look, it didn't take him long to start noticing a pattern and meaning in the placement and direction of the grooves cut in the ancient stone. The problem was, their scope was too great to be perceived from the floor of the arena. He would have been able to see the entirety of the runes, perhaps, from the very top of the amphitheater, but fighters were never allowed to leave the battlefield, unless it was to return to the dungeon. In the absence of an aerial view, all he could do was to try and compile the disjointed pieces of the puzzle in his mind. By now, Sunny had fought in most of the killing boxes in the arena, except for a few. After defeating another group of warmongers and being thrown back into the cage, he spent the entire night trying to remember each of the stages he had shed blood on, and the pattern of the grooves on their floor. It was like assembling a complicated puzzle, only instead of the actual pieces, all he had were fragmented memories of them. Luckily, his memory had always been good. In fact, after becoming an awakened and having the opportunity to interact with a lot of different people, many of whom were very smart and educated, Sunny realized that his ability to instantly memorize things were somewhat unnatural even among them. Before, he had just assumed that everyone could do the same. Still, he had to have paid attention to a thing in order to remember it, which was not the case with all of the grooves, only those that had happened to appear in his way. Plus, he was also having trouble determining how the irregularly shaped killing boxes were situated in relation to each other, since that wasn't something he had thought about before. The task of creating a perfect three-dimensional replica of the entire arena in his mind was not an easy one. Over the next few days, he was somewhat distracted while fighting the nightmare creatures in the Red Colosseum. Confounded by the fact that their enemies were growing stronger and stronger as all the weaker slaves were being slowly slaughtered, his performance suffered, and that meant more injuries, more pain, and more torment. Sometimes he felt utterly beaten, broken, and hopeless. Sunny was familiar with suffering and hardship, and had experienced a fair share of horrific anguish in his life. But the trial of the Red Colosseum had turned out to be a hell so dire that even he was having difficulty enduring its burden. It was simply too cruel, too odious, too vile, and that harrowing torture was not going to end until he gave up. But he didn't. The strange task of peering into the secrets of the demon of desire kept him going, no matter how wounded his body and how broken his spirit became. It was almost like an obsession. Sunny continued to fight and kill and suffer, and study the ancient stones. His mental condition deteriorated so much that even Elias, who was going through his own terrible ordeal, noticed that something was very wrong with his taciturn demonic partner. The young man tried to encourage the shadow creature as well as he could, but what could he say to soothe the soul-crushing despair of their situation? They were enslaved, locked in cages and forced to fight for their lives against a swarm of deadly monsters, only to be thrown back behind the iron bars, fed the raw flesh of the abominations they had just killed, and go through the whole nightmare again the next day, with no hope of ever escaping except for through death. Through being killed and eaten by the other prisoners of the Red Colosseum. Even their captors seemed to be trapped by the Colosseum, chained in the same vicious cycle, and doomed to eventually share the same fate as their slaves. Inside this ancient theater, only bloodshed and madness reigned, and yet, all of it was not for nothing. Eventually, after Sunny had lost count of the days they had spent in the Colosseum, he finally managed to create a complete image of it in his head. With it came the understanding of the shapes of the giant runes that were cut in the blood-soaked stone, and with that understanding came the ability to peer into their purpose. After learning the shape and position of the runes, Sunny found himself able to peer beneath the surface of the stone and see their function. The ability had always been within him, hiding in the depths of his changed eyes. He just had not known where and how to look, like he had not been aware of his ability to see the soul cores of creatures before clashing with Mordred within the soul sea. Armed with the new knowledge, Sunny was able to perceive vast rivers of soul essence flowing beneath the arena and through its walls, following intricate paths carved for it by the immense runes. In the end, that was what sorcery was, the ability to guide and shape hidden energies, most often that of souls, to express one's will upon the world. The enchantments were simply expressions of the enchanter's will, and the runes were the building blocks with which the enchanter manipulated the movement of energy to achieve their goal. But where was all this soul energy coming from? At first, Sunny assumed that the Red Colosseum was similar to the Crimson Labyrinth, and fed on the souls of creatures slain within it. Slaves slaughtering each other in the arena must have been empowering the sorcery, enslaving them by the very act of slaughter. But after observing the flow of soul essence through the ancient structure for a while, he realized that his initial theory was wrong. Instead of the fighters, it was the crowd of spectators that fueled the enchantments. It was their jubilation, their elation, their sincere excitement that were the source of all the power flowing through the ancient theater. Of course, Why would the demon of desire base her sorcery on death? Her domain was built upon dreams, emotions, and passion. It was only after the followers of War God had usurped the Colosseum that the subject of all this passion became battle, bloodshed, and murder. The current state of the arena was not how it had been supposed to be. It was stolen, perverted, and made into something utterly different. Evil, corrupted. More than a month had already passed after Sunny entered the second nightmare. The dungeon was growing less and less crowded. Most of the prisoners long killed on the bloody stones of the arena. The end of the hateful trials, whatever it was supposed to be, was approaching. Now, he knew the basic principle of how the enchantments keeping him tied to the Red Colosseum functioned. So the question was, how was he supposed to use that knowledge to escape? Sunny had no clue how to create, decipher, or manipulate runic magic. His inherent ability to see the weave and inner structure of magical items, the one he had received after consuming the drop of ichor that fell from Weaver's eye, also gifted him with an innate understanding of the essence of spell weave. While studying the memories created by spell, Sunny was not able to fully understand the intricate purpose of the vast patterns of ethereal strings. But he at least could intuitively feel a hint of it. He had no such advantage when it came to other forms of sorcery. So, despite the fact that he had managed to perceive the enchantments encompassing the Red Colosseum, it was not like he could simply change them, or create new ones to counteract the old. He could study the runes, of course, but with no teacher and only his wit and intelligence to help him draw the correct conclusions from observing various enchantments. It would take hundreds of years to gain enough insight to learn how to create any meaningful runic sorcery of his own. Sunny, however, wasn't discouraged. Yes, he would not be able to create runic sorcery anytime soon, but destroying things was always much easier than making them. Locked inside the narrow cage, surrounded by the smell of nightmare creatures and filth, Sunny stared into the darkness and thought, destroy the enchantments of the Red Colosseum. In theory, it was simple to achieve. He just had to break enough runes to disrupt the paths they created for the soul energy. The problem with that, however, was that the runes Hope had used were giant and carved into nearly unbreakable stone. Sunny doubted that he would be able to do enough damage to the arena to cause its sorcery to fail. Causing a smaller and temporary disruption, however, was not entirely impossible. He felt that he would be able to achieve that much at least, perhaps enough to free himself of the binding enchantment for a second or few. Would several seconds of freedom be enough to escape this cursed place? It was going to have to be. As he waited in the darkness, a seed of a desperate plan started forming in his mind. At some point, Sunny straightened and sat cross-legged at the center of the cage, causing it to sway lightly. Raising one of his 4 monstrous hands, he stared at it for a while, and then commanded shadow essence to stream forward, concentrating at the tips of his fingers. Even since he had consumed Weaver's alabaster phalanx and acquired bone weave, the tactile sense of his fingers went through a strange metamorphosis. It was now much more nuanced, vibrant, and keen. Even though his hands were currently bestial and covered by thick calluses, this sensitivity remained. As shadow essence concentrated in the tips of his fingers, he felt a strange, ghostly, tingling sensation. It was so real as to almost appear physical. Tentatively raising another hand, Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then pinched the air near one of his tingling fingers and tried to pull essence outward. To his surprise, it worked. In his mind's eye, a strand of darkness suddenly extended into the air, summoned by his hand. It didn't look like one of the radiant strings he was used to seeing inside memories, and neither did it look like the flowing liquid that essence was usually depicted as. Instead, the strand of shadow essence looked like a tenebrous fog, similar to the gray wisps that rose from Saint's armor when one of the shadows wrapped itself around her. It was insubstantial, ephemeral, and elusive, not at all like the sharp and beautiful strings that spellweave was created of. Sunny frowned slightly, and pulled the fog with one hand while trying to get a hold of it with the other, wishing to draw it taut and thus more concentrated. However, this small movement instantly caused the strand to break, dissipate, and disappear, blown away by a gust of wind. This is going to take some time. Grim, Sunny continued to draw on his shadow essence and try to form it into a thin and durable string, emptying a small portion of his reserves with each failure. By the time morning came, he had not made any progress at all, and only managed to waste most of his essence in futile attempts. Fighting after wasting so much power was going to cost him a lot. Soon, the ascended jailer appeared from the darkness, chains rattling on his belt. Sunny glanced at the giant in a tattered red robe and then closed his eyes for a moment. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'll be dead either way. But now at least there's a chance. He fought in the arena, killed the nightmare creatures, retrieved the soul shard to empower Elias, and then barely survived in the battle against the awakened warriors on the final stage. At night, he continued to experiment with shadow essence, trying to shape the elusive fog into something resembling an ethereal, resilient string. When his essence ran dry, he slept for a few minutes, and then woke up with a startle to start all over again. When the morning came, he fought. When the murdering was over and done with, hidden in the darkness, he tried to weave strings out of the effervescent fog. The idea itself seemed ridiculous, mad, and impossible. How could something so intangible become something strong, durable, and distinct? He sundered flesh and had his flesh sundered, then struggled to create something out of nothing, day after day, night after day. Time lost any meaning. Soon he had already been struggling to hold on, but now, drained by the lack of sleep, the constant pressure of trying to shape essence into a magical string, and the need to fight in the arena with his reserves half empty because of it, he was slowly sliding into the dark and bottomless abyss. And yet, he persisted in his obsession, teaching his fingers to feel the smallest fluctuations of the fog, to guide and shape it, trying one approach after another, endlessly, without resting or giving up. And by the time his second month in the Red Colosseum was coming to the end, and most of the cages in the lightless dungeon hung empty, Sunny suddenly straightened, staring at his cut, trembling hands. Between them, a single ethereal string hovered, black as night, thinner than a hair, and as sharp as a diamond blade. A low growl escaped from his mouth. "It's done. I've done it." Sunny remained motionless for a while, then shifted slightly, causing the chain of his cage to rattle. Attracted by the sound, Elias woke up from his restless sleep and stared into the darkness, a tired expression on his young face. "Demon, what happened?" In the next moment, he heard the sound of a heavy body slamming against the iron bars, and then another crash. His partner's cage swung widely, and at the highest point of its swing, a long arm suddenly shot from between the bars, claws scraping against metal as Sunny took hold of the youth's own gibbet. Elias flinched. What are you doing?" Sunny growled, trying to express his intention as best as he could. The young awakened didn't know how to read the runic language he knew how to write, so this was the only way of communication between them. Luckily, an honest effort to answer truthfully was enough for the flaw. It didn't punish Sunny for not being able to deliver the truth, as long as he really tried to. Their cages hung diagonally, connected by his hand. Sunny groaned, straining his muscles to pull them even closer together. Then, staring at the young man's pale face, Sunny took hold of the bars with two more hands and stretched the fourth one to grab the awakened by the throat. Elias's eyes widened slightly, but he didn't even try to struggle. The youth simply looked at him, no fear written on his gaunt and emaciated, but still childishly soft face. Instead, there was only confusion and trust. Sunny sighed. What a fool. If I wanted to, I could have snapped his neck right here and now. Of course, he had no such intentions. Instead, Sonny brought the youth closer and stared intently at the steel collar wrapped around his neck, studying it. He couldn't really see his own, so this was the next best thing. Elias remained motionless for a while, then said, "I don't know what you are trying to do, demon, but you better stop it before the priest comes to check on the noise." Sonny scowled, then let go, causing their cages to swing away from each other. Elias was right. There were mere seconds left before the Ascended showed up, judging by how long it had taken the solemn giant to appear before. He was always somewhere near, ready to intervene in case the slaves misbehaved. Sonny had timed their jailer's reaction time many, so he knew that much. It didn't matter anyway. He had already seen all that he needed to see. The pattern of runes carved inside the collar, and the stream of soul essence running through it. This was what he needed to disrupt. Sonny was going to have to work fast. Several days later, looking more like a corpse than a living being, he was laying at the bottom of the cage, looking at his hands. Between them, a complicated cradle of black strings was weaved together, forming a strange and hypnotic pattern. Sonny had advanced a lot in his ability to thread shadow strings and loop them between his fingers. Sadly, it was not without cost. The strings were ephemeral and unseen to anyone except him, which also meant that they could not interact with the material world. However, they could interact with his flesh, which was why 2 of his fingers were missing, each sliced away so cleanly that it seemed as though they had never existed. Even his phalanxes, reinforced by the evolved bone weave, had not offered the essence strings any resistance. All that remained were 2 bloody stumps. The rest of his fingers were cut and mangled, but still in place. Considering that there were 18 of them left, he still had more than a human would. Not that it diminished the pain he was constantly experiencing. It would have certainly been helpful to have a tool to work the black strings, instead of doing it with his bare hands. Something like a needle, perhaps. Coincidentally, he had one of those in his possession, a needle used by Weaver themselves, no less. But it was locked away in his soul sea, safely kept and utterly inaccessible inside the covetous coffer. So he just had to endure and be very, very careful, lest the number of his fingers diminished even further. There was another problem, though. Sonny had inherited an intuitive understanding of the guiding principles of spellweave, but it was not like he really knew what to do. All he had was his memory of the spellweave patterns he had seen before, and a vague feeling of the purpose behind them. This was not enough to master sorcery, but it was at least a start. Each memory he had studied before had unique enchantments, so he couldn't draw parallels between them and extrapolate how their weaves produced the desired effects. There were magical qualities that all memories shared, however. The ability to be summoned and dismissed, the ability to repair themselves unless completely destroyed, and the connection to the owner's soul. Knowing these 3 ubiquitous traits, Sonny could, in theory, determine which parts of the webs were the exact same across all memories, and thus were responsible for these effects. Then, he could try to recreate them. Each spell weave was incredibly complex, so recalling even a single pattern perfectly was a challenge, despite him having a very good memory. Sonny, however, had to recall not only many, but also do so with a sufficient degree of precision to be able to compare and find similarities between them. And then, he had to somehow rebuild the repeating parts of those weaves with nothing but his bare hands and shallow reserves of shadow essence. The task seemed nearly impossible. But, fueled by obsession, resolve, and desperation, he had succeeded. And also failed. After thousands of attempts, Sonny was finally able to perfectly recreate one of the 3 patterns he had managed to isolate. But as soon as the pattern was complete, it instantly fell apart. No matter how many times he repeated the process, the result was the same. For some reason, the weave didn't hold. It wasn't able to sustain itself. Something was missing. Today, Sonny was going to perform another experiment. Perhaps the last one. He was tired, drained, and terribly hurt. Whatever hope he had managed to find before, in this blood-soaked hell, was on the verge of running out. He was almost ready to give up. But not just yet. There was one other thing that all memories contained. Not a part of the pattern of ethereal strings, but something different. A bright ember that served as the anchor and nexus for the strings, a point around which the whole pattern was structured. Memories of the first tier had one, and those of the higher tiers had several. After considering that fact, Sunny had brought something back from the arena today. A single soul shard that he had not given to Elias, instead keeping it for himself. The shard had belonged to a fearsome awakened demon he killed earlier today, in one of the killing boxes of the Red Colosseum. Now, looking at the cat's cradle of ethereal black strings drawn between his fingers, he hesitated for a long time and then carefully placed the gleaming crystal in its center. Then, holding his breath, Sunny slowly started connecting each of the strings to the shard, moving his fingers with extreme speed and nimbleness. Slowly, a black pattern started shaping around the bright ember, strangely not permeating a different object, but instead looping back on itself. And after something that felt like an eternity, with drops of blood rolling down his hands, Sunny finally let go of the strings and stared at the soul shard laying on his palm. A beautiful pattern of tenebrous strings hovered in the air around it, stable, without a single flaw or weakness to cause it to fall apart. He sighed, and then weaved the last string into the pattern, connecting its other end to the shadow core in his chest. Finally, Sunny closed his eyes and gave the mental command. In front of him, the soul shard disintegrated into a rain of white sparks, and then appeared once again, creating itself out of nothingness. Sunny let out a long, heavy breath. This was the first sorcery he had woven. Sunny breathed in, then breathed out, calming down his widely beating heart. His hands were trembling so hard that the softly gleaming soul shard almost fell out of his grip. Hey, Elias. Look, it's finished." He tiredly turned his head and let out a low growl, trying to attract the young man's attention. But his partner did not even move, laying at the bottom of his cage and staring into the darkness with bleak, hollow eyes. The last few days, the youth's condition wasn't too good. He even stopped having his one-sided conversations with Sunny and just sat quietly in the darkness, not moving, until the next morning came and it was time to fight again. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then turned away. "It's all right. Rest. I'll get us out of here soon. We will be free, Elias. Just hold on a little longer." There wasn't much time left. In all of the vile dungeon, barely 4 dozen nightmare creatures were left alive. Their grotesque forms towered in the darkness, locked inside enchanted cages, the long stretches of empty space between hinting that the trials of the Red Colosseum were going to come to an end soon. And then Solvain and her followers would spend another decade hunting down a new hecatomb of monsters to sacrifice to their bloodthirsty god. Sunny's mouth twitched. Who cares? They are all just illusions anyway. The real Solvain is long dead. The real Elias is dead too. Who cares what happens to them? He stole a glance at the crestfallen youth and then looked away. But were they really? Forcing his trembling hands to grow steady, Sunny hesitated, then studied the soul shard he had just enchanted. He didn't know what the spell used to create the embers serving as anchors for its weaves. Whatever it was, there certainly was a connection to soul cores. After all, the tier, and subsequently the number of nexuses a memory's spellweave possessed, was directly tied to the number of soul cores that the source of the memory had. However, those embers weren't actual soul shards, most likely, since shards were harvested from the carcasses of nightmare creatures even if the kill had produced a memory. Sunny didn't care, though. Without a better alternative, all he could do was use one in place of the other. He steadied himself, looked upon his demonic figure through the eyes of the shadow, and then dismissed the soul shard once again. This time, however, Sunny did something strange. He willed the enchanted crystal to remain in an ambivalent state, not quite gone, but also not quite tangible. Then, he reached into the weave of the black strings and slowly untangled it, breaking the loops and allowing the ends of the tenebrous threads to float free. And finally, after that was done, he started to weave the whole pattern, including the ethereal soul shard, into the cold steel of his collar. Slowly but surely, he integrated the spell weave into the band wrapped around his neck, submerging it into the flowing stream of soul essence. The task was tenuous, perplexing, and intricate, but it wasn't too complicated. The pattern was already made, and all he had to do was to connect it to a new vessel. After a while, he was finished. The soul shard disappeared from his hands, and from the material world entirely. Instead, it was now burning beneath the surface of the collar, the black strings extending from it and spreading through the steel. Now, the collar looked almost like a memory, and even its nexus was almost undistinguishable from the embers Sunny had seen before. Of course, there was a second enchantment inside of it, this one much more complex and elaborate, crafted from ethereal runes. It was all a proper mess, just like he wanted it to be. Sunny held his breath, and then tried to dismiss the collar. The band of metal around his neck shimmered, and suddenly turned extremely cold. Inside, two energies clashed with each other, both enchantments momentarily failing. He felt a sudden shift, a sudden change in the air, and inside of him, as though a long-forgotten part of his being had awakened from a long slumber. Full of fear and excitement, Sunny did something that he had done countless times before, but never knew to value. 1. He summoned the runes. Familiar symbols appeared in the air in front of him, their sight as sweet as honey. Name: Sunless. True name: lost from light. Rank: awakened. 2. Sunny turned away from the runes and peered into the collar, observing the battle of the two enchantments within. Simultaneously, he grabbed the steel with two of his hands and threw all his monstrous strength into trying to pull it apart. But the collar held firm, as if utterly indestructible. 3. On the count of 7, the soul shard he had placed within the band of steel suddenly burst into a myriad of sparks, and the weave of black strings he had so arduously threaded fell apart, turning into the gray fog and disappearing. The original flow of soul essence was unobstructed once again, and the runic enchantment resumed its function. Sunny was not disappointed, for now all he wanted was to learn how long his sabotage was going to last. 7 seconds. A dark grin appeared on his face. 7 seconds will be more than enough. The next day, hurting and barely alive, he brought another soul shard back with him from the arena. Tonight was going to be the night of their escape. Sunny wasn't sure that he would be able to endure any longer. If he had any chance to break free, he had to take it now. The plan was long finalized in his mind, and even though he was frightened to put it in motion, there was no other way. As Elias fell on the bottom of his cage and closed his eyes, too tired to eat the disgusting raw meat thrown to them by the ascended warrior, Sunny concentrated on weaving a new enchantment. He was now proficient enough to create black strings rather swiftly, even though hurrying threatened to cost him another finger or two. Still, in a few hours, he had threaded enough to repeat the simple weave of a summoning enchantment. Following the same steps that he had taken yesterday, Sunny created the pattern around the soul shard, and then integrated it into the collar. The two enchantments clashed again, gifting him several short moments of freedom. This time, Sunny did not waste any of them. As soon as the enchantment of the collar was disrupted, breaking his connection to the Red Colosseum, he took a deep breath and fell through the shadows. A moment later, Sunny found himself standing on the cold stone floor, a couple of steps away from a swaying, empty cage. He was free. For 6 more seconds at least. 7. Sunny stepped through the shadows and appeared outside of the cage, his towering figure finally free and unconstrained by the suffocating iron bars. He staggered as excruciating pain spread through his mutilated flesh, a myriad of badly healed wounds reminding him of their festering existence, and hissed. Elias suddenly moved, confused by the direction from which the familiar hiss came. Then he grabbed the bars and stared at Sunny with wide eyes. How? All of a sudden, he could see his partner clearly in the darkness, because the obsidian body of the shadow creature had become enveloped by a storm of swirling sparks of light. Sunny had begun to summon his memories. The undying chain, the cruel sight, the midnight shard, the prowling thorn. 6. The Stygian serpent drawn on his skin suddenly moved, slithering forth to turn into a fearsome black odachi. Its sharp tip appeared in the air above one of Sunny's hands, and grew, swiftly forming into the length of the great blade. At the same time, 2 ruby eyes ignited in the depths of his shadow with a furious light. Elias flinched, staring at the gaunt demon in front of him in stunned awe. 5. Saint stepped out of the darkness, her graceful figure as black as the onyx, her posture straight and indomitable. Her hands were empty, devoid for now of any weapon. Sunny stared at his shadow with grim joy, and then bared his fangs, greeting her. He wasn't sure, but he thought that he noticed a slight change to the set of the taciturn knight's shoulders. Had she missed him too? 4. The hilt of the soul serpent fell into his hand, the length of the odachi considerably increased to account for his towering height. Sunny didn't hesitate and threw the great blade to Saint, who caught it calmly and weighed the weapon in her hand, the hue of her ruby eyes suddenly growing a little brighter. It almost seemed like the shadow was excited. Sunny glanced into the depths of the dungeon, where dozens of mighty nightmare creatures still remained locked in cages, waiting for their turn to be slaughtered in the arena. Then he turned to Saint. 3, and said, "Kill them. Kill them all." She tilted her head, sparing him a short look, and then wordlessly disappeared into the darkness, the black blade of the soul serpent raised to deliver the first killing blow. 2. A moment later, something whistled through the air, and a bestial scream thundered in the silence of the nightmarish dungeon. Sunny wasn't paying attention, though. The plan was already in motion, and his efforts were required somewhere else. The familiar voice whispered into his ear, making him shiver. "You have slain." Oh, how he longed to hear it once more. "Your shadow grows stronger." In one of Sunny's hands, a somber short sword appeared, weaved out of tenebrous fog. 1. In another, a stalwart tachi manifested itself. Sunny gripped the hilt of the midnight shard with both of his upper hands, leaving the cruel sight in one of the lower ones. The undying chain finally finished appearing from a whirlwind of white sparks, covering his body with a caparace of bleak steel. Its shape changed to accommodate Sunny's monstrous body, new plates of perfectly fitted armor encompassing his digitigrade legs, his forearms, and even his long tail, a sharp metal spike protruding from the tip of it. His gauntlets ended in vicious steel claws, and his helmet had 2 holes at the top for his curved horns to fit through. Instead of a gaunt creature with a terribly mangled body, a fearsome steel Goliath now stood amid the empty cages, jagged horns crowning the featureless steel plane of his face. 1. Sunny dismissed his helmet and felt the collar snap back into function. Immediately, he sensed that his ability to shadow step was restrained again, and his connection to the spell was cut. The sparks that had almost coalesced into the prowling thord disappeared, and the unfinished form of the heavy kunai with them. It didn't matter. He had already achieved everything he needed to achieve in these 7 seconds. Sunny could have used that time to shadow step as far as he could, escaping the premises of the Red Colosseum. However, that would have left him with no essence in the middle of Solvain's territory, with the accursed collar still wrapped around his neck. It was easy to leave the Red Colosseum, but it was much harder to escape it. As long as Sunny was collared, he was going to remain tied to the enchantments of the ancient theater. He was still going to be a slave. Plus, there was a thing he wasn't willing to leave behind. Sunny heard Saint slaughtering the second nightmare creature and turned to Elias, who was staring at him with wide eyes. The youth was still trapped in the cage. Of course, Sunny could have left him to die. In fact, doing so was probably an obvious decision. The young awakened wasn't real after all. Only, maybe, he was. Sunny had no idea whether these people were illusions or not. That was what the government and the common knowledge had told him. But was that knowledge the truth? He wasn't sure. All he knew was that the shadows of the Mountain King and the old slaver he had killed in the first nightmare were still in his soul sea, undistinguishable from all the rest of the creatures he had slain in the real world and the dream realm. An illusion created by the spell, if that was what they were, might as well have possessed a soul and a shadow. If so, were they so different from real people? In any case, it didn't really matter. In the reality of the nightmare, Elias was a living being. His partner, Sunny, was determined to save him as well. The two of them were fated to die in the arena. Well, fate could go screw itself. They had kept each other alive in the Red Colosseum, and now both of them were going to escape it. Together. That was his furious, adamant resolution. Plus, Sunny really needed Elias for his plan of escape to work. The problem, however, was the cage. It was forged out of the same indestructible alloy as their collars. So getting the youth out of it was not going to be easy. With a low growl, Sunny jumped onto the hanging cage, grabbing the bars with the curved talons on his feet, and swung the midnight shard. He wasn't aiming at the cage itself. Instead, he was aiming at the chain attaching it to the ceiling. Reinforced by the shadows, the austere Tachi cut through the rusty chain, easily breaking it apart. The cage fell to the floor, sending a loud rumble rolling through the dark dungeon, and then toppled to the side. Locked inside, Ellis was thrown down. Almost immediately, though, the youth regained his balance and crouched, staring at Sunny with wild eyes. "Hurry! Whatever you're planning, demon. Hurry! The priest is going to be here soon." Sunny shivered, remembering the aura of savage, crushing strength radiating from their ascended jailer, and the cold glint of his terrifying blade. Elias didn't need to remind him. Sunny was painfully aware of how little time he had left. The metal of the collars and the cages could not be broken, but it didn't mean that it couldn't be bent. Twisting a band of steel wrapped tightly around your neck would not have been a great idea. However, the iron bars trapping Elias were another matter entirely. Sunny just needed good leverage, and that was why he had cut the cage down. Throwing a nervous look back, in the direction from which the Red Priest usually appeared, he gritted his teeth and thrust one hand through the bars, pushing Elias back. He needed to soften the metal first, and that was going to be a dire process. The blade of the cruel sight suddenly shone with radiant white light, spreading an almost palpable heat into the cold air of the ghastly dungeon. Sunny didn't linger and pressed the somber sword against the steel bars, letting the divine flame contained within share its immolating incandescence with the enchanted cage. Come on, come on. There were two possible results for his actions. One was that he would be able to soften the metal and bend it. The other was that he was going to cook Elias alive inside the gibbet. There was also the chance that their ascended jailer would arrive quicker than usual, which would be really bad. Sunny counted the seconds and stared at the iron bars, willing them to heat up swifter. Slowly, the cold metal turned slightly red, then bright orange. Finally, at the point where the incandescent blade of the cruel sight touched them, a hint of pure white appeared. Sunny would have preferred to wait longer, but there was no more time. Dropping the short sword to the ground and biting down on the midnight shard with his fangs, He grabbed the scorching metal with all four of his hands and endured the pain of the furious heat slowly spreading through the gauntlets to his bare skin. Then, Sunny set his foot on another bar, commanded all three shadows to wrap themselves around his body, and pulled. Now that the cage was on the ground and stable, he could use all the muscles in his demonic body to put pressure on it, not just those in his arms. His core, his shoulders, his back, his powerful thighs and calf muscles, the entirety of his body, worked in unison in order to bend the steel bars. A stifled roar escaped from his mouth, washing over the blade of the austere Tachi and echoing in the cold darkness. Sunny pulled and pushed in opposite directions with all his monstrous strength. Already a demon and augmented by the three shadows, he was terrifyingly powerful. And yet, the incandescent bars refused to budge, for a few seconds at least. Then, when his muscles seemed to be on the verge of exploding from the inhuman strain, the metal finally gave in. With a metallic groan, one of the bars started to bend, slightly at first, and then more, and Yes! Elias, however, did not seem to share Sunny's jubilation. Instead, he paled, a frightened expression appearing on his face. Without saying a word, the youth raised one hand, pointing to somewhere behind his partner's back. The priest. And just then, Sunny felt a mighty shadow flying toward him from the edges of his shadow sense, growing closer and closer with harrowing speed. Damnation! The Ascended arrived a few seconds earlier than he should have. Without turning around, Sunny pulled on the incandescent bar one last time, creating enough distance between it and the next one for the youth to squeeze through. Then, he reached inside the cage, grabbed the young awakened, and roughly pulled him through the narrow breach. He already could hear the heavy steps behind him. Crap, crap, crap. Elias stared into the darkness with eyes full of fear. Demon, bay he. Without letting him finish, Sunny forcefully pushed the youth away, then swiftly turned around, grabbing the cruel sight from the ground and catching the hilt of the midnight shard. The warrior in a tattered red robe and worn leather armor was already upon him, the terrifying heavy blade cutting through the air with unthinkable speed. Sunny moved his weapons forward, trying to block the obliterating blow, but his exhausted, wounded body seemed to have finally betrayed him. He swayed, missing the timing by a split second. It looked like the tiniest of mistakes, but one mistake was all it took. His luck had run out. The great blade of the mighty Ascended slid past Sunny's defenses and hit him right in the neck. The sharp metal sliced through his tough skin, his muscles, and his spine, emerging in a fountain of blood from the other side. Sunny felt terrifying pain spread through his whole being, and then the world suddenly spun. The head of the shadow demon flew high into the air, disbelief still frozen in his lightless eyes. It was as though it was screaming, as though it was trying to say something, to share a fatal revelation that had come a few moments too late, that there was no escape. No escape except through death. Elias staggered, a stunned expression contorting his soft, youthful face. Demon, you... In front of him, the legs of the decapitated demon buckled, and his towering body, still clad in bleak steel, fell heavily to its knees. Just like that. His partner was gone. His partner's nightmare was over. The young man froze for a moment, then turned to the indifferent murderer, sorrow and wrath mixing in his hollow, tired, light blue eyes. You, I'll kill. The priest of war remained silent, disinterested in the rambling of the young slave. He turned to Elias and made a step forward, raising the monstrous blade once again. It was all over, or perhaps not. Because at that moment, the decapitated body suddenly stirred and attacked the indifferent slaughterer, the radiant blade of the cruel sight entering the man's abdomen, while the tip of the midnight shard pierced his chest. At the same time, the tail of the dead demon shot over his shoulder, penetrating one of the red priest's eyes with the long steel spike. Laying on the filthy stones a few meters away, Sonny's head observed it all with a terribly pained expression. Hurts. Crap. Dying really, really hurts. Yes, having your head separated from your body was not the most pleasant of experiences. In fact, it was probably one of the worst. However, Sonny really needed that to have happened. This was the only method to get rid of the unbreakable slave collar he had managed to come up with. He had even considered chopping his head off himself, but came to the conclusion that his own strength was not going to be enough to overcome the durability of bone weave. So he had decided to try and use the might of an ascended apostle of war instead. Death, indeed, was the only escape. In front of him, a river of blood flowed from the body of the taciturn master. The Red Priest had lowered his guard, thinking that the shadow demon was dead, and received not one, but 3 whole fatal wounds as the result. Honestly, he should have been more careful. The dead were often the most troublesome of enemies after all. As the body in the tattered red robe slowly toppled and fell to the ground, the headless body of the demon raised one hand, hooked a claw beneath the slave collar, and tore it off its severed neck. The band of metal rang as it hit the floor. Sonny was not dead, of course, thanks to the undying enchantment of his transcendent armor. For as long as it was active, he would remain alive, and even in control of his body. This was the good part. The bad part was that the enchantment was devouring his essence with an inconceivable speed, and in the next few seconds, when his reserves ran completely dry, Sonny was really going to die. Before that happened, the headless demon took a few unsteady steps forward, nonchalantly picked up its head, and awkwardly placed it on his neck. Then, he approached Elias and fell to his knees in front of the petrified youth. Come one, fool. I don't have much time. Due to the fact that his mouth wasn't currently connected to his lungs, Sonny couldn't even growl to pull the young awakened out of his stupor. Luckily, Elias shook it off himself, flinching and throwing his hands into the air to place them on both sides of Sonny's mutilated neck. Oh Lord, oh gods, oh Lord, hold on, demon. He activated his healing ability, trying to make the cleanly severed head of the shadow creature attach itself back to the flat stump of his neck. Sonny shuddered, overwhelmed by terrifying pain. How? How does it even make sense? Why am I in so much pain? My brain isn't even connected to those nerves. Curses. Damnation. For almost anyone else, recovering from having their head cut off would have been nearly impossible. However, Sonny was a bit special, because avoiding death was one of his specialties. There were several factors that played to his advantage. Firstly, the Midnight Shard had judged his current state dire enough to unlock the hidden well of power that its unbroken enchantment granted him. Secondly, his bones and his blood were transformed by Weaver's lineage, gifting him with inhuman tenacity. That was the reason why he had not bled out already, and why his body was capable of rapid healing. All those qualities were enhanced by the drop of Shadow God's ichor that Bloodweave had unceremoniously devoured, and then augmented ever further by the Midnight Shard. And lastly, while Undying was rapidly consuming his reserves of shadow essence, Saint was out there in the darkness, slaying one powerful nightmare creature after another. She was wielding the Black Odachi, whose Soul Reaver ability transferred a portion of essence of all creatures slain by the serpent in either its soul weapon or soul beast form. So, with each mighty abomination Saint killed, Sonny received a considerable amount of essence, thus allowing him to keep the Undying enchantment active longer. Was it going to be long enough for him to survive, though? That was what he was going to find out. Torturous seconds passed, with Elias desperately trying to heal the harrowing wound, and Sonny desperately observing his reserves of shadow essence plummeting further and further. The rate with which the Undying chain was eating through his essence was much, much faster than the rate with which Saint and Serpent replenished it. He was only able to slow down the inevitable, not stop it. His whole being was overwhelmed with agony and pain. But what else was new? Even though Sonny had never had his head chopped off before, He experienced similar tortures, if not worse. There was almost no shadow essence left in his cores. And then, there was none. The undying enchantment deactivated. But Sunny was still alive. He moved his lips and tentatively touched his neck, which had a ghastly scar running all around it now. Then he bent over and spat out a torrent of blood. Sunny felt terrible. He felt like a zombie. But he was not dead. More than that. He was now truly, really free. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, then hissed quietly, which made it feel as though his throat was being sawed open by tens of dull, rusty knives. His head was once again attached to his neck. However, that didn't mean that he felt fine. In fact, although he had avoided becoming a corpse, he still felt like one. Your shadow grows stronger. The dark dungeon suddenly grew silent. Saint must have finished off the last of the caged nightmare creatures, turning him and Elias into the last surviving captives of the Red Colosseum. No matter what happened from now on, the ghastly trials were over. Finished before time by her hand. Sunny sensed a bit of shadow essence pour into his cores, replenishing the empty reserves a little, and scowled. That wasn't much. The young awakened had wasted all of his essence while healing Sunny as well. The two of them were not going to survive if they had to fight a prolonged battle. So, they needed to flee the Colosseum swiftly and before the rest of the warmongers noticed their escape. Gritting his teeth, Sunny staggered and rose to his feet, then threw a somber glance at Elias, who was staring at him with wide eyes. The youth still had a collar wrapped around his neck. However, there was not much Sunny could do about that right now. It was not like he could behead the young awakened, too. Hopefully his strength alone was going to be enough to deliver them both away from this cursed place. Now that he was connected to the spell and had access to all of his power, there were a lot of things that could be done. The damned zealots were going to regret ever capturing him. Elias opened his mouth, then asked in a shaking voice, "Demon, how? How are you still alive?" Sunny tilted his head, grimaced, and decided to not move his neck too much in the future. Then he gestured at the breastplate of the undying chain. The young awakened frowned. Your armor? It's a relic? Wait, where did you even get this fearsome armor, and all these magical weapons?" Sunny sighed, then nodded and pointed at his chest again. Elias blinked a couple of times. "What do you mean that they were inside of you all along? Why have you not used them in the arena then?" One of the demon's hands rose and pointed at the collar that now lay harmlessly on the filthy stones. The youth frowned. "Oh, I see. The war god's binding must have hidden you from the sight of the Lord of Shadows and robbed you of his blessings. But then—" Sunny sighed and pressed a finger against his lips, commanding Elias to be quiet. At the same time, Saint appeared from the darkness, drops of fetid black blood still dripping from the blade of the great Odachi. Her gaze was calm and indifferent, as always. The youth stared at the taciturn demon for a few moments, then bowed respectfully. You have my gratitude for coming to our aid, Venerable Lady Shade." Saint looked at the young man without showing any sign of having an opinion on being addressed in such a peculiar manner. Poor fool must be thinking that she is another shadow creature that came to rescue her kin. Me, that is. And judging by this reaction, he also seems to be convinced that she is my senior in the hierarchy of shadows. What the hell? Why are teenagers always convinced that Saint is cooler than me? He was in no mood to disabuse the youth of this misconception, though. Plus, there was no time. A scorched kite shield manifested itself from sparks of light in Saint's hand, and at the same time, the soul serpent turned into a stream of flowing darkness and reformed itself into a straight, double-edged sword, this one akin to the weapon the graceful knight had wielded in the past. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then pushed the hilt of the midnight shard into Elias's hands. Holding the cruel sight in one of his own, He bent down and picked up the terrifying heavy blade of the Red Priest with the upper pair. Sunny didn't know what enchantments exactly the two-handed cleaver possessed, but since it had managed to slice through his adamantine spine without too much trouble, they had to be exceptionally powerful. Then, he took a deep breath and sent his shadows forth, along the familiar corridors of the underground part of the Colosseum and beyond them, to find a way to freedom. Sunny was good enough in a fight to survive in the arena, and even earn the love and admiration of the damned lunatics who spectated the slaughter and worshipped it. But his true calling was to remain hidden in the darkness, move unseen, and strike at unsuspecting enemies from the shadows to kill them in one fell blow. The task of escaping the Red Colosseum unnoticed was much easier for him than that of conquering it. As all three shadows glided into the darkness, the skin of the four-armed demon he inhabited turned from obsidian black to pale gray once again, and Sunny swayed, sensing his strength and resilience vastly diminish. He gritted his teeth and then gestured for Elias to follow. While Saint disappeared into the darkness, the two of them headed toward the exit from the dungeon. They walked through the silent corridors, sensing the cold wind blow past, washing the stench of the dungeon off their aching bodies. Since it was night and the battles were not supposed to continue until the morning, the Colosseum was mostly empty, devoid of the jubilant crowds that filled it during the day. Here and there, Sunny and Elias still encountered the warmongers, those who, perhaps, had duties to maintain, clean, and prepare the arena for the next day's slaughter. However, everyone they saw had already met Saint. Following in the wake of the taciturn demon, the two of them found only corpses. The followers of war had been killed ruthlessly and noiselessly, each requiring just one strike. With each death, Sunny's reserves of essence were replenished a bit more. But more importantly than that, the path to freedom was clear. Finally, after something that felt like an eternity, Sunny found his three shadows waiting silently before a small wooden door. He lingered for a second and then pushed it open. In front of him there was a vast green meadow, and beyond it, nothing but boundless, vast, star-lit sky. The dawn was approaching, which meant that they didn't have a lot of time left. Sunny and Elias had to leave the cursed island of the Red Colosseum before the night ended, and the crowds of war god worshippers arrived to spectate the sacrificial slaughter on the blood-soaked arena. Once they were elsewhere, pursuing them would become much harder. Not only because the ancient magic of the demon of desire would remain far behind them, but also because the warmongers would have to split their forces to search all the neighboring isles. The further the two of them escaped, the wider net their pursuers would have to throw. By then, the zealots would have to deal with the crushing as well. Sunny wasn't familiar with the western reaches of the Chained Isles, which belonged to the followers of war, since he had never traveled in this direction before. They could try to escape northeast, toward the Hollow Mountains and the Night Temple, but that region was unfamiliar to him as well. Directly to the east, a long distance away, lay the Ivory City where Elias hailed from, and the Prison of Hope. However, the eastern direction would be where the pursuers were most likely to concentrate their search, since running toward the domain of their enemies, the Sun God's people, would have been the safest choice. After hesitating for a few seconds, Sunny pulled the young awakened toward the southern edge of the Red Island. If they journey southeast, they would eventually reach the ruined fortress. Well, it might not have been ruined yet, where he had once welcomed Effie and Kai. There, the influence of the war faction was bound to be severely diminished. More importantly, that was the boundary to the part of Hope's shattered kingdom that Sunny knew and had explored before. Before the start of the nightmare, he and the other members of the cohort had agreed to travel to the Iron Hand Island, should they be separated. Sunny would be able to easily find his way there from the southern great chain that anchored the isles to the mainland beneath. Hidden in the darkness, Sunny and Elias ran across the meadow, aiming to reach the edge of the island and one of the heavenly chains that rattled below from time to time, disturbed by the turbulent winds of the border between the two skies. "Come on. Come on," Once they were over the edge, Sunny could summon the heavenly burden and the dark wing to carry them to the chain, or even hide them in the darkness of the sky below for a while. Their salvation was so close. It was already just a few meters away. But then, his heart suddenly grew cold. No. In the end, it wasn't close enough. Just as they reached the edge, a quiet sigh resounded from the darkness. And suddenly, Sunny was laying on the ground, his vision blurred and his whole body numb. There was no oxygen in his lungs, and no matter how hard he tried to inhale, it was of no use. His chest seemed to be on fire. A few seconds of agony later, the shock of the terrifying impact that had cracked the breastplate of the undying chain and sent him flying to the ground began to fade, and Sunny was able to finally draw in a hoarse, desperate breath. Curses. He moved his arm, reaching for the hilt of the Red Priest's cleaver that lay near, buried in the soft grass. However, before his fingers closed around it, a delicate foot stepped on his wrist, and suddenly, it was as though the weight of a whole world descended upon him. Sunny groaned, then gritted his teeth and looked up at the harrowing creature that had attacked them from beyond the edge of the island. It was a graceful, breathtaking beauty wearing a simple red tunic, her face tender and solemn, her dazzling eyes shining like two silver stars. Solvain looked down at him and smiled with sadness. "I am afraid that this is as far as you go. Ah, we meet again, child of shadows." Sunny stared at the beautiful saint with grim resentment burning in his black, tenebrous eyes. He remained motionless, knowing that his worst fear had just come true. The transcendent immortal herself had arrived to hunt them down. He thought feverishly, trying to come up with some way to escape the priestess of war. Soul Serpent and Saint were still hiding in his shadow, so he could command them to attack. But what could an awakened and an ascended demon do against a transcendent, an undying one that was chosen by the gods and had lived for at least 1,000 years, no less? No, sending them to fight that horror would be just sending them to their deaths. In all of his travels, Sunny had never met a creature more frightening than Solvain. Of that, he was sure. Even the corrupted leviathans of the Dark Sea had not instilled such caution in him. Maybe only the harrowing rot in the Ebony Tower had, but he hesitated to call it a living being. Then, what? What he was supposed to do? Damn you! Damn you, fate! You never let go of your prey, do you? Sunny gritted his teeth, then growled, and tried to strike at Solvain with the cruel sight. However, the beautiful woman simply swatted it away, breaking his fingers and sending the somber blade flying over the edge of the island. She shook her head. "No, not like that, little demon. You deserve a better end." Then, Sunny felt himself being lifted into the air and then thrown to his knees. A moment later, a stifled scream announced that Elias, too, had not escaped the immortal transcendent. His gaunt figure fell near him, a pained grimace contorting the young man's young face. Soon, the unassailable power that pressed Sunny into the ground disappeared, and he was able to breathe again. Looking up, he saw Solvain standing in front of them, his silken skin caressed by the gentle starlight. She looked at them with an inexplicable expression, her long chestnut hair dancing softly in the wind. "There has to be something I can do. Think. The transcendent priestess smiled, the world itself growing brighter from her mesmerizing smile. "Ah, the trials of life are over. I congratulate you, champions. Although some of your foes were vanquished under the cover of darkness instead of in the bright light of day, under the gaze of the gods, you have defeated them nevertheless. You have even slain one of my blessed. Thank you. Thank you for giving that which I was unable to. You have my gratitude. Both of you." Sunny stared at the beautiful saint, frozen in place. Despite all the hatred he harbored against the monstrous priestess, despite how much he wanted to pay her back 100-fold for all the suffering she had caused him. He couldn't help but forget his anger and be enchanted by her beauty. Solvain was just too splendid, too lovely. Her eyes were too lustrous, her smile too charming, her soft lips too alluring. This woman was created to be worshipped, for men to wage wars in hope of earning the right to stand by her side. Snap out of it, idiot. Have you not seen beautiful things before? Beautiful things are always the deadliest. Sunny bit his lip, allowing his sharp fangs to pierce it. Pain sobered him up somewhat. Beside him, Elias was staring at Solvain with grim eyes. Strangely, the young man did not seem to be affected by her transcendent beauty at all. It was understandable. After all, his whole family had been slaughtered by the followers and on the orders of the dazzling priestess. Meanwhile, something appeared in Solvain's hands. It was a small object that made Sunny's eyes narrow suddenly, and his breathing become quicker. The saint sighed and stretched her hand forward, a simple knife carved out of a single piece of wood laying on her open palm. The trials of life are over, and so I offer you this gift, and the right to fight for your freedom. To struggle for your life, as life is an eternal struggle. Will you accept, champions? Will you take this wooden blade and wield it? It is all I can give you. Sunny's heart skipped a beat. I'll be damned. The fairy tale about a wooden sword Elias had once shared with him had actually, inexplicably, turned out to be true. And more than that, Sunny recognized the sword instantly. He had already held that wooden knife once, a long time ago. Far, far in the future. This was the knife he had killed Solvain with. Sunny stared at the wooden knife, suffocating pain still radiating from the spot where Solvain had hit him. The transcendent was so fast that he had not even seen or sensed her strike. Not that it mattered anymore. As he studied the familiar blade, different pieces of knowledge suddenly clicked together, revealing a chilling truth. Stunned by the grim revelation, Sunny shuddered. Of course, finally the purpose of the Red Colosseum made sense to him. The cruelty of the trials, the perverse faith of the zealous warriors, their worship of struggle, battle, and death. The tale of a wooden blade that granted the champion a chance to win their freedom. When he looked back, it all seemed so obvious. The strange cult of war that had blossomed on the ruins of the Kingdom of Hope was built around the tenet of glory. Glory was both the highest virtue and the highest of honors, and it could only be won by prevailing against overwhelming odds, through mortal struggle, which was the essence of life and war, as far as these zealots were concerned. So they enslaved a horde of abominations and threw themselves against it, fighting to the death against their slaves in the arena. With each battle, the weak were slaughtered, and the strong got to live and fight against more powerful enemies the next day, all under the beaming gazes of the jubilant crowd. Those who died perished in the pursuit of glory, and those who lived came closer and closer to earning it. That was the sacrificial ritual the followers of war performed every decade or so, spilling blood in the name of their glorious dream. However, there was one problem with this demented arrangement. A glaring flaw that made the trials of the Red Colosseum seem futile, hollow, and senseless. What was the end of all this? Was everyone participating in the battle destined to die? Would there be no victor? What happened to the person or creature left standing at the very end, devoid of enemies to struggle against? Where was their glory? Now, looking at the wooden knife that contained Solvain's death, freely offered to them by the immortal transcendent herself, Sunny finally understood everything. That last champion would indeed be gifted a wooden blade and a chance to fight for their freedom, just like Elias had learned from the fairy tales in the Ivory City. They just had to overcome one last enemy, to fight against Solvain herself. This whole feverish hell, the Red Colosseum, the blood-soaked arena, the cult of murderous glory she had built, existed for one single purpose: to find, or rather create, a warrior capable of killing their saint. Eternal Solvane, undefeated Solvane, wanted to die. The madness of this nightmare was born out of the 1,000 years of immortality the beautiful priestess had endured, out of the desire to be free of her eternal duty as Hope's warden. However, Solvane didn't just want to die. She wanted to die a glorious death, one worthy of a true servant of war. Or rather, she simply could not allow herself to give up. Giving up without struggle was a sin against her faith, her God, and her conviction. So the beautiful transcendent could only allow herself to die if she was defeated. That was her goal. Finding someone valiant enough to kill her was Solvane's most ardent hope, her deepest desire. Feeling a hint of vague suspicion, Sunny frowned. He was certain that he was right, that his reasoning and insight were correct. But at the same time, there was still something out of place. Something still didn't make sense. He just couldn't say what. And there was no time to think. Solvane was still offering them the wooden knife and a chance to save their lives. All they had to do was to take it and win. But he wasn't fooled. Her offer might have seemed like a gift, but it was just a death sentence. Sure, the knife contained a death, Solvane's death, and would be able to slay her with one strike. At this point, Sunny was certain that there had been 7 knives once, each meant to kill one of the 7 immortals created by the Lord of Light. And this one, the wooden knife, was meant to kill Solvane. However, taking it was only going to spell their doom. Wooden blade or not, the beautiful priestess was still a transcendent, a servant of war with 1,000 years of battle experience, an ancient warrior who had fought and triumphed in battles too many to count. And despite her desire to be defeated, she would not throw this fight. Giving in without struggling with all her might was against Solvane's conviction. Fighting against her was suicide. By his side, Elias' pupils widened dangerously. Feeling a small change in his partner's posture, Sunny shifted and glanced at him. What is this fool trying to do? The youth gritted his teeth, and then slowly rose to his feet. His tattered tunic had long ago lost any remnant of its once pure white color, and was now hanging like rags on his gaunt, emaciated body. Despite that, the young awakened looked full of resolve and determination, his eyes glinting with grim purpose. "What are you doing?" "No, you fool." Despite the pain in his throat, Sunny growled loudly, trying to warn Elias of how fatal his actions were. But his call fell on deaf ears. Damn it, why can't I talk?" For the first time since he had entered the nightmare, Sunny felt really desperate to speak. But he couldn't. The demon's body robbed him of the ability to converse with humans in any meaningful way. Panicking, he made a motion to stand up, hoping to grab the youth before the fool made a lethal mistake. But the pressure Solvane had exerted on him was back, paralyzing the body of the 4-armed shadow creature. He groaned, suddenly unable to move, and struggled to even keep his head up. Elias hesitated for a moment and then looked at Sunny with a sad smile. It's all right, demon. Thank you. Thank you for getting us this far. But now, it is my turn. This is our chance. This is what we've been fighting for all this time, is it not? The tales my mother told me were all true. I'll free us both. You'll see. The Lord of Light will guide my hand. With that, he reached out and took the wooden knife from Solvane's hand, his fingers wrapping tightly around its hilt. The priestess smiled radiantly and took a step back. Her beautiful eyes shone with joy, and her voice resounded in the darkness of the dying night, full of longing and hope. Be brave, boy. The gods are watching. Sunny struggled desperately against the crushing force that pressed him into the ground, but it was of no use. A stifled roar escaped from his mouth. A few steps away, Elias straightened, calmly looked the transcendent beauty in the eyes, and then assumed a battle stance. He knew what he was doing after all. The youth was as talented of a fighter as Sunny had been at his age, or maybe even better. 2 months of constant battles in the arena gave him plenty of experience, more than most would have acquired in a lifetime, and certainly no less than what Sunny had on the forgotten shore. No, that is not enough. But what if Elias really had a chance? Sunny had achieved many impossible things himself as well, and seen others do the same. Even in the direst of situations, there was always hope. That was a lesson he had learned against all odds in the hell of the forgotten shore, and later in the stone mausoleum of the Night Temple. Without wasting any time on doubt and hesitation, Elias sent his soul essence flowing in a raging flood and shot forward, moving with grace and speed that few awakened could ever hope to achieve. His hand flew through the air, swift enough to appear as an almost imperceptible blur. The strike was swift and cunning. However, it was just a feint. His true intention was to attack from below, and it was hidden almost perfectly. There was no sign of the fact that the young man was preparing to change the direction of the blow. He had learned well from watching Sunny fight, but if Sunny could see it, then so could Sylvain. His eyes narrowed. A split second before the wooden knife reached the Transcendent's flesh, Elias suddenly stumbled, then slowed down. Taking a few unsteady steps forward, he swayed and suddenly toppled to the ground. A thin red line appeared across his chest, and then burst open in a flood of blood. Above him, Sylvain sighed with sorrow and lowered her hand, a single drop of crimson falling from her delicate fingers. Her lips trembled, and then a barely audible whisper reached Sunny's ears. "Not today." He didn't hear it, though. Frozen, Sunny stared at Elias, who lay motionlessly on the ground, the grass soaking in his blood. The young man's unmoving face was turned to him, his light blue eyes still open. However, those eyes, which had been bright and lively once, were now dull and empty, reflecting the boundless darkness of the night sky. Elias's face seemed almost peaceful. The youth was finally free. Sunny roared, struggling furiously to stand up, but all he achieved was damaging his mangled body even further. Without paying any attention to that pain, he continued fighting against the invisible chains holding him down, feeling the ground itself shift beneath his knees. "Kill! I'll kill her! I'll rip her to shreds!" Sylvain remained motionless for a while, and then silently bent down to pick up the wooden knife from the youth's bloodless fingers. Coming closer, she stared at Sunny with a dark expression and then asked, "What about you? Are you willing to fight me, little demon?" Sunny glared at her, his teeth bared in a hateful grin. He wanted to. Oh, how he wanted to. But he could not. Fighting Sylvain meant nothing but death. Slowly, he shook his head. The beautiful priestess sighed. "Of course. Why did I expect different from the servant of cowardly shadow?" Her hand suddenly flashed, and terrible pain exploded through Sunny's body. Looking down, in a morbid déjà vu, he saw a graceful arm protruding from his chest. The breastplate of the undying chain shattered into pieces. Sylvain grimaced and pulled his hand out of his broken chest, easily tearing the still-beating heart out in the process. She glanced at it with disappointment, and then sent the body of the four-armed demon tumbling over the edge of the island. The last thing he saw before plummeting into the abyss was her graceful, beautiful figure, standing forlornly in the tall grass. Then, Sunny fell into the embrace of darkness. His body flew down, faster and faster, quickly disappearing into the nothingness of the sky below. Soon, it was so far away from the red island that even a memory of sunlight couldn't reach that far. His chest was torn open, and his heart was violently ripped from it, leaving behind a harrowing wound. After falling for a while, Sunny sighed. Luckily, this strange body of his had 2 hearts, and while anyone else would have succumbed to blood loss after having one destroyed, he possessed blood weave, which kept him alive despite receiving such a ghastly wound. It didn't feel too good, though. In fact, the pain was terrible, but it could not compare even a little to the anguish he felt in his soul. Sonny closed his eyes. "I'm sorry, Elias, I failed, but don't worry. I'll kill her on your behalf. One day. Kill her again. I'll kill her as many times as it takes to erase the very memory of her from existence. Just you wait." He gritted his teeth, then summoned the heavenly burden, and then thrust the black needle into his flesh. Dark wing appeared on his shoulders, swiftly turning into a blur. Sonny's fall slowed, then slowed some more, and finally turned into flight. He was flying into the darkness, moving further and further away from the red Colosseum. Far above, the eastern horizon had already turned pale lilac, announcing the arrival of a new day. Eventually, Sonny returned to the altitude where the dark undersides of the floating islands could be seen. He tiredly approached one, sensed something moving in the deep shadows, and glided past without coming too close. The next one didn't seem to harbor any horrors. He flew toward the rough stone surface and sunk his claws and talons into it, clinging to the bottom of the island like a bat. Strangely, Sonny did not need to exert any conscious effort to remain in that position, and simply lay upside down on the cold stones for a while, struggling against exhaustion. He was in much worse shape than it had seemed before. 2 months of ruthless battles in the Red Colosseum had taken a toll on his body, and the terrible wound in his chest was still there, sapping him of strength and vitality. With the help of Bloodweave, the body of the four-armed demon managed to survive having one of its 2 hearts violently torn out. But that didn't mean that it was going to fully recover from that vicious injury. With only 1 heart left to pump blood through his veins, Sonny felt lethargic and weak. That weakness would probably never go away, not unless he somehow managed to find or grow a new heart. He was tired to the bone, overwhelmed by pain, and numb. Terribly, utterly numb. After the harrowing intensity of the past 2 months and the crushing strain of their disastrous attempt to escape, Sonny finally reached safety and found himself drained of all thoughts and emotions. He couldn't muster enough energy to feel joy or relief, grief or sorrow, even anger or hatred. Tired. He was just too tired. The island under which Sonny hid was separated from the Red Colosseum by 4 or 5 heavenly chains, far to the south. He was still deep within the territory of the followers of war, but no one was going to discover him, not unless they had wings. And even then, finding the Child of Shadows in the cold embrace of darkness was not going to be easy. However, no one was looking. After all, he was considered to be dead. Sonny looked at the shattered breastplate of the undying chain, and then dismissed the damaged armor to give it a chance to repair itself. Then, he summoned the mantle of Underworld and gasped when its onyx metal wrapped itself around his mangled chest. The intricate black armor embraced his tortured body, soothing its aches. Sonny doubted that anyone from the real world would be able to spy on him here, in the depths of a nightmare. But even if they could, he didn't care anymore. He just wanted to be safe and protected. As soon as the fearsome mantle hid his wounds, Sonny tiredly closed his eyes and plunged into the nothingness of a deep, dreamless sleep. Thirst and pain. That were the first things Sonny felt before slowly remembering who he was, what he was, and where he had found himself. He was in hell. Where else? I fell asleep. He opened his eyes and saw the rough surface of the bare stone in front of him. Sonny was still clinging to the underside of the island, his claws buried deep into it and holding him in place like iron pythons. He felt better, somewhat. His body was still a labyrinth of pain, but it was much milder than before. Judging by the state of his wounds, he had slept for many, many days. No wonder he was so thirsty. Sonny shifted slightly and freed one of his 4 hands, then summoned the endless spring and drank a few gulps of water. Then, he turned his head and stared into the darkness, indifferent to everything. His body was healing, but his mind was still empty and numb, exhausted of its ability to feel anything. All that remained was cold rationality, but even that part of him was dull and apathetic, devoid of any interest and desire. He just didn't care about anything, or anyone, right now. The mere thought of caring seemed exhausting. After a while, Sunny sighed. What should I do? Despite everything that had happened, his immediate goal remained simple and straightforward. He had to traverse the whole kingdom of Hope and reach the Iron Hand Island to regroup with the cohort. Once they were together, if the others were still alive, they would know what to do. Sunny didn't feel particularly motivated to attempt the perilous journey, but he knew that he had to. It was a simple enough objective, at least. In his current state, he felt reluctant to think about anything arduous, obtuse, or complicated. All he had to do was to move southeast for a while and then turn north. Maybe his condition would improve by the time he reached the eastern edges of the Chained Isles. The road, however, was not going to be easy. Sunny was going to have to sneak through the vast territory of the warmongers without being seen, reach the southernmost boundary of the region, and then retrace the path he had taken to welcome Effie and Kai almost all the way back to the sanctuary of Noctis. It was also unclear who ruled the eastern territories in this era, or if they were wild and overrun by nightmare creatures, like they would be in the future. He grimaced, remained motionless for a while, and then summoned the covetous coffer. Catching the frightened box before it plummeted into the sky below, Sunny freed one more hand and took a handful of synth paste tubes out of the coffer, then dismissed it. Consuming the tasteless sludge to replenish his strength, he summoned the runes and finally took a proper look at them for the first time in months. Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Rank, Awakened. Class, Demon. Shadow cores, 3 out of 7. Shadow fragments. His pupils narrowed. What? But there was no mistake. The runes read, Shadow fragments, 2,223 over 3,000. Sunny stared at the number, then hung his head back and tried to chuckle, producing a disturbing bestial snarl instead. His throat pulsed with sharp pain, but he shrugged it off and bared his teeth in a dark, bitter grin. When entering the nightmare, Sunny had less than 300 fragments collected, which meant that he had accumulated almost 2,000 of them in the Red Colosseum. In fact, in those 2 months, he had probably slaughtered more nightmare creatures and humans than in the previous 2 years, his whole life as a carrier of the spell. Was this the price of glory? Sunny remained motionless for a while, then shifted his gaze, moving it to the very end of the field of shimmering runes. Soon, Nef's description appeared before him. He lingered for a few moments, and then read, Soul fragments, 2,478 over 4,000. The corner of his mouth twitched. Of course, she is in a hell of her own after all. The gap between them had diminished, but barely. He was still behind, still lacking, but she was alive at least, and fighting with all her strength to return. If Nef refused to give up, then he would have to persevere too. With a sigh, Sunny turned away and looked back to his runes, finding the list of his memories and echoes. His eyes suddenly gleamed, but then grew dark and slightly despondent. What the hell? How was this even possible? Among the names of his memories, dozens of new ones shimmered in the darkness. It seemed that the spell continued to reward him, even while their connection was obstructed by the sorceries of hope. It sort of made sense. The fact that Sunny had not been able to communicate with the spell did not mean that it had not continued to watch his every step. He was inside one of its nightmares after all, which created a swarm of questions on its own. Not caring to consider them, Sunny silently counted the new memories. 39. There were 39 of them, and yet there was not a single echo he had received after slaughtering nearly 1,000 nightmare creatures. Not even a hint of one. Doesn't make any sense. None at all. What is this, a joke? It seemed that his luck when it came to memories had been incredible, while his luck when it came to echoes had been beyond terrible. He should have received 4 of 5 at least. But he had not. Sonny stared into the darkness for a while, his expression glum. Then he sighed. Well, doesn't matter. It's a pity that I did not receive an echo of the Red Priest, though. I would have made him into a shadow, just to get a chance to kill that bastard again. He studied his new memories, slowly reading their names and descriptions. A few were good, and a couple was splendid. The rest, however, were worse than what he already had in his arsenal. Their only use was to feed Saint. This time, however, he did not hurry to give them away as sustenance for the taciturn demon. Instead, Sonny hesitated for a long time and then dismissed the runes. He had other plans for these memories. Each of them possessed a unique weave, one that he would be able to study and experiment with while not fearing to damage or destroy an actually valuable instrument. He would be able to use weaver's needle now, too, instead of cutting his fingers on the ethereal but perfectly sharp strings. Satisfied with that decision, Sonny finished the last of synth paste tubes he had taken out of the covetous coffer, indifferently dropped them into the dark abyss of the sky below, and sent one of his shadows to scout out the situation above. The sun was rolling toward the horizon, and the night was swiftly approaching. That meant that he would have to move soon. Over the next few days, Sonny traveled southeast, staying in the darkness of the sky below during the night, and finding shelter on the undersides of the floating island during the day. He was still weak because of his injuries and had to make frequent stops to rest and sleep, which slowed him down considerably. In the course of these days, Sonny made several stunning discoveries. The first one was rather pleasant and beneficial to him. As it turned out, there were far fewer nightmare creatures populating the Kingdom of Hope in this era than there were in the future. That included the harrowing abominations that dwelled on the dark side of the islands. Their absence made the task of remaining below the isles far easier for him. Of course, there were still some monstrosities hiding in the darkness, but not nearly enough to make it too hard to avoid them. In retrospect, that made sense. These lands were not completely devastated yet, and there were plenty of humans living on the levitating islands. It was because of them and their efforts that the population of nightmare creatures was so low. It was also the reason why it took Solvain and her zealots a full decade or more to gather enough abominations to hold the accursed trials. The second discovery he made was far less fortuitous, and also had to do with the human inhabitants of the Kingdom of Hope. He was still in the territory of the worshippers of war, which made it all but impossible to appear on the surface of the islands during the day, unnoticed. But the dark side wasn't completely safe either. Not once, and not twice, he saw humans traveling either across the heavenly chains or through the sky below. Hidden in the shadows, he observed several flying ships sail through the boundless darkness, some adorned with sails of pristine white, some of vivid red. He even witnessed 2 vessels locked in furious battle, arrows and pieces of burning wood falling into the abyss like rain. In the end, the ship with white sails rammed into the red one, splitting the vessel in half and sending the captain and the crew to their deaths in the sky below. These ships looked simultaneously similar and different to the one the firekeepers had repaired and guided to the Ebony Tower. They were much smaller and slower, and didn't have a magnificent tree growing around their masts. The vessel Sonny had spent several weeks on looked much more ancient in comparison, like the original in front of lesser copies. The third discovery Sonny made was perhaps the most shocking. The crushing did not exist in this era. The islands rose and fell as usual, but no matter how high they climbed, no deadly force assaulted them, threatening to destroy anything too weak or too slow to run away. Many of the nightmare creatures Sonny had studied before hunting them down, in the future, were somewhat different here from what he knew. He had understood that fact in the arena and confirmed it while observing the islands through the eyes of his shadows after escaping it. Now, he learned why. The crushing did not yet exist, and for that reason, The nightmare creatures had not gone through thousands of years of adaptation to learn how to survive its burden. Neither their bodies nor their behavior changed to accommodate the deadly force that would terrorize the entire region in the future yet, and that was why he had found them to be both familiar and strange. Armed with that knowledge, Sonny slowly made his way south, leaving the Red Colosseum and St. Solvain further and further behind. His wounds slowly healed, and soon he felt that he would not be entirely useless in the fight anymore. That was just in time, because his days of peace were about to come to an end. It took Sonny almost 2 weeks to approach the southern boundary of the Chained Isles. The further from the Red Colosseum he went, the less presence the warmongers had there. With Solvain's militant order occupying the western reaches of the Kingdom of Hope and the followers of Sun God in control of its center, engaged in a centuries-old conflict with each other, the south remained desolate and neglected. That made Sonny's life a bit easier, but also caused him to lower his guard a little. He still had to remain vigilant, though, because there were more and more unsightly horrors hiding in the deep shadows of the dark side as he traveled away from human settlements. On one of these days, Sonny found himself clinging to the underside of a small floating island as he waited for the arrival of night. He had already rested and dined on several tubes of synth paste, so for now, there was nothing much for him to do. As had been his habit for the past week or so, he summoned one of the memories from the Colosseum and studied its weave, trying to peer into the secrets of the complicated pattern of ethereal strings. Armed with his innate intuition and the ability to compare different memories to each other, he was making torturously slow progress in his understanding of sorcery, or at least of this type of it. Weaver's sorcery seemed elegant, strange, and marvelous, but also inhumanly complex and elaborate. Sonny doubted that he would be able to comprehend its foundational principles anytime soon, and even if he did, his human mind was simply unable to encompass the whole of the infinitely convoluted patterns, let alone create one from scratch. Maybe if he had a powerful supercomputer instead of a brain. In any case, he was not going to be creating his own memories just yet, or maybe ever. That didn't mean that he couldn't do anything, though. Sonny might not have had the capacity to create new weaves, but he had already proven his ability to copy those that already existed. He had reproduced the simplest and most common of them, the pattern responsible for storing memories in his soul and then summoning them back through essence, in the dungeon of the Red Colosseum. With enough time and preparation, he would be able to copy other enchantments of the familiar weaves too. Creating anything meaningful was going to take a while, though, but that was not what Sonny was currently trying to achieve. Instead, he wanted to expand his sorcerous repertoire from 1 trick to no less than 2 tricks. He was experimenting with his memories in hopes of learning how to modify and change an existing enchantment. Right now, Sonny was holding a slim dagger in one hand and a small silver bell in the other. The silver bell was the first memory he had ever received, and also the simplest, while the slim dagger was one of the weapons he had won in the arena. Its enchantment was rather straightforward. It made the weapon utterly noiseless. It didn't ring when struck against armor or another blade, and didn't even rustle as it entered the enemy's flesh. Sonny had chosen these 2 memories for the experiment because, at the core, their enchantments were very similar. One was that of sound amplification, while the other was that of sound nullification. He wanted to change the latter into the former. In other words, he wanted to turn the silent dagger into a very noisy dagger. Not because that would be very useful, but to prove that he was capable of modifying enchantments. After studying the spell weave of the silver bell for many days, Sonny was close to memorizing the staggering complexity of the pattern of strings entirely. Since the bell had only 1 enchantment, it was easy to isolate it from the parts of the pattern that were common to all memories. So, in theory, he knew what shape to create. The dagger, on the other hand, was a bit different. It also only had a single enchantment and a single ember anchoring the pattern, but that ember was brighter, and the pattern itself was much larger and more intricate. However, There were certain similarities with the one in the bell, so Sonny could imagine turning one into another. He hesitated for a while, then sighed, and raised Weaver's needle. Just like on the day he had found it, the long and narrow needle was enveloped in a faint, weak, golden shine that only he could see. Thousands of years ago, or maybe sometime in the future, it had absorbed some of Weaver's deific blood, along with tiny traces of divinity. Sonny suspected that the needle had not been a magical tool, and neither had it actually belonged to Weaver. Rather, it had been just a random needle that the demon of fate found in the ebony tower and made use of to sew a new arm to their body, and its magical properties came from being washed in the demon's blood. However, now, the needle did possess magical properties. Just like Sonny's fingers, it was capable of interacting with the ephemeral strings that constituted spell weaves. Sonny threaded a shadow string through the needle and carefully thrust it into the sorcerous pattern that created the enchantment of the silent dagger. He was hoping to replace some of the existing strings with his own, shift others around, and remove some completely. At first, everything went well. Sonny was on the verge of getting excited, but then, the same thing that happened with all his previous experiments repeated itself. At some point, the strings trembled, and then the whole pattern tore and collapsed, turning into a chaotic mess of ripped and fluttering threads. Sonny hurriedly retracted his hand, afraid to lose it, and watched as the slim dagger shimmered and disintegrated into a rain of dim sparks. A few moments later, the spell spoke solemnly. "Your memory has been destroyed." Sonny grimaced and closed his eyes. Damnation! Another one. Then, however, he suddenly shifted and turned his head up, staring at the stone surface above him as if trying to pierce its solid mass with his gaze. Up above, on the surface of the small island, one of his shadows had noticed movement. The grass covering the surface of the island moved, and strange shapes appeared from beneath it. Some were similar to each other, while some were not, but all shared the same deep emerald color. The shapes levitated upward, slowly coalescing together. The creepy shadow observed the eerie event from the shade of a large boulder, darkly excited. Sonny only understood what it was so excited about when the boulder suddenly split open and fell apart, making way for another of the shapes. This one easily recognizable. It was a massive emerald jawbone, similar to a human one in all aspects except for size. The creepy guy had always been strangely fascinated by dead things. No wonder he got fixated on a bunch of flying bones. As Sonny watched, the emerald bones assembled into a towering human skeleton, very similar to the powerful abomination of the same kind Sonny had fought and destroyed in the Red Colosseum, but much larger and way more frightening. The emerald skeleton stared north for a while, and then slowly headed toward the edge of the island, each of its steps making the ground shake. At the same time, a loud rattle of the heavenly chain rolled through the two skies. Sonny was so used to hearing them that he didn't pay it any attention at first. But then, a deep frown appeared on his face. Something wasn't right. The rattling of the chain sounded different somehow. He lingered for a few moments, then silently dove into the shadows and glided to the northern slope of the flying isle. As soon as Sonny saw the heavenly chain stretching far into the distance, his heart grew cold. A terrifying abomination with a body that resembled a dirty mass of pitch-black tar was crawling underneath it, its back facing the sky below. Each second, a dozen tendrils of liquid darkness shot forward from the mass, sticking to the links of the giant chain and pulling the creature forward. The monstrosity was at least 20 meters long, and so heavy that the iron of the heavenly tether groaned under its weight. What hellish nightmare is this? Sonny peered beneath the surface of the black tar creature and shuddered once he saw the taint of corruption that hid within its soul. The two hideous nodes of swirling darkness that spread cancerous veins through the body of the abomination were especially ripe and horrid, revealing its rank. Corrupted. A corrupted monster. Earlier, when he had been passing the islands north of his current shelter, he had felt the shadow of a powerful fiend hiding beneath one of them. Who knew that the horror nesting on the dark side of the flying island would turn out to be equal to the harrowing worm vine, and then decide to follow Sunny south on top of that? As Sunny froze for a moment, a large boulder suddenly flew from the island and hit the massive body of the black tar fiend, sending ripples across its liquid flesh. The force of the impact was so great that a destructive shockwave spread in all directions, causing the heavenly chain to rattle even louder. On the surface of the island, the towering emerald skeleton lowered its arms and stared at the invading horror, dark lights igniting in the pits of its empty eye sockets. The boulder it had just thrown disappeared within the body of the corrupted abomination, seemingly dealing it no damage. The creature simply continued crawling, its massive body surging forward like a black tide. I probably need to run. But before he could do anything, the advancing monster suddenly convulsed, and in the next second, dozens of sharp stone shards shot out of its flesh, each covered by fetid black liquid. Some rained on the emerald skeleton, and some hit the slopes of the island, causing large chunks of weathered stone to be turned into dust. Sunny barely managed to dodge one of them, and stared with resentment at the small crater that appeared in place of his hiding place. Sure, he was an incorporeal shadow right now, but he would not make the mistake of assuming that a corrupted abomination had no way of wounding him. Who knew what this horror was capable of? And just as this thought entered his mind, he noticed that there was a thin layer of black tar spread around the point of impact, and dozens of similar ones nearby. As he watched, the foul liquid started to move, coalescing into small dark blobs. Some of them began crawling up toward the emerald skeleton, but some froze for a moment and then flowed toward him, as though sensing his location. Crap! Sunny hurriedly summoned back the creepy shadow and lunged away, gliding through the shadows as fast as he could. By the time he reached the bottom of the island, the black tar monster was already upon the skeleton. Numerous tendrils of darkness shot forward, enveloping the towering abomination. Despite all its might, the emerald skeleton was instantly trapped and pulled inside the mass of liquid darkness. It struggled desperately, but to no avail. Seconds later, its massive figure disappeared within the body of the dark-side fiend without a trace. Just forget about me, Hellspawn. I'm too small and inconsequential anyway. Sunny was already on the southern slope of the island, rushing toward the other heavenly chain that led away from this damned place. Somewhere above him, the giant mass of liquid darkness rippled, perhaps grinding the ancient emerald bones into dust. And then, the corrupted fiend suddenly surged forward with incredible speed, heading for the very same chain. Or rather, for the swift shadow that hoped to use the chain to escape. Luckily, Sunny reached it first. He burst from the shadows, flying across the span of empty air, and landed on the surface of the heavenly tether in a roll. Without wasting a single moment, Sunny pushed himself off of the cold iron surface with all four arms, wrapped the shadows around his body, and ran. As dull pain spread through his chest, the mantle of the underworld turned as light as a feather. Just a few seconds later, the chain swayed wildly beneath his feet, announcing that the black tar monster had reached it too. Curses! There were a few hundred meters of giant sunlit links in front of him, and only past that was the heavenly tether submerged into the darkness of the sky below and shrouded in shadows. I'll make it. Surely I will. Sunny growled, bared his fangs, and ran. Sunny's upper arms were much longer than that of a human. Bending down, he fell on all fours and broke into a bestial gallop, flying forward with incredible speed. With each jump, the saving darkness grew closer and closer. The links of the heavenly chain rattled and swayed wildly beneath him as the black tar fiend pursued. Sunny could have tried to find safety in the depth of the sky below, but his speed and maneuverability in the air would have been severely diminished. If the abomination decided to expel another rain of tar-covered projectiles, he would be shredded, torn to pieces, and consumed. Besides, there was no saying if the harrowing creature could follow him into the abyss. His best chance was to reach the segment of the chain submerged in darkness, glide across it as a swift shadow, and escape to the next island. Behind him, the mass of liquid darkness rolled forward with staggering speed, hundreds of black tendrils shooting out of it every moment to form a ceaseless tide. The distance between them grew smaller and smaller, and smaller still. Oh gods! Just a split seconds before the tendrils of darkness descended upon him, Sunny finally reached a sufficiently low altitude and dove into the shadows, turning into one of them and rushing forward across the giant chain. The space where he stood just a moment ago was instantly enveloped by the foul flesh of the tar monstrosity, which then lunged after him, somehow starting to move even faster. A strange, deafening sound that resembled a gurgling wail escaped from the depths of the mass of liquid darkness, causing Sunny's whole being to writhe in pain. It washed over the world like a wave, penetrating deep into the darkness of the sky below and the radiance of the sky above, and making both shudder. Sunny fled across the border between two skies, and the harrowing creature from the dark side followed. Soon, the length of the heavenly chain that was shrouded in shadows came to the end, and he escaped them at a terrible speed, sliding across the metal of the links and barely keeping himself from plummeting down. A tide of black, shifting tendrils fell at him almost instantly, but hit only ancient iron. Sunny had stepped through shadows, appearing a couple of dozen meters away, and then once again, teleporting to the surface of the island that loomed above him now. That last jump ate a lot of his essence, but he had no other choice than to make it. Falling to the ground, Sunny grabbed at his chest, which was pulsating with dull, crippling pain, and groaned. Then, he threw himself up and continued running. Behind him, the tendrils of black tar were already above the edge of the island. Sunny found himself among remnants of an ancient battlefield. Carcasses of broken ships lay forlornly on the barren earth, their blackened hulls covered with scorch marks and gaping with empty darkness. Here and there, pieces of rusty weapons and armor protruded from the ground, covered with ash. The ground itself was shattered and uneven, littered with pockmarks of deep craters. Knowing that he would never escape the giant fiend on foot, Sunny alternated between galloping and jumping through shadows for short distances, sometimes chaining several jumps in a row. By exerting every fiber of his demonic body to its limit, he managed to stay ahead of the pursuing abomination for now, even if it was just barely. Behind him, the monstrous creature barreled through wreckages of the fallen ships, breaking them apart with a thunderous cacophony of crashes. Its tendrils ripped the wooden hulls apart like paper, sending clouds of ash and debris flying through the air. On the opposite side of the island, Sunny saw the remnants of a colossal pyre, thousands upon thousands of charred human bones arranged into a solemn pyramid to form it. These were, perhaps, the remains of the warriors that had fought in this battle and once crewed the broken ships. What had brought them to this island, and what had they fought for? Who had won the terrible battle, and at what cost? Had this pyre been meant to honor fallen heroes, or dispose of dead enemies, or even prisoners, perhaps? Without sparing a single thought to these questions, he dove down from the edge and fell through the air, reaching another chain and escaping further south. A few moments later, the corrupted fiend flowed over the edge as well, landing at the heavenly tether with a deafening thud. Sunny was still ahead. The fiend failed to outrun him. For now. The problem was that Sunny was growing tired and slowly running out of shadow essence, while the black tar monster was not. South, south, south. Pursued by the fiend from the dark side, Sunny fled south, crossing one island after another. But no matter how fast he ran, the damned monstrosity was faster. Many of the islands he traversed were populated by nightmare creatures of all kinds, But unlike the towering emerald skeleton, these ones did not even try to fight the corrupted abomination. Instead, they fled too, scattering to the neighboring islands in something that resembled panic, or being consumed if they were not swift enough. At some point, Sunny found himself running side by side with all kinds of nightmare creatures that would have usually not hesitated to attack him. They were like forest animals escaping from a raging fire. When a forest fire spread like an insatiable monster, devouring all in its way, predators and prey were made equal before its terrifying strength. Besides, with his monstrous body and his mind still clouded by the countless times he had shadowed the abominations of all kinds in the Red Colosseum, Sunny was less unlike the nightmare creatures than he had used to be. The black tar monster, however, was making a clear distinction between him and all the other creatures. It only paid attention to those abominations that were directly in its way, while its only goal, for some damned reason, was singular: to catch and consume Sunny. Curse it all. What's so special about me? Was it the fact that he followed the path of ascension instead of corruption? Was it his nature as a shadow? Or maybe, was it the flame of divinity that burned in his soul and flowed through his veins? Was that flame an irresistible lure for a creature like that? There was no answer. All Sunny could do was run, 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 run as his chest became consumed with pain, and his soul became empty and barren, devoid of any essence at all. Some time later, he escaped from the shadows one last time and fell on the emerald grass of a new island, almost completely spent of essence and sapped of all stamina. He was done. Done for. His single heart was beating wildly in his aching chest, drowning as it tried to do the work meant for two. His 4 lungs were on fire. This was it. This was as far as he could go. Sunny drew in a hoarse breath, and then slowly rose to his feet. His eyes shone with grim darkness. So be it. Good. Come and get me, beast. Let us see which one of us is stronger. I have killed creatures mightier than you before. Granted, during the battle with Wormvine, he had months of preparations and a whole cohort of firekeepers supporting him. Sunny used the last of his essence to summon the cruel sight and turned around, ready to face the assault of the black tendrils. However, something was off. Huh? The rattling of the heavenly chains. It had grown quiet. He frowned, then took a few steps toward the edge of the island and looked down. The black tar monster was some distance away, its massive body hanging motionlessly from the heavenly tether. It was frozen and unmoving, with only its tendrils pulsating in a bizarre and nauseating rhythm. The abomination seemed to be reluctant to approach this particular island. It was as though there was an invisible boundary that it refused to cross. For some reason. Sunny stared at the harrowing creature for a few moments, and then snarled. He had escaped an inescapable situation once again. He had successfully fled the pursuit of the terrifying fiend. It seemed that luck was on his side in the end. However, was it really? Sunny shivered. But what exactly can scare a corrupted monster away? Sunny stared at the terrifying fiend for a few moments, then suddenly grimaced, clutched his chest, and fell to one knee. A bestial growl escaped through his sharp fangs. Ah! His heart was beating wildly, sending waves of pain rolling through his exhausted body. He felt weak and lightheaded, beads of sweat glistening on his obsidian skin. This condition was only worsened by the usual sense of frailty that came from utterly depleting reserves of essence. Sunny felt infirm. God damn it! Am I having a heart attack? He groaned, remained motionless for a bit, and then slowly stood up. Still clutching his chest, he hunched awkwardly and looked around, trying to determine which island he had found himself on, and what wicked creature might have kept the corrupted monstrosity at bay. His pupils widened slightly. No way. The night was slowly advancing, and the island was drowned by the dimming resplendence of a beautiful crimson sunset. Despite only having been here once, Sunny recognized the place, the vastness of the island, the emerald grass that veiled its surface like a soft carpet, the rolling hills, the moss-covered ruins. He had reached the southern island, where the crumbling fortress lay at the estuary of the Great Chain, one of the anchors which connected the isles to the mainland of the dream realm far below. Well, the fortress had been ruined in the future. Currently, it might have been still standing. Such luck. Sunny was glad to learn that he had arrived at the southernmost point of the Chained Isles during his mad escape from the Black Tar Fiend. However, he was still uneasy about the fact that the abomination refused to approach it. He was in no condition to fight anything, let alone a creature capable of scaring a corrupted monster. But what choice was there? Sunny glanced at the massive body of the terrifying abomination that loomed in the distance, then toward the center of the island. The choices really were simple. He could either jump back on the heavenly chain and try his luck in a battle against the Black Tar Fiend, or remain on the island and risk meeting the unknown horror. He hesitated for a bit, and then started limping away from the edge. Yes, an unknown danger was almost always worse than that which was familiar. But who knew? Maybe he was going to get lucky. Maybe the unseen horror was going to turn out friendly and nice. Yeah, why not? Sure. Statistically speaking, a thing like that is bound to happen. One day. By the time Sunny reached the center of the island, the night had already descended upon the world, and a full moon was climbing up the velvet surface of the starlit sky. The hills became shrouded in darkness, which hid and protected him, and there was a little bit of shadow essence now, filling his three cores. The pain in his chest had subsided somewhat, but Sunny still felt weak and feverish. He was heading toward the southern edge of the island to take a look at the current status of the boundary fortress, and studied his surroundings carefully in search of any sign of danger. If there was indeed a terrible threat somewhere on the island, it would be better to discover it before it had the chance to discover him first. Cresting the top of a tall hill, Sunny suddenly froze and then crouched down. Safely veiled by the shadows, he looked at a shimmering white light that danced some distance away, in the center of a small valley that was formed by the hill he was standing on and several others. What is this? He hesitated for a moment, then commanded the gloomy shadow to slide off from his body and get closer to the source of light. However, the shadow hesitated too. Sunny blinked. What the hell are you waiting for? Get down there. You can run away if things go wrong. The gloomy shadow gave him a long look, then shook its head resentfully, and timidly glided forward. Soon, Sunny saw a strange picture. In the center of the valley, a small fire burned, its color entirely white. In front of it, a lone human figure sat. The human's head was hung low, his face obscured by the falling hair. He was naked above the waist, his pale skin covered with dry blood. However, there seemed to be no wounds on the stranger's body. In fact, there was not a single scar on it. On a stone in front of him, a diamond sickle lay, its blade painted crimson. The image of the bloodied man, half of his body illuminated by the warm light of the dancing flame, half washed in the cold, pale moonlight, was eerie and strangely beautiful. Sunny found himself slightly hypnotized by the solemn mystery of it all, almost to the point of forgetting the danger he was in. After a while, the man let out a deep sigh, and then suddenly spoke in a bright and melodious voice. "Who is it there, hiding in the shadows? Don't be so timid, friend. Come out. Share the warmth of this fire with me, if you wish. The night is cold and dark." A sonorous laughter rolled across the valley. "Oh, don't be scared, I won't eat you." Sunny shivered. "Keep your voice down, fool. There's something horrible hiding on this island." But then he thought for a moment and shuddered. Unless the man himself was the unknown horror. The horror in question, meanwhile, raised his head, finally revealing his face. It was young and beautiful, with smooth silken skin, high cheekbones, and exquisite features. The man's smile was carefree and pleasant, his eyes bright and humorous. There was a symbol of a crescent moon drawn on his forehead. Sonny recognized him immediately. Of course. It was the exact same face he had seen 1,000 times, depicted on each of the miraculous coins. However, Sonny had no time to pay this revelation any attention, because something else drew all of it. It was the fact that the young man shifted slightly, turned his head, and looked directly at him. Not even at the gloomy shadow that hid some distance away from the fire, but at the distant top of the hill where Sonny himself crouched in the shadows. Crap. The young man beckoned him with a finger, still smiling. Come, come. It is rude to refuse a sincere invitation, especially one coming from such a nice person as me. Oh, where are my manners? I didn't even introduce myself. Rejoice, stranger. You are in the brilliant presence of Noctis, the great sorcerer of the East. Sonny froze, unsure of what the wisest course of action would be. What to do? What to do? After meeting Solvain, he had a heavy prejudice against crossing paths with powerful figures of the Kingdom of Hope. And Noctis was very powerful. Of that, he had no doubt. In fact, Sonny was pretty sure that the friendly young man who was looking at him with a charming smile was none other than one of the 7 immortals. Shackles of the imprisoned Daimon, the mysterious Lord of the East. Even without taking into account the otherworldly presence that all transcendents seemed to possess, it was easy to tell there was vast and dreadful power within Noctis, hiding behind the deceptively carefree gleam of his lustrous eyes. Plus, there was a citadel in the eastern reaches of the Chained Isles, literally called the Sanctuary of Noctis. Who else could have been the ruler there? Who else could have possessed the beautiful flying ship and had their image put on the miraculous coins? So Sonny had no desire to meet the strange immortal, even though Noctis seemed weirdly friendly and unthreatening. Actually, that only made him more terrifying. But was there even a choice? It was not like Sonny was in any shape to escape from a saint, let alone an immortal sorcerer that even corrupted abominations seemed to be wary of. He hesitated for a bit, then sighed, rose, and headed toward the crackling fire. Noticing that, Noctis hummed in satisfaction and then slightly moved his hand. Immediately, droplets of dew flew from the grass, forming a clear stream that swirled around his body, washing the dry blood away. An exquisite silk cloak rose from the ground, wrapping itself around him. The diamond sickle whistled through the air, shaking itself clean, and hung itself on the sorcerer's belt. Sonny continued walking, still clutching his aching chest, and observed the bizarre occurrence with a deadpan expression. Damn. Why don't I know how to perform tricks like that? That would make life so much easier. Finally, under the gloating gaze of the vindictive, gloomy shadow, he walked into the circle of light and couldn't help but tremble when the saint threw a curious glance at him. It was hard to remain calm in front of a being that could obliterate you with one finger. The whole situation was sort of ridiculous, actually. Noctis looked like a pampered young man in bright silks, with an effeminate face and the body of someone who had never once exerted themselves physically. His hands were smooth and uncalloused, and his build was slender and soft, almost frail. Sonny, on the other hand, was a towering demon clad in an intricate and fearsome suit of onyx armor, his gaunt figure brimming with ferocious might. He had twisting horns, 4 powerful arms, and a mouth full of sharp fangs, his eyes completely black and inhuman. And yet, it was the demon who was afraid of the pampered young man, and not the other way around. Ridiculous. Noctis studied the tenebrous demon in front of him, his smile growing wider. Ah, what a fortuitous encounter. A shadow. Did fate guide you to me, I wonder? Sonny grew very still. Fate? What does he mean? The sorcerer, meanwhile, gestured for him to sit. Sit down, Shadow. It seems that you are unwell. Rest for a bit and warm yourself." Sunny hesitated, then lowered himself to the ground, sitting across the dancing flames from the transcendent. He gleaned at Noctis's soul to make sure that he was right to call the young man so, and saw a single resplendent core shining in his chest. That was a soul of a saint indeed. Noctis remained silent for a while and then asked, "Say, Shadow, what is your name?" Sunny lingered, then stretched a hand forward and scratched 2 runes into one of the stones surrounding the fire. Sorcerer's brows flew up. Those runes, huh? Goodness gracious. Now I am sad that I wasn't as studious as my mentors demanded all that time ago. Those boring charlatans. Well, let's see. Star? No, that should be sun. Lost sun? Absence of sun. Sunless? Sunny nodded, causing Noctis to beam with a prideful grin. Ha! There's indeed no one smarter than me in the kingdom of hope. The rumors are true. Well, of course they are true. I'm the one who paid storytellers to spread them. In any case, Sunless, what a fitting name you have. Truly a name worthy of a shadow. A little on the nose, if you ask me, but very nice nevertheless. Well done. Sunny tilted his head, staring at the saint in confusion. What the hell? Is this guy just eccentric or completely insane? Noctis didn't mind being stared at, and instead seemed to enjoy it a great deal. He looked at the onyx demon in return, the smile frozen on his face. The humor in his eyes slowly disappeared, making way for a strange, dangerous gleam. Sunless, since fate itself has brought us together, can you answer me a simple question? Feeling tension spreading through his exhausted body, Sunny grew grim and then slowly nodded. This is not good. Not good at all. Damn it! Why is everyone in this place crazy? Noctis leaned forward and said, his voice deceptively calm and friendly, "Tell me, do you, perhaps, have a knife cut from a single piece of black obsidian in your possession?" Sunny shivered. How? How the hell does he know? But there was nothing he could do. The question had been asked, and now he was compelled to answer. He struggled against the flaw for as long as he could, then gritted his teeth and nodded again. The immortal sorcerer stared at Sunny for a few moments, his lustrous eyes reflecting moonlight like 2 shining pools of pale blue radiance. Then, he suddenly threw his head back and exploded with joyful laughter, as though he had just heard the funniest joke in history. Noctis laughed so hard that tears appeared in his eyes, glistening in the moonlight like crystals. Finally, he satiated his mirth and glanced at Sunny once again, the carefree smile returning to his face. Ah, Sunless, fate is the funniest thing in the world, don't you think? You and I have a feeling that we are going to be great friends, Sunless. Believe it. Sunny froze, his tired body tensing up. His vertical pupils narrowed, and breath escaped through his gritted fangs with a hissing sound. Damnation! Despite the strange reactions of the eccentric saint, he wasn't fooled. Out here in the kingdom of hope, there was no power greater than that of the immortal wardens that guarded its imprisoned queen. And the only weakness the immortals had were the knives that held their fates hostage. The obsidian knife was a weapon that could destroy one of the eternal shackles, and as such, it was a priceless treasure. The very concept of value was too mundane and pedestrian to be applied to it, and he had just revealed the fact that he possessed one to an infinitely more powerful being, to one of the very immortals whose lives the knife could reap. It didn't matter if the obsidian knife was meant for Noctis himself or one of the other shackles. If it contained his own fate, then the sorcerer would stop at nothing to gain control of it, so that no one else could. If it contained another's, he would be able to exert influence over one of the wardens, or dispose of them completely. Noctis would undoubtedly try to take the knife. But inexplicably, the sorcerer did nothing of the sort. Instead, as Sunny stared at him in confusion, Noctis relaxed and started to hum a joyful melody. Then he suddenly clapped his hands in excitement. "Ah, Sunless. How fortunate it is that I've met you." His smile dimmed a little, and his eyes for a moment grew dark and terrifying. "Before we met, you see, I was prepared to do something rather drastic. But now there is no need. The divination truly worked." He remained silent for a few moments, and then seamlessly switched back to his usual carefree persona. "This wonderful occasion demands a celebration. Yes, we simply must celebrate while you're still alive, which won't be for long, regretfully. So better keep it simple." Sunny flinched. "What?" Meanwhile, something rustled in the air, and a figure of a very tall man suddenly appeared out of the darkness. Sunny tensed, surprised that the stranger managed to approach them unnoticed. Why had he not sensed the bastard? The figure calmly stepped into the light, revealing itself to not be a man at all. Instead, it was a wooden mannequin carved into a semblance of a man, wearing an elegant livery with embroidered sleeves and hem. It had simple features and held a tray with grapes, fresh fruit, and several beautifully painted amphoras of wine. The mannequin looked disturbingly familiar. In fact, it bore a close resemblance to a far less feral, ancient, and corrupted version of a sailor doll, who had been the nightmare creatures populating Shipwreck Island before Sunny and the firekeepers eradicated them. The strange sailor doll placed the tray in front of them, stepped back into the darkness, and froze, becoming undistinguishable from a dead piece of wood. Noctis smiled and reached out for one of the amphoras. Sunny's thoughts, meanwhile, were in turmoil. What the hell does he mean, I won't be alive for long? He opened his mouth, then closed it in frustration and hurriedly traced several runes in the ash. What? Why? The sorcerer scowled as he tried to read them, then gave him an unapologetic smile. Why are we keeping it so simple? Yes, of course you would be confused. See, usually I would have thrown a great feast to celebrate the occasion. I am the most gracious person in the Kingdom of Hope after all. But, sadly, we will have to be satisfied with this shameful. Sunny furiously shook his head and then drew several more runes. Sunless death, why? Noctis stared at him with surprise. Well, aren't you dying? That broken heart of yours is giving out. I thought that this was why you came here, to spend your last few days near his resting place. Sunny blinked a few times, trying to digest what he had just heard. Was his one remaining heart really failing? It did feel like it was on the verge of tearing apart during his escape from the black tar monster. It continued to ache dully still. And whose resting place was Noctis talking about? No, that was not important right now. He erased the previous runes and traced two more. Heart. Broken? Noctis frowned. Wait, do you perhaps not want to die? I didn't say anything before in order to respect your wishes, but if dying peacefully was not your intention, then why are you wasting time drinking wine with me? Sunless, are you crazy? Sunny stared at him for a few moments, unamused, his eyes full of resentment. Then he ground his fangs and wrote, No, don't know, maybe. Heart, heal. The sorcerer scratched his head. You are a very strange shadow, Sunless. Well, mending a broken heart is not easy, and yours is not only broken, you also seem to have misplaced one. Until you replace the lost heart, there is no point in healing the one that remains. It will just break apart again. But where would a shadow creature like you find a suitable heart in this god-forsaken land? He sighed. The servants of shadow are all gone, and so are the servants of heart. Without them, only the greatest of healers would be able to build a heart worthy of a shadow demon from scratch. Noctis looked down dejectedly, but then a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Luckily, I am the most gifted and renowned healer in the Kingdom of Hope. For me, creating a new heart for you won't be much of a problem. But, Sunless, despite the fact that you and I are dear friends, A favor like that is not something to be given lightly. I wouldn't want to put a strain on our friendship, you know? So, you will have to do something for me, too. That would only be polite, don't you think? Sonny had a feeling that he was being swindled. After all, he was an accomplished swindler himself. However, that didn't really matter. The part of Noctis's words about the inevitable failure of his one remaining heart, at least, rang true. Perhaps if Sonny managed to not put any excessive strain on it in the future, things would be fine. But what were the chances of him having a peaceful life in a nightmare? 0. He desperately needed a functioning heart, and better yet, 2 of them. Only then would he be back to his full strength and ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. Sonny sighed and drew several runes, already suspecting what he would hear. He wants the damn knife, doesn't he? That bastard. Sunless. Do what? Noctis looked at him for a few moments, then smiled. What he said next, however, was not what Sonny expected to hear. The sorcerer suddenly turned around and gestured south. Oh, it's nothing much, really. You see, there's an abandoned fortress on the edge of this island. All I want is for you to climb inside and remain there until dawn. Actually, it will be best if you can fall asleep. So, a little nap in exchange for a new heart. Doesn't sound too bad, does it? I mean, it's just a few hours of sleep. Really, what's the worst that could happen? The gloomy shadow grabbed its head in utter despair. Chapter 633. Sonny remained silent for a long time, looking at Noctis with a grim expression. Finally, he shifted and drew several runes, the onyx claw of his armored gauntlet moving through the ash with swift precision. Fortress. Danger. Inside. The sorcerer laughed. Danger. Of course there is danger. But don't worry. It is nothing that you won't be able to handle. I think. Believe, even. Regardless, there's no one in the entire Kingdom of Hope better suited for this task. Thank you, Sunless. So, hurry up. Time's a-wasting. Sonny scowled, unamused by the fact that Noctis avoided the question. Unwilling to let go, he growled and pointed to the runes again. The sorcerer sighed wistfully. It's not that I don't want to tell you, Sunless. It's just that there's no point. You won't remember anyway. But this will benefit us both, trust me. This fortress once belonged to a friend of mine. He was one of Hope's shackles, just like me, and a shadow, just like you. Do you see now why I think that fate itself has brought us together? Sonny held his breath. So I was right. Noctis is indeed one of the immortals. And more than that, one of the original 7 had been a follower of Shadow God. Only 5 wardens were still alive, and none of them held dominion over the south. So, it was safe to assume that this Shadow Lord was dead. Suddenly, the sorcerer's comment about this island being someone's resting place made more sense. If so, maybe there were some relics that the Transcendent of Shadows left behind in the fortress. That changed things. A little. Sonny hesitated for a while and then gestured to his chest. Noctis smiled. What? Surely you are not doubting my skill. Rest assured, Sunless, I'll create a wonderful new heart for you. I'll even replace the fingers you seem to be missing as a bonus, unless not having fingers is your preference, of course. Sonny stared at him for a few minutes, then sighed and stood up. Picking up a bunch of grapes, he glanced at the eccentric sorcerer one more time, and then headed south, toward the edge of the island where the abandoned fortress stood. You won't remember it anyway. I wonder what the hell did he mean? As he walked, Sonny noticed several clusters of beautiful white flowers growing here and there among the emerald grass. The closer to the fortress he came, the more of these flowers there were. Despite the fact that it was the middle of the night, their buds were open, filling the air with a faint but pleasant smell. A deep scowl appeared on his face. These flowers, they looked vaguely familiar. He slowly ate the sweet, succulent grapes and searched his memory for a hint of where he might have seen them. After a while, his expression turned even darker. There was an island in the eastern reaches of the Chained Isles, not too far from the sanctuary of Noctis, covered by a vast and beautiful field of such white flowers. Everyone, even the most competent cohorts of Awakened and those from the White Feather clan, avoided this island like a plague. The ground there was littered with bones of all kinds, hidden beneath the delicate white petals. As soon as a person stepped on the surface of the island, they would feel an irresistible desire to stop, rest, and fall asleep. And if they succumbed to that desire, none ever woke up. Sunny silently cursed. Is that bastard trying to kill me? But for some reason, he had trouble believing that Noctis simply wanted him dead. A saint had far easier ways to kill an Awakened, let alone someone as tired and weakened as him. There was no need to go to such lengths. So what the sorcerer had said must have been true, or at least close to it. He believed that Sunny was uniquely suited for the task and had a good chance of accomplishing it alive. But why? What was so special about Sunny? What could he do that even a transcendent could not? Was it because he was connected to Shadow God, as the previous owner of the fortress had been? Full of dark thoughts, he crested another hill and saw the familiar silhouette of the boundary stronghold not too far away. It was in much better condition than it had been in the future. In fact, it almost looked whole. If not for the moss covering its walls, the lack of lights, and the deathly silence that enveloped it, Sunny would have thought that the castle was still inhabited by humans. The tall walls built of gray stone rose high into the night sky, and the massive gates were closed shut. The ancient fortress was bathed in the pale moonlight, looking somber and foreboding, like a cursed tomb. Sunny grimaced. Not ominous at all. Still clutching his chest, he made his way down the hill and approached the menacing stronghold. Its walls had not crumbled yet, so the path he had taken to get inside the last time did not exist yet. Full of grim unease, Sunny thrust his claws into the ancient stone and started climbing. These walls were nothing compared to the Great Wall of the Dark City. Getting to the top was not going to be hard, even for a human. And currently, he wasn't even human. He was a demon, be it a dying one. Soon he finally reached the top of the wall and crouched on its lip, looking down into the empty courtyard. Here, the signs of abandonment were more pronounced. There were dust and dirt everywhere, with weeds growing through the ancient cobblestones. The fortress was desolate and hollow, devoid of anyone to inhabit and take care of it. He hesitated with a decision for a bit, and then reluctantly sent two of his shadows away to explore the stronghold. If there was indeed a powerful creature nesting inside, they would surely find it. Minutes passed in tense anticipation. The shadows glided through the empty corridors and halls of the abandoned stronghold, through its towers and dungeons. However, no matter where they looked, they did not find any sign of life. What they did find, however, were corpses. Here and there, human skeletons lay, still dressed in archaic garments and armor. There was no sign of struggle around them, no tears on their clothes, and no apparent wounds on their bodies. It just seemed as though the former garrison of the stronghold had lowered themselves to the ground and died for no reason whatsoever. All of it was just too eerie. Curse it all. Curse the damned immortals, and curse this damned place. Sunny almost turned around and ran, but then his chest pulsed with pain, reminding him of the reason for why he had come here. With a deep sigh, he jumped down from the lip of the wall and walked toward the main structure of the fortress. Time to find me a soft bed. Sunny entered the dungeon, summoned the shadows back, and walked through the silent halls on his way to the higher levels of the massive tower. Once there, he walked around for a bit, searching for a suitable room, and soon found one that seemed to be both comfortable and well protected. Unceremoniously throwing a corpse in a rotten nightgown off the bed, he lay down in its place and tiredly closed his eyes. Sure, this place was beyond creepy. But he was, in fact, tired to the bone and in desperate need of rest. Some sleep would do him good. What's the big deal anyway? I've slept in far worse places. Before falling into the embrace of oblivion, he summoned Saint from the shadows and gave her a mental command to watch over him. After hesitating for a bit, Sunny did the same with the soul serpent. Only once the two shadows assumed guard did he allow himself to relax. In the silence of the abandoned fortress, Sunny could easily hear the strained beating of his heart. However, he was too exhausted to pay it any attention. Just a few minutes later, he was already sound asleep. And just a moment before falling into deep slumber, with his mind already half gone, he thought that he heard an unexpected sound somewhere close but also far away. It was like the ringing of hooves on the cold stone floors. Sunny woke up just before dawn. He lay still for a while, reluctant to leave the warm embrace of the blankets. Then, with a sigh, he sat up and shivered in the morning cold. It was time to face a new day, and there was a lot to do. He had no excuses to laze about. A dull pain suddenly radiated through his chest. He looked down with a confused expression, studying the old scars covering his tan bronze skin. I guess it's going to rain? Then an ivory arm suddenly appeared from beneath the blankets, caressing his firm muscles. Is it morning already? Sunny smiled, grasped the hand of his wife, and nodded. Yes, my sunshine. She sighed. All right, go, get ready. I'll wake up the little devil. He remained motionless, leisurely enjoying the sight of the beauty he had somehow managed to coax into marrying a ruffian like him, dressing herself, careful not to disturb the round belly where their second child slept peacefully, with not a care in the world. His smile grew a little wider. I said go. Today is not the day for your mischief, hoodlum. Have you forgotten? Sunny made a dejected face, then rose and dressed as well. When he left their quarters, the servants were already hard at work, preparing for the day. When they saw him, each bowed respectfully and greeted him with warm voices. Being subjected to all this adoration and decorum, Sunny had to put on a face worthy of a lord as well. How bothersome. The servants were going to prepare everything for the upcoming journey, but one thing he had to do himself. That was something that Sunny would not allow anyone else to perform, not for the lack of trust, but simply because it was his duty. Entering the stables, he greeted his steed and went about feeding and watering the noble beast before putting the saddle on his wide back. Sunny might have become a lord of some renown and left his turbulent past behind, but the bond between a warrior and his horse was sacred. Just because the two of them didn't have to risk their lives on a battlefield anymore didn't mean that he would forget it. When all was done, he led the horse to the courtyard and attached the weathered wooden scabbard to the saddle, the cold steel of a beautiful sword hidden safely within. Then he stared at the scabbard for some time, massaging his aching chest with a distant expression. A subtle, dark expression appeared on his face. After a while, the sound of quick steps headed his way. Dad? Sunny turned around and grinned as he caught his son in an iron embrace. Trying to sneak up on your poor old father, huh? Not so fast. I was sneaking up on monsters long before you were born, brat. The boy giggled, and then took a step back. He was turning 7 today, and on that occasion, his mother had dressed him in the best clothes they had. The little devil almost looked like a proper child, and not a corrupted abomination sent to the mortal realm to torture his helpless parents. Why did you have to sneak up? Too weak to kill them outright, huh? Sunny sighed in exasperation and stared at the heavens. Lady, help me. Why did their son have to inherit his poisonous tongue as well? The boy, meanwhile, turned around and looked into the distance, where the beautiful silhouette of the ivory tower could already be seen in the morning haze. His eyes widened. Dad, is it true? Am I going to see her today? The lady? Sunny lingered for a few moments, then nodded. Of course. You are turning 7, are you not? Today is a divine day. So you will meet our goddess, to introduce yourself, and pledge yourself to her service." His son frowned. "But she isn't really a goddess, is she? Won't other gods be angry with me?" Sonny laughed. Gods are too great and mighty to know what jealousy means, kid. Why would they mind? Lady Hope gives us shelter and safety, protects us from the corruption, from war, famine, plague, and even ourselves. If that is not something worthy of worship, then I don't know what is." With that, he jumped into the saddle and then lifted the boy to sit in front of him. "Let's go." They left the manor and followed the road of white stones through a peaceful forest and up the hill. The horse walked forward at a steady pace, easily bearing the weight of 2 riders. Sunshine fell through the canopy of leaves in wide beams, making their surroundings look like a fairy tale. Sonny was enjoying the beauty of the forest and its tranquility. A long time ago, before coming to the Kingdom of Hope, he had known neither. His life had been nothing but bloodshed and pain, battle after battle, war after war. Only after coming to this realm and deciding to remain here did he learn the truth of how joyous life could be, especially when shared with those you love. His son, however, didn't know anything about strife and darkness. This peace was all he had ever known. For that reason, he was extremely bored. The boy fidgeted for a few minutes, then stared at the hilt of Sonny's sword. "One day, I'm going to have a sword of my own. It will be way bigger and sharper than yours, old man. Mark my words." Sonny laughed. "What do you need a sword for?" His son glanced at him with confusion. "What do you mean? What for?" "To become an awakened, a warrior like you." Sonny looked away and didn't respond for a while. His eyes grew distant. His heart ached. Why did it ache so much today? "I was a warrior once, true, but I never chose to be a warrior. I just became one to survive. In the Kingdom of Hope, you don't need to fight, suffer, and kill others to live a long and happy life. Why would you still want to be a warrior?" The boy fell silent, a comically thoughtful frown appearing on his face. He turned away and didn't say anything else for a while. Sonny doubted that his son really understood what he meant, and he hoped that the boy never would. Closing his eyes, he said a silent prayer. "Hail to you, desire, demon of hope. Please hear my yearning. Protect my son from all the horrors of the world and save him, as you have saved me." Silently, the 3 of them, the man, the boy, and the horse, left the forest and climbed the tall hill. From its top, a breathtaking sight opened before them. In front of them, a vast plain was bathed in sunlight, emerald grass shining with the morning dew. Here and there, farmsteads and fields stood, golden wheat swaying in the wind. Sparkling ribbons of rivers cut the plain, and in the distance, a beautiful city built of white stone rose from the ground, with a magnificent pagoda towering above it. Sonny couldn't help but smile. No matter how many times he saw it, he could help but feel a little bit sentimental. "Hey, do you want to wave to your mother? I'm sure she's looking in this direction right now." His son glanced at him with a pitying expression. "Are you crazy? She won't see us. We're too far away." Sonny laughed. "Says who?" He turned around and looked back at a similar landscape that lay behind them. Gazing past the forest, he saw the small town and a humble stone manor standing near it. From this distance, the building looked like a toy. He raised his hand and waved. "Hey, Dad," Sonny scoffed. "What? Are you going to mock me some more?" The boy shook his head. "No, it's just, what is wrong with the sky? It looks funny." "Huh?" Sonny raised his head, then frowned in confusion. The sky indeed looked funny. The sun was still climbing up, but there seemed to be a second one right above them, swelling with incandescent light. The sky itself was growing brighter and brighter, as if permeated with intense heat. The clouds were all gone. A gust of hot wind suddenly blew past them. His eyes suddenly narrowed. "Whoa! Wait!" In the next second, a colossal pillar of incandescent flame suddenly fell from the sky, piercing the plain and shattering the land like glass. A blinding flash drowned the world in white, and through it, a terrible sound rolled across the forest. Deafened, Sunny felt his son screaming, but could not hear his voice. At the point where this pillar of flame fell, the ground itself was split open and thrown into the air, colossal pieces of melted earth raining down fire, ash, and death. The hill on which they stood shook, and then shifted, throwing Sunny off the horse. No, no, no. Still dazed, he tried to find his son, but failed. Instead, his gaze fell on the small town and the stone manor that stood in the distance. As Sunny watched in horror, the ground opened up, with fountains of fire shooting into the sky. The houses were instantly devoured by the flames and incinerated, turning into clouds of ash. No, no, no. In the next moment, the whole hill crumbled. The last thing Sunny saw before being smothered by the avalanche of scorching earth was the fragile figure of his son being swallowed by flames. No. And then, he died. Pain, pain, pain. Why did his heart hurt so much? Sunny opened his eyes in the darkness and sat down, throwing the furs aside. He stared at his feeble chest, then touched it with a shaking hand, surprised. Since when did his chest start to ache during the night? Ah, being old is not fun. Chasing the remnants of a terrible nightmare away, he struggled to sit up and massaged his joints for a while, waiting until some flexibility returned to them. Then he slowly stood up and closed his eyes, listening to the sounds of the sacred grove that enveloped him. Well, at least he woke up alive. At his age, that was already an accomplishment. If only his heart didn't ache so much. But that was just what being old meant. Every dawn brought a new ache. Actually, Sunny would have been more scared if he woke up and suddenly felt perfectly fine. In any case, it was time to face a new day. Using a wooden cane, Sunny walked out of his hut and breathed in the clear, sweet air of the sacred grove. The ancient trees rustled gently, as if greeting him. The forest was slowly waking up, emerald leaves longing to be bathed in the warmth of the sun once more. A chilly fog was flowing between the mighty trunks, suffused with the vibrant lilac light of the early dawn. The nightingales sang cheerfully, jumping from branch to branch. The sight of it was familiar, beautiful, and calming. Truly, the Grove of Heart God was the jewel of the Kingdom of Hope. How lucky he was to have been born and spend most of his life here. These trees had stood upon the ancient land before it had been shattered, weathered the terrible cataclysm of desire's imprisonment, and were willing to remain standing here long after he was dead and forgotten, his bones buried at their roots. Now that Sunny was old and didn't have a lot of time left to live, that thought was very comforting. A human's life might be fleeting, but the beautiful grove was eternal. He patted one of the ancient oaks as an old friend, sighed, and limped toward the water spring to fill his jug. Since Sunny's hut stood at the outskirts of the grove, he could see the edge of the island through the spaces between the tree trunks. As always, it rose and fell slowly, the heavenly chains rattling from time to time. Everything was just as usual, which was the very best thing in the world. Sunny had lived a long life. Some of it was peaceful, and some of it was turbulent. But luckily, the turbulent times had not visited this quiet forest for a long, long time. And that was the only thing that he had always wanted, to live a quiet and tranquil life, far away from all the strife and misfortune of the ever-changing world. Change. Change always brought ruin on its wings. Sunny wanted no part of it. However, today his desires were not meant to come true. Something unexpected did happen, disturbing the familiar routine of his day. At the very edge of the island, a mighty black steed suddenly appeared, as if jumping from below, where a giant chain connected to the soil of the sacred grove. He walked forward at a steady pace, approaching the line of ancient trees. The steed had no saddle, but there was a rider on his back. A pretty young woman in a simple red tunic sat there, her ivory legs svelte and bare. She had a graceful figure, a face so lovely that it simply demanded to be gazed upon, and chestnut hair that fell down like a silken waterfall. Sunny stared at the young woman, mesmerized by her beauty. Then he scoffed and shook his head. "What are you even doing, old fool? Your days of ogling pretty girls are long over. This beauty is young enough to be your granddaughter. Have some shame, you vile lecher." He chuckled wryly, and then changed his course to greet the unexpected guest. A dozen meters or so away from the line of trees, the young beauty stopped her horse, jumped down with breathtaking grace, and knelt in the soft grass, looking down as other pilgrims would usually do. Sunny made his way toward the girl, panting a little from the strain, and tried to put on a smile worthy of an enlightened elder. For some reason, the closer he got to the beauty, the worse his heart ached. "Ah, what's wrong with this frail body of mine today?" "Greetings, young lady. Welcome. What brings you to the Heart Grove? Tell this old man your worries. Maybe I'll be able to help." The beauty did not raise her head, still looking down, as if to show her respect and reverence. Her voice, when she spoke, was melodious and calm. However, Sunny had been meeting pilgrims like her for many decades. All of them came here overwhelmed by sorrows and regret. That was why they sought out a passage to the sacred grove. This was a place of solace. He could sense a deep ocean of darkness hiding behind the facade of calmness the young woman had put on, too. She said, "I seek audience with the Lady of the Grove." Sunny lingered for a bit, then sighed. So young, and yet so troubled. How sad. Then he leaned on his cane and smiled. "Well, she ought to be up and about by now. How about that? I'll wait with you until the lady arrives." The young beauty didn't answer, and simply continued to stare down, still like a statue. Her breathing was deep and steady. Even her scary black horse seemed patient and indifferent. Suddenly, Sunny felt a strange unease. He took a closer look at the girl, and frowned. "Do I have dementia now? What, in the name of hope, is that?" His eyes seemed to be playing tricks on him. Sunny could swear that he saw a radiant sphere of light burning inside the young beauty's chest. Not that he was looking in that direction. Without any reason, his hand suddenly stretched sideways, his palm opening, as if waiting to grasp something out of the air. Sunny stared at it in confusion. "Weird. What are you doing, stupid hand?" He awkwardly hid the willful hand behind his back and cleared his throat. Maybe he didn't quite recover from that terrible nightmare yet. As he did so, the young woman suddenly spoke, her head still bowed. "Tell me, have you ever seen the ivory tower?" What an unexpected question. Sunny grinned. "Oh, sure. When I was a senseless youth, not much older than you." It might not look like it, but this elder was quite a wastrel once. I ran away from home and went on an adventure. That was when I saw the Ivory City and many other things. But eventually, I came back to this grove. There is nowhere better than home, I believe." He thought for a few moments and then said, "Why do you ask?" The young woman remained silent for a while. "I heard that there's an evil demon locked inside the tower, that the gods put her there as a punishment for her malevolence, corruption, and pride. Do you think it's true?" Sunny chuckled. "Ah, that. Sometimes I forget how much knowledge has been lost by us, the inhabitants of the Kingdom of Hope. Yes, young lady, there is indeed a daemon imprisoned within the ivory tower. However, she was never evil, malevolent, or corrupt. In fact, Hope was very kind and generous to us, humans." The beauty shifted slightly. "Oh, why did the gods punish her then?" Sunny sighed dejectedly. "That is the question, isn't it? Why destroy this land and put its kind lady in shackles? Who knows? If mortals like us could know the will of gods, then maybe we'd be gods instead. There it was again, the radiant flame in the young woman's chest. He wasn't imagining things, it was really there. Sunny was about to try and get a better look, uncaring of how improper such an attempt would seem. But at that moment, a dearly familiar voice came from behind him. However, he had never heard that voice sound so somber and grave. The Lady of the Grove said, "Why are you here, Solvain? Why have you come here, Solvain?" Sunny turned around, looking at the delicate woman who stood behind him, her dress woven out of simple green fabric, a girdle of tree bark wrapped around her thin waist. Despite looking only slightly older than their guest, with soft skin and sparkling hazel eyes, she had a calm and confident presence about her that brought peace and a feeling of safety to all who surrounded her. The woman looked beautiful, wise, and young. So young. She also resembled Sunny very much. As always, seeing her brought both warm joy and deep sadness to his heart. Sunny smiled, hiding his sorrow, then said in a tone most gentle and loving, "Hey, Mom, we have a guest." The Lady of the Grove, his mother, looked at him for a short moment, and then answered in a voice that rang with tension and urgency, "Get away from her, child. Now." Sunny frowned, confused, then did as he was told, arduously pushing his old body forward with the help of the cane. His heart was sending pulses of pain radiating through his chest. Even walking was hard today. Behind him, a dark smile appeared on the face of the young beauty whom his mother called Solvain. She slowly rose from the grass and faced the Lady of the Grove, her radiant eyes burning with grim light. "You must know why I came here. There is no need to pretend, Adre." Sunny finally reached his mother and stood beside her, turning around to look at the strange pilgrim. Something isn't right. How does she know my mother's name? Was she, perhaps, a powerful awakened? Well, whoever she was, the eternal guardian of the sacred grove was not going to let things get too out of hand. She was not only his mother, but also transcendent Adre. The blessed of heart god, after all. So there was no reason to worry. Nothing terrible ever happened in the sacred grove. His thoughts were interrupted by the fact that, suddenly, another brilliant sphere of light appeared in view, this one inside the body of his own mother. Sunny stared at her back for a few moments, then glanced at Solvain. He even looked at the horse. Meanwhile, the smile disappeared from Solvain's beautiful face. Her voice turned cold and sharp as she said, "I have heard rumors that across all of the Kingdom of Hope, a cult of her followers was slowly spreading like a virulent plague. Imagine my surprise, my indignation, my rage, when I discovered that you were the source of this disease." "You?" Sunny's face darkened. So that's what this is all about. He had warned his mother that this might happen. Saying anything good about a demon was tantamount to offending the gods these days. Maybe he should have followed his own advice and kept his mouth shut earlier. Damnation! Solvain, meanwhile, clenched her fists. I came here wishing to be proven wrong, but instead saw that the accusations were true. Your own son is infected by this heresy. How? How could you betray us so? You have created a cult of demon worshippers. You have nurtured the very thing that we were created to prevent. The Lady of the Grove scowled. So what if I did? Do you think, perhaps, that I have forgotten the solemn oath we had given? No. You are the ones who are blind to the will of the Lord of Light. You are the ones who have failed in your duty. Solvain stared at the delicate woman in the green dress for a while, her expression grim. Then she slowly shook her head. You are so broken. How did you allow your soul to get so twisted? You, out of all of us, should have been the last to become lost. Your God should have protected you. He is the God of souls, is he not? Sonny heard his mother chuckle, her voice devoid of amusement. Be done with it, Solvane. Did you not say that there was no need for us to pretend? Just say what you have come to say, and leave this place. War isn't welcomed here. The young beauty in a red tunic remained silent for a long time, then slowly raised her hand. Sonny frowned, noticing that there was now a strange knife forged out of a single strip of dull metal in it. Where did it come from? His mother suddenly trembled. He had never seen her afraid before. You wouldn't dare. Solvane gritted her teeth. You forced my hand, Adri. None of us wanted this, but in the end, they all agreed. The Lady of the Grove fell silent, then shook her head. You lie. Noctis would never abandon me. She took a step forward and smiled. No one agreed. You are here of your own will, with none of the other chain lords giving their permission. Do you really think that they would allow something like that to happen? No matter which one of us falls, the one who remains will no longer be fateless. The balance of power between us seven will be no irrevocably broken, obliterated. Are you mad? Can you even imagine what kind of disaster will follow? But then her voice trailed off and she stumbled. Her beautiful hazel eyes widened. Sonny shivered, feeling that just then something had gone terribly, terribly wrong. His mother stared at Solvane, her face growing deathly pale, and then she whispered, Unless you do, better than any of us. Oh, Solvane, how ruthless you are. Sonny felt his heartache growing stronger. There was a cold sensation grasping his chest, making him clutch at it with a pained grimace. What are they even talking about? I don't understand. What is going on? Adri of the Sacred Grove looked down for a long time, then spoke. Her voice was quiet and full of sorrow. I see. I see now. I understand. I should have known that out of all of us, you are the bravest. This sacrifice, Solvane, even in the realm of shadows, I won't forget it. With that, she turned to Sonny, who was really confused by what was happening, and smiled sadly. And you? I'm sorry, child. Please forgive me if you can. With that, his mother faced the beauty in the red tunic and raised her delicate hand, a knife carved out of a single piece of wood suddenly appearing in it, as though out of nowhere. Her voice grew firm and determined. However, Solvane, you should not have never challenged me on this hallowed ground. I won't give up without a fight, and neither will my grove. The young woman facing her smiled, her radiant eyes shining with a furious light. Prove it. Mom. Sonny crawled through the ash, suffocating on bitter smoke. Tears streamed down his wrinkled cheeks, evaporating because of the terrible heat. His heart ached. Oh, it ached so horribly. All of him was in pain, and all around him, the sacred grove burned, enveloped by incinerating, raging fire. He could hear the screams of its inhabitants echoing in the dim darkness, humans and beasts alike, burning alive as their whole world was being slowly turned into ash. How can this be? How? Pushing himself forward with the weak hands of a useless old man, he crawled toward the delicate figure lying on the ground a few meters. So far away. He refused to die before he reached it. The ground was scorching his palms, which were now covered in terrible blisters, but he persisted, unwilling to give up. Mom! And then finally he reached her. The Lady of the Grove lay dead amidst the fire, shards of a strange iron dagger sizzling in the blood-soaked mud around her. Swallowing tears, Sonny awkwardly hugged her body and let out a stifled howl. Why? Why did it feel so familiar? As though he had felt this pain once, a long time ago, already, in another world. Why are you dead? Weren't you supposed to be immortal? How can this be? No, no. This is just a bad dream. A nightmare. I need to wake up. Wake up, you old fool. Wake. Wake up. But no matter what he did, he couldn't. Even if it was just a nightmare, he was trapped in it, unable to escape. Trapped. In a nightmare? As this strange thought rang in his mind, a trunk of an ancient tree suddenly fell nearby, a whirlwind of fiery sparks and burning debris raising into the air. Sonny stared at it, feeling his vision darken and his thoughts disappear one after another. He was coughing, unable to stop. He couldn't breathe. He was suffocating. How did this happen? The old man stared at the burning forest, his eyes aflame with grief and mad disbelief. How could the sacred grove be destroyed? Wasn't it supposed to stand tall, beautiful and tranquil, long after he was dead? Wasn't it supposed to outlive him? A sense of utter, lightless sorrow and despair drowned his mind, just like smoke was drowning his lungs and pain was drowning his body. This is a nightmare, just a nightmare. It can't be real. No, no, no. That bitter thought was the last one that appeared in Sonny's mind before he fell into the searing darkness. And in that darkness, alone and hurting, he died. Pain. 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 Terrible, torturous pain. His heart was in pain, but so was the rest of him. Sonny couldn't open his eyes because they were glued together with dried blood. But if he did, all he would see would be the dark walls of a dungeon cell, where he was strapped to a rusty torture device, red-hot metal spikes thrust into his body, lost and forgotten, far away from the light of the blessed sun. A familiar voice invaded his ears, making him shudder. "Ah, you're awake. Good. You've been out of it for so long this time, my friend. Shall we continue?" More torture, Sonny sighed, knowing what awaited him all too well. He could barely remember who he was before ending up in this cold dungeon, or why he was being tormented by the owner of the cursed voice. All he knew was pain, darkness, and despair. However, this time, all of it didn't seem so terrible. What could have been worse than the harrowing nightmare he had just seen? Solvan, Idre, Noctis. The names sounded familiar. Had he known these people once, perhaps? Before this hell. If anything even existed outside of it, of course. In any case, that didn't matter. All that mattered was pain, torment, and hopelessness. He gritted his teeth. It was time to face a new day. The torture continued without end. Day after day, night after night. Sonny screamed when he had the voice and remained silent when he lost it. A long time ago. Decades ago. He still had pride and endured the torment without giving the torturer the satisfaction of hearing him howl, cry, and beg. But there was no point. Pride had no place here, only pain. Anyone should have died from the inhuman agony he was subjected to and the terrible wounds dealt to his body. But Sonny didn't die, was unable to die, and so there was no end to his anguish. Every morning his wounds were gone, as if he was born anew. Every morning the torturer returned and the cycle continued. The torturer himself never asked Sonny any questions. It was as though he was tormenting his prisoner just for the sake of torment. However, the master of the dungeon never seemed to enjoy his cruelty. He never reveled in the agony of his victim, and instead seemed almost sad while performing his duties. Why was this happening? How long had it been happening? When would this never-ending nightmare end? Never-ending nightmare. Sonny didn't know. He barely knew himself anymore. All he knew was fear, darkness, and pain. Lord, save me. On one of these days, he opened his eyes to see the torturer entering the cell. His personal executioner was tall and noble in bearing, with skin as white as ivory, lustrous golden hair, and amber eyes that were full of calmness, conviction, and melancholy. Just like always, The torturer started preparing his tools, and just like always, Sunny strained his mangled body, pointlessly trying to break free of his shackles. But this time, something unexpected happened. Sunny froze and stared at the radiant man in front of him, his eyes widening. Can this be? Just like in the harrowing nightmare he had seen a few days ago, there was a beautiful sphere of light burning within the torturer's chest. Its splendor washed over Sunny, making the terrible pain recede for a moment. A weak, pale smile found its way onto his face. Sunny bathed in the light and whispered, "Son." Oh, how he had longed to see the sun again. The torture froze, then slowly turned to him. His amber eyes shone with sudden emotion. "You are speaking again?" He took a tentative step forward and studied Sunny's face, then gently caressed it. "Brother, my brother, how good it is to hear your voice once more." Sunny shivered. "Brother? Are we brothers?" He was weak and confused. Thoughts danced chaotically in his broken mind, fragile like snowflakes in the summer's heat. He found it hard to concentrate on anything, even if he wanted to. But he didn't want to. Not for a long time. The torturer smiled sadly. "Have you forgotten even me?" Sunny frowned, trying to remember. Brother. Did he have a brother? Yes, he used to, once. His brother was noble, valiant, and wise. His brother was blessed by the Lord of Light. He was entrusted with a sacred duty, and so was Sunny himself. Or maybe he was just remembering shattered fragments of old nightmares. Who could tell? He weakly shook his head. "If we are brothers, then why? Why are you torturing me?" The torturer remained silent for a while, then laughed sadly. "Ah, that old question. You haven't asked it in decades." He leaned forward and looked at Sunny with sorrow. "Don't you remember? You were the one who asked me to do this after all." Sunny's pupils widened. No. "I asked you?" The torturer nodded. "As penitence for the terrible sin you committed, for betraying the trust of the Lord of Light. Was it a century ago?" "Yes, almost." He turned away and picked up a long blade, thrusting it into the flames that burned furiously in a golden brazier. "It has been almost a century since you abandoned me. Ah, enduring our duty alone was not easy, my brother. It wasn't easy at all. But I never broke my word to you." Sunny stared as the blade was slowly starting to glow inside the flames. Knowing that it would be soon thrust into his flesh instead, he shuddered. "If I asked you, then stop. I don't want it anymore." The torturer looked down, then smiled darkly. "Stop? But we can't stop. Not until you answered the question." Sunny's eyes were glued to the blade. He whispered, "Question? What question?" His brother was silent for a bit and then asked, "Where is that which was entrusted to us by the Lord? What have you done with the knives?" "Knives? What knives?" Sunny couldn't recall any knife and could only think about the one that was already glowing red in the golden brazier. "I don't know." His torturer sighed. "Then your penitence can't stop." With that, he took the blade out of the fire and brought it to Sunny's chest, where an aching heart was beating wildly like a caged beast. Sunny searched his memory, desperate for the torture to end. No. He couldn't remember. A split second before the tip of the blade cut his skin, he suddenly shouted, "Shadow! Shadow stole it! The ember knife! Shadow took it from me. It was his fault. His—" The blade froze without reaching Sunny's flesh. The torturer looked away, a somber expression on his face. "It is good that you finally spoke. However, that mystery had been revealed some time ago. After all, Shadow is long dead." He glanced at Sunny, then asked coldly, "But what of the other? Where is the ivory knife that I have given you? Did Shadow steal it as well? Sunny shivered, then slowly shook his head. No. I hid it. I hid it far away. His brother closed his eyes. Where did you hide it? Tears streamed down Sunny's face. He strained in his bindings, desperately trying to free himself. I don't remember. I don't know. The torturer signed, then dropped the searing blade to the ground. Useless. This is all useless. A century of this and you are still resisting. He grabbed his head and groaned, then suddenly laughed, his voice echoing from the stone walls of the dungeon. I'm tired. I'm more tired of this than you are, brother. Why have you deserted me? I can't save you, no matter what I do. I can't clear away your guilt. I can't redeem you in the eyes of the Lord. He fell silent, and slowly his face turned calm and solemn. Then he glanced at Sunny and said, mad resolve shining in his eyes, a century is enough. Going further will only break what is left of you, my dear brother. If we can't redeem your sin, then we must burn it away. The blessing of the fire. We will invent our own instead of the one you lost. A day finally came when Sunny was freed from his bindings and dragged away from the dungeon cell. He was too weak to fight his jailers and saw no point in it. He didn't really understand what was happening and was just glad to finally leave the darkness of the torture chamber. He was so happy that tears fell from his amber eyes. Sunny was brought to a vast chamber that was full of terrible heat and drowned by an angry orange glow. Strange. What a strange place. In front of him was a giant pit filled with molten steel. There were giant firs blowing a constant stream of wind into the fire below. He heard the sound of hooves ringing on the stones and saw a mighty horse with blinders on his eyes walk constantly in circles, spinning the wooden wheel it was attached to, which in turn worked the firs. In front of the pit, a strange iron cage lay on the floor. It was made in the shape of a man's body and opened, revealing the human-shaped emptiness within. What is this? Be brave, my brother. Sunny flinched, hearing the familiar voice. He turned his head and saw the torturer standing beside him, with a dark and determined expression on his face. Today we will burn away your sin. We will make you into the tool of the gods once more. I don't understand. Before Sunny could realize what was happening, he was placed into the strange cage, which was then closed shut, leaving him in utter darkness. His new prison hugged his body like a metal carapace. He couldn't move or see anything. He was like a soul encased inside the body of an Iron Man. Panicking, Sunny tried to struggle against his metal prison, but it was of no use. He heard the sound of chains and felt himself being raised into the air. What? And then he was lowered down, 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 down into the giant pit of molten metal. The outsides of his cage grew hot, and then searing, and then scorching, incinerating, immolating. Locked within the incandescent iron cage, Sunny screamed and screamed, his flesh constantly burning and restoring itself, his broken mind drowning in agony and heat. In the fire. But no matter how much he screamed, the burning was eternal. Just like he himself was. Burning. He was burning. Sunny woke up with a scream, still enveloped in the horror of the nightmare. He shuddered, then clutched at his chest, which was full of sharp, tearing pain. Ah! The shadows rustled around him, distressed by the sudden scream of their master. A nightmare. Huh. I haven't had one in centuries. He grimaced, and then stood up, listening to the rattling of the heavenly chains in the distance. It was time to face a new day. Hopefully, his last. Sunny walked through the empty halls of his castle, shrouded in shadows. Wherever he passed, The pale radiance of moonlight disappeared, devoured by the tide of flowing darkness. His steps were silent, and so were his thoughts. Raising a hand clad in a glove of black silk, he traces his fingers across the intricate engravings, uncaring to remember the events depicted on the ancient stone walls. They were his triumphs and his victories, etched into the annals of history. But all of it was so distant and had happened so long ago, at the dawn of the age of heroes. He had been a hero once, too, battling the remnants of the corruption across the mortal realms. He had been cunning and fearless, valiant and unrelenting, full of faith and hope. The age of heroes was over, but Sunny still remained. By now, all of his servants and warriors had long left, taking the treasures he did not care about anymore with them. The halls of the castle were populated by shadows, and nothing else. Well, except for one loyal fool who was too stubborn to get the hint. "Sorry, kid. You should have found a better master." Damnation. Why did his heart suddenly hurt so much? Sunny opened the gates to the courtyard, not bothering to close them as he left. This castle of his would be, without a doubt, overtaken by one of the other chain lords soon enough. Or maybe even a ragtag gang of random bandits. He did not care too much about it either. Standing in the darkness, Sunny hesitated, and then took out 2 knives from the hidden sheaths on his forearms. One seemed to be cut from a single piece of ghostly glass, the other from beautiful ember. One was the knife entrusted to him by the Lord of Light, and the other was the one he had stolen. The nightmare he had seen must have been because of a sense of guilt he had not known he felt. But why would he? The fool only had himself to blame for losing the knife to Sunny, and surely the 2 brothers were not demented enough to come up with something that distasteful. At least not yet. Sunny sighed and shook his head, indifferent to the fate of the other immortals. Then, he turned slightly and watched as a tall figure appeared from the darkness. A towering demon with pale gray skin, 4 arms, and twisting horns approached him and bowed his head, a sorrowful expression contorting the bestial lines of his face. Sunny smiled. "Don't look so gloom, kid. You knew that this would happen eventually." The demon didn't answer. Not that he was able to. With another sigh, Sunny hid the ember knife in its sheath and handed the glass one to the tall creature, who hesitated for a few moments and took it with fear and reverence. "Be careful not to drop it. A god made that knife, you know. It is a very precious thing. Precious enough that even you aren't suited to wield it. The others will eat you alive if they ever find out." He looked northeast, considering something, and then added, "Take it to the Temple of the Chalice and give it to the War Maiden. Tell her that we'll meet again, in the realm of shadows. That is my last order to you, kid. After that, you will be free." The demon clenched his fists, then slowly shook his head. Sunny chuckled. "And yet, this is how it has to be. Now go, your master commands you." The creature looked down, then growled sorrowfully and disappeared into the darkness. Sunny watched him go. Soon the towering demon left the castle, crossed the hills of emerald grass, and climbed down to one of the chains leading away from the island. Making sure that the creature was gone, Sunny recalled his shadow scouts and then clicked his tongue. Tisk, he didn't even look back once. What a heartless little imp. With that, he walked toward the gates of the castle, followed by a sea of shadows. As he walked, a beautiful black stallion rose from them, his mane as dark as night, with long horns protruding from his head and his teeth resembling that of a wolf more than that of a normal horse. The stallion's eyes burned with menacing crimson flames. Sunny smiled. "Greetings, old friend. Will you let me ride on your back one last time?" He jumped into the saddle and sent his terrifying steed galloping across the land. They flew through shadows and raced across the chains that swayed between 2 lightless skies, jumping from one island to other, full of bliss and exhilaration of speed. Ah, this is the one thing I will miss. After centuries of being burdened by the crushing weight of knowledge and duty, Sunny was finally free and at peace. The night sky above him was vast and beautiful, and so was the one below. Everything was perfect. Except for one thing. Why did his heart have to hurt so much? Surely he didn't have any regrets left. Just before dawn approached, they reached a secluded and lonesome island. Sunny jumped off the horse, patted him on the back, and said his farewells. The steed then turned into a vast, sprawling shadow and disappeared, as though he had never existed at all. The black stallion even made an attempt to hide his heartbreaking grief, to not burden his creator with it, and not turn their final farewell bitter. Sunny remained still for a few moments, and then made his way to the edge of the island. There, he undid the strings of his tunic and bared his chest, then knelt, looking down into the endless darkness of the sky below, the divine flames burning in its depths. The other didn't know yet what awaited them all. None, except for maybe Solvain, who had sealed their fates with her merciless hand. Had she known the consequences of her cruel choice, or had she been simply too blind to see? In any case, Sunny wanted no part of what was to come. He had always prided himself on being a cheat and a coward. And so, he chose an easy way out. The moon was already gone, and the sun had not yet risen. In this darkest of hours, he was surrounded by nothing except shadows and the singing of the wind. A deep sigh escaped from his lips. Came like dew, disappears like dew. With that, Sunny raised his hand and, without even flinching, thrust the beautiful ember knife through the intricate scales of the serpent that coiled around his chest. As terrible pain drowned his mind with agony, a pale smile appeared on his face. Free. I am. Finally, free. His body swayed, and then fell down into the endless abyss of the sky below, disappearing from the edge of the island, just as the first ray of sunlight appeared over the horizon. Sunny fell into absolute darkness. Wrapped in its soothing embrace, finally, he died. Sunny woke up. His chest hurt for some reason, but he couldn't allow himself to sleep any longer. It was time to face a new, what the hell? Doesn't this seem awfully familiar? Sunny woke up from a nightmare, where he was a shadow that had lost the will to live. Who woke up from a nightmare, where he was a prince being drowned in a fiery tomb of molten steel. Who woke up from a nightmare where he was an old man dying as he held the body of his murdered mother. Who woke up from a nightmare where he was a mortal watching his world being destroyed by a god. Soon enough, Sunny found himself tied to a stake, with fire spreading through the pile of tinder beneath his bare feet as a crowd of people whom he had considered friends and neighbors watched with demented glee. All he could do was struggle desperately against his bonds and pray that the smoke would smother him before the flames reached his flesh. But his prayers were not answered. Screaming from inside the fire, he died. It was time to face a new day. Sunny fought desperately as sharp fangs tore his flesh apart, as he was being eaten alive. But no matter how much he struggled, it was of no use. The monster was just too strong, and mad, and cruel. And then he died. It was time to face a new day again. Sunny drowned, a heavy chain tied around his legs. Sunny bled to death on a battlefield, suffering from terrible thirst and too weak to move, hungry crows tearing at his face with sharp beaks. Sunny watched his entire family be executed before being hanged from the walls of a somber fortress. Thrown into the boundless darkness of the sky below by his heartless mother, Sunny died of hunger, thirst, and fear, too tired to scream or cry. Sunny was killed and turned into a wooden doll by a vengeful sorcerer, and then killed again after an eternity of silent servitude, the doll burning to ashes as it fell into an ocean of white flames. His heart was pierced with an obsidian knife on an altar made of pure darkness. His body was cleaved apart by the blade of a giant warrior in a red tattered robe while the jubilant crowd cheered from the stone seats of an ancient theater. It was time to face a new day again. The nightmares never ended, bleeding into one another. Each time, Sonny woke up sure that the agony he had experienced was just a harrowing dream. But very soon, his waking life would turn into pure horror itself. And then, he would die. And then it would be time to face a new day again. Sonny dreamt of being mighty and weak, young and old, men and women, humans and beasts. Their end was always the same. Everywhere he went, everywhere he fled, no matter who he was, there was only pain and death. And madness. It was as though everyone he met was infected by a terrible, unexplainable madness. The whole world was mad, and he was slowly going mad too. After a while he found that waking up was getting harder and harder. Sometimes he failed to differentiate which of his lives was real and which ones he had just dreamt of. Even though the horrors he had experienced seemed like a nightmare, their weight accumulated, slowly breaking his spirit apart. His faces changed, his memories changed, but one thing always remained the same. The terror, the ever-present, chilling terror of waking up from a nightmare only to be thrust into a worse one instead. And two other things remained the same as well. The pain in his chest, and the spheres of light that he saw from time to time burning inside someone's soul. Sonny was a soldier in a war between the Ivory City and the Red Colosseum. Consumed by terror, he watched as a brilliant colossus made of lustrous steel stepped forward, making the whole island shake. A giant metal hand slowly moved forward, catching a swift flying ship and crushing the vessel in its enormous fist, and then the iron giant took another step. Suddenly the sky disappeared, replaced by a vast expanse of polished metal. The colossus brought his foot down, crushing Sonny and all of his comrades into a bloody paste. Sonny died. And then he woke up with a scream. It was time to face a new day again. That was too much. He shivered, remembering the terrifying sight of the steel giant advancing toward the trembling row of soldiers. Who would be mad enough to challenge the indestructible Sun Prince? Well, he knew who. The warmongers were all insane, each and every one of them. Some said that they had been different and called by another name once, that they had been valiant and brave, champions who protected the kingdom of hope from the beasts of corruption. But he didn't really believe it. As long as Sonny was alive, and as long as his father was alive, and his grandfather as well, the warmongers had been the same. Bloodthirsty monsters wearing human skins. Luckily, the war was raging far away from here. In the northern reaches of the Kingdom of Hope, people didn't have to worry about the madness of the followers of war, and the misguided righteousness of the followers of Sun. Granted, they had their own worries. Shuddering and still in the grasp of the nightmare, Sonny massaged his aching chest and rose. Today, his lady was going to meet with the emissaries of the Night Temple. It was a high honor, but also not without risk. As a knight tasked with protecting her, Sonny had to be ready for anything. Why? Why does my heart so much today? Shivering, he reached for his clothes. No! Sonny and a young girl in a beautiful silk dress that was passed down to her from her mother. And for that reason, a little bit too long for the girl's awkward figure, had nowhere else to run. The pursuers, who had already slaughtered the rest of their party, chased them to the very edge of the island. Now, there was nothing but the darkness of the sky below in front of them. And behind them, steel hooves were already ringing on the stones, growing closer and closer. The teenage girl stared into the bottomless abyss, then turned to him. Her lips trembled. "Sir, what should we do?" Her face was soft and pale, not yet touched by the sharpness of maturity. Her eyes, usually so gentle and bright, were now dull and full of fear. Sonny hesitated, then drew his sword and turned his back to the abyss. "Don't be afraid, my lady. I'm with you." He said those empty words, knowing full well that it was a lie. He was just one man. He was not even an awakened. What could a mundane swordsman like him do against this foe? The girl, young as she was, knew that he was lying, too. A few moments before the first of the pursuer appeared from the darkness, she grabbed his forearm and looked at him with desperate resolve. Don't let them take me alive, sir. Please." Sonny gritted his teeth, remained silent for a second, and then slowly nodded. His heart hurt. It hurt so much. The pain was almost blinding. A second later, a mighty black stallion appeared in front of them, bearing an armored rider on his back. The rider jumped down, moving with a speed that no mundane human could ever hope to match. He unsheathed his own sword and glanced at Sonny, his eyes hidden behind a visor of a menacing black helmet. His voice sounded like a voice of an ancient monster. "Step aside, warrior. We only need the maiden. You can still walk away alive." Sonny laughed. Why did his heart hurt so much? Dying was already painful enough. He looked at the awakened hunter in front of him, then at the young girl he had sworn to protect. Why does this nightmare never stop? And then he lowered his sword and stepped aside. Both of them looked at him, the pursuer with dark amusement, his lady with shock and disbelief. Her voice trembled. "Sir, what are you doing?" Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. "Why is this world so insane?" "I am very sorry, my lady. Please don't hold a grudge against me. But, you see, how do I say this?" He looked at her, then in the direction of the awakened hunter. Then he shook his head and said, "I am pretty sure that you are not real." Sonny looked at the terrified young girl, and then laughed. His laughter sounded more than a little bit unhinged. His lady shuddered. "Sir, you... Sonny waved a hand in the air. No need. I understand. I sound crazy." The night sky above them was covered in an impregnable veil of clouds, and the one below them was empty and dark. The ancient stones they stood upon were slick with rainwater, and it was too dim to see anything except for vague silhouettes. The silhouette of the awakened hunter was towering, menacing, and embodied the very concept of terror. But Sonny didn't care that much. Massaging his chest, he smiled crookedly and said, his voice hoarse and raspy, "But then again, this whole world is insane. Someone told me once, I don't quite remember who, that we can only reflect what is in front of us. Is it my fault that there is nothing in front of me except for madness?" He looked down, his smile turning into a wicked grin. "And someone else once told me that they wanted to destroy the world. Back then I thought them insane, I think. But now, I wonder." The awakened hunter took a step forward, his monstrous voice permeating the darkness like an insidious murmur. "Weak, so weak. His mind is broken." Sonny laughed again. Yes, I am very, very weak. But I am not weak enough, I guess. Somehow I have a feeling that I wasn't supposed to be able to last that long. Who would be able to endure that much pain, that much horror, and that much suffering without losing their mind completely? He glanced at his sword, then at the approaching enemy. And yet I did. Actually, while some of those nightmares, gods, how cruel they were, did hit a nerve, overall. I'm surprised to admit that. They really weren't that bad. Sonny stared at the awakened hunter with a concerned expression, then scratched the back of his head. "Crazy, huh? It is almost as if after you have already been gutted once, nothing else can impress you that much. Or if you have already watched your mother die once, the second time won't be as... well, maybe it would. I don't know. I am a bit confused about what is real and what is not. Maybe I am myself not real. There's one thing I'm sure about, though. The young girl slowly backed away from him, her face painted with fear. The awakened killer tilted his head a little, then asked with curiosity, "What?" Sonny shrugged. "Well, it's that, real or not. I am really, really, really hard to break, as it turns out. At least not to the point where I'll be unable to think and notice things. Oh, and I did notice a few things." He slowly raised his sword and pointed it at the approaching hunter. "One thing I noticed is that my heart always seems ache. Doesn't matter whether it's in a nightmare or in the real life. So, that demands a question. If the heartache is the same, then maybe the nature of both the dream and the reality is the same as well." He took a step forward, a confused expression on his face. "The second thing I noticed was that many of my thoughts, actions, and reactions don't really make sense. Sometimes my hands will try to do something on their own, and sometimes fragments of feelings, ideas, and judgments that I have to cause to possess will just appear on their own. Easy to explain in a dream, not so much in the waking world. And I am awake, am I? Or am I not? Sometimes it's hard to say." He laughed again and assumed a defensive position, waiting for the terrifying awakened hunter to attack. "Well, and the last thing I noticed were the radiant spheres of light I seem to be able to see inside the souls of living beings, or vile orbs of darkness in those of the corrupted. It took me a few nightmares to realize that those were soul cores. Strangely, once again, this ability pursued me from the nightmares into reality, making the two seem so much alike. So, with all that said, I am really only curious about one thing." Sonny smiled, ready to meet his death once more. "You see, in my nightmares I met all kinds of creatures. Awakened warriors, corrupted monsters, even transcendent immortals. Some of them had one soul core, some 2 or 3. He lingered for a moment and then looked past his enemy at the mighty black steed standing motionless behind him, barely visible in the shadows. "So my question is, why does this damned horse always have 6? With that, he dashed in the opposite direction from where the hunter's sword flashed, abandoning the young girl he was sworn to protect without a second thought. Sliding on the wet stones, Sonny dove under the flying blade and jumped to his feet, putting all of his weight into an attack of his own. However, his strike was not directed at the menacing killer. Instead, it was directed at the tenebrous steed. Unobstructed, the tip of the sword touched the mighty beast's onyx coat and shattered, as if striking adamantine stone instead of a living being. In the next moment, the awakened hunter's blade pierced him from behind, exiting out of Sonny's chest in a fountain of blood. Ignoring the terrible pain and the blood that was flowing from his mouth, Sonny grinned and looked at the motionless horse. The stallion looked at him back, his eyes dark and full of boundless, terrifying malevolence. A gargling laughter escaped from Sonny's lips. "Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Kill me again, bastard. Kill me as many times as you want. In this nightmare, I am just a mundane swordsman. But in the next one, or the one after that, or the one after that, I'll be someone powerful enough to rip you to shreds. And then I will kill you again. And again. And again. Let's see which one of us is going to break first, you wretched pony." The black steed looked down at Sonny, his eyes igniting with ghostly crimson flames. He snorted quietly, and then opened his mouth, full of sharp teeth that were more like those of a wolf than that of a horse. And then, the nightmare bit down on the trembling human's head, easily crushing it between his mighty jaws. Sonny died, and woke up with a tortured scream. It was time to face a new day. He rolled out of the dingy tent he had been sleeping in and grinned, mad sparks igniting in his dark eyes. It was time to hunt an evil horse. Sonny and the diabolical steed of the fallen Shadow Lord battled across an endless tapestry of nightmares. Both were possessed by an insatiable desire to destroy the other, burning with bloodlust, fury, and relentless killing intent. Their blood flowed across 100 harrowing dreams, dissolving into the crimson rivers that had been spilled in the kingdom of hope across the centuries. As the weaker of the two, it was Sunny who bled most of the time. But every time he was torn apart and killed, he made sure to at least leave a mark on the stallion's tenebrous black body. No matter how many times the damned horse killed Sunny, he had to share in the pain. Sunny was not only being hunted. No, he was a hunter himself. What did it matter how many deaths he experienced? What ghastly torments the nightmares held in store for him? In this realm of terrors, he was as immortal as the Stygian steed. Every time he died, he was reborn anew. And every time he was reborn, there was a chance of becoming someone, or something, that the infernal stallion would not be able to defeat. When that happened, their roles reversed, and it was the black horse that had to suffer, be broken, and die by his hand. Every kill filled Sunny's soul with jubilant, dark glee. He didn't care about dying over and over again, about witnessing atrocious horrors and experiencing the worst cruelty a person could imagine. He wasn't even sure that he was a person after all, but no matter who or what he was, Sunny was content to endure as much agony as there was, as long as he could make the dark courser feel it too. Neither of them could die in the dream, so this battle was going to be decided by the tenacity of their wills. They were going to see whose spirit would break first. Sadly, the opportunities to really hurt the Shadow Steed were few and far between. Across all of the history of the Kingdom of Hope, there were not that many creatures that could challenge his vicious strength, and even less that Sunny was fortunate enough to inhabit in their darkest moment of despair. That was not to say that his hunt was without success. After giving in to madness and abandoning faith in the reality of the nightmares and of his own memories, Sunny was left with a gaping emptiness in place of where his identity was supposed to be. He knew very few things about who he really was, and didn't really care to know more. It held no meaning for his goal of tormenting and killing the black horse over and over again. Nevertheless, a few constant things soon revealed themselves. His aching heart, his gift of gazing into the very souls of living beings, and his name. That was the only thing he managed to remember. Lost from Light. That was his name, and that was who he was. After Lost from Light managed to remember his name, it acted as an irresistible anchor that slowly pulled other things from the darkness of oblivion that shrouded his true self. Not actual memories, but far more useful things. Skills, fragments of knowledge, insights, patterns of thought. Just like a body had a memory of its own, a soul had one as well. Knowing one's name, the true name, was a key to unlocking it. So, he wasn't completely helpless against the infernal steed. What's more, Lost from Light discovered that he had a strange aptitude for this harrowing dream battle of theirs, waking up in a new body after each death, be it a man or a woman, a child or an elder, a human or a beast, a mundane creature or an awakened one that possessed unique and unexplainable powers, would have been utterly confusing and debilitating for any warrior. How could one fight if they didn't know themselves? But his mind possessed a remarkable flexibility to it, an insidious ability to adapt to any circumstance almost in an instant, as though it was formless and shapeless by nature, and thus easily molded to fit any situation. Lost from Light found out that he could masterfully wield a large number of weapons regardless of whom he was reborn as though he had fought in countless battles before. He was able to learn to wield any other by simply observing his enemies for a few moments. He could easily peer through their technique and intentions, and use that knowledge to destroy them. When he was reborn as a fearsome creature, he could almost instantly understand how to use his bestial body to rip the enemies to shreds, as though he had lived countless lives as countless monsters. But, most importantly, he found out that fighting against those who were stronger than him was his second nature. Lost from Light's mind was full of treachery and cunning, which he could use to deliver terrible wounds to the fearsome stallion, even when their might was vastly incomparable. And so, they hunted and killed each other through numerous nightmares, waiting to see which one would break first under the weight of hopelessness and never-ending suffering. Lost from Light wouldn't break. But the damned horse refused to break too. The black steed was as resilient as he was, as stubborn, as willful, and as ruthless. It endured the endless stream of wounds and deaths Lost from Light delivered upon him with the same unbreakable determination, his hatred and murderous fury only growing stronger. The courser possessed an evil will and a devious mind of his own. He was ready to suffer terrible torment for eternity, too, as long as it meant destroying his enemy over and over again. Not caring about the agony, the stallion seemed darkly content to share it with his feral prey as well. The black steed was as mad as Lost from Light was. Neither of them gave up, no matter how many times they were mangled, mutilated, ripped apart, and killed. Neither of them broke. So in the end, it was the never-ending nightmare that had to fracture and fall apart instead. Bloodied and crazed, Lost from Light dragged his body across a vast plain of weathered stone, his sword scraping on the black rocks. Behind him, the shattered remains of a warship were being consumed by fire, painting the darkness of the night with an angry orange glow. In front of him, some distance away, a beautiful black steed stood on shaky legs, red foam falling from his mouth. The eyes of the tenebrous beast shone with a dreadful crimson light, but behind the boundless fury and hate, a deep sense of exhaustion hid there, mixed with confusion, resentment, and pain. Lost from Light grinned. What are you waiting for? Come here. Come and take me, wretch." The stallion breathed heavily, streams of searing steam escaping from his nostrils. He snorted with anger, then lunged forward, lowering his head to skewer the enemy with sharp horns. His steel hooves rang sonorously, causing swarms of red sparks to fly off the ancient stone, and his black mane waved in the wind like a stream of pure darkness. They clashed beneath the empty night sky. And then, Lost from Light died. Or so he thought. Instead of dissolving into darkness and being reborn into a new nightmare, he fell to the ground, causing the whole world to shudder. What is this? Am I finally done for? He thought that he saw strange tears appear in the very fabric of reality. And then, reality crumbled like a vast black veil. Everything around him, the stone island, the burning debris of the broken ship, even the lightless black sky, rippled and swayed as a silk curtain that was being crumbled by an invisible giant hand. A moment later, torn and broken, that curtain fell apart. It was a magnificent sight. To see a whole world disintegrating right before your eyes. Sometime later, Lost from Light found himself in a boundless darkness, surrounded by pure nothingness. His pain was no more. In fact, he didn't even seem to possess a body. Instead, he had turned into a formless shadow, with 3 orbs of black fire burning furiously in its depths. Lost from Light laughed. What happened? Don't tell me. Don't tell me that you ran out of nightmares, beast. Oh, what will you do now? Instead of a response, something moved in front of him, behind him, all around him. Out there in the darkness, there was another shadow. But this one was deeper, vaster, and much more ancient. It was full of malevolence and hatred. As his voice echoed in the nothingness, the vast shadow suddenly surged forward, enveloping him. And then, Lost from Light, Sonny woke up. Sonny rolled out of the bed, clutching at his chest. His gauntlet scraped against the onyx metal of the mantle of the underworld, and in the next second, he fell onto the cold stone floor, looking around wildly, his eyes full of confusion and fear. Where am I? Another nightmare? He saw a terrifying snake coiled in a corner, pale moonlight glistening on its Stygian scales, and a graceful knight in black armor standing guard at the door. For a moment, Sunny panicked, but then remembered who they were. Saint, Soul Serpent, and then he remembered who he was. His pupils widened. I'm awake. The fragmented memories of the countless nightmares drowned his mind, each one more harrowing than the other. Some of them were already fading away, like dreams usually did. But some remained, almost as vivid and vibrant and terrible as when he had lived them. Sunny shuddered and let out a stifled shriek. For a few moments, his sense of self grew fragile, the madness of his nightmare self clashing against his actual being. But then, the real him, the one that was an awakened fighter instead of a nameless being locked inside a never-ending wheel of torturous nightmares, won over and absorbed the other. Somehow, it was a proper mess. But Sunny had no time to pay a lot of attention to the chaotic and, without a doubt, dire process of his different divergent selves melding together. Because, as soon as he fell to the floor, he heard the painfully familiar sound. Loud, threatening, drawing closer and closer. The ringing of steel hooves on cold stone. How? What? He was too disoriented and shell-shocked to gather his thoughts and understand what was happening. He knew only one thing for sure. The damned horse was coming. Saint suddenly raised her shield and stared at the door, while the Soul Serpent silently blended with the shadows. Sunny was already trying to stand up, a desperate thought trying to form in his mind. Memory. I need to summon a memory. I need a weapon. But he didn't get a chance to. Just a moment later, the wall of the chamber suddenly exploded into a flood of stone shrapnel, and two furious crimson eyes appeared in the darkness behind it. The Black Stallion, the awakened terror that had once been Shadow Lord's steed and companion, galloped into the chamber right through the stone wall and rammed into Sunny without slowing down one bit. In the short moment before that happened, Sunny got a chance to get a good look at him. The creature appeared exactly as it had in the nightmares. The stallion was tall and graceful, his coat as black as night and his eyes burning with menacing crimson light. Lean muscles rolled under his skin with each movement, making it glisten with dark luster. His hooves seemed to be forged out of somber adamantine metal, as were his curved horns and sharp, terrifying fangs. The tenebrous steed seemed to be surrounded by shadows, his silhouette cloaked in their dark mantle. He was as beautiful as he was terrifying. More importantly, the terror was heading right for Sunny, with cold hatred burning in his dreadful eyes. A split second later, the stallion rammed him at full speed. "Ah!" The black horns failed to pierce the stone-like metal of the mantle of the underworld, but Sunny felt as though he was hit by a speeding train. His armored body was raised into the air and flung backward. The courser carried him forward on the sharp horns, and a moment later rammed into the other wall of the room, shattering it with Sunny's back. Sunny felt another terrifying impact, and his vision momentarily went black. Surrounded by a cloud of stone debris, the two of them, the demon and the terror, fell out of the jagged breach in the keep's outer wall and into the cool night air, plummeting down from the height of the abandoned castle's main tower. Damned horse, why can't you just die? Sunny and the black steed plummeted down in a cloud of shattered stone. Far below them, the courtyard of the boundary fortress lay, shrouded in darkness. It was growing closer and closer, approaching with terrifying speed. Neither paid it any attention, however. The stallion bit down on Sunny's shoulder with all his might, his sharp fangs scraping against the stone-like metal of the mantle of the underworld. The fearsome onyx armor was an ascended memory of the 6th tier, a whole rank above the diabolical shadow, so the courser was not supposed to be able to damage it. However, to Sunny's shock and dismay, the metal plates actually groaned and bent, crushing his flesh. He roared with pain and anger, then thrust his 4 hands forward, ripping the terror's chest with his claws. Drops of blood fell down like rain. Intertwined, the two of them hit the cobblestones of the desolate courtyard. However, instead of being broken by the fall, both simply submerged into the veil of shadows, drowning it, as if the ancient stones had turned into a lake of liquid darkness. For a moment, Sunny found himself floating in the tenebrous embrace of deep, unfathomable shadows. Usually, turning into a ghostly shade would have meant escaping to safety. But today, his enemy was a similar creature himself. A vast and terrifying presence lunged at him from the darkness, full of fury and boundless, chilling, killing intent. The black steed had pursued him even into the shadows. However, this time, Sunny was ready. He had never fought anyone or anything as a shadow. But he had been attacked in this form twice, first by the mirror beast and then by its insidious creator. Mordred of Valor, the Prince of Nothing. Both were able to steal his own ability and use it against him. What did it mean? It meant that while Sunny could not damage mundane shadows, as Shadowblade Kurt had been able to, he was capable of destroying other shadow creatures, just like they were capable of destroying him. In his shadow state, Sunny was shapeless and formless, but that also meant that he could assume any shape and any form. It was just a matter of his will, mind, and imagination. As the vast presence that was the nightmare steed lunged at him, he moved to meet it, turning into a long, narrow blade made of darkness. They clashed, tearing each other's souls apart. Sunny's whole being was instantly drowned by terrible suffering. But he also felt a silent scream of agony escaping from the rippling shadow that was trying to enshroud him. Both the demon and the terror were thrown back into the corporeal world, Sunny rolling away on the cold stones, the tenebrous steed sliding on them as his hooves struck sparks into the air. "Kill. I'm gonna kill you, bastard. Just you wait." Sunny roared and rose to his feet, outstretching one hand to summon the cruel sight, and another to summon the moonlight shard. 2 burning crimson eyes streaked through the darkness, and he was hit in the chest again. His lower hands grabbed the horns of the infernal stallion, and the mantle of the underworld suddenly grew as heavy as a mountain. That didn't slow down the courser one bit, however. Together they struck the wall of the dilapidated fortress. Sunny shrieked, feeling his spine come very close to snapping. If not for Boneweave, he would have undoubtedly been shattered into pieces. Instead, the wall of the fortress was shattered instead. A whole section of it cracked, and then crumbled, making the ground tremble as a vast cloud of dust rose into the air and blotted out the stars. The damned terror carried him through the cloud, emerging from the other side of it a split second later, and then threw Sunny to the ground, trying to impale him with the horns. But his enemy never let go of them, so instead, the 4-armored demon was dragged across the emerald grass, tearing the soil apart. One of his hands flashed forward, piercing one of the stallion's eyes with a ghostly stiletto. Or at least trying to. At the last moment, the black horse snapped its head sideways and bit down on the blade of the moonlight shard with his fangs, then jerked his neck and sent Sunny flying through the air. "Damnation!" Sunny spun in the air and landed on his feet, sliding back a dozen meters as the soles of his armored boots tore the ground. A moment later, he grasped the shaft of the cruel sight from the air and raised the somber spear, ready to strike the enemy. But the black steed had somehow disappeared and was nowhere in sight. His vertical pupils narrowed. And then Sunny spun, sensing a swift and vast shadow circling him from behind. The blade of the cruel sigh suddenly shone with pure light, tearing the darkness apart. The nightmarish courser was forced back into the corporeal form, and instantly came under attack. The tip of the spear bit deep into his shoulder, causing more blood to fall on the grass. Uncaring, the terror twisted and shifted his weight, standing on his front legs as both hind ones were thrown into the air, drawn like powerful springs. Sunny shivered. Krah! In the next moment, the black horse struck backward with both legs, catching him square in the chest. The breastplate of the mantle of the underworld rang mournfully as a thin net of cracks appeared on it. Stunned and blinded, Sunny was sent backward, flying above the ground with terrible speed. He collided against an ancient tree and went right through it, the thick trunk exploding into a cloud of splinters. Then, he hit the ground and bounced from it, flew some more, then crashed down again and rolled for dozens of meters, blood shooting out of his mouth. Hurt. Ah, that hurt. His heart hurt too. It hurt way, way too much. Gulping for air and unable to force it into his 4 lungs, Sunny shakily rose to his feet and stubbornly raised the cruel sight. And then, the black steed shot from the darkness and rammed into him again. This time, both of them slid off the edge of the island. Sunny and the Stygian courser continued their battle in the darkness of the sky below, then fell on the swaying surface of a heavenly chain. Turning into swift shadows, they clashed again and again as they glided across its length with terrible speed, ripping each other's souls to shreds. Traversing many kilometers in a matter of a dozen heartbeats, they emerged from the shadows and shot upward, then crashed on the surface of the next island, wrecking and destroying anything that appeared in their way. The courser rammed Sunny again and again, carrying him further and further away through the night, not giving Saint and the Soul Serpent any chance to catch up. The stallion used his devastating hooves, his adamantine horns, and his sharp fangs. Anything he had to deliver as much pain and damage to the wicked, tenacious, hateful enemy of his. But Sunny was consumed with the same murderous fury. He returned the favor with his weapons, his claws and his own fangs and horns as well, forgetting everything except for the crazed desire to obliterate his foe. They rolled across the unfamiliar island like a wave of destruction and flew high into the sky. Sunny with the help of the dark wing and the heavenly burden, the terror with the help of nothing but the force of his hind legs and the terrifying range of his dashing jump. His fangs caught the fragile fabric of the transparent cloak, tearing it apart. Tsapar, and then both of them plummeted down once more, landing on another chain and instantly submerging into shadows. Just like that, they fought without stop, overwhelmed by the maddening desire to destroy the enemy. When they clashed in their corporeal forms, Sunny was always on the losing side, receiving more wounds and being thrown around like a tattered rag doll. However, when they became shadows, he held the advantage. Despite the fact that the black steed was 3 whole classes ahead of him, they were of the same rank. And while the courser was a more ancient and powerful shadow, Sunny was a divine one. Suffused with the flame of divinity, each of his attacks dealt more damage, and that damage was far more terrible as well. His shadow form, while much smaller, was far more fathomless and resilient. Held together by the bond of a true name, his soul was much harder to destroy. They fought and fought and fought, flying through the night as their bodies became broken and bloodied, and their souls became tattered and torn. And yet, neither was willing to give up. Neither was willing to let the enemy live. Sunny had never experienced a battle that was so ferocious, swift, and devastating. Everything happened too fast, and hurt too much, for him to properly perceive and comprehend. At some point he stopped trying to, giving in entirely to his intuition and battle instinct. There was only one truth and one unbreakable law, after all. He had to kill the enemy, and prevent the enemy from killing him. Everything else was just noise. Finally, exhausted and covered in wounds, they reached a deserted island where nothing living dwelled or grew. Rolling on the ground, Sunny used 2 shadows to augment his mangled body and the third one to serve as his second pair of eyes. Deep in the battle trance of clarity, he was able to perceive the whole world as one interconnected picture, with each part of it existing within the same complicated pattern as all the rest. His mind was forged into a single sharp edge, all of his thought dedicated to the battle, clear, purposeful, and swift. He saw the silhouette of the infernal black horse approach him from the darkness, bloody foam streaming from the stallion's mouth, unshaken will burning in the dreadful crimson eyes. By now, the two of them knew each other better than they knew themselves. After all, they had spent countless nightmares hunting and killing each other, only to continue the battle in reality after the nightmares could not keep up anymore. They were evenly matched. The black steed was far more powerful and had experienced centuries of bloody battles. But Sunny was devious, cunning, and full of insidious treachery that made up for his lack of strength. Neither could overwhelm the other, and at this point both were probably going to die trying. The steed seemed to be at peace with such an outcome, and Sunny was too. He would have preferred to stay alive, though. "Curse you!" A low growl escaped from his lips, and then Sunny suddenly dismissed his weapons, and even his armor, standing motionlessly under the starlit sky, his nakedness covered only by a crude loincloth. Raising one hand, he massaged his aching chest, then bared his fangs in a dark grin and growled. "Let us end this, then." The black steed stared at the hateful enemy for a few moments, and then lowered his head, starlight shining on the sharp tips of his horns. And then the courser charged forward, breaking the ground with the push of his adamantine hooves. Sunny lunged forward as well. He had only one gamble left, one desperate, devious trick. Since he and the tenebrous stallion knew each other so well, he was going to try and turn into the terror's shadow. Using shadow dance against another shadow was a strange concept, since shadows were formless and shapeless by nature. How was he supposed to peer into the very essence of something that was shifting and ever-changing? Well, he was either going to do it somehow, or die. That was why Sunny had dismissed his armor and his weapons. The black stallion did not use any weapons or armor, after all. Only his hooves, his fangs, his horns, his unbreakable will, and his furious desire to kill. That was what Sunny had to use too. He recalled everything he could about the endless stream of nightmares, every torturous death, every indescribable torment, every excruciating loss he still remembered, and how his enemy had been in those vile dreams. He remembered a similar deserted island, centuries ago, where the Shadow Lord said his last goodbye to his faithful steed, and their exhilarating ride across the night skies just before that. He remembered every wound that the stallion had dealt him, and every wound that he had dealt in return. And then he tried to use shadow dance like he had used it on countless humans and creatures before, only this time, peering even deeper, wishing to understand even more. For a moment, it was as though Sunny himself became the Stygian steed. He felt it, the rage, the hatred, the dark resolve. But also, deep underneath it, boundless loneliness, sorrow, and longing. Ah, what a terrible fate it was, for a shadow to walk the world without its master. He saw himself wandering across the ruins of the Kingdom of Hope, mournful and lost, and then returning to the now empty fortress that had once been his home, his master's home, only to see it be overtaken and desecrated by marauding strangers. He felt a deep, maddening rage, and gave in to this madness, letting it consume him. And then Sunny saw himself charging at a bloodied form of a four-armed demon. He saw clearly what the black steed was going to do to kill him, a split second before it happened, and so he sidestepped the attack before it even came, raised his upper arms, locked his fists together, and brought them down with all the devastating, inhuman power he had. The charge of the stallion missed, and instead, a terrible blow descended from above, landing on his spine and shattering it. The black steed tumbled to the ground, suddenly paralyzed, and remained laying there, his side rising and falling shakily, his hoarse breathing slowing down and down. Sunny fell too. Ah, hell. It felt like he was dying too. The pain in his chest had finally grown intolerable, as if his heart finally reached its limit. Turning his head, he stared at the dying horse, whose dreadful crimson eyes were slowly growing dim and cold. After a while, the madness burning in them was extinguished, and a shadow of a new emotion appeared in them. Confusion, pain, and sudden recognition. The black steed breathed in one last time, then let out of quiet whine, and died. Sonny closed his eyes. He was so tired. I won. Well, then maybe it was time for him to die too. In the darkness, the voice of the spell whispered into his ear, its voice soft and solemn. You have slain an awakened shadow. Nightmare. Your shadow grows stronger. He felt a vast amount of shadow fragments flow into his cores, reinforcing them, and thought tiredly, strange. That doesn't feel like just 6 of them. But the spell was not done speaking. It remained silent for a moment, and then said, You have received a shadow. Your aspect. Legacy mastery level has increased. You have received the right to claim a legacy relic. Sonny weakly tried to smile. Such great news. This would have been great if I was not dying. And then a strange sound invaded his ears. It sounded like the rustle of sails. Chapter 645. There was warmth, sunlight, and the smell of fresh sheets, wood, and green leaves. Sonny slowly opened his eyes and felt the bed beneath him sway gently. No, the world itself had swayed. It was time to face a new day. Suddenly overwhelmed by terror, he sat up with a growl, his eyes wildly searching for the signs of danger, disaster, and death. His 4 hands rose, sharp claws ready to tear flesh apart. No. It was all a dream. I'm in the nightmare again. I never escaped. Panic washed over his mind, but the slowly receded. Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, then lowered his gaze and stared at his 4 hands. 4. This was the shadow demon's body. He was awake. He was himself. Well, the nightmare version of himself. It was all so convoluted. He remembered the desolate fortress, the endless torments he had dreamt of, the fearsome battle with the black steed, and his eventual victory. The terrible pain of his last heart giving out. Tomb. Hearing the strange sound, Sonny looked at his chest. His 3 shadows were sprawled on the ground, so the rough skin of the shadow demon had lost its obsidian color and was back to its original complexion, as pale and gray as it had been back when he first entered the nightmare. There was a thin, barely noticeable scar running vertically from his collarbone to his abdomen, and beneath it, 2 mighty hearts were beating steadily, circulating rivers of blood through the gaunt, towering body of the 4-armed demon. He blinked a couple of times. I am alive? Not only was he alive, but he also seemed to possess 2 perfectly healthy hearts. Remembering something, Sonny shifted his gaze back to his hands and noticed that his 2 missing fingers were now back, be it of a slightly different color and seemingly carved out of ashen, polished wood. He tentatively made his hands into fists and saw the wooden fingers bend as if they were no different from the other 18. He could even feel the texture of the skin on his palms pressing against their tips. His 2 new claws were forged out of lusterless steel. Finally, Sonny raised his eyes and looked around, trying to understand where he was. The room he saw was not very spacious, but also not small. Its walls and ceiling were made out of wood, and so was the floor, hidden under an opulent plush rug. The bed he lay upon was sturdy and large, with a mattress so soft that it seemed like a cloud, and pristine white sheets covering it. There were several pieces of luxurious furniture in the room, a pile of bright sitting pillows on the floor, a tray with succulent fruit on an intricate wooden table, and a large window on one of the walls, opening onto a breathtaking view of the boundless blue sky. Despite the lavish decor, the room felt familiar, somehow. Sonny frowned. Wait a minute. Wasn't there a room just like this, but far more dilapidated and empty, on the ancient flying ship the firekeepers had repaired? Suddenly, something clicked in his mind, and his vertical pupils narrowed. Noctis, that lying crook! Sunny was back on board the magnificent sky vessel that had a beautiful tree growing around its mast. Only that vessel had not been shattered and wrecked, then recovered and restored by Cassie's cohort yet. It was still owned by its original captain, the great and powerful sorcerer of the East, Noctis. He must have picked Sunny up after the battle with the Black Steed and kept his promise, fashioning a new heart for the Shadow Demon's body, and even replacing the fingers Sunny had lost while trying to learn how to weave, which was very nice of him, but didn't mean that Sunny would not still enjoy ripping the bastard limb from limb. That lying sack of monster crap. Spend the night in the fortress, Sunless. What's the worst that could happen, Sunless? I'm going to strangle him. Sunny growled hatefully and clenched his fists, almost slicing his own skin apart with the claws. He was full of resentment, fury, and vengeful wrath. However, after thinking about it for a few moments, he had to hide his fangs and make a sour face. Yes, the thought of making the deceitful sorcerer squirm felt very nice. But no matter how weak and affable Noctis seemed, he was an immortal transcended, a chain lord of the kingdom of hope. Someone whose mere presence was enough to scare a terrifying corrupted monster away. There were far more productive things in life than harboring thoughts of revenge against someone like that. Besides, there was so much Sunny had to think about instead. The nightmares, the battle with the Shadow Stallion, the rewards he had received after emerging victorious from it, his future plans and actions. Sadly, he did not receive an opportunity to consider all these important and vital things. As if summoned by Sunny thinking of his name, the damned sorcerer suddenly opened the door and entered the room, whistling a jolly tune under his nose. Noctis was just as Sunny remembered him, carefree, pleasantly likable, and dressed in extravagantly colorful silk garments. His raven-black hair was immaculate and lustrous, and his beautiful gray eyes sparkled with jovial light. Noctis saw the four-armed demon and smiled brightly. "Ah, Sunless, you're finally awake." Sunny stared at him, the corner of his eyes twitching. "Bastard. You have the audacity to smile at me after sending me to that hell?" He hesitated, then let out a low growl as a greeting. Come to think of it, what exactly was the sorcerer planning to do with him now? A vague memory of one of the nightmares suddenly entered his mind, one where he had been turned into an obedient wooden doll by a... Who had it been? Sunny suddenly shivered. Noctis continued to smile and then said in a strange voice, "Well then, since you're up, why don't you come with me, huh, Sunless?" Sunny gulped. Somehow, he felt that this invitation was not really something he could refuse. Thinking that it was unwise to refuse the immortal sorcerer, Sunny rose from the bed and hesitated for a moment, noticing that he was completely naked. Numerous wounds that he had received in the Red Colosseum and later, in the battle with the Black Steed, had turned his gray skin into a map of scars, with lean muscles rolling under it like mountain chains. Noctis gave him a funny look, then cleared his throat and pointed to a chair that had a black kimono hanging on its backrest. The garment was made out of silk, intricately stitched, and fit his towering figure perfectly. It even had 4 sleeves instead of 2, revealing that someone must have sewn the thing specifically for him. Feeling the cool caress of the soft fabric on his rough skin, Sunny covered his nakedness, fastened the belt around his waist, and then put on a pair of leather sandals. Feeling somewhat like a proper human again, or rather, a proper demon, he then tied his wild black hair with a black ribbon and followed Noctis out of the room. As they walked to the upper deck, the sorcerer couldn't help but throw glances at him, mumbling some nonsense in a barely audible voice. "Wonderful. Marvelous. My complexion is, without a doubt, the fairest there is in the kingdom of hope. But alas, black doesn't suit me at all. I won't be caught dead wearing black. Or alive, really. But this is just perfect. Finally, someone to do justice to this night silk I bought. It must be fate indeed, no doubt about it. Sonny stared at the immortal transcendent with a concerned scowl on his face. The man was clearly a raving lunatic. Another one. Why the hell is everyone in this damn nightmare insane? They walked onto the upper deck of the flying ship, where Sonny saw a somewhat familiar picture. There was a beautiful tree growing around the main mast, with the middle of the vessel drowning in the cool shade of its wide branches. The bark of the tree was ivory white, and its leaves were vibrant emerald in color. The difference with how the flying ship had been in the future was that the original tree he was staring at right now was much taller, stronger, more robust, ancient. Now that he had witnessed the consecrated grove of Heart God, Sonny easily recognized its origin. He also shuddered, remembering the nightmare in which he was reborn as an old man. That one. That one was perhaps the most terrible of them all, mostly because it reminded him of his own past, his own mother, his own loss. Noticing a subtle shift in the expression of the sullen demon and misunderstanding it, Noctis smiled proudly. Ah, yes, she's a real beauty. This noble ship is the last of her kind, an original. All those flying buckets the rest of them use are just crude imitations. He patted the bark of the sacred tree in passing and continued forward, heading for the bow of the ship. You are probably too young to remember, Sunless, but a long time ago the sky below was full of divine flame. Back then, there were fearless daredevils who dove down into the ocean of immolating fire to harvest some of it. This is the last remaining vessel of their fleet. The sorcerer smiled. All the rest were turned to ash, along with their crews. Even the memory of them is long gone. Shame. Those guys were really something, the fire hunters. A fun crowd. Not very bright, though, which was how I got my hands on this beauty. Won her in a game of cards, and made some improvements. He laughed. I am the best player in all of the Kingdom of Hope, you know. I even won that obsidian knife you carry once, from the one in the north. Oh, you should have seen her face when she had to give me the prize. That was back when she cared about such stuff, of course. Sonny blinked and stared at the sorcerer, dumbfounded. No way. He won one of the 7 knives playing cards? The 7 knives created by Sun God? Noctis glanced at him and winked. Ah, yes, the rest of the lords had the exact same expression you do right now. They were very angry with us, too. It was a giant mess. I sort of lost that knife later on, though, so they mellowed out. He grew silent for a bit, and then added, his voice a little darker. But these knives, they never really stay lost for long, you know. It's really hard to get rid of one. Impossible, in fact. They continued forward in silence. Disturbed, Sonny turned away and looked over the railing of the flying ship. It seemed that Noctis had not moved the vessel away from the deserted island where the battle between Sonny and the Black Stallion had ended. It was still below, empty except for a few jagged rocks laying here and there. The only difference was that, now, there were beautiful white flowers growing from the soil where the drops of the lonesome steed's blood had fallen on it. A giant mess. Sonny knew that there were 7 immortals created by the Lord of Light to guard, or rather contain, hope. Their strings were torn out of the tapestry of fate, made to loop endlessly onto themselves, and placed into 7 strange knives. And so, the knives were both what made the Chain Lords eternal, and the only thing that could kill them. Each of Hope's wardens was entrusted with the key to another's death. This was what kept the balance between them. So, of course, Noctis had made a huge mess by managing to get his hands on a second one. No wonder the other lords were angry, even though losing one of the knives was something only a complete idiot would do. In this instance, the sorcerer had been lucky to somehow manage such a feat. Otherwise, he might have found himself in hot water, or molten steel. Sonny shuddered and closed his eyes for a moment. Finally, they reached the bow of the ship and descended a set of stairs, eventually stopping in front of a heavily reinforced door that looked faintly familiar. Noctis unlocked the door and invited Sunny inside. There, Sunny saw armored walls, a high ceiling, and 3 chests standing in the center of the room. Staring at one of them in particular, he suddenly paled terribly and took an involuntary step back. Noctis glanced at him with confusion, then shook his head. "You are very strange. Don't be afraid. These are just my treasure chests. They won't bite." He thought for a second, and then gave one of the chests a playful kick. "Well, except for this one. This one will eat you alive." Sunny stared at the painfully familiar chest, his black eyes full of fright and venomous resentment. Of course, he had recognized it instantly. It was his old nemesis, the mordant mimic, the vile creature that had almost eaten him alive once in the distant future. Granted, he had ended up being the one to feast on the flesh of the abomination instead, which had been a traumatic experience in and of itself. But who was to say that he would be able to kill the fallen devil again? Sure, Sunny was much stronger and more experienced now. He had more cores, thousands more shadow fragments reinforcing them, much better equipment, and inhabited the body of an actual demon. But there was also no crushing in this era to help him hold the creature down while the broken oath did its job. Thankfully, the bastard seemed to be behaving itself, maybe out of fear of its master. Actually, Sunny looked closer and frowned, noticing that the chest had only 3 soul cores, none showing any sign of corruption. They were bright and pristine, just like that of any other creature following the path of ascension. However, they were also too dim to be of the ascended rank. The mimic was neither fallen nor a devil yet. It was simply an awakened demon masquerading as a treasure chest, which was a bit of an improvement, but still didn't really explain why Noctis was using a powerful demon as a piece of furniture. I guess the mimic grew stronger, sometime in the future, and was also corrupted somehow. Sunny relaxed a little, but then his scowl deepened. While Noctis opened one of the other 2 chests and started enthusiastically rummaging through it, 2 thoughts entered Sunny's mind. One was very simple. Coins. However, no matter how alluring the image of the miraculous coins was, the second thought took precedence. What the hell? Those words Noctis had just said. Weren't they mentioned in the description of the covetous coffer? Yes, they were. So Sunny was, and had always been, the pale friend mentioned in it. Huh? How could the spell have known that this exact scene would play out, all that time ago? Back then, Sunny had not even known about the existence of the nightmare seed in the ivory tower, let alone harbored any thoughts of entering it. There were 2 possible answers, both of them equally unnerving. One was that the nightmare was not, in fact, a recreation of the past. Instead, it was just the past. The spell knew what Noctis was going to say because this conversation had already happened thousands of years ago and possessed the power to send people back through time. Sunny wasn't quite ready to believe that, though. Things didn't really add up. If each nightmare allowed Awakened to travel through time and return to the past, they would have been able to cause changes in the present through their actions. There had not been too many nightmares conquered since the spell had appeared, but also not that few. Hundreds at least, and maybe even thousands. So he was more inclined to consider the other answer. The second answer had to do with the nature of the spell and the domain of its alleged creator. Weaver was called the Demon of Fate for a reason, after all. Their mask allowed Sunny to steal a glance at the tapestry of fate and see the past, the present, and the future of everything, all at the same time. Just one split second of this terrible knowledge had almost driven him insane. Perhaps the spell, which was woven out of those very strings of fate, was able to perceive the depths of the tapestry as well, and hence knew that it was Sunny's fate to enter the nightmare, meet Noctis, and have this conversation in the treasury of the flying ship. That possibility was, perhaps, even more frightening. Damnation, my head hurts. The mystery of the seemingly innocuous description of the covetous coffer had turned out to hold a key to a very important piece of the grand puzzle, one that was too important to be considered hastily. The whole nature of the world as Sonny knew it could be changed entirely depending on which answer was true. He was going to have to think about it more, and later, in excruciating detail. And speaking of excruciating, Sonny lingered, then glanced at Noctis, suddenly remembering all the torment he had gone through because of that shameless crook. He gritted his teeth, thinking of all the ways he would have made the bastard pay, if he could. The crook in question, meanwhile, smiled widely as he pulled a sparkling emerald medallion out of the chest and threw it to Sonny. "Aha! There you are. Here, catch." Sonny caught the medallion and studied it with a dubious expression. There seemed to be an almost invisible, intricate string of runes carved into the precious stone. What is this crook planning now, I wonder? I wish I could rip his flimsy body into tiny pieces and listen to him scream. I would have started with the fingers, I think, and worked my way up, one little piece at a time. Noctis stared at him with a strange expression. His face frozen, Sonny frowned. Why is that idiot staring at me? Gods, what a lunatic. Huh? Wait a moment. He blinked. Why does it sound as if I'm speaking aloud? Damn, am I going crazy as well? Crazier, I mean. The sorcerer cleared his throat, then cautiously hid his hands behind his back. Yeah. That emerald trinket you are holding is a very rare and precious magical amulet. It can project someone's thoughts outward and vocalize them, turning thought into sound. So, do stay away from my fingers, please. I am quite attached to them, unlike some people. Sonny paled. What? No, he heard all that. Wait, crap. He heard that too. He shuddered and hurriedly dropped the emerald amulet to the floor, then stared at it in abject horror. Noctis smiled. Oh, Sunless, don't fret, my friend. I know it was just a bit of friendly teasing. I've heard way worse, anyway. You are actually a very restrained individual as far as demons go. He bent down, picked up the amulet, and offered it to Sonny with an innocent grin. So, how about we have a hearty meal and talk? There's so much we must speak about. A few minutes later, Sonny was staring at a table full of all kinds of delicious food. The table was situated on the upper deck of the flying ship, allowing for a breathtaking view of the shattered kingdom of hope below. Being that high up in the sky, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of discomfort. The fear of the crushing was already deeply ingrained into his bones. However, the terrible curse that dictated the lives of everyone on the chained isles did not exist yet. He had nothing to worry about. Or rather, he did not have to worry about that particular danger. There were plenty of other existential threats surrounding him, however. The food had been served by obedient wooden dolls wearing tasteful silk liveries. Sonny was pretty sure that each of the animated mannequins had been a living creature once, their souls torn from their bodies and placed into the dolls by the person sitting across from him. Taking a sip of a cooled wine, the person in question smiled brilliantly and gestured at the food. Come, Sunless. Enjoy. Sonny hesitated for a bit, then reached out to put a few portions of several mouth-watering dishes onto his plate. He was careful not to touch the emerald amulet that lay in front of him, knowing that doing so would reveal all his thoughts to the damned sorcerer. That thing was maybe the greatest danger he faced. While the ability to communicate with people was something he had been thinking about from the first day of entering the nightmare, sharing his every thought was not something Sonny was ready to deal with yet. His flaw had been constraining what he was able to say for a long time now, so his mind was a kind of safe haven for Sonny. For that reason, he had developed a tendency to run wild with his thoughts. Revealing them all to a mad sorcerer was not a very great idea. Noctis watched him eat with a carefree smile, then said in a friendly tone, By the way, great job killing that nasty horse. What a feat. What a gallant deed. Truly, vanquishing it was an exploit worthy of being sung about. But Sunless. The sorcerer hesitated for a moment, then leaned forward and asked with a bit of exasperated desperation in his voice, "Please tell me, why? Why, for the love of the gods, did you kill the horse?" Sonny, who was taking a sip of cold water, spat it all out. Coughing, he stared at Noctis with murderous fury burning in his bestial black eyes, then ground his fangs and put his palm on the emerald amulet. "What the hell do you mean? Why did I kill the horse? You were the one who sent me into his damned lair. The horse was this close to becoming the end of me. What else was I supposed to do?" Then he clenched his 4 fists and growled, "The nerve of this bastard!" Sonny, of course, meant for that last thought to remain unsaid, but sadly, one of his fists was still touching the enchanted amulet. Noctis looked at him, blinked a few times, and then flung his hands into the air. "I never meant for you to fight it. Do I look like an idiot? That horse destroyed hundreds of creatures much scarier than you. Why would I send a mere demon to battle it?" Sonny opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Finally, he hissed, "Yes, I don't know. Why did you send me into the fortress?" The sorcerer gulped down his of wine, remained silent for a bit, then let out a bitter sigh. "Oh, well, you know, I just thought that since you are both shadow creatures, it might have liked you. Didn't you know each other back when your master was still around?" Sonny looked at the beautiful immortal for a few moments, then trembled slightly and covered his face with 2 hands. That damn fool. This time, he was careful to not touch the amulet while thinking that. The worst part of all of it was that Noctis was not entirely unfounded in thinking that the black steed would not attack Sonny. The body he was currently inhabiting had indeed been acquainted with the stallion centuries ago, back when their lord had been alive. The problem was that Sonny had replaced the 4-armed demon, and thus had no memory of knowing the black courser, while the courser himself had gone mad during the hundreds of years of solitude and only recognized his old companion seconds before death, when his madness receded for a few short moments. So, all that horror, all the pain and torment he had gone through in the nightmares, was the result of a tragic and cruel twist of fate. It was just a series of wicked and disastrous coincidences, nothing more and nothing less. Sonny let out a low growl. "Forget it. It doesn't matter anyway, not now and not anymore. The important part is, Noctis might look like an eccentric idiot, but he is anything but. If he wanted me to reunite with Shadow Lord Steed, there was a reason for that. What does he really want?" He hesitated, then placed his hand back onto the amulet. "Why did you want me to meet that thing?" The sorcerer remained silent for a bit, then smiled charmingly. "Oh, right. By any chance, before you killed it, has Nightmare shared anything with you? The location of a certain glass knife, for example?" Sonny snorted. "Ah, so that's what all of this is about." He took a bite out of a loaf of delicious, freshly baked bread, chewed it unhurriedly, thinking about nothing at all, and then responded in a calm tone. "Sure, there is something that I learned." "Why?" Noctis cleared his throat, glanced at the scenery, then back at Sonny. Finally, he said with a bit of visibly forced indifference, "Oh, well, would you mind sharing?" Sonny stared at him for a bit, then grinned. With his bestial face and 2 rows of sharp fangs, that grin looked truly frightening. "Would I mind, huh? That depends. Why do you want that knife?" Noctis smiled with his usual carefree attitude, then waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, it's nothing much. A small thing, really. You see, I just want to gather the knives, start a war against both the Ivory City and the Red Colosseum, kill all of the Chain Lords, defy the Lord of Light, break the will of gods, and release the demon of desire out of her prison. And then maybe have a cup of tea." The sorcerer grew silent for a moment, and then added thoughtfully, "Actually, on second thought, maybe I'll have the tea first." Sonny stared at the immortal sorcerer, stunned by those words. The scale and scope of the bloodshed and adversity, Noctis was striving for were simply beyond comprehension. And yet, he had confessed this terrible desire with the same carefree, nonchalant, jovial attitude, as though he was indeed talking about brewing tea instead of waging war on 4 deathless saints and their armies. Sunny remembered the first time he saw Noctis. Bloodied, crestfallen, sitting motionlessly in front of the fire with a diamond sickle laying at his feet, its blade marred with crimson. A grim and somber thought formed in his mind all by itself. Insane. You are insane. All of you are. He flinched, then removed his trembling hand from the emerald amulet. Noctis threw his head back and laughed, as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. The silent sailor dolls stood around him, motionless, staring into emptiness with their crudely carved eyes. The scene that was strange and fantastical a few moments ago suddenly seemed threatening and eerie. After a while, the sorcerer grew quiet, then glanced at Sunny with a mischievous smile and asked, "Yes, indeed. I could not have said it better myself. All of us are insane. But don't you get it yet, Sunless? Don't you understand why?" Sunny frowned, then shook his head. What the hell is he trying to say? How was he supposed to know why everyone in this damn nightmare seemed completely mad? And then something moved in his mind. A seed of a thought, a nascent hint of understanding. His pupils narrowed slightly. There was something strange about the kingdom of hope. He had first sensed it after escaping the Red Colosseum and facing Solvain, that beautiful and utterly demented fiend. Her actions made a perverse, and yet perfect sense. But there was still something wrong about her. Back then, he had felt a vague suspicion. Something seemed out of place, something didn't make sense. And after, when he had been thrust into the never-ending nightmares, this feeling only grew stronger. He just had no time to think about it. Everyone here seemed slightly, or greatly, off. Every emotion was sharper and cut deeper. Every vice or virtue grew out of control until it turned into a destructive obsession. He had experienced it all, lived through all of it in the nightmares over and over again. Pain, sorrow, tragedy, madness. Even Sunny himself was affected by this insidious strangeness. His single-minded obsession with learning how to weave, the sudden intensity of his affection toward Elias, the subsequent crushing heartbreak over the young man's death, the unquenching hatred he had felt for the black steed. All of those things were not exactly out of his character, but slightly more consuming than they should have been. Remembering the past few months, Sunny shivered. Wait. Feverishly, he tried to recall all he knew about this nightmare. The 7 knives, the 7 immortals, 1,000 years of solemn duty. The terrible torture one of the rules of the Ivory City had been subjected to by his own brother. The destruction of the sacred grove. The Shadow Lord making a choice to take a coward's way out before what? Suddenly, an expression of shocked understanding appeared on Sunny's face. He looked at Noctis for a while and then cautiously picked up the emerald amulet. A single word formed in his mind. Hope. The sorcerer smiled, then nodded and looked at the vast expanse of the shattered kingdom below them. Indeed. Hope. Noctis took a sip of wine, the smile disappearing from his face. A few moments later, he said indifferently, "The Lord of Light bound Hope with 7 brilliant shackles, and made those shackles eternal. That was us. Me and the rest of the Chain Lords. He entrusted each of us with the fate of another, and a solemn duty to never let the demon escape, and for a few centuries, everything was fine." His face grew dark and cold. The sorcerer remained silent for a while and then continued. But slowly we grew tired. Doubt found its way into our hearts. Eternity. Eternity is a heavy burden, Sunless, and under its weight, unnoticed, one of us grew twisted. So another one made a choice to uproot the corruption. That was how the first of the Chain Lords died. Idri, my dear friend, murdered by that wicked slayer, Solvain. Her beautiful grove burned to the ground. Noctis remained motionless, but the wooden mannequins surrounding them suddenly clenched their fists, their fingers splintering from the immense pressure. Their crude faces did not move, but Sunny could feel an almost palpable feeling of fury radiating from their figures. The sorcerer sighed. And so, all of our fates were sealed. Yes, 6 shackles still remained, but Hope's prison wasn't perfect anymore. Her will, her insidious influence sipped out, little by little, infecting us all, slowly devouring the whole kingdom, every living being in it, from the smallest insect to the mightiest immortal, igniting our desires, twisting them, changing us into something different, something terrible, rampant, and vile. He laughed. Oh, of course, none of us noticed it for a long, long time. Hundreds of years even, maybe only shadow. And by the time the rest of us understood, at least those who were still sane enough, it was already too late. The whole of the kingdom of Hope had been driven mad by its former ruler, had been turned into a vicious hell. We were all taken by Hope. Noctis smiled and sipped his wine, then chuckled. So yeah, Sunless, all of us here are insane. I thought you would have known already, judging by the scars covering your body. The warmongers are all insane, and so is their leader, Solvain. The citizens of the Ivory City are also mad, just as their 2 rulers are. The one in the north is perhaps the craziest of us all. Well, except for me, of course. I am the maddest person in all of the Kingdom of Hope, I would have you know. Sunny stared at the gleefully smiling sorcerer, suddenly overwhelmed by terror. That damned seed, that damned Mordred. Curse the day he told me about how rare and precious it is. The sorcerer chuckled. Well, I don't know who Mordred and what seed you are talking about. However, there is one thing I do know. Actually, it's a question. That question. It has been tormenting me for centuries, Sunless. Do you know what that question is? What was the seed of my personal madness? Sunny frowned, then slowly shook his head. Noctis lingered for a few moments, then looked away and said with a wistful smile, "That is a question Adre asked me a long time ago. You see, if the Lord of Light wanted the 7 of us to keep Hope imprisoned forever," his smile widened slightly, then suddenly dimmed, "then why did he give each of us a key to her freedom?" Sunny remained silent for as long as he could, until, finally, the flaw forced him to give an answer. He looked grimly at Noctis, and then said, or rather thought, hoarsely, "Maybe he just wanted to see you suffer." Noctis laughed brightly, then nodded. "Oh, indeed. Maybe you are right. Gods can be very cruel sometimes. After all, they are much more ancient and vast than kindness and compassion. Or maybe it is not really our lives that keep the demon bound, but instead our will and desire to keep her imprisoned. Or maybe it is a test of our conviction. That is what the Sun Lord believes, at least. Or maybe he actually hoped that we would free her. Who knows?" He smiled, then sighed, and finally added, "If mortals like us could know the will of gods, then we'd be gods instead." After that, a somber silence settled over the deck of the flying ship. Sunny stared at the delicious food in front of him, realizing that he had lost all his appetite. Hope, the demon of desire. How terrifying she was. Slowly, several things that had seemed random and meaningless fell into place. The jubilant crowd in the blood-soaked red Colosseum, the perverse conviction of beautiful Solvain, the harrowing torture of the Sun Prince, the madness that burned in the eyes of the Black Steed. All of it was the result of her harrowing power. Hope held domain over desire, after all, and with that power, she had reached through the tiny cracks in her prison and drove a whole realm utterly insane, turning it into a ghastly, hideous, demented hell. Every aspiration, every desire, Every dream, every hope, were twisted, set aflame, and turned into a weapon. An insidious, invisible weapon that struck at human hearts and minds from within. No one was immune to her power. Neither mundane humans nor awakened, not even saints. Those who were closed and those who were far all fell victim to the daemon's curse. And what was her own hope? What was the demon of desire yearning for? Well, that was easy. Hope wanted to be free, just like Sunny wanted to be free, really. She was driving her jailers mad, so that they would destroy each other. And from the looks of it, her curse was working all too well. Solvain was seeking out death. The two transcendents of the Ivory City seemed to be on the verge of fratricide, and Noctis was planning to kill them all. The one in the north. Sunny didn't know about the last Chain Lord, but from the little bits of what the sorcerer had said, she was not in her right mind either. Suddenly, he remembered the sight of the time running in reverse that he had witnessed at the very start of the nightmare. The ivory tower had descended from the sky, and the burned wasteland around it had turned into a beautiful white city, which meant that one day, perhaps soon, the Ivory City would be burned to the ground, and Hope's prison would then break off its 7 chains and rise above the chained isles. And then, the crushing would be created, somehow. A cold, dire feeling grasped his two hearts. Oh no. Suddenly, Sunny came to a harrowing realization. His eyes widened, and he glanced at Noctis with fear. This was the conflict he, Cassie, Effie, Kai, and Mordred had to resolve to conquer the nightmare. They had to either help this mad sorcerer free the terrifying demon, or make sure that she would never escape. The 5 of them were pitted against the 5 immortal saints. A barely audible groan escaped from his lips. How is this possible? What happened to the spell always being fair? How the hell can this be fair? Another revelation suddenly appeared in his mind. Those words Adri had said before accepting Solvain's challenge. The gratitude she expressed. Had Solvain really eradicated the blessed of Heart God to punish Adri for her heresy? Or had the beautiful warrior known all along what would happen if one of the Chain Lords was killed, and doomed all of the remaining immortals, including herself, to a fate worse than death, to a slow and inevitable descent into madness, followed by eventual destruction, all in order to free Hope from her prison and herself from eternal life? If so, she had indeed been the bravest of them all, and also the most hateful, or admirable, depending on how one looked at it. But that didn't really matter. Sunny grasped the emerald amulet and channeled a somber thought, which came out in a hoarse voice. There was one thing that he still couldn't understand. The obsidian knife that I carry, the one that you lost. How were you going to kill the other Chain Lords without it? And without the knowledge about the glass knife that I received from the Black Steed? Noctis looked at him for a bit, then smiled darkly. Ah, that. The drastic thing I was about to do. Well, it was a really terrible choice. I am very glad that fate sent you to me when it did, Sunless. He chuckled. You see, Sunless, desire is a very powerful thing. In fact, it is perhaps the most powerful thing in the world. It is what the gods were born from, after all, in the endless, ever-changing void of chaos. But there is one force more terrifying than desire, and that force is fate. The sorcerer looked away with a distant expression. Even gods are afraid of fate, Sunless. So, I was going to make a deal with a certain creature, a harrowing, evil, and insidious monster, the vile demon known as Weaver, who holds domain over fate. These knives can kill us because they hold the strings of our fates. So if anyone can find a way to end our lives without the knives, it would be Weaver. As Noctis mentioned Weaver's name, he shuddered, then forced out a pale smile. But the demon of fate would have asked a terrible price of me, I'm sure. So it is very fortunate that you came along. Just imagine, that fiend would have made me into something ugly or even worse, poorly dressed. The horror. Noctis laughed and gave one of the sailor dolls a command to bring another amphora of wine. He either didn't notice or pretended to overlook the sudden tension that appeared in Sunny's eyes. So, Noctis wanted to make a deal with Weaver to free Hope. And then, I suddenly appeared. A cold shiver suddenly ran down his spine. What exactly does that mean? Sometime later, Sunny was back in his luxurious cabin, sitting on the soft bed and staring at the wall with a distant look on his bestial face. After the dinner conversation that was rife with revelations, each more terrible than the other, he had told Noctis that he needed time to think before giving an answer. Despite the fact that Sunny now held the keys to possessing 2 of Sun God's knives, the sorcerer had not pressed him at all and agreed to wait with his usual carefree attitude. If there was one redeeming quality about the immortals, it was that they could be very patient. Now, the flying ship was moving, sailing across the skies on its way back to the sanctuary of Noctis. They would be arriving in a day or 2. By then, Sunny needed to know what he wanted to do, and how. He had to find the others, and conquer this cursed nightmare somehow. Help Noctis free Hope, or make sure that she stays imprisoned forever. A pale smile appeared on his face. Hope. How funny it was to learn that this whole realm had been driven mad by the subtle, irresistible, inescapable manipulation of the great and terrible demon of desire. Everyone here was subjugated by her wondrous, harrowing powers, including himself. Back in the dark city, at his lowest point, Sunny had given all hope of ever returning to the real world. In fact, he had convinced himself that hope was the deadliest, most vile of poisons. It was only after he had clawed his way back from the brink of madness and out of the forgotten shore, returning alive to the waking world, that he understood the erroneous and destructive harmfulness of that misguided belief. Sunny had built a modest life for himself and found out that there were people who genuinely cared about him, and even more importantly, that there were people whom he cared about himself. That hope was not something to fear, but instead something to draw power from. Something so vital that without it there was no way to survive, and no real point to. Learning that his mind was now literally being poisoned by hope was full of incredibly bitter irony. How fitting, he sighed, and then stared at his 4 calloused hands. The obsidian knife, the ivory knife, the glass knife, the wooden knife, and one more, which he knew nothing about. Could they really collect them all? Noctis, Solvain, the Sun twins, the one in the north. Could they really survive them all? Whether he liked it or not, there was only one inevitable way to find out. First things first. He was going to have to make his way to the Iron Hand Island to see if the others had left clues to their whereabouts. Luckily, it was not that far from the sanctuary. Noctis had said that Sunny's new heart needed a week or 2 to settle, whatever that meant, so he wouldn't be able to go right away. But the goal was already in sight. After the cohort was reunited, they would have to make a decision about which side to support. The others. Sunny wondered where they were and how they were doing. Were they even alive? Had their journey in the nightmare been as harrowing as his? Recalling his own struggles, he shivered. The nightmares. Most of them had faded from his memory, their details dissipating until all that was left was one dark, chaotic mess of vague images, pressing weight and sharp emotions. But some were still clear and vivid in all their terrible splendor, especially the first ones he had lived through. He remembered it all, being a father who watched the flames consume his son, wife, and unborn child. An old man who dragged his weak body across scorching ash as his whole world burned around him. An immortal warrior being endlessly tortured by his own brother, and a cunning shadow who had grown too tired and indifferent to care about life. That last one was perhaps the most damning, not because it was especially torturous. On the contrary, the Shadow Lord had been content and at peace in his last moments, but because it showed Sunny the pain and sorrow of those whom the heartless immortal had left behind. That understanding was only made worse by witnessing how the Shadow's beloved steed had ended up, lonesome, broken, and consumed by madness, guarding the empty castle that his master would never return to until his last pitiful breath. But that was the nature of life. As one went through it, they collected strings and tethers that connected them to others. Everyone's fates were intertwined, and everyone was tied down and bound by those numerous connections, some of them fleeting, some deep and precious. Sunny, too, was not untethered anymore, which meant that, should he die or be destroyed, his would not be the only fate that was broken and damaged. Everyone connected to him would suffer too, and that in a way, made him responsible not only for himself, but also for those whose lives he had made different. The weight of that unfamiliar responsibility pressed heavily on his shoulders. Sunny sighed. Was there really such a thing as freedom? And if there was, would anyone really want to possess it? He closed his eyes for a moment, overwhelmed by all these daunting thoughts. Even though he had forgotten most of the nightmares, they still changed him. He felt older somehow and, hopefully, wiser, more mature and tempered, but also more fragile. He spent some time in silence, listening to the hull of the flying ship creaking gently around him and his two hearts beating steadily in his chest. Then, Sunny breathed out and opened his eyes. There was not much time to spend on pondering and self-reflection. A nightmare was a place for action, not philosophy. The corner of his mouth curved upward. Fine, let's get ready to act then. First, I should probably, finally, check on all those rewards I received, thanks to that damned horse. And there were plenty. Sunny got comfortable on his criminally soft bed, picked up a few succulent grapes from the tray placed on an intricate table near it, threw one in his mouth, and finally summoned the runes. Let's see. The first thing he glanced at was the shadow fragments counter. He vaguely remembered receiving what felt like much more than 6 after slaying the black steed, who had been an awakened terror. So Sunny was hopeful to see a pleasant number. However, when he did see it, he almost choked on the grape juice to death. What the spell? What? He even rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was seeing things, but no. The counter was the same. Shadow fragments. 2,823 over 3,000. Sunny stared at it in disbelief. 600? I received almost 600 fragments for killing that damned horse. Absent-mindedly, he threw another grape into his mouth and proceeded to almost bite off one of his fingers from the sheer disorientation of it all. How is this even possible? He thought about it for a bit, stunned, and then tilted his head a little. Could it be? One of the advantages, but also inherent drawbacks of Sunny's aspect, was that it operated through shadow fragments instead of the usual soul ones. So, while Sunny didn't need to collect and absorb shards to grow stronger, he also could not use the shards of creatures that he had not personally slain for that purpose. The other detail was that, unlike all human awakened, he did not receive a portion of all the accumulated soul fragments after killing others of his own kind, and instead received just 1 or 2, depending on their rank. Was that, perhaps, because the spell, or rather the world itself, did not consider him a human? He was a divine shadow after all, and shadows recognized him as one of their own. So, would it be safe to say that in this context, his own kind were actually not humans, but shadows instead? The black steed had been a shadow created by one of the chain lords, an awakened terror possessing 6 cores, and with 1,000 years of battles and bloodshed behind his shoulders to fill them to the brim with shadow fragments. Did Sunny receive a portion of the fragments accumulated by the tenebrous courser throughout his long and grim life, as a normal awakened would after slaying another human? The math certainly supported that theory. Sunny's eyes ignited. That is it. Not only was he correct, he might have just stumbled on one of the most crucial secrets about his own aspect, power, and future. Even since finding out that his aspect allowed him to form and possess multiple cores, Sunny had been wary of the eventual toll hunting down enough nightmare creatures to create a new one would exert. As a sleeper, or even an awakened, he was too small and vulnerable. Any powerful abomination would have been able to snuff him out of existence with no more than a glance. The higher he climbed on the path of ascension, the less of such existences there would be, and thus, the higher his chances of survival were going to become. However, that also meant that there would be fewer creatures he would be able to hunt down to collect shadow fragments, since slaying those lower than him in rank did not give him any at all. But, now that he knew how much he could gain from destroying true shadow creatures, perhaps there was still a way for him to grow stronger rapidly, even after becoming a master. In any case, his progress was already staggering. First, the 1,000 fragments he had earned in the blood-soaked arena of the Red Colosseum, and now these hundreds he gained by slaying the nightmare steed. Neither of these feats had been easy. In fact, both rewards had cost him an unimaginable amount of pain, torment, and damage, both mental and physical. But the result almost made it seem as if it had all been worth it. Almost. At the start of the nightmare, the idea of gaining enough fragments to create a fourth core had seemed so distant and unreachable. But now, just a few months later, Sunny was already near the finish line. This fact was both exciting and incredible, even if its splendor was somewhat overshadowed by all the hideous scars he had received along the way. No, it is still amazing. I survived, did I not? Both elated and reminded of the horrors he had been subjected to in the nightmare, Sunny stared at the unbelievable number for some time, then shifted his gaze elsewhere. The second reward he had received was also very welcomed, be it strangely unexpected. In fact, Sunny stumbled upon it almost by accident while seeking the runes describing his shadows. Before that, he had noticed that the runes of the mantle of the underworld seemed to shimmer a bit differently. Confused, he concentrated on them, and shifted his gaze to the last string describing the enchantments of the onyx armor, the counter of victories tied to the Prince of the Underworld enchantment. Now it read, vanquished foes, 3,291 over 6,000. He blinked. Somehow, sometime, he had managed to raise the counter by almost 1,000 victories. He knew that the nightmare creatures and humans he had killed in the Reed Colosseum had not counted toward the requirements of the strange enchantment for a simple reason. He had not been wearing the mantle of the underworld while fighting them. So where had the 1,000 vanquished foes come from? Sunny frowned. Come to think of it, I was wearing the armor while sleeping in the Boundary Fortress. Did it actually accept every battle I won in the nightmares as a true victory? That would be very strange, since the enemies he had defeated in the never-ending nightmares had been just phantasms summoned by the Black Steed, and not in any way real. However, that would also make sense. After all, the mantle did not care about him actually killing the enemies. All it cared about was that he had overpowered and defeated the opponent. If so, did it really matter if the opponent was real or not? The duelists of the dreamscape had been considered sufficiently real, so why would the creatures populating the nightmares be different? 1,000 souls. Had I really killed that many? Suddenly, Sunny felt cold and somber. How many nightmares exactly had he lived through during those several terrible hours? Full of dark wonder, he shook his head and looked away from the runes describing the onyx armor. He was already halfway to satiating its mysterious enchantment, which was already good enough. Finally, Sunny looked at the cluster that interested him the most, his shadows. A few runes shimmered beautifully in the darkness. They read, Shadows, Marble Saint, Soul Serpent, and then a new one, Nightmare. Sunny remained motionless for a while, a pale smile appearing on his face. Beyond the window of his cabin, the sky was slowly turning black, the stars shining on its velvet surface as they welcomed the arrival of the newborn moon. Nightmare. So that is your name. What better name could there be for a shadow that moved through human dreams, turning them into visions of horror? He hesitated for a few moments, then looked away, turning to a different string of runes first. There was another shadow of his that had changed, the Soul Serpent. Every time Sunny moved up a class, so did the serpent. And every time Sunny mastered a new step of shadow dance, the serpent ascended to a new rank. At least that was how things were supposed to go. Shadow, Soul Serpent. Shadow rank. Ascended. Shadow class. Demon. Shadow attributes. Shadow guide. Soul weapon. Soul beast. Sunny sighed. Ascended. Now that he had mastered the third step of the shadow dance, the serpent had indeed evolved as well. The tenebrous creature was now an ascended demon, just like Saint. Both of them had left Sunny in the dust. While it hurt his pride a little that his shadows were more powerful than him, not to mention way cooler according to some tasteless brats, having two creatures of such formidable might under his command was going to be of tremendous help, without a doubt. Especially considering the caliber of enemies he would most likely have to face in this trial. He glanced down at the intricate tattoo coiling around his arms and torso. It seemed larger. Sunny could already feel the rush of the essence through his body. Its rate of expenditure and speed of replenishment increased even further. Not only was the serpent going to be much more powerful in its soul beast form, but also, from now on, any soul weapon Sunny would want to use would be of the ascended rank as well. Basically, he now had a vast arsenal of ascended armaments to choose from. Well, isn't that neat? Sunny lingered for a few moments, then continued to read the runes. The serpent was not supposed to gain any new abilities from rising to a new rank, just like Saint had not. However, that legacy shadow of his was a bit strange. It had come into possession of the Soul Beast attribute and the Soul Reaver ability the last time he mastered a step of the Aspect legacy after all. Who knew? Maybe this time would be the same. And just as Sunny hoped, there was a new set of runes shining in the darkness. Shadow abilities. Serpentine Steel. Soul Reaver. Grace of Shadows. He frowned. Huh? Grace of Shadows? Sunny concentrated on the new ability and read, Ability Description. The master of the Soul Serpent can grace another with the trust and companionship of their shadow guide. One should be careful whom they bestow with their grace. Entrusting others with the loyalty of shadows is the same as sharing one's soul, and thus should not be offered lightly. He tilted his head. What? So basically, this ability allowed Sunny to transfer the ownership of the Soul Serpent to someone else, as if the shadow was just an echo. No, not quite. Echoes could be transferred only to other awakened, while the grace of shadows could be bestowed upon anyone with a shadow, presumably. If Sunny wanted to, he could gift the Soul Serpent to a random nightmare creature, like the Mordant Mimic, for example. That would have been funny. What? No, it wouldn't have. Why would he give away his precious serpent? Especially considering that the description hinted that doing so would leave him vulnerable. What nonsense was this? Sunny grimaced. Well, not every ability could be a winner. This one was rather useless. He could imagine a situation where lending the Soul Serpent to one of the cohort members would be beneficial, but just barely. It would be easier to just command the creature himself. With a sigh, he commanded the serpent to slither off of his skin and present itself for inspection. A few moments later, Sunny flinched back. What? Where did my cute little snake go? The shadow had changed a lot indeed. Before, the soul serpent had not really been a cute little snake, but its size was at least not too terrible, no more than 6 meters in length at best. But now, a Stygian creature of at least twice that size sprawled through the cabin, its mighty body covered in adamantine jet-black scales and as thick as a tree trunk. Its terrifying maw was wide enough to swallow Sunny whole. Well, at least his real, human body. And its triangular head, however, near the ceiling, 2 tenebrous eyes looking at him from above. The soul serpent was so large that it barely fit into the confines of the cabin, suddenly making it look small and fragile. Sunny gulped. What a good boy you are. Nice snake. You can return now, buddy. The shadow stared at him for a few more seconds, then hissed deeply and moved, its scales rustling on the floorboards. Soon, it turned back into an intricate, beautiful tattoo. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, shaken, and then slowly grinned. Good. Perfect. If even I am afraid of that thing, imagine how my enemies will feel. Sometime later, Sunny commanded the serpent to turn itself into the black odachi and sat quietly for a while, glancing at its somber steel. Every centimeter of this weapon was familiar to him, and yet, it felt different. The great blade felt sharper, stronger, far more devastating. This was a weapon one could cut a mountain with. He willed the soul weapon to shift into a spear, then a tang dao, then a tachi, and finally a battle axe. All of them felt the same, deadly and brimming with dark power. Only the axe seemed a little bit off. The serpent could take any form, but was limited by Sunny's knowledge. The better he knew a weapon, the better he could imagine it, to the smallest of details. The greater the result would be. And so, while he could command it to assume any shape, those that he had experience with would produce the best result. He feasted his eyes on the somber steel for a bit, and then put the shadow aside. It was time to check on the rest of his rewards. Since Sunny's mind had been preoccupied with the soul serpent and his aspect legacy for the last few minutes, he decided to continue with that. Summoning the runes one more time, he looked to the bottom of the shimmering field of symbols and concentrated on a certain string. Aspect legacy. Shadow dance. Shadow dance mastery level, 3 out of 7. First relic, claimed. Second relic, claimed. Third relic, claim. Sunny hesitated for a long time, his face turning grim. What the hell was he going to do if the third relic turned out to be another drop of ichor? Waste it again? Curses. Finally, he inhaled deeply and thought. Claim. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the spell whispered into his ear. You have claimed an aspect legacy relic. You have received a memory. Sunny gritted his teeth and looked up at the list of his memories. Then a relieved sigh escaped from his lips. It was not a drop of Shadow God's blood. Instead, an unfamiliar combination of runes appeared at the end of the list. It read, Memory, Shadow Lantern. Sunny read the runes with curiosity. Memory, Shadow Lantern, Memory, Rank, Divine. He fell from the bed. What? Another divine memory? Feeling cold sweat rolling down his face, Sunny wiped it off with a trembling hand and slowly clenched his fists. Should be interesting. He looked back to the runes, trying to calm his wildly beating hearts. Just what kind of a relic had he received? Sunny got a hold of himself and continued to read the description. Memory. Tier 1. Memory type. Tool. A tool. Makes sense. It is a lantern after all. But what does it do? Lanterns are supposed to produce light and illuminate things. That's not exactly what shadows are known for, is it? With a concerned frown, he looked back at the runes. Memory description. Death is just the shadow of life, said the goddess of life. and peace is just the failure of war. Have you ever been something that had not been stolen, made empty and vile? Have you ever done something that was not futile and hollow? Can you even exist without being cast by another? Look at how weak you are, how small you are. Am I supposed to be frightened of a small shadow? Made pale and feeble by the radiance of day, Shadow laughed and rose from the ground. As he did, his figure swallowed the land, devoured the heavens, and blotted out the light of the sun. Soon, there was nothing left around them but darkness, and from that darkness, a hiss came, making life tremble. Life is just the prelude to death, and war is just the key to open its gates. Everything you cherish, everything you nurture, everything that starts with you will one day be mine, be welcomed by me, swallowed by me, and find peace within me. This is the mercy of Shadow. Hollow, futile. You might have come first, my sister, but when your cruelty ends, I will be all that remains. Sunny shivered. Damn. Was Shadow God always that creepy? Due to his closeness and affinity to shadows, he had never thought about the god of shadows as terrifying. After all, even other gods had not held Shadow in high regard, at least from what Sunny knew. His temples had been burned and destroyed, his followers turned into slaves. Even his aspects and attributes seemed to pale in comparison to others. God of peace, death, solace, and mysteries. That sounded humble and rather inconspicuous when compared to something like Goddess of the Black Skies, the god of storms, depths of the oceans, of darkness, stars, travel, guidance, and disaster. But things that preferred to remain unseen and unheard were often the most dangerous, weren't they? Sort of like Sunny himself. He shook his head, pondered about the description for a bit, and then smiled crookedly. I guess War God did not like Shadow God at all. Well, that's not surprising. In many ways, they are the opposite of each other. No wonder every time I meet someone from the war camp, I end up either having my heart torn out or, even worse, lured into a nightmare so cursed that all other nightmares ought to give it face. He sighed, then continued reading the runes. Memory enchantments. Gates of shadow. Enchantment description. This lantern devours light and can contain, and then release, an infinite amount of shadows. Sunny blinked. Huh? The enchantment didn't seem like much for a divine relic. That was unless one really thought about the meaning behind those words. Infinite. He suspected that in this case the word was used to describe an actual infinity instead of a fake one, like with the endless spring. If that was the truth, yes, an object that could contain infinity was indeed worthy of being divine. It simply broke all the laws of reason. However, how did it help Sunny? He frowned, a little bit disappointed. Why couldn't it be a nasty, all-destroying sword instead? He summoned the memory and saw a small lantern weave itself from darkness in his hand. The thing was not too big, about the size of his palm, and made out of black. Something. It didn't feel or look like any material he had ever seen, resembling stone more than anything. The frame of the lantern was intricately engraved, making it seem and feel like the scales of a serpent, and its walls were made out of glossy black morion. There was a ring of dark metal on its top, with a short chain attached to it. It could be held in a hand or fastened to one's belt, if need be. As soon as the lantern appeared, the darkness of the night that surrounded Sunny instantly became deeper and colder, oppressive and impenetrable. Any hint of starlight was devoured, turning the interior of the cabin completely black. He, of course, could still see through that darkness, but anyone else would probably have a lot of trouble. Suddenly, full of a pleasant feeling of comfort, Sunny turned the beautiful lantern around and noticed a small door on one of its walls. He hesitated, then commanded the door to open. It instantly slid forward, revealing a square of utter nothingness behind. A moment later, Sunny felt his hair stand on end, and his heart stagger in his chest. He was suddenly cold, overwhelmed by unease, and terrified, like an animal facing something so much larger than itself that the difference in size could simply not be comprehended. He slowly exhaled, the breath escaping his mouth as chilling mist. I guess that is how infinity feels. The lantern was empty, so he couldn't command any shadows to escape it. So, instead, he glanced at the happy shadow and raised an eyebrow. "Want to come inside?" The shadow looked at him with fear, then energetically shook its head. Sunny rolled his eyes, then turned to the creepy one. "What about you?" The creepy guy stared at him for a bit, then shrugged indifferently, and disappeared into the small door, as if he had never been there. Sunny could still vaguely feel their connection, but not in the way that he was used to. He couldn't see, hear, or sense what the shadow was seeing, hearing, and sensing. All he knew was that it still existed, somewhere else in a terrible, vast, dark, and cold place. His face grew dim, and he commanded the creepy shadow to return. The weird guy flowed out of the lantern, shrugged again, and planted himself back on the floor. Then, when it thought that no one was watching, the shadow shuddered and hugged itself for a moment. What a strange memory. What was the use of it? Sunny summoned Saint and tried to repeat the experiment, but to no avail. The tenebrous night remained motionless when he told her to enter the beautiful black lantern, not showing any signs of knowing how to abide by the order. "I guess it doesn't work with shadows." He frowned, then lowered the lantern to the ground and brought it closer to wild shadows hiding in the corners of the cabin. Then, feeling extremely stupid, Sunny thought aloud, do you want to come inside?" The shadows moved slightly, flowing toward the lantern, and then swiftly slid through the black door. A hint of a smile appeared on Sunny's bestial face. "Ah, now we're talking. That I can work with." Satisfied, he closed the door of the lantern and then dismissed it. Sunny was still a little bit sad that the relic had not turned out to be a destructive weapon, but his disappointment waned. While not as immediately useful, the lantern would allow him to carry friendly shadows. An infinite amount of them, no less, with him at all times. That would counteract the main weakness of his aspect, the fact that most of his abilities only worked within the veil of darkness, to a large degree. And without a doubt, as his powers grew and the number of his abilities increased, having a swarm of deep shadows at hand would only grow more useful. Plus, he had a feeling that he had not discovered all the secrets of the shadow lantern yet. But now it was time to study his last and most important reward. It was time to meet an old friend, the shadow of the black steed whose name was Nightmare. Sunny sighed, then closed his eyes and dove into the soul sea. The tranquil, lightless expanse of his soul was the same as ever. The black water was still and silent, reflecting the 3 dark suns looming in a perfectly even triangle above. Only the rows of motionless shadows were different from how they had been before, crowded with countless victims of the Red Colosseum. Despite the fact that Sunny's body was now very different, his soul remained the same. He walked to stand between the 3 shadow cores, and called upon Nightmare. A beautiful black steed walked out of a whirlwind of dark flames in front of him and stopped, its adamantine hooves sending ripples through the silent waters. The shadow was just as he remembered it, tall and graceful, with a lustrous jet-black coat and lean muscles rolling under the skin. Its mane was long and luscious, and its tenebrous eyes glowed with fearsome crimson flames. The courser had 2 long horns and a mouthful of sharp fangs that resembled that of a wolf. The horns, the fangs, and the hooves were all forged out of a strange black metal that seemed to be able to compete with the impenetrable onyx of the mantle of the underworld. Sunny shuddered, remembering the pain and shock of being struck and bitten by them. As soon as Nightmare appeared, he felt a whispering fear appear in his mind. Strangely tense, Sunny took a step forward and raised one of his hands, patting the stallion on the muzzle. "Hey there, we We meet again. Old friend. Nightmare was indeed an old friend of his, at least of the part of him that had relived the final day of the Shadow Lord's life and their last exhilarating ride together. But just like Sunny was a different person now, this beautiful shadow was too. The madness was gone from the stallion's crimson eyes, and so was the burden of hundreds of years of sorrow and loneliness. It was as though the black steed was now reborn, still remaining the same being, but also somehow renewed by the purifying darkness of death. As Sunny patted his muzzle, Nightmare pressed it against the calloused hand and looked at his master with a pale, distant hint of recognition. The crimson glow of his eyes ignited with a new intensity, and the black steed snorted, its voice full of quiet affection. Satisfied, Sunny summoned the runes into existence and glanced at them, curious to see what exactly his new shadow was capable of. He read, Shadow, Nightmare, Shadow Rank, Awakened, Shadow Class, Terror, Shadow Description. This beautiful steed was tamed by the treacherous lost from light in the depths of a harrowing dream. The two shadows battled across countless nightmares, shattering them all apart. Neither was willing to give up. So in the end, the nightmares did. Sunny sighed. Again with that treacherous nonsense. At least the spell did not openly mock me this time. He still remembered the biting description of Shadow Dance. Shaking his head dejectedly, Sunny rubbed the terrible scar on his neck and turned his attention back to the runes. Shadow attributes. Swift, Dark Destroyer, Dreadlord, Dreamwalker. Swift. Attribute description. This shadow is especially swift and enduring. Dark Destroyer. Attribute description. This dark horse was meant to be a shadow warrior's steed and accompany its rider into battle. It is fierce, loyal, and knows no fear. Its speed, strength, and resilience grow when surrounded by darkness and shadow. Dreadlord. Attribute description. This shadow's might grows the more he is feared. Dreamwalker. Attribute description. This shadow can travel through dreams. Sunny studied the black courser with a thoughtful expression. So Nightmare was incredibly swift and enduring. He was also a war horse, bred to ride into battle without hesitation or fear. What's more, he had two passive attributes that both increased his speed, strength, and resilience. One when the destrier and his rider were surrounded by shadows, the other when the destrier inspired terror in the hearts of their enemies. That was an insidious and frightening combination, especially because one effect fed into the other, creating a vicious cycle. Perhaps Sunny had only survived the battle with the terror due to the fact that, at some point, his tortured mind had become too broken to experience fear. An awakened terror was already an immensely powerful creature, and with two passive augmentations added into the mix. He shivered. Scary. And then there was the last attribute, Dreamwalker. That one, Sunny didn't even know what to think about. We'll see about invading people's dreams later. Wouldn't it be fun to jump into Mordred's mind one day and give him a taste of his own medicine? With a dark grin, Sunny slowly exhaled and continued to read the runes. Attributes were, without a doubt, very important. Especially excellent ones like what Nightmare possessed. But it was the abilities that mattered the most. Shadow abilities. Flowing Shadow. Mantle of Fear. Nightmare. Dream Curse. Flowing Shadow. Ability description. This steed can dive into shadows and move through them with incredible speed. Sunny smiled. So basically it is like Shadow Step without the teleportation part. Still very useful, and works perfectly with my own ability. He turned back to the runes, his mood elevated. Mantle of Fear. Ability description. This shadow is capable of delivering a continuous mind attack around it that infects its foes with crippling fear. Sunny couldn't help but whistle. That is just damn. The ability to radiate an aura of terror was already incredible enough. It could debilitate weaker enemies completely, and even if more powerful creatures were able to resist some of the effect, a seed of dread was still going to be planted into their minds. And that was directly tied to the Dreadlord attribute of nightmare, which made him stronger the more he was feared. Scary. So scary. It was a good thing that Sunny had been wearing the mantle of Underworld when he met the Black Steed. The onyx armor gifted him with a good amount of protection against mind attacks, after all. With his smile growing both wider and a bit pale, he moved to the next ability. Nightmare. Ability description. This shadow can create and subjugate nightmares. The more nightmares serve it, the more powerful it grows, both inside and outside dreams. Dormant nightmares. Yo. Sunny stared at the runes for a while, trying to make sense of them. So, Nightmare's tyrant ability, the one that allowed him to create minions, was meant to subjugate real nightmares. Not any kind of beings made of flesh and bone, but actual dreams. And the more of them served him, the more powerful he grew. These nightmares, it seemed, possessed a rank of their own, which was currently dormant, one lower than the Black Steed's own. Additionally, there were currently 0 of them under his authority. But how could one create a nightmare, or subjugate it? Sunny had no idea. What he did understand, though, was why his own journey through the countless nightmares had ended when it did. It seemed that each of the harrowing dreams Sunny experienced had been either collected or made by the original nightmare throughout the centuries, and once all of them were destroyed, he broke free of the Black Steed's hold. Interesting. Sunny was going to have to figure out how to get his shadow some minions of its own. Something told him that the process was going to be neither straightforward nor easy. With a sigh, he glanced at the last ability that Nightmare possessed. This one was called Dream Curse, but looked different from all the rest. The runes constituting the string were dull and lifeless, as though the ability was not accessible. And indeed, when he tried to concentrate on it, a few new runes appeared. Nightmares required. 0/1000. Sunny grimaced. Damnation. I guess being a true terror is not that simple. Still, his new shadow was a fearsome one. Not only was it a swift and mighty steed, it was also a force on the battlefield in its own right, one that could instill fear in the hearts of his enemies and then feed on it to grow stronger. More than that, it was a true shadow creature, which meant that its attributes and abilities went perfectly with his own. Sunny had experienced the terrifying fury of the Black Courser himself, so he felt giddy knowing that this fearsome creature was going to be fighting on his side from now on. Gods knew he was going to need as many powerful allies as he could find. His smile dimmed a little. There was one very obvious flaw about Nightmare. It wasn't the Black Steed's fault, of course, but saddened Sunny nevertheless. He let out a deep sigh. Yeah. If only you came with a saddle. How was he supposed to ride this scary horse without a saddle? What nonsensical injustice was this? Not wishing to disparage the noble steed, Sunny hid his dismay, patted Nightmare on the back, and grinned. Good horse, Nightmare. Don't you worry. You and I are going to terrorize so many humans, nightmare creatures, and vile immortals that you'll collect some nasty dreams in no time. They will all be scared of us, you'll see. The only thing scarier than a treacherous shadow is a treacherous shadow atop a magnificent shadow horse, after all. I think that's how the saying goes. Or not. In any case, you and I will do great and terrible things together. If there is no such saying yet, there will be soon. With a satisfied grin, Sunny dismissed the Black Courser, then left the Soul Sea and lay down on his bed, enjoying its immaculate softness. Tiredly closing his eyes, he thought, I really deserve some rest. And as the flying ship of a mad sorcerer sailed across the sky, he fell peacefully asleep. By the time Sunny woke up, the ship was already approaching the sanctuary. Looking out of the window, he saw a familiar island below them. In his time, it was occupied by a fearsome, corrupted abomination. He wondered if it was still, or rather, already, nesting there. In any case, from here, the sanctuary was just a couple of chains away. With a sign, Sunny dressed himself and left the cabin, heading for the upper deck. Once outside, he saw sailor dolls moving around with graceful precision, hoisting sails and performing other tasks. Noctis was standing at the helm, wearing a completely new extravagant robe and whistling a light-hearted melody. Noticing Sunny, the sorcerer smiled. "Ah, Sunless, how fortunate it is that you are awake. We are almost home." He glanced forward and waved a hand, accidentally sending the ship into a lateral spin. The wooden mannequins somehow remained attached to the deck, but Sunny had to grab a handrail to not be thrown overboard. He gave the immortal transcendent a resentful look. Noctis smiled sheepishly. "Oh, sorry about that." Shaking his head, Sunny ascended the stairs and joined the sorcerer at the bridge, which was situated at the stern of the enchanted vessel. From there, he observed the landscape of the Kingdom of Hope in silence, until a familiar silhouette of a vast ring of menhirs standing atop a small island appeared in sight, surrounded by a white cloud of water vapor that came from several beautiful waterfalls. The sanctuary. It was nice to see it again. In this harrowing nightmare, it almost felt like home. Noctis grinned. "That is it. The sanctuary of Noctis, my beautiful lair. Isn't it pretty?" Sunny hesitated, then took the emerald amulet out of the folds of his black garment and thought, "I guess, but isn't it a bit presumptuous to call it after yourself?" The sorcerer laughed. "Oh no, you misunderstood. Initially it was called the Temple of the Moon. I built it as a shrine to my great-grandmother. I was perfectly content living there alone, but as the Kingdom of Hope went from bad to worse, stragglers started coming to my lands in search of a safe shelter from all the madness. I didn't have the heart, or rather, didn't care that much, to turn them away. So they started calling it the Sanctuary of Noctis. Why, it's a very nice name if you ask me." Sunny stared at him for a few moments, then said in a somber tone, "Who is your great-grandmother?" Noctis turned to him and blinked a couple of times, an expression of surprise clearly written on his beautiful face. "Well, who else? The goddess of the moon, of course." Sunny paled. "How does this even make sense?" He opened his mouth to say something, then shut it and decided not to think about it too much. Noticing this reaction, Noctis shrugged with a confused expression. "Whom did you think I inherited my unparalleled looks from? People as gorgeous as I don't grow on trees, you know." "Well, usually. Unless it is a very special tree, I guess." Sunny gritted his teeth and tried very hard not to think anything aloud. Soon, the flying ship descended from the skies and hovered in the center of the ring of giant menhirs. The sacred tree that grew on its deck situated right above the one growing on a small island, surrounded by the pool of clear water, an altar of pure white stone drowning in the shade of its wide branches. Sunny saw dozens of people staring up with odd expressions and involuntarily searched for familiar faces. It was futile, of course. Even if others were somehow here, they were going to look different from their real selves after all. Noctis grinned. "Welcome to the sanctuary. You'll like it here for sure. Everyone here is very reasonable and nice, just like me." Hearing that statement, Sunny shivered. Together they left the flying vessel and walked through the garden, heading to the sorcerer's private quarters. Coincidentally, the residence was situated in the same place where the White Feather clan had established their stronghold in the future. Noctis built his home inside the ring of menhirs itself, however, instead of on top of it. As they walked, Sunny studied the inhabitants of the sanctuary of the past. Most of them seemed like normal people. Some of them were mundane, and some were awakened. They didn't seem to be in the throes of madness. However, after the cruel lesson that had been taught him in the Red Colosseum, He couldn't help but keep his guard up. Sonny's gaze shifted from person to person, evaluating them for potential danger. That young woman holding a young child by the hand seemed harmless. But why was the child so frightened? That man with a neatly trimmed beard seemed gentle and kind. But why was the hilt of his sword so polished and worn? That beggar who sat lonesomely by himself, his body and face disfigured and wrapped in bandages like that of a leper, seemed too weak to pose a threat. But why was his gaze so sharp, his fingers so calloused? And that old woman with a basket of fruit in her arms? Why was she watching them so intently? Sonny shook his head, then looked away. Being vigilant is good, but this is just the madness speaking. Wishing to be safe is also a desire. And so it can also be twisted by hope's influence. After the torments I experienced in the Red Colosseum and the nightmares, my mind is already unstable. I need to keep myself in check, or something terrible will happen. What dangers could there be here, in the stronghold of an immortal saint? As long as Noctis himself did not decide to attack Sonny, he would be more or less safe. And speaking of Noctis, the sorcerer led him to a beautifully engraved wooden door, then opened it and led Sonny inside. His residence was just as one could expect, spacious, decorated with the most exquisite furnishings, and populated by all kinds of magical servants. Staring at a mop that was dutifully washing the floors without anyone holding it, Sonny felt cold shivers running down his spine. He had a suspicion of how the sailor dolls were made. Don't tell me that the lunatic actually used someone's soul to enchant this damned mop. Noctis grinned. I know what you are thinking. Sonny flinched and stared at the immortal with tense apprehension. The sorcerer nodded solemnly. What is for breakfast, right? Oh, don't you worry, Sunless. I take breakfasts very seriously. Let us eat, then drink, then talk. He sighed. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. I have a couple myself, to be honest. After a full and delightful meal, the two of them sat in silence for a while, enjoying their drinks. Noctis was consuming a truly unwise amount of wine with an absent-minded smile on his face while Sonny stuck to tea. The beautiful porcelain cup looked tiny and fragile in his massive clawed hand, sunlight reflecting from the ember surface of the fragrant drink. In this rare moment of peace, he suddenly found himself overwhelmed by apathy and melancholy. Sonny was used to often feeling his heart beating with anger, fear, and resentment, but this strange lethargy was new and unwelcome. He didn't like it at all. Searching for a way to entertain himself and chase it away, he suddenly glanced at the immortal sorcerer with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Sonny lingered for a few moments, and then picked up the emerald amulet. Lord Noctis, you have been a very gracious host to me. You have given me shelter, showered me with gifts, and provided me with many delicious foods. Let me share the traditional food of my people with you as well. That will make me feel better. The immortal transcendent raised an eyebrow and looked at him with doubt. Then, a curious grin appeared on his face. Oh, exotic food. How wonderful. Do you need any ingredients to cook it? Sonny calmly shook his head, then summoned the covetous coffer. The toothy box weaved itself from sparks of light and appeared on the table. Then, it saw the sorcerer, trembled and scurried over to hide behind one of Sonny's hands. Noctis watched the coffer appear with sincere amusement. Huh, that little creature of yours reminds me of someone. What a cutie. Sonny reached into the box and produced a tube of synth paste, then handed it to the immortal with a polite smile. Noctis took the tube, stared at it in confusion for a while, then brought it closer to his face and sniffed it. Such a peculiar, container. It doesn't smell like anything. Sonny nodded solemnly and made a twisting motion with his hand. You twist the cap off, pierce the membrane, and then squirt the contents into your mouth. Be warned, though. Some people have said that its flavor is simply unmatched. unparalleled even, and that there is no other food like this in the entire world. Many shed tears just from tasting it. The sorcerer blinked a couple of times after hearing words like membrane and squirt, then twisted the cap off the tube and removed the foil membrane. Finally, he raised the tube with enthusiasm, opened his mouth wide, and sent a stream of viscous, colorless sludge into it. Noctis closed his mouth, chewed a couple of times, then froze. Slowly, his face changed, becoming pale and almost panicked. He glanced at Sunny with wide eyes, shuddered, then slowly chewed some more and swallowed with visible effort. Sunny continued to stare at him. Remarkable, isn't it? The immortal transcendent shivered, then forced out a weak smile. That, is an unforgettable flavor indeed. Truly, truly a dish worthy of being eaten by those following the god of death. Thank you very much, Sunless. I've been really enlightened. Sunny grinned. Don't be shy then. Eat some more. Noctis dropped the tube on the table and energetically shook his head. No, sadly I am very full. Thanks for the offer, though. He reached out with a trembling hand and grabbed his glass, then gulped down all of the wine in one go. Sunny sipped his tea with a satisfied expression. Serves you right, bastard. The sorcerer poured himself some more wine, glanced at the tube of synth paste with unrestrained horror, and then furtively moved it further away from himself. Finally, he looked at Sunny and lingered for a few moments. Then, the immortal asked, So, Sunless, now that we had a splendid and unforgettable breakfast, are you going to tell me where the glass knife is? Sunny hesitated for a bit, then answered with a measured thought. I might. I need to know a few things first, though. Noctis sighed with disappointment, then reluctantly shrugged. Knowing things is very overrated, if you ask me, but I understand. Creatures of shadow are known to be drawn to mysteries, after all. What is it that you are curious about? Sunny slowly inhaled, thinking. There were many things he wanted to learn, but the most important of them was rather simple. It carried the most weight for his plans and his future. Was Noctis really capable of defeating the other immortals and breaking Hope's chains? It certainly didn't seem so. As far as chain lords went, the sorcerer was not the most fearsome and terrifying. In fact, his whole persona and attitude made him look rather harmless. Sunny knew, of course, that it was just a mask, and that there was vast and dreadful power hiding beneath it. But would that power be enough to challenge the likes of Solvain or the rulers of the Ivory City? Both factions had armies, countless awakened, and enough resources to wage a war for centuries, while Noctis only had himself and a few sailor dolls. So was his desire to unleash hell upon the shattered kingdom just madness? Or did he have a solid reason to be confident that there was at least a chance of victory? Sunny was going to make a decision on whether or not to join the sorcerer in this insane endeavor, after all. So knowing the answer was of utmost importance. His life depended on it. He hesitated and then said, or rather thought, How many knives do you already possess? Noctis smiled radiantly, then answered in a carefree tone. His answer, however, was not at all what Sunny hoped and expected to hear. Why do you mean? I don't have any. Sunny's face twitched, and the porcelain cup suddenly exploded in his hand. He was too shocked to pay it any attention, though. What? How? How can you not have a single knife? You have to have the one entrusted to you at least. The sorcerer waved a hand. Oh, I used to have one, true, but it is, sort of, well, things happened, and now I don't have it anymore. Sunny stared at the immortal transcendent with a stunned expression. He was so befuddled that he even forgot to remove his hand from the emerald amulet. This guy can't be that insane, right? How is he going to wage war against all of the Kingdom of Hope if he doesn't even have a single knife? I have more of them than he does, god damn it. Noctis laughed. So fierce, so straightforward. Ah, but don't worry about it, Sunless. He remained silent for a few moments, drinking his wine, and then sighed. You see, in the beginning, there were 7 knives, entrusted to the 7 of us to hold the fate of another in their hands. The iron knife, the wooden knife, the ember knife, the glass knife, the ivory knife, the obsidian knife, and the ruby knife. The sorcerer stared into the distance as if remembering the past. A dark expression appeared on his face. The iron knife was used and destroyed, and so was the ember knife. So only 5 remain. However, through coincidence, or maybe fate, none of the chain lords now possess one, except for Solvane, who wields her own fate and not that of the other. He smiled. You see, the shadow hid the glass knife before his death. No one knows where it is. The obsidian knife had been entrusted to the one in the north, but she lost it to me in a game of wit. Sunny growled. Wait, didn't you lose that one too? How the hell did you manage to lose 2 of the damn knives? Noctis giggled. Oh, actually I lost 3. I had the ivory knife too, at some point. Sunny groaned, then grabbed his head. What is wrong with you? Why is all of this so confusing? The sorcerer remained silent, smiling politely. Finally he sighed. Oh, you are right. It is very convoluted, I guess, for someone who hasn't been living at all for centuries. So, let me start at the beginning and explain to you the fate of each of the knives. Then, you will understand why I dare to challenge all the other chain lords, and how I hope to defeat them. Sunny grimaced, then nodded dejectedly. Noctis poured himself more wine, remained silent for a few moments, and then spoke. The glass knife is the most simple to trace. Chapter 6, 158. Sitting on a plush cushion with a glass of fine wine in his hand, Noctis recounted the fates of the 7 divine knives. The iron knife was destroyed when Lady Adri was murdered, and the ember knife was stolen and destroyed when the shadow took his own life. Of the remaining 5 knives, the glass knife is the most simple to trace. It belonged to the shadow, and now it is where the shadow had hidden it. He paused and then continued. The ruby knife, that one was entrusted to me. Some time ago, well, I was a bit concerned about my state of mind. Hope's madness is very insidious, Sunless, and not even someone like me is immune to it. So, frightened of what I might do, I gave it to a dear friend of sorts, for safekeeping, which means that you and I know the location of 2 knives already. The sorcerer sipped his wine and frowned. Then there is the obsidian knife, which I won from the one in the north in a game of wit. The others weren't happy at all that I possessed 2 knives, so I placed it on the altar in my sanctuary and proclaimed that everyone who manages to gather enough of my coins can take it. A heavy sigh escaped from Sunny's lips. You did? What? What was wrong with that guy? It was a relic created by Sun God they were talking about, the key to an immortal's death. Why would he just put it where everyone could see it and even put a price tag on it? What madness was this? Noctis shrugged with a guilty look. Listen, those coins are very precious, I'll let you know. Who could have thought that someone would actually be crazy enough to collect them all? But, someone did. A very determined and reckless young man, in fact. That daredevil took the knife and disappeared. He was probably killed for it, but where and how no one knows. The obsidian knife was lost, but as I said, these knives never remain lost for long. And here you are, Sunless, wielding it. So, the sorcerer raised a hand and showed Sunny 3 elegant fingers. That is 3. The next one is the most curious, the ivory knife. It was entrusted to Severus, the Sun Lord, who gave it to his twin brother, the Sun Prince, and that is where things get strange. The Sun Prince came to me one day with an unusual request. You see, He had hidden the ivory knife and wanted for me to erase the memories of where from his mind. He also wanted me to make him forget that request. Sunny shuddered. He destroyed those memories on purpose, even before the terrible torture. Noctis sighed. While my aspect has to do with souls, I was very close to Aedra, the priestess of Heart God, before she was killed by Solvain, that cursed murderer. So I inherited a few things and a lot of knowledge from her. That was why the Sun Prince came to me, although I still don't know what his motive was. Regardless, I agreed to help him and removed the memory of the ivory knife's secret location from his mind. However, the sorcerer smiled. I did not just destroy it. That would be too boring, don't you think? Instead, I kept the memory for myself and eventually retrieved the ivory knife. Sunny shook his head. So where is it? How did you manage to lose that one, too? The immortal transcendent shrugged. Well, the one in the north was still angry with me and wanted a rematch. The stakes were high, and that time, sadly, I didn't win. She got the ivory knife and then threw it into the sky below. That was very silly of her. It is impossible to really lose one of the knives forever, so it was bound to return one day. And recently it did. I don't know where it is, but it is back. That is for sure. Sunny looked at him for a while, a somber expression on his face. He was pretty certain that he knew who had the ivory knife. Mordred, the Prince of Nothing. And if that fiend wielded it, even gods would not be able to predict what was going to happen. Noctis, however, didn't seem concerned. He sipped his wine with a smile. No matter where it is, it will turn up soon enough. So the only knife that remains is the wooden knife, which is in Solvain's possession. This one is the simplest to get, although not the easiest. The murderous witch, you know, is more than ready to give it to anyone whom she deems worthy enough to try and kill her, so we don't even need to search for it. Sooner or later it will fall into our hands all by itself. Sunny remained silent for a bit, then said in a somber tone, So let me get this straight. There are 5 knives. The obsidian knife is in my possession, and the glass knife is hidden in a place that is only known to me. The ruby knife is hidden in a place only known to you. The wooden knife will be given to us by Solvain if we defeat her, and the ivory knife is somewhere out there, being pulled toward all this mess by fate. The sorcerer nodded with a smile. Indeed. So, you see, while I do not possess any of the knives yet, getting 3 out of the 5 would not be too difficult, and the 4th one will naturally appear on my path. 4 out of 5. It doesn't look that crazy anymore, don't you think? Sunny hesitated. Yes, it only looked very crazy instead of utterly crazy now. But all he needed was to know that there was a chance of victory, and now it seemed that there was. Noctis, eccentric and unreliable as he seemed, had not made the decision based on nothing. The sorcerer glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. So, Sunless, are you going to share the location of the glass knife with me and help me free Hope? Shall we break her chains and free this land and ourselves of a fate worse than death? What do you think? Sunny sighed. That was a very troublesome question, and completely inescapable at that. However, he could not answer it yet. Looking at the immortal sorcerer, he said, I can't make that decision alone. I need to discuss it with my friends first. Noctis blinked. Oh, well, why not? It is always good to have loyal friends. Where are they? Sunny shifted slightly. I don't know. The sorcerer scratched the back of his head with a perplexed expression. I guess we'll have to find them first then. Tell me, what are their names? Sunny looked away, then cleared his throat awkwardly. I don't know that either. Who knew what names the members of the cohort received in the nightmare? Noctis stared at him for a few moments, then asked in an even tone, You don't know the names of your friends? How interesting. Well, How do they look then? Sunny smiled sheepishly. Or rather, he tried. With his bestial face and sharp fangs, the result was far from being as innocent and apologetic as he would have wanted it to be. Actually, I don't know how they look either. The immortal transcendent slowly took a sip of wine, remained silent for a bit, then spoke. So, if I understood correctly, you won't tell me about the glass knife until you have consulted with your friends. But you don't know where they are, what their names are, and how they look. Did I get it all? Sunny shifted awkwardly, then shrugged. Yes, but they were supposed to leave me clues of their whereabouts on the Iron Hand Island. That's something, right? Noctis emptied his glass and looked at him with a strange smile. Sunless. How do I say this? There is no island by that name in the Kingdom of Hope. Oh, right. The Iron Giant might have been still alive and in possession of both of his arms, so there would not be an Iron Hand Island, indeed. Sunny shook his head. Ah, you just know it by another name. It does exist. Don't worry. Actually, it is right here, near the sanctuary, so I will have to go there first, before giving you an answer. Noctis looked at him, blinked a couple of times, and then sighed. All right, then. In that case, wait for a week or two before your new heart settles. Traveling before that would be very unwise, but after that, do go and find your friends. Invite them here, actually. I doubt that there's a friend of yours who is better, smarter, and more beautiful than I, but I'm sure that they are all nice people. Or demons, or whatever they are. He smiled and then winked at Sunny with a slightly mischievous look. I can't wait to meet them. Sunny did not fully understand what the sorcerer meant by saying that the new heart needed time to settle. Physically, he felt fine, great even. Both of his hearts were beating steadily in his chest, powerful and dependable like relentless machines. However, he had not put them under any strain since the battle with Nightmare, so there was no way of telling how they would behave in a crisis. Remembering the frightening pain of having his heart give out, Sunny decided to take the immortal's word for it and allow himself to rest. He needed rest anyway. While his body had healed, the mind was not that resilient. Sunny felt that his mental state was not in the best of shapes. However, strangely, it was not as bad as he would have expected. After the hellish 2 months he had spent in the Red Colosseum with Elias, their subsequent escape, and the young man's death, Sunny had been numb and apathetic for a long time. He had gone through the motions of pursuing a simple goal without much emotion, hiding in the darkness as he traveled across the Kingdom of Hope, too hurt and defeated to feel anything. Already in a damaged and vulnerable state, he had been then thrust into the harrowing succession of nightmares and forced to experience one hideous torment after another. At this point, Sunny could have broken. But instead, unexpectedly, he had found himself full of rapacious determination. That determination had banished the suffocating lethargy and allowed him to endure countless nightmares and continue to fight, until there were none left. It was as though the two ghastly experiences clashed and counteracted each other, leaving him in a semblance of a healthy state. Or maybe it was just the matter of suffering a bitter defeat by Sylvain's hand, but then refusing to give up and clawing his way to victory in the battle against Nightmare. That victory, costly as it had been, ignited his tortured spirit despite all the suffering it brought, the same way that the previous defeat had extinguished it. Well, healthy was a strong word. Perhaps functioning was more suitable. He could still feel barely closed wounds in his mind, which sometimes made their existence known. And added to that was the invisible, insidious poison of hope. Yes, a week or two of rest did not sound too bad. Sunny had a feeling that later there would not be such an opportunity again. After their breakfast conversation, Noctis offered to host him in the luxurious residence. However, Sunny felt that sharing a living space with the eccentric sorcerer would have been very conducive to peaceful restoration, so he politely refused. In the end, he settled in spacious quarters on the opposite side of the ring of menhirs, close to where his small room had been in the future. His new one was larger and much better furnished. It was comfortable, beautiful, and safe. However, Sonny didn't like to stay inside the room for too long. Being surrounded by its stone walls reminded him of the dungeon of the Red Colosseum too much, so he spent most of his days in the inner garden of the sanctuary. The people living in the former Temple of the Moon did not seem as perturbed by seeing a horned demon walk among them as the humans of the waking world would have been, especially since they knew that Sonny had arrived with Noctis himself. However, they were still tense and apprehensive around him. In the end, Sonny found himself being avoided at all costs, which suited him fine. Not wishing to disturb anyone unnecessarily, he tended to remain in a corner of the garden where very few people ever appeared. Coincidentally, it was the same place where he used to sell soul shards in the future. His favorite stone, sadly, was usually taken by the leper whose body and disfigured face were covered with dirty bandages. Oh well, life couldn't always be perfect. The first time Sonny sat down on the grass a few meters away from the leper, he spared the four-armed monster a short glance, lingered for a few moments, and then said in an ugly, grating, hoarse voice, "What kind of a creature are you?" Sonny looked at the leper, not really wishing to engage in a conversation, then reluctantly produced the emerald amulet and answered, "A demon. What kind of a creature are you?" The leper smiled, causing a bit of yellow pus to sip from beneath the bandages covering his face. "A cripple." Sonny studied the man, then made a grimace and asked in a sullen tone, "I won't catch whatever it is that you have, will I?" The leper let out a creaky chuckle. "No, I'm not diseased. Just burned." Sonny tilted his head a little, then shrugged and turned away. So the leper was not a leper. His body was just severely burned, and judging by the fact that the rags covering the bandages seemed to have been pristine white once, he had probably come to the sanctuary from the Ivory City. Sonny wasn't sure that he wanted to know how a citizen of the sun god's stronghold ended up with those burns. The memory of their lord's torture was still fresh in his mind. They haven't spoken after that, remaining in indifferent silence. Looking at the empty corner of the beautiful garden around them and the distant figures of humans going about their lives, Sonny couldn't help but remember his first day at the academy. Back then, two outcasts, Cassie and himself, had been segregated from the rest of sleepers in a similar fashion. Suddenly, in a somber mood, he put the amulet away and thought, "Some things never change, don't they?" Of course, he would have preferred to be in the company of a beautiful oracle instead of a hideous cripple. That was only fair, considering that the cripple would have without a doubt preferred company of someone like Cassie to that of a ferocious-looking demon as well. With a sigh, Sonny threw these thoughts out of his head and closed his eyes, trying to meditate. 2 weeks. That was all the time he had to prepare himself for the encroaching hell of an obliterating war. For the next several days, Sonny did nothing but sleep, rest, and practice weaving. His 2 new wooden fingers were able to channel essence, which showed just how incredible Noctis was at his craft. However, they could not touch the ethereal strings. It seemed that only Sonny's own flesh and bone were capable of that. He was already accustomed to manipulating the shadow strings without those fingers, though, so the task had not grown much harder. There was also the long needle that shone with faint golden radiance to help him along. In those several days, Sonny made a bit of progress in his attempts to copy the simplest of enchantments. He also successfully destroyed several more memories, which really stung his newly repaired hearts. Ah, curses! Sonny stared at the rain of disappearing sparks that had been an enchanted buckler just a few moments ago and sighed. Another failure. Another lost memory. He was going through his collection of them way too fast. At that point, he was starting to wonder if there was a better use for it. Saint's shadow fragment counter was still at 59 out of 200, and now he had another shadow to feed. Nightmare also demanded his fair share of resources to reach the next rank, and his appetite was even steeper. Currently, the Dark Courser was at 1/300, and that single fragment came from a memory Sunny had fed him to check if the horse also consumed them. The only silver lining was that Nightmare was still of the awakened rank, and as such, gained more sustenance from weaker memories. Getting him to 300 was going to require about the same amount as what Saint needed to get to 2. That was another reason why Sunny wanted to master at least the very foundation of weaving. If he could create even the simplest memories himself, he would effectively gain the ability to convert soul shards into shadow fragments, as far as Saint and Nightmare were concerned. Probably. He already knew enough to try, actually, and only lacked a few shards to experiment. However, the ability to copy and modify enchantments seemed even more alluring. Just imagining the utility of such a skill made him tremble with excitement. But enough was enough. He could not endure the heartbreaking sorrow of losing another memory today. With each of them he destroyed, Sunny could practically see potential credits disappearing from his theoretical bank account. Shaking his head dejectedly, he returned the needle into the maw of the covetous coffer, dismissed the little box, and headed toward the door of his room. It was time for some fresh air. Finding his way to the familiar corner of the garden, Sunny noticed the motionless figure of the bandaged cripple and ignored him, then sat down on the grass some distance away. The two of them were perfectly content pretending that the other didn't exist. After that first conversation, neither uttered a single word, which was a beautiful thing. If only all humans were that reticent. The cripple never bothered him, and so Sunny liked him a lot. They had a perfect understanding. Closing his eyes, Sunny meditated for a while, but then grew bored. He still had a few hours to kill before dinner, and there was nothing to do. Well, that was not a problem. Really, there always was a mountain of things he had wanted, but never found time to address. For example, he was very curious to study the spell weave of the shadow lantern. It was a divine memory, after all. But just the thought of staring at the inhuman complexity of weaves again made his mood grow foul, so Sunny decided to return to that task sometime later. What else was there? Come to think of it, he had not practiced archery for a long time now. His skill in that regard was still very far from satisfactory. Sunny thought for a bit, then stood up and summoned Morgan's warbow. The beautiful black bow weaved itself from scarlet sparks, which were the same color as its grip and string, as well as the small brand in the shape of a straight sword piercing straight through an avel that was burned into its surface. He turned slightly and glanced at the gray stone of one of the giant menhirs that loomed some distance away. Surely the ancient stone pillar that had withstood 1,000 years in perfect condition and was going to withstand thousands more would not be damaged if he used it for target practice. Not that Sunny cared too much. Noctis would just have to produce a new menhir if he destroyed one, or several. The bastard owed him this much at least. With a short sigh, he raised the bow, placed his fingers on the string, and strained his muscles to pull it back. Due to the unbending enchantment of the fearsome warbow, Sunny needed all of his might, as well as the help of the shadows, just to draw the string. No mundane human would have ever been able to do that, and even among the awakened, only those with aspects providing exceptional physical enhancement could hope to succeed. But thanks to that, every arrow sent flying by the black bow went especially far, and hit with devastating strength. And speaking of arrows, as Sunny was drawing the string, a shadow appeared on it, then grew heavy and solid, turning from a ghostly shade into a sharp arrow. The other enchantment of Morgan's warbow, soul arrows, allowed it to attune to the soul of the wielder and create arrows that shared its affinity. The arrow Sunny just created was utterly black, with dark fletching and a narrow head that seemed to be made out of a sharp piece of obsidian. This was a shadow arrow, which flew swiftly and didn't produce any sound at all. It was also perfect for finding cracks in the enemy's armor. Actually, he could create a different kind of arrow too, due to his high divine affinity. Those arrows were lustrous and seemed to be forged out of pale gold, their broadheads perfect for slicing flesh and causing terrible wounds. There was probably another quality to them, but Sonny had yet to figure it out. In any case, that didn't matter right now. Bringing the string to his ear with some effort, Sonny struggled to hold it in place, then closed one eye, took aim, and jerked his fingers away from the arrow. The string hit the inner side of Sonny's forearm, and the black arrow shot forward with incredible speed. Attracted by the sound, the cripple turned his head and stared at Sonny from beneath his dirty bandages. A moment later, the arrow hit the giant men here, completely off the mark. He had aimed at a tiny crack on the surface of the ancient stone, but had not managed to strike anywhere near it. Looking down at his forearm, which now had a deep cut, Sonny clicked his tongue and let out a dissatisfied growl. Then, he wrapped his arm with a piece of cloth, summoned a second arrow, and repeated the process, this time almost managing to miss the men here completely. Damnation! It seemed that his accuracy had only reduced in the past months. How had he even managed to grow worse? You're doing it all wrong. Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, then turned around and stared at the cripple without any amusement in his frightening black eyes. Perhaps he was hasty to commend the man for his quiet and reticent nature, who wanted to hear that hideously grating voice anyway. Producing the emerald amulet, Sonny thought with some irritation. Oh yeah? What, you are an archery expert now? The cripple remained silent for a while, then turned away. I used to be a captain in the Sun Legion, before. He sighed, and then smiled a little. I led 100 brave warriors into battle for the glory of Lord Severax and the Ivory City. The cripple grew silent, and then added quietly, before. Sonny stared at the bandages that covered the man's burned body, then glanced at his soul, which was illuminated by a radiant core of an awakened. So this guy used to be an officer serving one of the Sun Immortals? He hesitated for a moment, then asked, How'd you end up this messed up then? Where do all these burn scars come from? Did the warmongers catch you? The cripple stared into the distance for some time, then slowly shook his head. You have plenty of scars yourself, demon, some as terrible as mine. That wicked one around your neck. Where did it come from? Sonny looked down at the crestfallen man, then grinned. What, that thing? Funny you should ask. You see, I did actually got captured by the warmongers once. So to escape, I tricked the biggest and meanest of them into cutting my head off. Then I killed him, picked it up and put it back on. True story. He grew silent for a while and then added nonchalantly, Oh, and I killed Solvain too. You know who that is, right? The cripple stared at him with wide eyes, shock, awe, and confusion mixing in them in equal measure. Sonny just wanted to mock the guy a little, but the poor fool seemed to have actually believed him. What an idiot. Actually, something about the cripple's eyes seemed strangely familiar, at least in that moment. Sonny suddenly froze and stared at the bandages hiding the man's disfigured face, his mouth turning dry. A few moments passed in a strange silence, and then both of them spoke at the same time. Kai? Sonny? The towering demon and the hideous cripple stared at each other for a bit, their eyes wide with shock. Now Wei, he was here all along? Wait, who dared to do this to Kai? When I find the bastard, I'll tear them limb from limb. Sonny was so stunned that he even failed to let go of the emerald amulet. He gritted his fangs, then asked a question, at the same time as Kai did. Who did this to you? Why are you so tall? Flustered, the two fell silent for a moment. Then, Sonny reached out and grabbed the cripple into a crushing hug, wrapping all of his forearms around him. Who knew? Who knew that this repulsive body, which was covered in dirty bandages that smelled of blood and pus, would suddenly become so precious and dear to him? I was put into a body of a demon. Why wouldn't I be tall, you idiot? Kai let out a startled yelp, struggled weakly, and then patted Sonny on one of the arms. Ah, Sonny, I am very glad to see you as well. But my burns. Sonny jolted, then hurriedly let go of the cripple's body and gave him an apologetic look. Beneath that simple emotion, though, a dark ocean of fury smoldered with dangerous flames. "Sorry. I didn't. Kai, you're alive. Damn, I am so happy to see you. I was starting to wonder if any of you guys have made it alive." Kai looked at him, then smiled. Through the gaps in the bandages, his disfigured face looked ghastly and hideous. But the sparks glinting in his eyes were the same. He sighed. "Yeah, I was fearing the same." The young man hesitated and then added, his voice suddenly ringing hollow. "After the Iron Hand Island, I almost gave up hope. I didn't think that I'll see any of you ever again." Sonny frowned, confused by Kai's words. He dismissed his bow and then thought tensely, why? What is on the Iron Hand Island? The cripple looked at him with surprise. "You haven't been there?" Sonny shook his head. "No. I was going to travel there in a week, after my new heart settles. I made a deal with a sorcerer, you see, to replace a heart I lost." Kai stared at him for a bit, then looked down and let out a heavy sigh. "I see. Well, there's not much to tell." He remained silent for a few moments, and then said quietly, his hoarse voice growing even more creaky and grating, "There was no sign that you or Cassie had ever managed to reach the rendezvous point, even though months had already passed. But Effie left a message there, carved into a stone pillar." "So Effie is alive too?" Sonny clenched his fists, excited. Of course she was alive. That glutton would never die and leave all the food in two worlds uneaten. Encouraged, he eagerly asked, "What message did she leave?" Kai looked away, as if reluctant to answer. After a while, he finally opened his mouth and said quietly, It was just one sentence." The young man glanced at Sonny, then added in a somber tone, "Do not come to the temple of the chalice." As it turned out, Kai had reached the sanctuary 2 weeks before Sonny. Although he did not go into detail, the archer explained that he had been sent into the body of an officer in the army of the Ivory City and got entangled in the conflict between the Sun People and the warmongers for the first months of the nightmare. Eventually, he managed to escape and made his way east. The journey was slow and torturous because of how terribly mangled his body was, but he somehow made it to the Iron Hand Island alive. If just barely. There, his hope of reuniting with his friends was cruelly crushed by the fact that neither Sonny nor Cassie seemed to have made it, while Effie had only left an ominous message imploring them to not try to find her. Consumed by terrible pain and despair, Kai left his own message on the island and continued to the sanctuary, where, as he had heard, stragglers like him could find refuge and shelter. He remained there since, trying to recover as much strength as he could, and hoping against all logic that the others were going to read the message he had left and come to the sanctuary, too. And then, through a strange twist of fate, Sonny arrived despite not even visiting the Iron Hand Island. Kai shook his head and said, his voice full of amusement, "How did you even end up here, arriving on that flying ship no less?" "Sonny, do you know who its captain is?" Sonny nodded. "Who else? It's Noctis. That guy goes around insisting that he is now my best friend. You see, the spell sent me into the warmongers' territory, where I was captured and forced to participate in their wicked trials. I barely escaped with my life and stumbled upon him while fleeing to the southern island. He needed a favor from a shadow creature, and I needed passage to the eastern parts of the Chained Isles. So, that's how I arrived here on that ship." He grew silent for a bit and scowled, thinking feverishly, "Do not come to the temple of the chalice." That was what Effie had written on a stone pillar. However, Sonny had heard of the place before, in the nightmare of the Shadow Lord. Give the glass knife to the war maiden in the temple of the chalice. That was what the immortal shadow had told the original owner of the four-armed demon's body, and that was the secret Noctis wanted to learn from Sonny, while Sonny wanted to find his friends. So many coincidences. Kai cleared his throat. You You know who he is, right? Lord Noctis is the master of this place, as well as one of the 5 transcendent immortals. Throughout the Kingdom of Hope, he is feared and revered in equal measure, and his name is synonymous with mystery and power, as well as debauchery, mischief, and disaster. A being like him, although Lord Noctis is rumored to possess a merciful heart, he is still dangerous and terrifying. Sonny, are you sure that you should be getting entangled with such a being? Sonny glanced at Kai and remained silent for a while, then said in a grim tone, "There is not much choice. He is the axis of this nightmare. Dangerous, terrifying. Noctis is all that, and also so much more. However, all of that is not very important right now." He sighed and then turned toward the residence of the frightening immortal with a dark expression on his face. "What's important right now is that he can help us find Effie." Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then looked at Kai and said with determination, "Let's go." Kai nodded and followed the 4-armed demon, pushing forward his bandaged body with visible effort. Seeing his friends suffering, Sonny gritted his teeth. The archer, meanwhile, glanced at him with a grim expression, and then said in his new, unfamiliar, and ugly voice, "Sonny, I have one question. Can you answer it?" Sonny slowed down and turned to him, a deep scowl contorting the bestial lines of his face. "Of course. What is it?" Kai remained silent for a bit, then asked cautiously, Where exactly are we going?" Sonny blinked a couple of times, then tilted his head a little. "Oh, right. Where else? We are going to talk to Noctis." With that, he turned around and continued walking toward the immortal sorcerer's residence. The archer hurried to catch up, then said in a stifled tone, "Ah, that Noctis, the immortal transcendent, blessed of the moon, crimson beast of twilight, chain lord of the Kingdom of Hope and all that." Sonny glanced at him, then shrugged. "Yes, that Noctis. Don't worry, though. He is indeed terrifying, but not unreasonable." Together they crossed the garden of the sanctuary and approached the beautifully engraved wooden door. A pair of sailor dolls were standing guard outside, their indifferent faces staring at them with hollow stillness. Noticing Sonny, one of them moved aside and knocked on the door, which then opened all by itself. The 2 of them entered and froze, unsure how to react. What the hell? Noctis was levitating above the floor, his legs crossed and his eyes closed. He might have seemed like a wise sage in the middle of a deep meditation, if not for dozens of empty amphoras of wine that floated all around him. The terrifying chain lord, blessed of the moon, the crimson beast of twilight, was dead drunk. Hearing someone enter, Noctis lazily opened one eye and stared at Sonny, then at Kai. Finally, he landed on the floor and yawned, causing all the amphoras to fall down and shatter, sending drops of wine flying everywhere and staining the luscious carpets. "Ah, Sunless, what a nice surprise to see you so soon. And, you brought someone with you? What a hideous creature. Wait, did I say that out loud? No, surely not. I am too wise and courteous to make a rude remark like that, of course. Nice to meet you, whoever you are. Welcome, to my quarters." He gave them a radiant smile, then waved a hand, causing the whole residence to shudder and the shards of the amphoras to disappear without a trace. Then, Noctis walked over to a small table, picked up a fresh apple and glanced at his guests with a curious expression. "To what do you owe the honor? To what do we owe—" Wait, wasn't it supposed to be the other way around? Sonny frowned, then glanced at Kai, who was staring at the immortal sorcerer with an inexorable expression on his burned, disfigured face. Finally, he cleared his throat and turned to Noctis. "Actually, I am here to deliver some good news. Do you remember the friends I told you about? Well, this is one of them. And, yes, you did say it out loud." The sorcerer stared at Kai, blinked a couple of times, then took a bite out of the apple. "Oh, so this is one of the friends that you were supposed to find after visiting an island that doesn't exist, despite not knowing how they look, where they are, and what they are called. He just happened to be here, in my sanctuary. How fortunate." Sunny smiled. "Indeed. This is Nightingale, my dear friend, a man with a voice of an angel and a face to go along with it." Kai spared him a sidelong glance, then bowed slightly and forced out a grating, creaky greeting. "It is nice to meet you, Lord Noctis." The sorcerer shuddered and looked right and left, then shook his head. "Gods, Sunless, do not ever mention those creatures again, even in jest. Angels are not something to be called upon, whether by name or in passing." Then he briefly touched the symbol of the moon on his forehead and sighed. "Anyway, I am glad that you have found one of your friends. Have the two of you discussed my proposal?" Sunny hesitated for a bit, then answered somberly, "No, we have not. We still need to find 2 more friends for that. However," he sighed, knowing that the luxury of having a choice was looking more and more distant by the day, but he needed the sorcerer's help and his knowledge to find and retrieve Effie from the mysterious Temple of the Chalice. In that particular matter, he was willing to compromise. Even if he gave up the secret of the glass knife, he would still be in possession of the obsidian one. Sunny crossed 2 of his forearms and said, "I am willing to share the location of the Shadow Lord's knife with you, in exchange for some assistance." Noctis stared at him for some time, then suddenly grinned. "Really? What assistance do you require? I am the most helpful person in the Kingdom of Hope, you know." Sunny raised 2 fingers. "First, you will help treat my friend's wounds. Second, you will help us rescue another of our other friends from the place she is being held in." He thought for a bit and then raised a 3rd finger. "Oh, and also, coins. You will give me lots of Noctis coins." The sorcerer ate his apple in silence for a bit, then laughed. "Well, I think I can do 2 out of those 3 things at least." "No problem. So tell me, where is your other friend being held?" Sunny lingered for a few moments, still hesitant to make the bargain. Finally, he sighed and said, "Temple of the Chalice." Noctis suddenly choked on the apple, coughed violently a few times, then grabbed a glass of wine and nervously emptied it. Then, with a flushed face, he glanced at Sunny and forced out a strange smile. I think I can do 1 out of those 3 things. Least." Sunny scowled, surprised by that reaction. He glanced at Kai, then motioned for him to sit down. From the looks of it, this conversation was going to be a long one. The archer cautiously lowered himself onto a nearby chair and let out a quiet groan of pain, then looked around, a hint of curiosity appearing in his cloudy eyes. His gaze lingered on various pieces of furniture and exquisite decorations, then finally settled on the flustered sorcerer. Noctis seemed to have regained his composure somewhat. He stared at his half-eaten apple with a somber expression, then threw it away and sat down himself. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. "The 3 things you asked for are not that easy to accomplish." The immortal glanced at Kai, then raised 1 elegant finger. "I can help your friend, Nightingale, recover from his wounds. Somewhat. Those burns were not delivered by mundane flames, and so even I would not be able to restore that which was destroyed completely. With my help, he will be able to regain most of his strength and vitality. I can also repair the damage done to his soul, but the flames, their mark will remain. Unless you want me to build him a completely new vessel, of course." Noctis smiled, and then glanced at one of the wooden mannequins, which was in the process of disposing of the carelessly discarded apple. "Something like that, but much better." Kai shivered. "Will I be able to draw a bow and control soul essence after you treat my body?" The sorcerer nodded. "Of course. You might even grow stronger than you were before. But your face... I am sorry to say this, Nightingale, but it will remain as hideous as it is now." The pain that consumes you will subside, but never go away completely. If you agree to transfer your soul into a doll, on the other hand, your strength will diminish slightly. But you won't have to endure that suffering anymore. I can also promise to make a truly beautiful vessel for you, one worthy of carrying even the most radiant of souls. The archer remained silent for a while, then smiled. No need. This face suits me fine. As long as I can draw a bow and help my friends, I will be content. Noctis looked at him silently, an expression of confusion written clearly on his face. But don't you want to become beautiful? Kai chuckled, his voice hoarse and grating. Then he shook his head and said simply, I already am. Both Noctis and Sunny stared at the archer with dubious expressions, thinking that he had lost his mind. Well, more than anyone else in the Kingdom of Hope had already lost theirs. His disfigured face was ugly, grotesque, and unsightly. What was he even trying to say? However, it did not seem that Kai felt compelled to expand on that strange statement. He just remained silent, calmly looking at the sorcerer. After a few moments, Noctis turned away and shrugged. Well, as you wish. The treatment will be long and painful, but it can be done. Then he raised a second finger and glanced at Sunny. The other thing you asked for. Lots of my coins, was it? To be honest. How do I say this? No. Sunny blinked, surprised. What? Why? The sorcerer yawned, then made a helpless gesture with his hands. What can I say? Making those coins takes time. Do you know how long it took me to create a few thousand before? Each coin contains a piece of a corrupted soul, after all. That is the reason why they are so valuable, precious, and coveted by everyone in the Kingdom of Hope. He thought for a few moments and added absent-mindedly, Oh, now that you reminded me, only most of the souls were corrupted. I think there were a few humans I fed to the mimic as well. Regardless, all those coins were consumed when that poor fool claimed the obsidian knife from the altar. So, if you really want me to make new ones, I guess I can quickly kill everyone here in the sanctuary and cook up 100 or 2. Sunny shivered, then hurriedly raised his hands. No need. Let's not kill anyone yet. Noctis smiled. Are you sure? Well, all right. So then, he raised the third finger. Lastly, the Temple of the Chalice. I am sorry to say this, but there is absolutely no chance of me ever going anywhere near that place again. Not that I could, even if I wanted to. And I don't. Ever. Sunny stared at the sorcerer with a deep scowl, then gritted his teeth. Why? What is so terrible about that place? Noctis shivered, then sighed and nervously sipped his wine. Oh, it's not. It's not that it's terrible. It's just that men aren't allowed to enter the temple unless they are serving a woman. They put that rule in place, after the last time I visited. Sunny really tried to not let his face change and simply glared at Noctis, his eye twitching. Uncomfortable under that murderous gaze, the sorcerer shrunk and looked away. A low growl escaped from Sunny's mouth. Who cares? You are one of the chain lords. What can they do if you decide to break that rule? Noctis chuckled nervously. You don't get it, chain lord or not. You see, Sunless, as I said, my lands became somewhat of a refuge for those who seek it. And one of the groups of refugees I sheltered was the remains of an ancient and rather terrifying sect. This sect takes in orphaned girls, especially those born with red hair, and trains them to become perfect vessels of war. His deadly tools, priestesses and heralds, the war maidens are not someone to be trifled with. He grew silent for a moment, and then added, In fact, they only needed my protection because there was a schism within the sect and one of their disciples left to create her own cult. However, since no one can really leave that sect alive, Her departure was not amicable. Those who survived it came here to build the Temple of the Chalice and remained there since. Oh, and that runaway disciple of theirs. I think you have already met her. Sunny grew cold and leaned back, feeling both of his hearts skip a couple of beats. Then he closed his eyes for a few moments, and finally said in a hoarse voice, "Do you mean to tell me that the sect that dwells in the Temple of the Chalice is where Solvane comes from?" Noctis nodded and gave him a ghostly smile. "Exactly. That is where that fiend was raised, and there is a bunch of little monsters just like her being trained there as we speak. I mean, no one can really compare to Solvane, but they are not too far off. So you can understand why I am reluctant to break my word and make enemies of the War Maidens. Right?" Sunny remained silent for a while, and then sighed heavily. Holding the emerald amulet in one of his calloused hands, he thought, "Well, tough luck, because that is exactly where the glass knife is." Despite his grim mood, Sunny felt a bit of vindictive satisfaction when he saw the sorcerer's handsome face pale and the glass of wine slip from his hand. A tense silence settled in the opulent residence of the mad sorcerer, who, meanwhile, was staring at Sunny with an indescribable expression on his pale, beautiful face. Noctis didn't seem happy at all despite finally learning the secret that he had been searching for all this time. In that silence, Kai's hoarse voice suddenly resounded, full of polite curiosity. "I am very sorry, but that glass knife you are talking about, why exactly do we need it?" Both Sunny and Noctis turned to him. After an awkward pause, the immortal scratched the back of his head and answered, "Ah, that thing you see is the only thing that can kill Severus, the blessed of the sun, and I really want to kill him." Noticing a slight confusion on the archer's face, he thought for a moment and then added, "Right, these days people call him Sevirax, the Ivory Lord. You have heard of him, yes?" Kai lingered for a bit, then looked down at his bandaged hands and said evenly, "Yes, you might say that I have." He closed his eyes for a moment and then smiled. "In that case, we must retrieve the glass knife, and our friend, Lord Noctis. Surely there is something that we can do. You know a lot about that sect of theirs. Is there a way for you to enter the Temple of the Chalice, find both the knife and our friend, and bring them back to the sanctuary?" Noctis stared at him for a while, then shook his head. "No, there is no way for me to invade the temple, at least not without destroying it completely, which would doom that friend of yours along with the rest of the sect. Sadly, that is also one of the places I can't infiltrate in disguise. Infiltrate it again, I mean." Sunny and Kai glanced at each other, and then the archer cautiously asked, "If that is the case, what if we infiltrate it instead?" The sorcerer stared at them with surprise and then laughed. "Sunless and Nightingale, what a strange pair you are. Do you not know fear? I have just told you how frightening the War Maidens are." Sunny smiled, showing his sharp fangs, and then shrugged. Kai shook his head and answered for both of them, saving him from having to do so. "Oh, on the contrary, both of us are actually very cowardly. But, Lord Noctis, you might not know this, but Sunless and I, we can be a bit frightening ourselves." The immortal transcendent gave them a dubious look and then shook his head. "Somehow, I believe it, but no, it doesn't matter. Even if you are willing, you can't get into the Temple of the Chalice. Only women are allowed inside, and not any women at that. They will only give passage to female warriors of utmost skill, those who are veiled in dread and the smell of numerous bloody battlefields, maybe with a couple of lowly servants at best. You are both men, so it is useless to even try." Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then sighed deeply and said, "Actually, that won't be a problem." Noctis blinked a couple of times and looked at him with confused amusement. How so? Sunless? The sorcerer gave him a strange look and then asked with a mischievous smile, "Is there something I don't know about you?" Sonny glanced at him darkly, scowled, and answered in a sharp tone, "There's plenty. But that was not what I meant. I just have a female warrior of dreadful skill at hand." With that, he summoned Saint. 2 ruby flames ignited in the depths of his shadow, and then the taciturn demon stepped out of it, wreathed in darkness. Her graceful figure appeared in the middle of the sorcerer's residence, and then the shadow turned her head slightly, staring at the master of the place with cold indifference. Noctis looked back at her, his eyes widening. His lips trembled. That... The sorcerer leaned forward, his expression frozen, and then suddenly clenched his fists with excitement. That armor, the design, the fit. Oh gods, who forged that masterpiece? Sunless, please tell me. Saint tilted her head a little while Sunny and Kai stared at the immortal transcendent with inexorable expressions. After a few moments of dead silence, Sunny cleared his throat. Actually, I am not sure. Prince of the Underworld, I think. Wait, haven't you seen me wearing a similar armor? Noctis glanced at him with confusion, then waved a hand dismissively. Ah, if I did, you must have not done it justice. This beauty, however. So it was Hope's little brother, huh? Who knew he had such impeccable taste? Finally, the sorcerer became aware of his surroundings and moved his gaze up, staring right into Saint's ruby eyes. His smile widened, but then grew rather strange. He glanced at Sunny with confusion. Sunless, this is one of your shadows, yes? How come she is more powerful than you? Oh, did you inherit this sublime creature from the Shadow Lord? That rogue. He had been hiding such a treasure from me all that time. Sunny did not like the way Noctis was looking at Saint one bit. In fact, he suddenly felt a very strong impulse to wipe the lecherous smile off the immortal's face, which would not have been very wise, considering who that immortal actually was. He gritted his teeth. No, if you must know, I've created her myself. And also, she can hear you. Have some manners, will you? Noctis froze, then flinched, and suddenly turned very courteous. Sorry. He glanced at Saint, then walked around her, studying the taciturn demon with a very serious expression. The shadow didn't move, seemingly uncaring of his presence. Finally, the sorcerer returned to his previous spot and smiled. That shadow of yours might indeed be allowed into the Temple of the Chalice. She has a presence about her. Even I am impressed. The 2 of you will pose as her servants, I assume. Sunny and Kai looked at each other, then nodded. The sorcerer turned away, thinking, then said thoughtfully, "That might actually work. Once you are inside, you can find your friend and locate the glass knife. That will be extremely dangerous, but not impossible. If you succeed, I can ensure your safe escape. However," Noctis glanced at them, his expression growing somber. "Sunless, Nightingale. If things go wrong inside the Temple of the Chalice, even I won't be able to save you. You will be on your own. So ask yourself seriously whether or not rescuing your friend is worth risking your lives over. You can make new friends, you know. But you can only die once." Kai looked at the immortal sorcerer and smiled. "It's worth it." Sunny wasn't so quick to speak. After a while, he snorted and looked away. "I don't make friends easily, so the ones I do have are extremely valuable. One has to protect their valuables, you know? That's just basic logic." He glanced at Noctis with a dark expression and added, "Besides, who says that you can only die once? I have already died 100 times, and that was just after meeting you. Killing me is really a very troublesome endeavor." After their conversation with Noctis was done, Sunny and Kai left the sorcerer alone. The immortal needed some time to make preparations, so they had a few hours left before the archer's treatment was going to begin. After that, they were not going to see each other again until it was over, which would take at least a week. Walking through the beautiful garden of the sanctuary, Kai remained silent for a bit, and then said with a smile, "Well, I think that went well." Sunny glanced at him with a dark expression. "You think?" The archer shrugged, then frowned a little. The bandages covering his disfigured face moved, revealing a confused expression. "Did it not?" Sunny shook his head. "No. We have been swindled, actually. Think about it. I wanted to get 3 things out of Noctis in exchange for revealing the location of the glass knife to him. Heal you, rescue Effie, and receive his enchanted coins. Not only did he force the secret out of me without even lifting a finger, he even fooled us into retrieving the knife in his stead, while thinking that it was our own idea, no less." He grimaced, then let out a heavy sigh. "Scary. He is a cunning trickster, and my own mind seems to be dulled by the curse of hope. Still, all is well. All is... Noctis will heal your body, nothing else matters." Kai frowned when Sunny mentioned Hope's influence, but didn't ask anything, revealing that he had made the discovery himself. After a while he said, "When you put it like that, I do feel a bit foolish. But Sunny, if you knew that we are being swindled, why didn't you try to drive a harder bargain?" Sunny shrugged. "There was no point to. I did not expect him to honor all 3 of my requests anyway. 2 of them were just for show. While those coins of his are useful, I can do without them. As for rescuing Effie, that is our own task. I would not have entrusted it to an outsider, especially an ancient transcendent with mysterious motives." He remained silent for a few moments, and then added, "We will have to ally ourselves with at least one of the chain lords in order to conquer this nightmare, but becoming dependent on someone else's strength is a slippery slope. In the end, we can only put trust in our own efforts." Kai tilted his head a little. "So, those 2 requests were just bait, and your real intention had only been to get Noctis to heal me?" Lost in thought, Sunny simply nodded. The archer smiled, then mumbled under his nose, "I wonder who swindled whom, then?" They reached their corner of the garden in silence and sat down on the grass. There was so much Sunny wanted to tell Kai, and so much he wanted to ask. He was sure that Kai felt the same. But without even having to say anything, both of them decided to remain silent. They had already shared some things about their experiences in the nightmare, and as for details, that was going to have to wait until the cohort was back together. Even knowing that it was foolish, they both held on to the feeling that by postponing this conversation, they were somehow increasing the chances of the other 2 members joining them unharmed. After a while, Kai asked, Do you think that she is all right?" "Effie?" "From what Noctis said, that sect is incredibly ancient, formidable, and cruel. If Effie was sent into the body of a disciple, with her temper, I hate to admit it, but I am afraid for her. Plus, none of the maidens is allowed to leave that temple alive. How are we going to take her away?" Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then shook his head. "Effie is more resilient than any of us. Don't forget, she survived in the Dark City far longer than you or I, completely alone. She held the line during the siege of the Spire and survived that too. Effie will be fine. The War Maidens are not as formidable as you might think either. After all, the Temple of the Chalice is destroyed in the future, and all of them are dead. I've seen the bones myself." His face grew somber when he remembered the furious wraiths whom he had slain to create his 3rd core. Who could have known that the ruin he had already explored and the Temple of the Chalice were one and the same? Judging by the destruction that reigned over the ancient temple in the future, someone was going to obliterate the fearsome sect between then and now. The War Maidens weren't invincible. Kai sighed. "What about Cassie? There is no sign of her. She is not like the rest of us. Her combat skill is commendable, but her aspect is not tailored toward direct confrontation. And with how terrible her flaw is..." He grew silent, reluctant to finish the thought. Sunny grinned. Cassie, she is the last person you should be worried about. Believe me, she is doing fine. Probably better than any of us. At least that was what Sunny wanted to believe. His flaw did not prevent him from saying those words aloud, so he must have been convinced that the statement was true to some degree at least. However, that didn't stop his hearts from growing cold and heavy. He sighed and then added in a grim tone, "Who you should really be worried about is our fifth friend." Kai frowned and looked at him with a dark expression. It has to be that person, right? The Prince of Valor? Sunny hesitated, then nodded. That is what I believe as well. The archer gritted his teeth and turned away. It doesn't matter. Here in the nightmare, all of us are allies. Are we not? Sunny looked down, his black eyes growing even darker. After a while, he said, "We are meant to be. However, that doesn't mean that we have to be." He sighed, and then looked at the people going about their lives in the distance. Mordred is unpredictable and dangerous. I don't know what his goals are, but in this nightmare, his power would have grown considerably. Don't forget that he was the one who discovered this seed in the first place, and that wasn't by accident. He was searching for it on purpose. He is after something. Sunny grew silent for a few moments, and then added, his voice turning grim. Plus, there was already something wrong with Mordred in the waking world. Who knows what effect hope had on him, if he had truly gone insane. He shuddered. Then the immortal saints might end up not being our biggest problem. With that, Sunny stood up and summoned the vambrace of the puppeteer's shroud, then glanced at Kai with a strange glint in his eyes. Anyway, since we have a few hours left before Noctis straps you to a table and does spell knows what to your body, how about you show me how to properly use a bow? While you still can. While there's a chance, I mean. The sun was slowly drowning in the darkness of the void, and as it did, a veil of shadows was devouring the world. The western horizon was still aflame with the scarlet pyre of the sunset, but the somber night was already approaching from the east. On a desolate island covered by tall pillars of jagged rock, a numinous temple stood, its beautiful stone walls painted red by the light of the drowning sun. All around it, countless swords were thrust into the petrous ground, rising from it like a solemn graveyard of steel. There was only one path through the forest of blades, and as the twilight of dusk approached it, a dull, echoing ringing suddenly resounded from the darkness, then traveled through it, slowly growing closer and closer. It was the sound of adamantine hooves ringing against stone. Soon, 4 crimson flames ignited in the shadows, and then revealed themselves to be 4 eyes. 2 belonged to a Stygian destrier, the other 2 to its dark rider. The steed was black as night, with dreadful horns crowning its head. It walked forward with a steady pace, fearsome and noble, lean muscles rolling under its lusterless coat. The rider was a graceful woman in intricate onyx armor, her face hidden behind the visor of a closed helmet, with only ruby lights shining through it with indifferent resolve. Her presence was both calm and fearsome, full of quiet confidence and frightening strength. The blade of a great odachi rested on her shoulder, its steel as dark as the heart of the night. 2 steps behind the taciturn knight, 2 creatures walked with their gazes lowered to the ground. One was a towering, 4-armed demon dressed in a black kimono, his dark hair tied with a silk ribbon. The other was a strange human with skin that resembled polished bark, wearing a fitting dark garment made of soft silk, his disfigured face hidden behind a wooden mask and drowning in the shadow of a deep hood. Neither of them was armed. The Dark Knight led her horse to the first steps of the path through the graveyard of swords and stopped, waiting. Her ruby eyes burned with cold calmness, as if the woman had a heart made of stone, incapable of feeling fear, unease, or trepidation. Her servants, however, were not as aloof. Both stole glances at the magnificent stone temple, tension clearly written on their faces. A few moments later, the human asked quietly, "It is too late to turn back, isn't it?" The demon did not respond. Not that he was capable of speaking in the human tongue. Instead, he simply nodded, then froze as if sensing something. The other servant sighed and grew silent as well. There was none and nothing around them, just the pillars of jagged rocks and the swords thrust into the ground. The island was awash in the blood-red radiance of the dying sunset, with deep shadows nesting in the spots from where the sunlight had already fled. A gust of wind suddenly blew, bringing with it the smell of iron. And then, out of nowhere, they were surrounded by a dozen silent figures. All of them were beautiful women, wearing light garments made of red silk. Their bodies were slender and supple, their skin smooth and soft. The sight of them might have been alluring if not for the sharp coldness of their eyes, the ruthless expressions written on their tantalizing faces, and the murderous glint of their blades, all aimed at the uninvited guests. Sonny shivered. Damnation! Noctis had not been joking when he described the war maidens as fearsome. Even though these women were just awakened, his intuition was screaming that they represented mortal danger. However, Sonny did not need the help of his enhanced sixth sense to understand that. The feeling he got from the female warriors was the same as he had experienced a few times before in his life, when facing true battle masters. Morgan of Valor had given him the same frightening sensation, as well as Oro of the Nine, Master Jet, Nephiz, and a couple of others, all of them elite combatants of the highest tier. Some of these fiends he had fought and somehow survived, but not without shedding a lot of blood and receiving deep scars, if not on his body, then on his soul. And right now, he was staring at 12 of such monsters. And these were just the sentinels, no doubt. Who knew what kind of battle saints would he meet inside the temple? No wonder this sect had been Solvain's cradle. Full of bad premonitions, he made sure to not make any sudden movements and continued staring at the ground. His role during this part was rather simple. He just had to do nothing. Her master might have been apprehensive, but Saint didn't seem concerned at all. She turned her head slightly and looked down at the war maidens, her gaze as calm and indifferent as always. Noticing her calmness, a few of the female warriors gripped their weapons tighter. One of them, a tall woman with red hair and eyes the color of steel, frowned a little, and then asked in a raspy voice, "What brings you to the Temple of the Chalice, Demoness?" Saint, of course, remained silent. Instead, Kai took a step forward and bowed, then spoke, his ugly voice sounding like grating scritching of rusty metal. "Greetings, warriors. My lady." The war maiden looked at him with distaste and interrupted, "Who allowed you to speak, man?" Kai remained bowed for a few moments, then straightened and looked at the woman from beneath his hood. "My lady's voice is not for you to hear. She only speaks to those who bested her in combat, and thus she has not spoken ever since taking this solemn vow." The war maiden remained silent for a few moments, studying Saint's graceful and fearsome figure. Then she smiled darkly. She must not have fought anyone worth fighting then. "You are her servant?" Kai nodded. "Indeed. I am her voice, and that creature over there is her shadow. We serve the lady." The woman lingered for a moment, then glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. "What is a human like you doing in the company of two shadows?" The archer remained silent for a few seconds and then responded, "A long time ago, evil people captured me and locked me in a deep, dark well. I was going to die in there of thirst and hunger, but my lady lifted the heavy grate and helped me escape, while that demon slaughtered the evildoers. I owe them a debt of gratitude that can never be repaid." The war maiden stared at him silently, then nodded. "You speak with sincerity. Surprising, for a man. Tell me then, why has your lady come to our temple?" Kai glanced at Saint and hesitated for a bit. Sonny felt his heart start to beat faster as well. This was the most dangerous part of their plan. In fact, he was still not entirely sure that it was going to be a wise move. However, both of them had decided that while not very wise, this was something that would give them the best chance to succeed. Full of tense anticipation, he silently gritted his teeth. Finally, the archer looked at the war maiden and said, his voice calm and steady, "She has come to take back that which belongs to the shadows, to retrieve the death of the Ivory Lord from your hands, whether you are willing to return it or not." The glass knife contained the string of fate that belonged to Severax, the chain lord of the Ivory City. It was his death, which the war maidens had received from the Saint of Shadows hundreds of years ago. Now 2 shadows came back to retrieve it. Sunny suspected that none of the sect members that had been alive all those centuries ago lived still, including the particular maiden to whom Shadow Lord had sent the glass knife before taking his own life. As such, none would remember the 4-armed demon who had delivered it. Most likely. And yet the current disciples of the cult had to know what was being kept in their temple and how it got there. So there was a chance that they will just hand it over to the original owners, no matter how slim. If not, they would allow Saint and her entourage inside at least. That was Sunny's hope, and judging by the fact that the maidens did not immediately attack after hearing Kai's provocative statement, his calculations were not wrong. The tall woman who had spoken to them grew still as soon as the glass knife was mentioned, a somber expression appearing on her face. She studied Saint's motionless figure, then said coldly, her raspy voice growing slightly hoarse, "So the day has come. How fortunate we are to witness it. Someone finally dares to challenge the Red Sect for the ownership of the ancient relic. Who knew that I would witness this children's story come true?" She smiled darkly, then tilted her head, no humor in her sharp gray eyes. "However, you are wrong, Shadow. The glass blade does not belong to you or any of your kin. It had been entrusted to our foremother, who passed on the duty of protecting it to her wards, and through them, to us." The woman lingered, then sighed. "However, it is not my place to put you in yours. Come, demoness, let me welcome you to the Temple of the Chalice." With that, the war maidens slowly lowered their weapons and then followed their leader as she turned to walk on the path through the graveyard of swords. Surrounded by them, Saint, Sunny, and Kai had no choice but to walk forward. After a few moments, the taciturn demon gracefully jumped down from Nightmare's back, who then dissipated into shadows and returned to Sunny's soul. Despite the fact that the beautiful female warriors had sheathed their swords, their hostility remained aimed at the 3 strangers, and their gazes were still as sharp and dangerous as steel blades. "What an unfriendly bunch," Sunny sighed inwardly, and then looked around through his shadows, paying attention to the countless swords thrust into the ground all around them. Somehow he felt that each of these weapons had a history, a violent story of battle and bloodshed that ended in death. Perhaps some of these blades had once belonged to the war maidens of the past, but most must have been wielded by those warriors slain by the members of the sect. There were really many swords thrust into the ground around the stone temple. Soon, they approached the gates of the magnificent structure and were led inside. Sunny was somewhat familiar with the interior of the ancient shrine, but it was hard to bring together 2 pictures that lived in his mind, one of a desolate ruin, the other of the austere but formidable and perfectly maintained temple fortress. They were ushered into a spacious entrance hall, where Saint followed his command and stopped, as though unwilling to go further. The tall maiden with gray eyes glanced at her and smiled coldly. "Wait here, demoness. I will inform the elders of your arrival, and you challenge." Saint stood with the blade of the soul serpent resting on her shoulder, motionless like a beautiful statue cut of black onyx. Her presence was aloof and indifferent, as though the 3 of them were not surrounded from all sides by fearsome warriors with no way to escape. The tall maiden left, but the rest of the sentinels remained, surrounding them in a wide circle. Their faces were calm, but their eyes remained sharp, steady hands laying on the hilts of their swords. Under their gazes, Sunny didn't dare to send one of his shadows to scout around the temple. However, he also didn't need to. Instead, he listened to the sounds surrounding them with curiosity. The Temple of the Chalice seemed silent, but somewhere far away, a repeating sound could be heard. The sound of something blunt hitting flesh, over and over again, and an occasional rattle of chains. Disturbed, he frowned slightly, and then glanced at Kai. The archer stood on the other side of Saint, his face hidden in the shadow of a deep hood. His pose seemed both polite and relaxed. However, Sunny could feel a strange tension hidden behind this casual stance. He frowned and then moved his hand slightly, attracting his friend's attention. Kai lingered for a moment, then spoke in the language of the waking world without turning his head. "Yes, I found it." Why would Sunny need to use his shadows to explore the temple if he had Nightingale by his side? Kai's awakened ability, after all, allowed him to see far and wide, and even peer through solid objects. Very few things could hide from his gaze. So his task was to locate one of the two things they were looking for, the glass knife. And just in a few minutes, he had already succeeded. Kai, however, did not seem too happy. "Sunny, I think we might have a slight problem." "Damnation," Sunny scowled, not liking the tone of his friend's voice one bit. He turned his head slightly, glaring at the young man in the wooden mask. The archer sighed. "You see, in the center of the temple, there is a large hall. And in the center of that hall stands a giant stone chalice. The chalice is filled to the brim with raging white flame. That fire is just like the fires that burn in the sky below. In fact, I am pretty sure that one of those orbs of divine flame is somehow contained within it." He lingered for a moment, and then added grimly, "The glass knife is on the bottom of the chalice, right in the middle of the annihilating divine flame." Damn it! Damn it all! Why did it have to be the divine flame of all things? The three of them were finally allowed into the central hall of the temple, where a tall chalice cut of a single slab of gray stone stood, full of blinding white fire. The hall was drowning in stark light, deep shadows, and suffocating heat. However, even that sweltering heat was too forgiving. This close to the orb of Sun God's flame, all of them should have been already turned to ash. Sunny stared at the chalice with a grim expression, remembering the suffering he had gone through in the sky below. This was a true remnant of the obliterating pillar of white fire that had been brought down on the kingdom of hope by a god, and then continued to burn in the depths of the shattered land, slowly devouring it until nothing but an empty void remained. The pale version of it that he was able to channel through the cruel sight was already immensely destructive, and this was the real deal. How was the chalice even capable of containing the annihilating white star? He shivered, and then glanced under the surface of the stone vessel, noticing an intricate weave of ancient runes glowing inside the gray stone. An enchantment, and a powerful one at that. What kind of sorcerer had created it? Who had been powerful enough to contain a piece of divine fury? In any case, without knowing how to control the enchantment, if there even was a way to control it, getting the glass knife out was not going to be easy, or maybe even impossible. Their task just grew exponentially more difficult. Damn it all! Absorbed by the dire sight of the stone chalice, Sunny didn't even notice the three women standing in front of it for a moment or two. When he did, however, his mood dropped even further. Turned into black silhouettes by the furious white flame burning behind them, three ascended battle masters watched the uninvited guests with eyes full of cold, cutting, killing intent. One had red hair and wielded an odachi similar to his own, its blade forged out of vibrant scarlet steel. One had black hair and held a simple spear, its shaft covered by a complicated weave of runes. One had white hair and was unarmed. That last one scared him the most. Sylvain, too, didn't feel the need to wield a weapon. If the first two maidens seemed like warriors of terrifying skill, the third one gave him a sensation of being something much more than that. A true vessel of war, perhaps. He carefully looked around the hall, remembering how it had looked in the future. The stone slabs covering the floor had been cracked and misshapen, the mighty pillars broken and toppled over, the roof had collapsed. The walls of the hall, seemingly so strong and unassailable, had been shattered outwards, suggesting that something had detonated in the center of the hall with tremendous force. The chalice itself had been destroyed, with only a few fragments laying on the floor in a molten pile. And there had been human bones littering the hall, some still covered by the remains of red silk garments, with vengeful wraiths carrying murderous fury even thousands of years after the tragedy. Sunny glanced tensely at the dancing white flame, then shivered. Someone had come to the Temple of the Chalice and destroyed it, slaughtering all the fearsome maidens in the process. Had they been looking for the glass knife as well? Was he going to meet that terrifying being? Or had he, perhaps, met them already? Two faces suddenly appeared in his mind, that of Sylvain and that of Noctis. His thoughts were interrupted by one of the ascended maidens. The woman who seemed the most powerful, the fiend with white hair, looked at Saint with a cold expression and said, her voice echoing in the stark darkness of the hall, "I've been told that you wish to retrieve the legacy of our foremothers, Shadow." Saint lingered for a moment, then moved her head slightly, nodding. The maiden smiled, sending chills running down Sunny's spine. "Then your task is very simple. All you have to do is prove yourself before the chalice. Kill me, and then my two sisters. If you do, the glass blade will be yours." Saint tilted her head a little, expressing an indifferent agreement. Sunny let out a furtive sigh of relief. So there was a ritual to release that glass knife into someone's hands after all. A trial that those seeking it had to pass. A simple duel, or rather 3 consecutive ones, against the senior warriors of the ancient sect. These ascended were truly formidable, but fighting them was better than having to face against the entire sect. His worst expectations had not come true. As for whether or not Saint would be able to kill the 3 ascended priestesses, he wasn't sure. However, there was at least a chance. And after the leaders of the sect were dead, finding and rescuing Effie would be much easier. As the war maiden with white hair grew silent, another one, the woman wielding the scarlet odachi, spoke. "However, first, you will have to prove that you have the right to challenge us. You will fight and kill a disciple of each of us." As soon as she stopped speaking, the third one said, "Or you will die." Sunny hid a triumphant smile. 3 awakened warriors were not going to pose any threat to Saint, who was an ascended demon and formidable well beyond her rank and class. However, something felt off. He couldn't tell what at the moment, but his intuition was filling his heart with unease. Sunny glanced at Kai and noticed a similar apprehensive expression in the archer's eyes. He nodded slightly, prompting the young man to step forward and bow. "My lady accepts. However, it is unbecoming of her to slaughter your disciples, fearsome as they may be. Such a fight would not be a struggle for her, and as such would not please the goddess of life, offending her in this sacred temple. If these disciples wish to challenge my lady, they will have to defeat her shadow first." The war maiden with white hair laughed, then took a step forward. "So, she can only fight us after defeating our disciples, but our disciples can only fight her after defeating her pet demon? Fine, fine, let it be so. No shadow can defeat a vessel of war. He was going to die after you lady's body is torn apart anyway. Let the creature be destroyed first." With that, she turned to one of the younger war maidens and smiled darkly. "Let us not disappoint our guests. Go, Bring the feral child I have the misfortune of calling my successor here. She will atone for her transgressions today by killing these two shadows." Sunny was pushed forward and offered a choice of weapons. After hesitating for a few moments, he raised a fearsome greatsword with his upper hands and took a buckler and a long dagger with the lower. Then, he walked into the center of the hall and froze, watching the divine flames burn in the darkness. All things considered, things had turned out well. The ascended war maidens had been cunning, offering the lives of their disciples as sacrifices, no doubt in order to glean the secrets of Saint's skill before facing her. Knowing the enemy was half the victory after all, by remaining a mystery while observing how their opponent fights, the three battle masters would have received an advantage that Sunny couldn't allow himself to give them. Now, however, he was going to fight and kill 3 of the awakened maidens, thus keeping Saint as mysterious as these battle masters were. Facing such fearsome opponents was not going to be easy, but he was sure of his ability to outsmart, overpower, and slaughter them. Fighting such skilled warriors was only going to enrich his mastery of shadow dance. More importantly, they were not going to have to fight against the whole sect. The chalice containing the divine flame was not going to be shattered, and the temple was not going to be turned into a ruin. Whatever it had been that had happened here in the real world would not befall Sunny and Kai, leaving them unscathed. All he had to do was to kill 3 young women, one after another. They would be fearsome combatants, no doubt, especially due to the madness of hope coursing through their veins. But he had faced far worse. Sunny felt confident in his ability. A few moments later, however, his black eyes narrowed. Staring at his first opponent, Sunny couldn't help but shudder and let out a low growl. "Damnation!" When Sunny heard the white-haired war maiden refer to her disciple as a feral child, he assumed that she was speaking about an especially ferocious female warrior being trained in the ancient sect of war. What he had not expected, however, was that his enemy would turn out to be a literal child. "Damnation!" As Sunny watched with a grim expression, 2 of the awakened maidens dragged a girl of about 11, maybe 12 years of age, into the hall, then threw her on the stone floor in front of him. The girl had a scrawny, juvenile body that did not seem to have touched on the path to maturity yet. Her short, wild hair was of a vibrant red color, almost the same as the torn silk garments she wore. Her skin was pale and white, or at least it was supposed to be. Instead, it was blue and black, almost the same color as Sunny's own, which had been made to resemble obsidian by the embrace of his shadows. The girl had obviously been often and cruelly beaten, to the point that it was hard to notice a spot free of bruises on her once tender body. The whites of her eyes were hidden by the cloudy red layer of blood that had burst from ruptured vessels, making the child look like an actual beast. Hitting the floor, the girl remained motionless for a few moments, then let out a long sigh and slowly stood up, lean muscles rolling under her bruised and lacerated skin. Even though she seemed tall for her age, she was still too small to reach up to Sunny's chest. "Curse these mad witches!" Suddenly full of fury, he glanced at the 3 ascended war maidens with a dark expression, then looked down at the abused child in front of him. Was this whom he had to kill? Just a few moments ago, the task seemed so easy. The girl, meanwhile, finished picking herself from the floor and faced the war maidens with an insolent, contemptuous expression on her bruised face. With wild flames burning in her eyes, she spat a bit of blood on the floor and then bared her teeth in a feral grin. "What now, you old hags? More training? Ah, and here I was just starting to enjoy my daily punishment." Despite the rude words and the recalcitrant tone, the girl's voice was soft and childishly high, and as the result, what she had meant to sound defiant ended up sounding comical instead. Flustered by that, she gritted her teeth and then proceeded to make a rude gesture with her hand, as if to better articulate her point. Sunny's heart suddenly grew cold. His flinched slightly, his pupils widening in shock. "No, no, no, no," He was already torn about the fact that he would have to kill a child, and this was going to be a battle to the death, whether he wanted to or not. The war maidens had made it abundantly clear. Showing mercy would be the same as admitting defeat, thus surrendering both his own life and that of Kai to their slaughter. But when the girl spoke, things took a turn from bad to worse, because even if he had not recognized that tone, which he instantly did, Sunny was pretty sure that the inhabitants of the Kingdom of Hope were not in the habit of expressing their meaning with their middle fingers. That was a thing humans in the waking world did, which left only one possibility. The feral child in front of him was Effie. God damn it! Now there was no chance at all that he would kill his opponent and follow the ritual set for them by the maidens. All that stuff about not having to fight the entire sect he had felt relieved about a few minutes ago, any possibility of that was basically gone. How were they going to get out of this one? He gritted his teeth, a low growl escaping through them. Hearing it, the senior war maiden smiled coldly and then stared at Effie. No training today, insolent child. Instead, a test. We have guests today, you see. Kill them, and I might order your older sisters to feed you today. You have been demanding food, have you not? At the mention of food, a somber expression appeared on the girl's bruised face. She hesitated for a moment, and then turned around, searching for these guests she was supposed to kill. Because of how the hall was lit, the figures of everyone who stood near the entrance and along the walls, Saint, Kai, and dozens of war maidens who were here to witness the challenge, appeared as dark silhouettes. The only one whom she could clearly see was Sunny. Effie stared at his abdomen for a few moments, confused. Then she slowly craned her neck, looking higher and then higher still. Her face gradually grew paler and paler, until a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. Whoa. Hey there, big guy. She shivered, then glanced back at her teacher. Are you joking? I am supposed to kill that monster? The war maiden shook her head. Not a monster. A demon. Why? Are you not hungry? Effie lingered for a few moments, then asked in a little voice, Do I get any weapons, at least? The white-haired warrior chuckled cruelly. Your fists should be enough. Use your tongue if they're not. It has been sharper than a blade lately, after all. The scrawny girl grimaced, then sighed and clenched her fist, turning to Sunny with hunger and resentment mixing in the bright eyes. Her soft voice resounded in the hall, full of reluctant determination. All right then, let's kill a demon. Ah, the things a girl must do to earn a dinner. Sunny lowered his sword, staring at her with furious intent. You idiot! It's me. Are you going to recognize me or not? A weave of runes suddenly ignited on the stone floor of the hall, creating a circle around them. There was some sort of a barrier preventing either from escaping now, and outsiders from offering them help. The only ones left inside were Sunny, Effie, and the 3 war maidens standing in front of the chalice. Sunny hissed, trying to get the child to look at him. Crap. The emerald amulet. I better get it right now. He released the hilt of the greatsword with one hand, intending to use it to fish out the amulet from the folds of his kimono. If Effie doesn't recognize me, I'll have to really fight her until I come up with a plan. Luckily, she is just an awakened. With my 3 cores and shadow augmentation, it should not be too. Before he could finish the thought, however, the scrawny girl suddenly lunged forward with shocking speed and struck him in the abdomen with her tiny fist. The towering 4-armed demon folded like a piece of paper, spat a torrent of blood, and was thrown a dozen meters back like a weightless doll. Crashing into a stone pillar, he sent a net of cracks running through its gray surface and then rolled down to the floor. Stunned by the tremendous, ridiculous force of that single blow, Sunny tried to push air into his 4 empty lungs and stared at the little girl with dread. Right. That is Effie, all right. Curses! Because of Effie's easygoing personality and affable attitude, it was easy to forget just how fearsome of a warrior she was. Out of all the members of the cohort, she had survived on the forgotten shore the longest. She had done so while hunting down nightmare creatures on the cursed streets of the dark city all alone as well. Mostly because anyone willing to help her would have been disposed of by the ruler of the bright castle, who had been scorned by her rejection. The fact that the young huntress had never bowed to his demands despite the black mark placed on her only went to show how unyielding her will really was. Her aspect made Effie a perfect instrument of war. While not as drastic as the dire, but narrow speed augmentation Castor had possessed, it was still great and wondrous. More importantly, it was an all-around enhancement. Speed, strength, agility, endurance, resilience. Every facet of her physicality was elevated to an inhuman level. Sunny knew of her abilities better than most, since Effie had taught him how to wield a spear. However, due to the fact that their lessons had taken place in the real world, where the huntress was bound to a wheelchair, he never experienced her full strength in a fight himself. Until now. Crap. That really hurt. Before, Sunny had hoped that their strength would be more or less equal, considering that he was augmented by 3 shadows. However, it was not even close. That one blow almost shattered his body into pieces. That was only made more bizarre by the fact that it had been delivered by a scrawny child. Maybe if he had an additional shadow, or 2. Sunny had become much more powerful, but Effie had grown much stronger after the Forgotten Shore as well. Her core was now fully saturated. More than that, while Sunny had been surviving in the Red Colosseum, she had survived a hell of her own, it seemed. Being tortured, taught, and tempered by the cult that had created Sylvain, of all people. Sunny spat some blood, gritted his teeth, and slowly stood up. "This is not good." The little girl glanced at him with surprise and tilted her head a little. "Huh, still alive? Damn, tough bastard." He thought of taking out the emerald amulet once again, but Effie gave him no time. A split second later she was already upon him, her leg flying through the air toward his ribcage. Sunny had no time to think about anything. He didn't want to hurt his friend, but he also didn't want to die. And getting hit by this bruised, wild, monstrous girl was going to kill him soon enough, no doubt. I need to slow her down. Even if his ribs survived Effie's wicked kick due to bone weave, the organs protected by them were not that resilient. The shock would surely rupture something important. Gritting his teeth, Sunny thrust one of his lower hands forward, putting the sharp blade of the dagger in the path of Effie's small, bony, and bruised leg. She was going to have to rethink that attack or risk having her calf cut wide open. Unless she was using her second aspect ability, of course. "Curse it, The dagger slid off the girl's skin without leaving even a scratch on it, as though it was made out of tempered steel. Luckily, Sunny had expected this outcome and was already dodging out of the way. Effie's shin hit the pillar instead of his side, sending a rain of large stone chunks and sharp shards flying through the air. Before Sunny could regain his balance, the next attack came, and then the next, and the next, and the next. Unable to seriously hurt the girl, he had no choice but to retreat under the onslaught of deadly strikes, receiving several glancing blows that left him reeling and in pain. The scrawny girl was very small, but made up for it by being incredibly nimble and swift. The little imp was so wily and fast, in fact, that it almost felt as though she was in several places at the same time. "Stop running, big guy. Let us finish this quickly. I am hella hungry, you know." "Argh, would you slow down for a second, you devil child?" Sunny growled with unrestrained fury and brought the greatsword down, creating some space between himself and the advancing girl. He felt very, very, very frustrated. All he had to do for now was to let Effie know who he was. That was not very hard to do. There were many ways, really. He could use one of his shadows, or summon a familiar memory. If only she gave him a damned moment to breathe and think. The problem was that Effie did not. She was also not fighting in any style Sunny was familiar with. He knew her usual technique pretty well, but this assault had nothing in common with it. In fact, her current ferocious style was leagues beyond what the huntress had been capable of in the past, both in terms of purpose and lethality. It was sort of breathtaking, even when performed by a scrawny child. A memory. A memory was the easiest option, since summoning one took only a thought and several seconds. However, that was also the worst option, because doing so would reveal his ability to summon things out of thin air to the maidens. He and Kai had not gone through the trouble of appearing unarmed just to give that advantage away immediately. Think, you fool. There had to be a better way. Sunny deflected another devastating kick and took a step back, then froze for a split second, and threw his buckler away. The thing was hideously bent by now anyway. With one of his hands now free, he made it into a fist, sent it flying forward, and extended his middle finger with a vicious snarl. Effie, who was already preparing to launch another attack, blinked a couple of times, then looked up at the towering demon with confusion. Huh? Finally! Using Effie's momentary confusion, Sunny lowered his hand and mimed grabbing the rim of a wheel and moving it forward and backward, as if pushing a wheelchair. The little girl frowned, then lunged forward and delivered a crushing strike, but this time her movements were a bit slower, allowing him to easily dodge out of the way, purposefully so. Making sure that Effie could see his hand, he attacked with the greatsword while simultaneously making a fist again, and pretending to have an arm-wrestling match with an invisible opponent. The little girl swatted the sword away with her naked forearm, and then her blood-red eyes suddenly widened. She craned her neck and stared at the towering demon with an inexorable expression, then blurted out in a soft, childish voice, "Doofus? Thank God. Took you long enough." Sunny pretended to attack her with the dagger, then dodged a similarly half-hearted kick, and gave the little girl a short nod. Effie's face trembled, and then she whispered, Why the spell are you so damn tall?"